Chapter 001 AIG 761 The Seventh Universe, Earth, Bun Mountain. Early morning. In the vast expanse of land, a continuous mountain range lies like a dragon lying across the east and west. Trees and grass abundant. The verdant green is like an ink painting, and the stars twinkle under the sunlight. The flying group is tightly clustered, and the spit is quicksuinja. A little smoke rose up, making the entire Bunza mountain like a heavenly palace, shrouded in a vast landscape. Sasa. The branches are rattling, and two figures are chasing one after the other in the woods. The man in front of him was short, with a black crab head, and his handsome bronzed skin showed a healthy wheat color. Star-eyed dragon eye, a thick oblique bangs completely obscured the right eye. The golden section of the tall nose bridge is embellished. The tight pink lips reflect a sense of fortitude, which is incompatible with the face with baby fat. Cut. His eyes glanced slightly, and he looked at the figure behind him who was chasing after him and took a cold bite. My name is Sun Wian, male, only 4 years old this year. Born in a terrifying world where human life is a lackey. As for my father. Hey! Wian, don't run, this is the 51st duel between the two of us. Previously, it was a tie with 25 wins and 25 defeats. I must win this time. Snap! Sun Wian directly slapped his forehead after hearing this. This is his father, Sun Wukong, an idiot who can only fight. Calm and terrifying when fighting, will quickly analyze their unfavorable situation in a short time, and use their own moves to break the game. If it weren't for Sun Wian's distinctive appearance, I'm afraid there wouldn't have been those 25 victories. Phew! A breeze blew, and the straight slanted bangs slowly rose, revealing his terrifying and hideous right eye. Lilac. The circle circles around the pupils, and the deep glow keeps rolling in the middle. Ordinary people will completely collapse just by looking at it. Reincarnation eye. Goyen himself knew that he was a traverser, but he didn't understand why the reincarnation eye belonging to the Hokage world appeared on him. Right now. Pang! His waist suddenly strained in the air, and he stood on the branch in an instant, and the baby's fat face flashed with determination. Hurrah! A cold light immediately erupted around, and dozens of branches snapped and broke, as if they were free from the shackles of gravity, floating next to Wian. Go! Wu Yan suddenly waved his hand, and all the branches burst with a trace of sharp light, suddenly breaking through the air, completely enveloping the Monkey King who had just arrived in the sky. Oh! Did the breath seduce the branches and increase their sharpness? What a set! Goku's whole body tensed, his eyes were like electricity, he suddenly shouted, and his arms swung quickly, like an afterimage. Bang bang! A soft force erupted in the air, and with just a few clicks, all the branches wrapped in it flew. Hey, hey! Goku touched the bridge of his nose and showed off his masterpiece like a child. These two father and son are completely opposite. Wian is only 4 years old, and the baby's fat face shows coldness. And Goku is married, but forever to a child who does not grow up. Wu Yan dared to conclude that the original movement to create people must have been Kikai's initiative. Dodged all aura attacks with soft force. Wu Yan thought in his heart. Haha! Goku squeezed his hands, and the power condensed in his palms, and a blue light bloomed in an instant. He waved his arms suddenly, and in a moment, the infinite energy was like a heavenly girl scattering flowers, completely enveloping Wian's upper and lower left and right. Haha! See how you hide! Goku said loudly. Dad, you know that these things are useless to me, why do you spend energy? His right eye was slowly exposed, and all the movement trajectories of the energy bomb were captured by the powerful dynamic vision of the reincarnation eye in an instant. Boom! An extremely powerful explosion was generated in the woods, and craters appeared instantly, and the cracks in the road condensed like spider webs. The loud explosion frightened all the animals in the woods. Wu Yan's reincarnation eyes flickered left and right, and he was like a fluttering butterfly, and he actually completely dodged all his energy. What's more, the fragments of the explosion did not touch his body in the slightest. It's not over yet! Gaku shouted loudly, and in an instant, the infinite energy covered the sky and drowned Wu Yan again. However, a thin line of blue energy emerged from his hand and poured into some of the energy balls. The speed of dozens of energy balls suddenly increased. The individual operation using the breath speeds up some energy balls to enhance the complexity of the movement. To try to blind my eye of samsara? I can actually think of such a method. Wu Yan was a little surprised in his heart. Every time it was like this, as long as his ability to expose the eye of reincarnation won the victory, Dad would definitely come up with a solution in the next battle. This is Sun Wukong's terrifying combat quality. But Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. This is the first time I have exposed the true power of the reincarnation eye. Let you see. Shinra heavenly sign. The four emotionless words were as sonorous and powerful as Zhongxian, and in an instant, a terrifying repulsion erupted around Wu Yan's body. Hey! The ground immediately collapsed, and all the energy balls were knocked out in an instant. Boom! There were terrifying explosions in the forest in the distance, and endless flames rose up like a tide in an instant, raging with flames. This! Gaku was just surprised, but the majestic repulsion did not weaken at all, and all the brain poured out onto his body. Ugh! Infinite power wreaked havoc in his body. Bang bang! Hundreds of trees were immediately broken by the block, and Goku's face was defeated, and a little blood was even left at the corner of his mouth. Fly straight upside down! Boom! A straight trail of smoke appeared instantly, passing through half of the forest. Abominable! Gaku gritted his teeth, stood across the sky, his closed eyes suddenly opened. He was actually directly hit out of the forest by that repulsive force and fell on top of the waterfall. The gurgling water is like half of a silver belt flowing down, and the sound of rushing is constantly sounding, one after another. A crystal curtain floated like a jade ribbon and poured into the crystal-like lake. Above the waterfall, a 7-colored rainbow hangs. Phew! In an instant, Wu Yan's figure appeared again. He stretched out one hand and squeezed hard. The wonderful power turned into transparent circular ripples, and the crystal lake below rolled up a huge wave in an instant, and a rugged boulder suddenly soared from the water. Smash towards Gaku! Vientiane heavenly lead! Ha! Wu Yan immediately shouted, and the huge boulder rushed up, covering the sky. Not good! A little cold sweat broke out on Goku's face. Unexpectedly, Wu Yan, you are still hiding such a move. How long have you been hiding the battle with me before? In the air, I can't borrow power at all, I can only forcibly break it. Ha! He shouted, and the gurgling sharp aura was constantly surging in the dragon-like muscles, condensing on the palm of his hand to form a light blue sheet. Hurrah! He slashed horizontally and vertically, and the boulder was immediately smoothly divided into hundreds of small pieces like tofu. Kigong bomb! Gaku stretched out with one hand, and a majestic aura instantly gushed out from his palm, exploding the fragmented boulder into powder. Humph! Insect tricks! However, there was a strange light flashing in the eyes of Wu Yan in the sky. He thought in his heart that when my reincarnation eye awakened, in addition to the power of Pain's 6 paths, he also brought a special skill of hooking the jade reincarnation eye. I never divulged it. Dad, today, you'll be the first to try it out and enjoy that weird power. Buzz! The lilac reincarnation eye pupils shrank, and Wu Yan in the sky suddenly disappeared, and time appeared above Wukong's head in an instant. Come on! Pang! He clasped his hands together and slammed down behind his back. Ugh! Gaku screamed, and a sharp force frantically destroyed in his body, even blocking the operation of his own breath. He couldn't hold on any longer, and his body smashed into the lake below like a shooting star. Pang! A splash of water rushed into the sky. Ahem! After a long time, Goku slowly crawled out of the water and coughed a few times on the bare gravel. Phew! Gohan's figure quickly appeared, his index finger and middle finger closed, lightly on Goku's forehead. The winner is decided. The new book set sail, the 250 finished old book, the credibility is absolutely unparalleled. Ask for attention, ask for collection. The cover won't be back until tomorrow, so let's make do with it today. May Day reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 002. The winner is decided. Goyen read the final victory, and used the wonderful tricks of the Eye of Reincarnation to finally win the confrontation with Goku. Hey, hey! Goku touched the back of his head with a wry smile. At just 4 years old, your strength has already surpassed me. What a martial arts wizard! But I won't throw in the towel. I already know the gravitational repulsion of the Eye of Reincarnation, and even the grasp of dynamic vision, and I will definitely crack it next time. But... He glanced at it suspiciously. The last move, there is no trajectory. Is your strength already so strong? Or is that the peculiar skill of the Eye of Reincarnation? Wukong saw Hunter Xingxi, and looked at Wuyan with his eyes. Jing Ying's eyes were full of longing. This special skill was too attractive for him as a martial artist. Humph! Who knows? Wu Yan hung his appetite and said lightly. Tell me. Wukong was like a child who would never grow up, and he actually held Wu Yan directly in his arms, constantly rubbing. Hey, Dad, Mom must have already made the meal. If you miss the meal because of cultivation, don't blame me for not reminding you. Goku stretched out his hand and pulled Goku out of the lake. Hearing the words mother, Goku's eyes flashed with a little fear. Let's go back quickly. Bun Mountain, the top of the mountain. It's picturesque and spring all year round. The trees are lush and green, and a gentle stream beats happily. A wooden water wheel is constantly spinning, through the crisp bamboo wood, introducing clear stream water into the next house. A small house with a dome suddenly appeared, and a wisp of cyan cooking smoke rose, and there was a little fragrance in it. Compared to Bulma's luxurious house, this tiny family that has lived for 4 years is also very flavorful. Mom! Wu Yan shouted loudly. Next to the stream, a woman dressed in a dark purple cheongsam and combed the ponytail hairstyle of a traditional Celestial Dynasty woman, with a beautiful face, slowly stood up and shouted loudly, it's just right to come back, and I will be able to eat soon. When she saw Goku covered in dirt, Kiki immediately changed her appearance. Goku, you stained your clothes again while training. Do you know how much it costs to buy a washing machine in Dongdu? You don't earn money, Daddy's castle has been destroyed, and the burden of the family is all on me alone. Do you know how much pressure there is? Speaking of this, Kiki actually cried. Goku has obviously dealt with it too many times, and hurriedly turned into a puff of smoke and rushed up, piling out with good words, but in just a moment, Kiki returned to her original appearance. Hey! Woman! Brother! A timid voice came from the side. Wu Yan turned to look, and saw that he was dressed in a light yellow Qing dynasty short fight, with short legs, exactly the same as Wu Yanzhong, and a traditional hood covering the dark hair. And overhead, a dragon ball is emitting an orange warm glow. This is Goyen's twin brother, named Son Gohan for his grandfather who died a few years ago. 4 years ago, Kiki became pregnant, but she didn't expect to have twins, and Goyen was born half an hour before Gohan. 2 people are like characters in a mirror, completely opposite. Goyen has a strong personality, but Gohan will always be this shy look, even in the face of his brother. Brother! Did you win the battle just now? That's awesome. Dad is the champion of the last world's #1 martial arts conference, and no one in the world is Dad's opponent. Gohan's eyes are a little star of adoration. My brother just used his eyes to take advantage of a little. However, because my body has not yet been developed, it will be difficult to exert all my strength when I really fight. As he spoke, Gohan's gaze didn't look at Gohan at all. It's not because he is rude, but for some reason, as long as the Eye of Reincarnation and the Dragon Ball look at each other for more than 3 seconds, he will have a feeling of heart palpitations in his heart. It's time to eat! Kiki shouted. On the dinner table, 3 towering bowls of rice were displayed in front of Goku. Kiki began to chatter again. Hey, Goku, you should also have time to earn some money, the 3 of you don't know why, the amount of food is so large. In just 2 days, you will eat an acre of land for an entire year's harvest. The pressure of a family's life is all shouldered by me, a weak woman. I am really a little tired. At this moment, Kiki is like a woman who is experiencing the itch of marriage for 7 years, full of complaints. However, this is also the norm for all families. Gohan devoured the rice mountain in front of him in a small mouthful, and looked at the gap and said, "Brother, I also want to cultivate with you." Nope. Wu Yan didn't open his mouth yet, Kiki directly denied it. How so? Gohan. Only Wu Yan alone is enough to practice with his father. He has a strong personality, and I can't manage it anymore. At the same time, it is not the material of reading at all, but you are different. You are destined to become a scholar, and my mother saved money for that. Only in this way can we find a suitable job in Dongdu and be able to bear such a large consumption of our family. But Gohan kept poking the fingers of both hands, but he was still refuting it. No, but when Wien and Wukong cultivate together, I already have heartache. Gohan, I have to keep an eye on you. Okay, now I'll go back as soon as I'm done. I've commissioned Bulma to set you a sleeping bed, and the music also includes math problems. Now, immediately, immediately. Yes. Gohan stood up trembling and shouted like a soldier in military training. Looking at Gohan's lonely figure, Goku said softly, Kiki, if Gohan likes it, you can also let him practice with me. I can feel that although that child does not have the reincarnation eye of enlightenment, he has also condensed all my combat power in his bloodline, and if he can grow up, his future achievements will definitely surpass me. Snap! Absolutely. Right. No. Yes. Kiki looked at Goku and shouted word by word. There was a sudden silence at the dinner table, and Goku waved his hand slightly, eat. Dine. Wien is used to it, this kind of thing is too common after he speaks out, and the fighting Saiyan and the living Kiki will naturally have conflicts about money. As long as Goku can't solve this problem, Kiki will definitely not let go. Pedal. Wu Yan tapped lightly with his chopsticks. As long as Gohan can win the world's first martial arts conference, the money he gets is not as much as if he became a scholar. Mom, you have to open up once in a while. Humph. Kiki snorted coldly in disbelief. Wukong, Win. You two can definitely get the top 2, which is why I don't object to you learning martial arts. Adding Gohan is just the icing on the cake. I don't interfere with the prospects of the 2 of you, and you don't want to change my own decisions. Hurrah! Kiki actually stretched out her hand like an afterimage and directly took away the rice bowls of Wukong and Wien in front of her. End of dinner. Hey, the 2 looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Gohan, it's not that Dad doesn't help you, there's really no way. Dad is only nominally the first in the world. But Wu Yan sneered, and he thought in his heart, Mom, what happened after that may make you defenseless. That's right. Goku said suddenly. 2 days ago, Bulma told me that let's go to the Turtle House party. We haven't seen each other for 4 years since the last first martial arts conference in the world. Turtle House? Bulma? Kiki silently chanted twice before saying impatiently, I know. Although she is married to Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong's childhood sweetheart is Bulma, which has always been a thorn hidden in her heart. 4 years after marriage, she is also trying to avoid contact with Bulma. Although she knew that Gaku would not do such an outrageous thing at all this was just in the jealousy of a woman. Rich, beautiful, equally dashing, or accompany Gaku on adventures from childhood to big ones. If it weren't for Wukong's youthfulness, I really don't know what the result would be. Wu Yan was slightly stunned. Turtle House Party. Then, the plot should begin immediately. New book sets sale. Collect. Please pay attention. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 003. Kamea is located on the secluded sea outside the southern capital. Endless waves connect the world, rolling waves churn wildly in the air, under the rays of the bright sun, the rainbow of the road crosses the east and west, and several seagulls are spreading their wings and soaring. Everything is as told in the fairy tale, a beautiful scenery, but a human being with a pickled heart lives in it. Hey, hey! A lewd word suddenly came, constantly echoing under the cool sea breeze. Hey, hey! Bulma, welcome to your arrival, what a polite even with gifts. Just let me touch it's the last gift. You guys are really ruthless, you haven't come to see the old man for so long. Oh! The tone rose abruptly, as if he had discovered something extraterrestrial. What? Is this the woman with a flat chest and a thin ass back then? It's even a bit choppy. Goyen uses the power of the Eye of Reincarnation to fly on his own, while Gaku and Gohan ride on the muscles and leave Bun Mountain and speed towards Kamea. Just got closer, I heard such a sound. Cut. Wu Yan took a cold sip. That lecherous grandfather, there is still no change. Ha! Ha! Gaku smiled wryly. Don't say that, the grandfather of the turtle immortal is still very good, but he led me into the threshold of martial arts. Snap! The two landed lightly. Wu Yan wore a set of black daggers, gold trim, and a fiery red sun symbol in the middle of his chest, looking extremely luxurious. Gohan looked at his Qing dynasty outdated short fight, and couldn't help but say, Dad, I also want to wear clothes like my brother. Can't afford it. Gaku choked and said. My brother's own clothes were obtained by his own efforts, and Gohan will have to cheer up after Gohan. Just as I said this, I only heard a loud pop. A figure crashed out from the base of the wall and fell directly to the ground. Hundreds of meters long traces of earth reversal suddenly came out. Humph! Eat my tofu when I can't see it. Old satyr! Bulma walked out of the hut angrily, and today, she was wearing a scientist's white robe, cropped pants, and long blue hair pulled over her shoulders. The face is beautiful, and a feeling of light clothing suddenly comes to the face. In terms of faces, at the upper middle level, the main thing is to have money. At the moment, there is still a pan in his hand. Hey! Gaku? Bulma shouted in surprise. What? Is Gaku coming? Behind, Pool, and Oolong hurried out after hearing that familiar name. Gaku can feel the joy in their hearts, this is the true friend, and it is also the reason why Gaku fights for it. He was a little envious. Hey! Gaku raised his hand and said loudly. You are really ruthless, living in seclusion with Kiki in Bun Mountain, quite a feeling of being a noble person in the world. If I hadn't called you, wouldn't you have been ready to stay in it for the rest of your life? Bulma pretended to be angry and said, inadvertently poking Gaku with her elbow. No, I've been cultivating. Vic still exists in the world, I can't relax. Gaku said helplessly. Okay, you're all right. Hey, hey. Bulma turned her gaze to the two Shodi on the ground, the twins. One is the same as Long Aotian, he didn't put himself in his eyes at all, but the other was only a promise, which looked pitiful. You too. Son of the Monkey King. Wu Yan said expressionlessly, in fact. His heart was still a little happy to see the protagonist of Dragon Ball. What? The four people in front of them all shouted in surprise. Goku's son? Ugh. Wu Yan continued, the two of them have been married for 4 years, isn't it normal to have children? The four were confused, so to speak, but Goku, this person. Hey! The turtle immortal quietly pushed Goku twice. At night, how do you feel when you sleep with Kiki at night? Feeling? This question, Sun Wukong actually planned to answer it seriously. Hey? She's always doing it, and I'm still comfortable. But then I didn't feel anything, and I fell asleep. Wu Yan is about to be stunned. This kind of private topic you say like this, will Kiki be silent? What? Unexpectedly, it was Kiki who took the initiative? The turtle immortals shouted loudly as if they had discovered a new land. I need to exercise during the day, and at night when my body is sore, Kiki will give me a massage, and then I fall asleep when I am comfortable. What do you think? Hey! The 5 people were all confused. It turns out that Goku you said this. Hey! This panting frightened Wuyan. Bulma's eyes showed a radiance of maternal love, and gently poked Wuyan's fat cheek. What a cute child! That's why it's so arrogant. It's completely different from Goku when he was a child. Why do you still cover your right eye with bangs? Bulma gently stretched out her hand, unexpectedly planning to move away. Don't! Wu Yan stopped her. Which eye you see with your strength? I'm afraid you need to sleep for a while. Is that so? It's stingy. Bulma also thought that Wu Yan was because her most precious toy was not going to be shown to others. However, Goku smiled. Bulma, don't get me wrong. Wu Yan's reincarnation eyes are mixed with soul power. You are just a weak woman, you can't look directly at all. Even me, looking directly for too long can produce a feeling of vertigo. He really didn't lie to you. Hey! God and God nagging father and son. The turtle immortal fell into silence because of Goku's words, and suddenly, his heart slammed. He was surprised to find that the breath in Wu Yan's body actually made him feel a sense of fear. It was as vast as the sea, and it could completely blow him to pieces in an instant. Goku? Is Wu Yan also learning martial arts? The breath inside him? Goku nodded. The power of enlightenment is already far stronger than mine, but it is only temporarily unavailable because the body has not yet been developed. Once it breaks out, it's earth-shattering horror. What? The turtle immortal said in horror, in this world, is there anyone who can surpass you? Or a 4-year-old? What kind of monster is he? Bulma is idle and bored, and goes to tease Gohan with Oolong. At this time, Wu Yan fell into deep thought. His reincarnation eyes contracted for a while, and all the breaths of the world appeared in his mind in an instant. Using the eye of reincarnation to strengthen the ability he currently mastered, he can still do this. In his mind, an evil aura is sprinting rapidly and is about to pass through the atmosphere. Humph! It all seems to be finally about to begin. New book sets sail. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 004. Boom! In the cloudless clear sky, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed. The fiery red light of the explosion burned like a shooting star, reflecting the clear blue sky red. In a small village next to Dongdu, a farmer with a fork wipes his face with cold water. But look at that fiery red coming straight to his side. He was stunned. Boom! An extremely powerful explosion rose into the sky, infinite flames were burning, and rolling magma actually flowed everywhere along the crack. The land rolled over, and the ground suddenly trembled 3 times. Broke in. Forgot to make a wish. The farmer suddenly slapped his forehead and said loudly. He gently probed up. It is said that meteorites hide countless treasures, and even many sophisticated weapons need trace elements in meteorites. If you can get it yourself, then sell it to the world government and your farm can be expanded again. Crunch! Crunch! The black and smelly skin around the meteorite was actually falling off automatically, and in just a moment, the pure white sphere in it was revealed. That is. The farmer muttered. Zizzy. The sound of electricity flashed rapidly, and in his astonished eyes, the meteorite actually opened slowly. A gush of hot air gushes out. Tread. Slowly, a figure slowly emerged from it, actually floating in the air, and constantly looked at him. Fly, flyer. He staggered back a few steps. The man's long exploding hair fell to his knees, and his face was broad, but that pair of evil eyes almost made his heart stop breathing. Dressed in unknown black and brown clothes, I don't know why, my heart is beating violently, and I can't even breathe. You, what are you? The farmer dares to gamble with his entire net worth. This guy is definitely not a god in meteors. Cut. That person was none other than Radeyes, and when he heard the inquiring figure in front of him, he snorted coldly with disdain. Sure enough, the humans of this world are still alive. What is that guy from Kakarot doing? Humph. Didi's voice kept ringing in his ears, and Raditz scolded sharply, the combat effectiveness is only 5 scum. Even hearing his voice seemed to pollute my noble body. This kind of person is only worthy of doing some lowly and dirty things for me scions and letting me live on the same planet with him, and this is a shame. You. What the hell are you? The farmer stammered, constantly boldly holding a gun in his hand, shouting loudly. Humph. Raditz slowly stretched out his right hand, and the scarlet light began to condense in his palm. I only heard a pop, and the hundreds of acres of farmland behind it exploded directly in an instant. A huge pothole appeared instantly. The farmer has long disappeared into the smoke. Sure enough, it is an inferior planet, and even the structure of the body is so fragile. Kakarot didn't even kill anyone on this planet. You can see his incompetence. Vegeta, you're out of sight. This trip is destined to be useless. Diddy. The turquoise combat effectiveness tester on the left eye began to trickle down. Located in the west, a powerful combat power has reached a height of nearly 500. It should be Kakarot. Wait, as your evil that has been delayed for so long, I will definitely punish you severely. Turtle House, Wuyan's body that was pacing suddenly startled, and then quickly recovered his health. The breath of living beings in his mind all disappeared. And the eye of reincarnation also captured their floating to the soul. Flowers, birds, fish, and insects, and even a little human. Raditz, he killed humans when he first came to Earth. Ruined a piece of land. Humph. The years of wandering in the universe have completely exposed the evil side of the scions themselves, and they are so manic. It seems that the two of us can't coexist. This Earth will definitely not let you destroy it casually. Hey! Suddenly, Wu Yan felt a sharp decline in his breath, and it was obvious that he had been hit hard in an instant. Is it Vic? It seems that Raditz collided with him. Two equally proud people pointed at Mai Mang, and the final result was already clear. Raditz defeated Vic with just one move. That remnant breath? Disdained to kill and left him with his life? In the midst of high-speed movement, I have captured my father's breath, and I am about to come this way. Interesting. Wuyan kept looking at the sky. He and Gaku were very different. The Scion battle blood was burning with enthusiasm, but with the calmness of the eye of reincarnation, what he finally got was a monster-like terrifying battle machine. He doesn't have Goku's stupid Pushin, and everyone will let him go. Moreover, in order to enter the space and explore and increase his power, Goyen also needs Raditz's memory. All this can only be done by beating him to death. Gohan? You're coming to eat. Bulma has baked everything. Gohan, who has always been shy, has been eating there for a long time when he encounters food. Gohan? Hurry up, or all the food will be wiped out soon. Bulma also shouted loudly. Dad! Don't you feel it? What? An extremely evil aura is coming towards us, maybe there will be a big war soon. Hey! After hearing this, Goku and the Turtle Immortal closed their eyes slightly, and then suddenly opened. Two blue rays of glow quickly shuttled through the void like sharp swords, emitting a gurgling sound around them. An incomparably powerful aura is coming towards us. The face of the Turtle Immortal instantly dripped sweat. A completely dark mind without the slightest breath of justice? There was blood around him, and it seemed to be a murderous executioner. Goku put down the skewer in his hand and said stunnedly. He waved his hand gently, Bulma, take Gohan Oolong and they are hiding in the turtle house, we will be responsible for luring him away. Sun Jun. Go quickly. Bulma had never seen Goku so inwardly, this guy's aura has exceeded me too much, and I don't know if I can win. Actually. Her red lips opened lightly, said softly, and then hurriedly ran to the turtle house, silently paying attention through the glass. And humans that Goku can't beat. Brush. A beautiful point of light accompanied by sunlight flashes abruptly at the junction of the ocean and heaven and earth. Phew. The sea surface was instantly cut in half, and the sea on both sides rolled into the sky like fear. Bang bang! On the ground, cracks are frantically condensing like spider webs, and manic power is spreading along the cracks. Boom! The sea suddenly emitted an earth-shattering explosion, and the explosion wave rolled up in an instant, directly submerging the turtle house. The huge figure flickered rapidly, towering proudly against the sun. The majestic muscles are like a majestic god of war. He looked at Goku carefully. Kakarot. I finally found you. New book sets sail. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 005. Kakarot. I finally found you. The long-haired Raditz showed a fierce face, although the one standing in front of him was his own brother, but the scions who killed countless times in the universe would only admire the strong, and there was no concept of family affection at all. This was even more evident after the destruction of planet Vegeta. Kakarot, why are all the humans on this backward planet still alive? Have you already betrayed your own nation and forgotten your mission? What? Goku is a little blindfolded. What the hell do you mean? Did you recognize me before? What is my task? Why can't I think of anything in my head? Raditz was silent for a moment. You look almost exactly like your father, and I quickly recognized you. Kakarot, I'm your brother, Raditz. Brother. Goku quietly glanced at Wien and said suspiciously. Really? Raditz suddenly had a guess in his heart. Did you suffer serious brain damage before? He looked at Goku with cold eyes and said loudly. Goku nodded slightly. Listen to Grandpa, when I was picked up, I was still an extremely violent child. However, because he fell off the cliff inadvertently, his brain was severely damaged, and he almost lost his life. After cultivating for a few days, relying on strong life force to maneuver around, but the previous irritability has completely disappeared. So it is. Raditz was relieved. Because of the brain injury, what was originally instilled in your mind has failed. We are the proud fighting nation Scion. Rampant in the universe, the mission is to select good planets and wipe out all the intelligent races above. Finally sell the planet at a high price. Besides me, there are 2 companions. Because the raid on a green planet is not smooth, I think of you, you who perfectly inherit your father's genes, even if you are a low-level warrior, will definitely grow to a terrifying point. But you disappointed me. Unexpectedly, the scions who were thinking of danger and peace would indulge in the prosperity of the earth and join them in the filth. Did you know that kill all the humans on earth and join King Frisia's army as a victorious gesture? That's your job. Your memory has been lost, I don't care about what happened before. Now, Kakarot, you can start your mission. Kill all the stupid earthlings behind it. Radit's majestic voice like a bell is sonorous and powerful, and it smashes into everyone's heart. The turtle immortal was on guard and said softly, "It turns out that Gaku is not an earthling, so the growth of combat power will be so rapid." Bastard! Gaku won't attack the earthlings. You know, he loves this growing earth the most. Bulma next to him shouted through the window despite revealing his identity. Oh? Earthling? Who gave you the guts to speak so loudly with me? Shrew! Phew! Radit's palm actually appeared gurgling energy, and it only took a moment to roar away, rushing towards Bulma. Bulma's pupils continued to dilate, and the pink energy surrounded her in an instant. Ugh! She yelled wildly. Pang! Suddenly, a white hand suddenly stretched out from the surrounding space. The palm was not broad, but the majestic energy was held in the hand in an instant. Hey, killing on Earth, you may not have put us in your eyes. Snap! The person who came was Wu Yan. He just squeezed it lightly, and the scarlet energy immediately shattered. Like a dud bullet turned into a little light and disappeared. Cut! Raditz snorted coldly with disdain. It's just blocking the energy I emit at will. What can I be proud of? Your hairstyle? Could it be Kakarot's son? Wu Yan nodded slightly, a contemptuous light flowed in his eyes. In his eyes Raditz was already a dead man. What? Kakarot, you have actually fallen to this point. Do you know that the blood of the noble fighting nation Sion flowing in your heart can be shared with these inferior humans? This child, I will dispose of it, I tell you, if you don't kill everyone on Earth in 3 days. I will control you and bloodily execute them one by one in front of you. 2 methods, choose for yourself. Gaku was silent, his intuition telling him that a human being stronger than him did not bother to lie at all. That said, it's all true. Raditz. Even though I started out as a scion as you call it, now I'm just a human who grew up on Earth. I will never destroy the planet that raised me. Don't dream about it. Gaku said categorically. Toast, don't eat, eat and punish wine. Raditz shouted maniacally, also as a scion, shouldn't you stand firmly on my side? Isn't the silent battle blood in your bloodline enough for you to give up these boring bonds? Raditz is a pure scion who, in his eyes, has only money and exploitation. Even the so-called Prince Vegeta is only his temporary habitat, and if he can obtain more powerful power, he can betray without hesitation. Bonds, friendships, those things have no effect, and can even become stumbling blocks on their way to strength. And Gaku is completely different. In the previous adventures, friendship always ranked ahead of power. When fighting against the great demon king of Bike, he was actually broken 2 legs because of Tianjin rice. This kind of thing can never be done on a scion. It's because of friendship that I got to where I am now. Do you want me to give up what I've been holding on to because of the boring blood in my body? It's ridiculous. Humph. Raditz's eyes glanced lightly towards Wuyan. In that case, then I can only use some special means. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from afar. Gaku, Raditz, Gaku turned back at the same time. Vic. Gaku said softly. Phew. A ray of light instantly cut through the air and floated on it in great strides. The green face is slightly pale. Woohoo! Vic was out of breath, apparently because of the previous attack of Raditz, and then flew for a long time, consuming a lot of energy. Damn, I'm the great demon of Vic dynasty. How can you lose to this barbarian who doesn't know where to get out? The new book sets sail. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for attention. If you have any comments, you can leave a message in the comments. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 006. Damn it! How could I lose to you? Vic landed lightly and stood next to Gaku. The vicious fist mark on his chest was bruised, and he was constantly wriggling with the beating of his heart. Wow! As soon as he landed, a large mouthful of bruised blood suddenly spurted out. Vic! Gaku hurriedly said, "You are too badly injured to continue fighting. Fuck off! Monkey King, I don't need your mercy. This damn guy, I will definitely beat him completely. Hey, hey! It turns out that it is you waste is actually not dead, dare to come here and bark wildly, it really is. I can't even find the words to comment on you. Even with the addition of a bic, Raditz is still as light as the clouds. Kakarot, as a brother, I always have to give you some discounts, I tell you, after 3 days, take 10,000 earthling heads to me. Otherwise." His feet suddenly stepped on, and the majestic energy in his body swept across the sky in an instant, and the ground exploded. The whole person turned into an afterimage and instantly rushed towards Wu Yan. With a big hand, he actually wanted to involve Wu Yan directly into his arms. "Otherwise, your son will die a cruel death in front of you. Haha." Feeling the bloody Raditz licked his lips slightly, he punched hard and attacked suddenly. Pang! Wu Yan's little hand surged with a little energy, and he suddenly greeted it. The ground exploded, the cracks in the road spread up, and the turtle house shook abruptly a few times. "What?" Raditz was stunned. "How is it possible? How can you block my full blow? The bone age is just 4 years old, even if you cultivate from the mother's womb, it is absolutely impossible to reach this point." Snap! The two immediately turned their fists into palms, and actually began to wrestle on the ground. "Ha! Ha!" Raditz and Wu Yan suddenly shouted loudly, and the scarlet and sky blue auras slowly tangled together. Boom! The ground exploded, the flames rose into the sky, and the monstrous waves of fury swept up from the sea. When the typhoon blows suddenly, this remote island is like a small boat in the angry sea, and it is in danger of capsizing at any time. "Wu Yan, hold on, Dad will come to help you right away." "Stop!" Wu Yan shouted loudly, "This guy doesn't need his father to make a move, I can kill him." "Kill? Haha!" Raditz seemed to have heard some big joke, and immediately began to laugh presumptuously. How can the sad human beings who grew up on Earth know the strength of the scions who fight wantonly in the universe? How can the firefly fire be compared to the bright moon in the sky? Ha! He drank violently, and the muscles on his thick arms began to squirm continuously, and the gurgling liquid continued to flow in the blood, and in an instant it was like an erupting steam train. Boom! The ground immediately shattered, and a deep pit of tens of meters suddenly appeared. The gushing sea water poured down, almost completely submerging the turtle house. Haha! See no, my powerful force, the power of the scions I am proud of. It's not at all that you, a lowly half-breed, can look at each other. What are you laughing at?" Wu Yan said expressionlessly. His chest didn't even rise and fall violently, but he gently took all of Raditz's violent chi. "What?" Raditz was dumbfounded. Bic next to him was constantly trembling. "Why? Monkey King, is your son a monster?" Wukong said proudly, "The breath in Wu Yan's body has already far surpassed me, and the quality is also extremely high. It's just that the hands and feet are not fully developed and cannot be used. If Raditz had fought with skill, there might have been a glimmer of life, but he chose the stupidest wrestling. Defeat is undoubted. If..." Wu Yan actually moved forward slowly step by step. Crunch! Crunch! Raditz's eyes were protruding, blood was cracked, and in his terrified heart, his arm was bent irregularly, and even about to break immediately. "Stop! Ugh!" In his mouth, a majestic scarlet energy suddenly erupted, and such a short distance was like a gust of wind towards Wu Yan's face. Shinra heavenly sign. Wu Yan was like a judgment of a proud deity, and said softly. Boom! An extremely strong repulsion instantly came from around the body. Radith's right hand was directly broken, and the rushing red power was suddenly sent flying. Poof! Radith suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood and flew upside down in the air. Ha! Wu Yan tapped one foot, and the ground behind him suddenly burst, cutting through the void like a black ghostly light, and streams of blue energy suddenly rotated in the palm. Watching the Radith's defense open wide, smile slightly. Attack fiercely. Bang bang! The hands started from the left and right like a dragon, and all the condensed power was released in Radith's chest in an instant. Poof! A mouthful of blood arrows suddenly spit out from the mouth, the chest was viciously sunken, and the gurgling green tendons were constantly hovering around like earthworms. Die! Wu Yan flickered suddenly, came to the sky, waved his big hand, suddenly held Radith's head, and his whole body sank hard. Boom! Waves instantly rose on the surface of the sea, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Boom! Salted fish swallowed, saw the surging attack like a fierce beast, and asked tremblingly, Gaku, this murderous child is indeed your son. That continuous attack, almost no hands left, desperate to kill people. This state can only appear if the great sworn enemy appears. Gaku, what the hell is wrong with your son? The turtle immortal also said stunnedly. I don't know, although Wuyan is usually more arrogant, but such a violent battle has never appeared at all. Wukong was also confused for a while. That continuous attack almost caused death, murderous violence, although the body is the chi of the turtle fairy flow, but the real method of fighting has undoubtedly deviated. Boom! The sea water exploded instantly, and the scarred Raditz fell to the ground panting. For some reason, he actually began to laugh hysterically, ha. Ha ha! Sure enough, sure enough. What? I can feel that the scion blood in your body is burning wildly. That's why you'll be so passionate when fighting. I didn't expect that among the sons of the inferior warrior Kakarot and the Earthlings, there would be such a majestic atavism. Fierce bloodline power will make you more and more courageous when fighting. This planet is getting more and more interesting. Haha! Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. The atavism of the bloodline? Indeed, when fighting, the blood in his body is constantly boiling, and the killing intent in his mind is also expanding wildly. It is somewhat similar to Sun Gohan's inadvertent outburst in the original book. And the reason why he was able to keep a clear head was that he touched his right eye. The eye of reincarnation, is it because of you? New book sets sail. Ask for attention, ask for collections, ask for flowers. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 007. Raditz covered his chest in severe pain, constantly thinking in his heart, if it is really because of the Earthlings, the bloodline of the Scions has an atavism. Then this must be the best chance for the Scions to return to the top. I have to make sure. He glanced around Gohan. That guy should be Kakarot's second child. If he also feels different, then the Earthlings are the best breeding machines. But looking at Wu Yan who was blocking in front, this guy is powerful. If you want to attack that kid, you must defeat him. A vicious battle is inevitable. He lightly clicked the combat effectiveness tester in his ear. No matter what, first pass the intelligence here to Vegeta and them. In this way, he has made great achievements, and he will be able to raise his head in front of Vegeta in the future. Hey, what are you thinking? Wu Yan shouted loudly, his feet stepped heavily on the ground, the cracks in the Dao road extended straight, and the whole person was like a ray of light, suddenly bursting away. Speed? The speed seems to have slowed down a lot. Raditz was surprised to find that he was actually able to see Wu Yan's body. What a blessing! He secretly rejoiced, his pupils shrank, and the enlightenment in front of him suddenly appeared. Here! Raditz shouted excitedly, his fist containing crazy power, and swung it violently. However, the body stumbled, and all the power poured out to the ground. Boom! The flames of the explosion roared. What? Is it actually an afterimage? Raditz shouted in horror. It's stupid, just this small trick makes you hook. The enlightenment in front suddenly appeared, and the infinite energy made a buzzing sound on the fist, and slammed into Raditz's face. Pang! A heavy punch knocked Raditz away, and his red face was printed with such a fist shadow, the bridge of his nose was a little crooked, and gurgling blood kept gushing out. Damn, the superspeed operation actually formed an afterimage, which deceived my eyes. How despicable! Phew! Behind the upside-down Raditz, a figure of Gokuin suddenly appeared, flying parallel to him. That's just my own stupidity, I can't even see this kind of trick. It seems that you will just use power roughly, typical muscular straight men. Abominable! You actually look down on me? Raditz's face was flushed and angry, and his elbow suddenly attacked directly backwards. Pang! Wuyan just caught it lightly, and the whole person hugged Raditz in amazement. Drink! He shouted, and with a force at his waist, he suddenly rushed into the sky like a spiral storm, and suddenly fell like a meteor at the highest position. Woohoo! The endless flames generated by the friction of the atmosphere made Wuyan's body suddenly burn red. Ugh! Raditz was screaming miserably, and the scarlet aura in his body erupted wildly. However, his own bones were completely locked, and he could not emanate a single bit of power. There is no way to get rid of the shackles of enlightenment. Ugh! Looking at the ground, Wu Yan suddenly left and pushed hard. Boom! Raditz directly smashed to the ground in the form of an upside-down green onion, and nearly half of his head and body were completely sunk into the ground. Only the brown-red tail remains, and 2 legs are constantly fluttering outside. Turnips! Gohan blurted out and shouted loudly. Goku was also already stunned. Although he had some guesses about Wu Yan's strength, he never thought that he would be able to defeat this strong enemy in front of him. Moreover, he has not yet used the special ability of the Eye of Reincarnation. Could it be that his own breath alone had completely left him behind? A sudden sense of frustration arose in Goku's heart. Goku? Is this really your child? Too powerful, too powerful. Colin was full of excitement and was constantly trembling. Feeling the vast breath of Raditz like the deep sea, he even thought that the end of the world was coming. However, he didn't expect to be so embarrassed in Wu Yan's hands. That kid was only 4 years old. Who knows what he will achieve next? Boom! The ground began to tremble suddenly, and a majestic aura suddenly erupted, and the cracks in the Dao road extended wildly, climbing densely like spider webs. Phew! A stream of magma suddenly surged from the ground and poured into the sea, and the sea seemed to be boiling. Bubbling constantly. Poof! Raditz hovered over his upper body and landed firmly on the ground. Panting and looking at Wu Yan. Good, good fellow. Unexpectedly, it was able to do this? The red eyes were covered with blood, and there was even a little sweat on his forehead, and a little fear arose in his empty heart. All this made Raditz shudder. He looked at his hands, and in front of him stood proudly like a god of war. Facing this guy actually made me have the slightest intention of escaping. This is absolutely impossible. He roared loudly and hysterically. I am a proud scion, but a powerful being that runs amok in the universe. Actually, you would actually break the sand in the hands of a 4-year-old child. Wu Yan smiled slightly, and mocked contemptuously, you are not my opponent at all. It's just a reckless man with a big head and a thick neck. Hey, hey, hey. Raditz slowly bent over, his long explosive hair covering his face, but from the cold laughter, you can imagine how gloomy his face is at this moment. The winner and the loser have not yet been divided, don't say those stupid big words. I don't believe that this high-frequency energy output can be withstood by your young body for too long. Humph. Wu Yan gently picked up that thick bangs, and the purple reincarnation eyes suddenly emitted an evil light. Hey! Raditz suddenly felt that his heart was slammed into the heart. The blood in the body seems to be coagulating. There were some hallucinations in his eyes, and waves of water began to emerge gradually. That eye is definitely not the orthodox bloodline of the Scion. You, what the hell are you? Raditz is already a little hysterical. Humph. Didn't you say that my strength can't last? Next, let you see the powerful power that belongs to the Eye of Reincarnation, let you see, what is the real great power. Wu Yan slowly opened his arms like a big peng, and the solace of his feet also rolled up Deo vortex. He slowly floated into the air, and his body emitted a brilliant and dazzling light under the cover of the sun. Shinra Heavenly Sign. New book sets sail. At least 4 chapters are updated every day, and the credit is absolutely unparalleled. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 008. Shinra Heavenly Sign. A tone of judgment like a god suddenly came out of his mouth, and the white light suddenly shone out, unexpectedly covering the golden sunlight quickly. The transparent ripples of the road suddenly appeared, mixed with some pure black lines, and suddenly erupted in an instant. Boom! From above, a crazy shock wave suddenly appeared, and a deep hole with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly appeared in the vast sea. Ugh! Raditz screamed. The infinite impact was fluctuating wildly, like a meat grinder in constant motion. Abominable! What the hell is this weird move? His face also began to distort, and countless livid blues appeared on his chest, crisscrossing like whip marks. Nope! That transparent fluctuation could not be defended at all, and it was constantly impacting his body from all corners of his body. The arms are constantly retreating, and the majestic energy on the dragon-like muscles is flowing like a rolling torrent. But... ugh! In the end, all of Raditz's defenses collapsed in an instant, and the manic force was like a level 9 typhoon, sweeping him off the ground in an instant, suddenly bursting out, and finally smashed heavily into the sea. Not good! Gaku, Vic yelled. Gohan was already frightened and stupid, and actually stood there dumbfounded. Gohan! Get out of there quickly! The power you have in your body is enough to free you from the shackles of the storm. Gaku shouted. However, Gohan is constantly shivering. The dumbfounded ones have forgotten to dodge. Bastard! Until now, he simply did not have time to go. To everyone's surprise, Vic actually reached out and took Gohan in his arms, and suddenly retreated. Abominable! Unexpectedly because of this kid and deep into danger, Sun Wukong, you have to compensate me fiercely. Ugh! Vic was still one step late, and the absolute strength of Shinra Tianzhang only made his right arm explode directly at the moment of touch. The whole face turned pale, and suddenly screamed. The roaring energy finally came to an end, and the turtle house below only left a huge crater hundreds of meters deep, and the endless sea water was constantly pouring and being filled in an instant. Wu Yan floated faintly in the air, his arms crossed, and his eyes were unwavering, using the breath to urge the Eye of Reincarnation. The power obtained is so powerful. However, like pain, my Shinra Heavenly Sign seems to have cooled down for a while. Ahem! On a small island next to it, Wukong, the turtle immortal, came out of the water in embarrassment, and the turtle immortal shouted in horror, "What a terrible power this is! Gaku, your son has surpassed you!" Gaku also looked stunned. Originally, I always thought that Wu Yan's reincarnation eye could only be used at a short distance, but I didn't expect it to cause such a crazy explosion. That kid kept his hand when he fought me. Wow! Next to it, on a floating gravel, Raditz climbed up with a pale face. His chest was as if he had been stabbed a few times by a knife, and his flesh and blood were blurry. The whole person was panting, and it was obvious that in the Shinra Heavenly campaign just now, he had already suffered great damage. Snap! Vic dripped blood from his right hand and threw Gohan heavily to the ground. It's because of you, the bastard, that I lost an arm. You obviously have great power in your body. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Hearing this reprimand, Gohan actually burst into tears. Goku next to him is also not good to say something. After all, Vic saved Gohan's life. Cut, stinky imp. Wu Yan's eyes were full of ridicule, and he looked at Raditz. You are still alive, you can actually escape in a large-scale Shinra Heavenly campaign, there are still 2 strokes. But that's the end of it. Ahem. Raditz just wanted to refute, but the sharp pain in his body made him cough up a mouthful of blood again, and his body stumbled and shook on the ground, although he escaped with his life, but it was already the end of the crossbow. You. Vientiane Heavenly Lead. The sonorous voice in Wu Yan's mouth suddenly landed like a bell, and the transparent ripples of the Deo Deo circulated in the void. Boom! Bang! The fragmented island actually began to tremble. This is? What kind of strange trick is this? Raditz's own 3 views have also been completely refreshed. On the Earth, he seems to have seen a completely different energy system, and the complex moves make him extremely passive. Even, he can't exert his own strength. Whoops! In an instant, the mud and sand on the ground actually formed sharp spikes, clustered like clumps, and suddenly grew in Raditz's terrified eyes. Poof! In an instant, countless blood holes were pierced all over his body, and Raditz seemed to have fallen into the thorn bush and was directly pierced into a hedgehog. Tick! The red blood gurgled down, Raditz's breath plummeted abruptly, and there was a slight powerless light in the dark pupils at the moment. How is it possible? Goku next to him was also taken aback. What? Can that gravity still be used like this? The turtle immortal said strangely, what? Wu Yan's eyes are called the Eye of Reincarnation according to his own words, and it has the possibility of controlling gravity and repulsion. I never expected that I would be able to attack by controlling gravity and causing stone thorns to condense on the ground. You know, this sudden attack, but there is no way to dodge. Gravitational and repulsive control. Is that child the reincarnation of a generation of heavenly gods? The turtle immortal muttered. Vic was depressed. It seems that I am. Wu Yan gently let go. The condensed stone thorn finally slowly disintegrated. Raditz stumbled and actually supported the ground with his hands. The small intestine, large intestine, and other internal organs in the bloody holes can be seen clearly. What? Salty Fish shouted loudly, this is impossible, you can still exercise after receiving such an injury. Hey! The corners of Raditz's mouth were full of blood. Lonely fool, Sion is a real fighting people, no matter at any time, I will not lose my fighting spirit. In the same way, the more courageous it will be. Countless blood will only make me stronger. The fierce blood chi will only make the bloodthirsty feeling of anger in my heart burst out. Like a gentleman, his arms drooped slightly, and his hands opened instantly. Gurgling energy was constantly surging in the hideous green tendons, and the red and black energy slowly gathered in the hand, and a powerful fluctuation suddenly appeared. Destruction Heavenly Strike. His hands suddenly clasped together, and a thick scarlet energy burst up in an instant, as if it had twisted the space, and completely surrounded Wu Yan in an instant. In vain. Wu Yan muttered, yes, you don't know. My Eye of Reincarnation has a lot of power. A desperate bet to unleash all your power, in the end will only expose your back to me. Heavenly Hand Power. The new book sets sail. Old book, Dragon Ball is unparalleled in the world, 250W words. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 009. Heavenly Hand Power. Phew! Wuyan in the air suddenly exchanged places with the stone behind Raditz. His right hand stretched out and gently squeezed a magic seal, and blue energy suddenly appeared in his palm. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Ha! Wuyan shouted, and Raditz in front of him just slowly turned around mechanically, but in an instant, he was directly overwhelmed by crazy energy. Ugh! That infinite energy suddenly overwhelmed him, and the nanoscale attack was frantically destroying his cells. After a few seconds, the azure energy completely disappeared, the world returned to silence, and Raditz's tattered body slammed to the ground with a bang. Although the eyes are open, there is no light in the grey eyes for a long time. Humph! Wuyan snorted haughtily and coldly, and also fell to the ground. A group of salted fish next to them who could only shout 666 suddenly surrounded them. Wuyan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Where did those reincarnation eyes come from? It seems that they have not appeared at all in the history of the earth. Out of nothing, does it represent a disaster or auspiciousness? The turtle immortals are a little worried. Ahem! Raditz's heart was still beating gently, and some tiny tissues spit out of his mouth, and he was constantly squirming on the ground. Do you think you've won? Tell you, the combat effectiveness tester on my eyes is also a high-frequency transmitter, capable of telling my two compatriots everything that happens here. The two of them are real high-level warriors, terrifying existences with combat effectiveness of more than 10,000. They will definitely avenge me and send all of you people to hell. Haha! I will be waiting for you in front and looking forward to your arrival. Gaku suddenly trembled. Fellow citizens? Scion? Humph! He is the prince of the Scions and the most likely existence to become a super Scion. There was a slight pride in Raditz's tone. That's not you, what are you happy about? Besides, do you think those Scions will run for yourself because of a weak person who was killed by an earthling? Wuyan said with disdain. You seem to know us very well. Indeed, I am only an insignificant existence among the three, and Vegeta, who regards the weak as a burden, will never come. However, the half-race child of Scion and Earthlings has such terrifying combat power, this hope alone is enough to make Vegeta run. That fellow, but the prince of the Scion. What's more, your terrifying right eye, that strange trick called pupil power, also has a fatal attraction. Hehe, 1 year, it only takes 1 year, your end is coming. Finish. After saying that, Raditz completely swallowed his breath and died in front of everyone. After listening, everyone fell silent. Is there a stronger enemy coming in a year? Damn! Just 5 years after defeating the great demon of Bike, the earth is about to fall into chaos again? Colin shouted loudly. Afraid of what? With 1 year to go, I can definitely increase my strength to an unprecedented level. What Scions are just chickens and dogs? Wuyan said with disdain. Wuyan, don't be careless, since Raditz has full self-confidence, then the two enemies who came here must not be idle people. We still need to think in the long run. Gaku was also a little distressed. I don't know any intelligence. I don't even have the goal of my efforts. Dad! Will you only surpass the enemy in front of you? Wuyan asked rhetorically. Besides, it's not that there is no intelligence. Wuyan looked at the void blankly, and Wukong said strangely, what are you looking at? Soul. Wuyan said to himself. He walked up, and his delicate right hand gently placed on the top of Raditz's head. It's okay, it's just that he just died, and the soul hasn't had time to go to hell yet. You said you would wait for me in hell, then you are thinking too much. I will use the eye of reincarnation to extract your soul and make you disappear completely into the universe. The way of the world. Wuyan whispered. There was a trace of strange fluctuations in Samsara's eyes, and in Goku's stunned eyes, a thick purple liquid actually gushed out from the top of Raditz's head. Empty eyes, mouth, really like the ghosts seen in the movie. Suddenly, a majestic stream of information poured into Wu Yan's head. He smiled gently, finally got it. This is the key to Wu Yan's action. To walk in the universe, you must know the star map, otherwise you are looking for death. That vast and boundless world is enough to completely devour itself. Get the knowledge about the universe in its mind, this is the most important place. As for the science, just in passing. Vegeta. Naba. What? Gaku said strangely. The names of those two scions, they will arrive in about a year. Vegeta's combat power is about 20,000, and Naba is around 5,000. Combat effectiveness. Wu Yan whipped the corpse a little and took the turquoise combat effectiveness tester from Raditz body. The combat power of an adult earthling holding a gun is 5, Dad, you. Gaku asked excitedly, feeling a little happy to see Hunter Xin. Did he? A burst of data suddenly came out, and the last number popped out. 502. Hey little ghost, what about me? Vic pretended to be proud and said, but the thirst in his eyes had already been unconcealed. 495. Haha. Gaku immediately shouted loudly, I heard that there is no bike, the result of dataization, I am better than you. Verbose. That thing is definitely not accurate, moreover, just the gap between the earthlings can be completely ignored. Hehe, the truth is there, you can't deny it. Sun Wukong got cheap and sold well, so he seized this point and buried big hard. Cut. Bored. In a year, the scions will come again, and during this time I will definitely strengthen my cultivation, see you then. After saying that, it directly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Wukong also said happily, Wuyan, go back to Bun Mountain, you and I should still practice together. Dad will definitely completely surpass you in a short time. Nope. Wu Yan directly denied it. During the year, I plan to wander around the world and increase my strength by the way. Dad, we'll see you in a year. But before that, you have to do me a favor. At this moment, Wu Yan finally got rid of that arrogant look. You? Can you give me a leave from my mother? She, knowing that I am going out to cultivate, will definitely scold me to death. New book sets sale. Ask for attention, ask for collection. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 010. Dad. You give me and my mother a leave, if I say that I want to go outside to practice, she will definitely kill me. Hey! Gaku suddenly looked horrified, no, this is definitely not good. Mom will definitely think that I ordered it, absolutely not. It's okay. Anyway, Dad will also carry the beating. That's it. Gaku gradually took off and sold Gaku just like that. Seeing this, Gaku suddenly threw himself upwards, but in the end, all he held in his arms was a branch. It's so despicable, I actually used the power of Heavenly Hand on my father, I will definitely make you look good in the future. Wukong was thunderous there, but for the current Wuyan, there was nothing to do. What to do? Salty Fish finally said. Can I know what to do? Gaku had a little goodbye in his eyes, and slowly moved his gaze to Gohan. Gohan suddenly felt agitated and hurriedly shook his head. He couldn't agree to this request, otherwise. Hey! Maybe it will be all bruised and thrown into the river? Or maybe they were panting and buried alive. It is possible that he was sold into a black kill by his mother in a black tights and lived a lonely life all his life. The turtle immortal asked, Gaku, what are you going to do next? Go to Tianjin restaurant first and learn the art of dancing the air. Otherwise, it would be a bit too much to face Wu Yan again. Humph. After saying that, it immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The turtle immortal sighed, that child? Scions are attracted here because of the eye of reincarnation, and they hold unfamiliar powers. Will they attract calamity because of this? I can only pray secretly for him. Pretending to be a superior person slowly turned around, he was immediately stunned, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. Me? My turtle house? Bastard, he was directly blown to pieces in the Shinra Heavenly campaign. Where should I go to sleep? Colin felt as if he had forgotten something all along. Until there was a burst of shouts on the sea, "Hey, hey, help! Hurry up and save me, I'm going to freeze to death." He remembered instantly. Ms. Bulma. Wu Yan flew slowly in the air, watching the people on the ground coming and going, laughing and playing. Tall buildings stand one after another. Coming and going, traffic. The bustling overpass is intricate, and the intricate curves form a beautiful pattern, like a celestial knot. I haven't played seriously since I was reborn. My mother imprisoned me in Bun Mountain every time and didn't let me go out. He landed on the ground, holding a thick skewer in his left and right hands, and the iron shovel was even about to bleed. He hadn't felt comfortable since he was reborn. Looking at the prosperous world, the neck is about to twist into hemp. As for the problem of money, just find those punks and have a conversation between body and mind. Game halls, cinemas, bars, almost every place where he could be entertained. The next day, slowly walked out of a bathing center with 6 relatives who did not recognize it, and this place really hid a mystery. It's a pity that there is more than enough energy. Even if a scion has explosive power in his body, he has no way to control the little finches to grow early. All right. It's time to take it in. If you want to really hone yourself, you have to find an experienced master. On Earth, Vic is the only one who fits and can fight with me. Good. Phew. The reincarnation eye repulsion was activated, and Wu Yan immediately turned into a ghost and soared into the air, heading towards the Yunzabit heights. Perhaps because of the landing of the celestial god's spaceship, Vic has been hiding in the Yunzabit heights to cultivate after being defeated by Goku. It is the northernmost part of the Earth, and the cold alternation is very obvious, and the perennial cold has plunged the world into ice. But because of Vic in the sky, ozone disappeared, and this place became the place where ultraviolet rays were most violent. Only such a harsh environment as man-made can truly hone their role. Looking at the endless frozen soil, Wu Yan said softly, "Is it in the northwest direction?" "Oh? Still blowing up? It seems that because of the strength I have shown, it is really a little difficult to accept." "Hey! Ha!" Vic shouted in a deep voice, and white ripples emanated around him, which was the expression of the condensation of the breath into substance. With his hands open like a peng, the ground suddenly began to shake, and the world fell into turmoil. Pang! The frozen 1,000-year-old cold ice actually collapsed, turning into fragments and merging into the ice ocean below. Woohoo! Vic was gasping wildly, and the sweat on his face had already gathered into a river, gurgling down. Use the breath to directly crush the harsh environment tens of meters away, and it is still thousands of years of frozen soil. The difficulty can be imagined. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. No. Relying on these alone will definitely not be able to defeat Sun Wukong's son. That guy. Vic clenched his fists, remembering the figure like a god of war, and the powerful Raditz didn't have any power to fight back in his hands. The weird eye of reincarnation can even absorb a person's soul. It's so terrible. Hey! Uncle Vic! Hey! Hearing this figure, Vic frowned slightly, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. He didn't remember what relatives he had. However, when he looked up, he saw that bastard child, and his heart became manic almost instantly. He said coldly, "What are you doing here? You are not welcome. I'm here to cultivate with you." Wu Yan directly explained the intention. Cultivation? I see you really came to mock me, son of the Monkey King, so powerful that he used the posture of a victor to humiliate me? Vic said mockingly. You know in your heart that I don't mean it at all. As the great Demon King 300 years ago, you have extremely rich combat experience, and this is exactly what I lack. Your strength is not strong enough, and cultivating with me can also make up for this. Humph. Vic bowed his head slightly. The green palm condensed with infinite sharp light, and the air was also buzzing and trembling. The scorching golden color was instantly generated, like an air blade, the sharp aura spread in all directions, and several deep marks suddenly appeared on the frozen ice surface. I'll let you cultivate. He actually rushed towards Wu Yan like a wisp of wind, his palm was raised horizontally, and he stabbed sharply the moment he approached. The roar of gold and iron intertwined suddenly appeared, a huge repulsive force suddenly surrounded the surroundings, and the condensed air blade instantly disintegrated as quickly as tofu. Pang! Bike's body smashed directly to the ground, striking a straight mark. Can I think it's time to start now? Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 011. Ugh! Seeing that the sharp air blade in front of him was directly shattered like tofu, Vic couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the repulsion you showed when you fought Raditz? That magical skill. God is really not thin on you. May I think you're going to start training with me? Wu Yan pretended to be innocent and spread out his hands and said softly. Drink. Vic didn't pay attention at all, lightly tapped one foot, twisted his waist and abdomen hard, and rushed straight towards Wu Yan again. The fist condensed a sharp aura, and it suddenly turned into a fist at the moment of approaching. Bang bang! Two muffled snorts came out. Wu Yan quickly waved his hand, took all the majestic power, his knees suddenly bent, and suddenly rushed upwards. Boom! Heavy smashed directly into Vic's abdomen. Ugh! The back instantly bulged, and the white ripples of the circle burst in the air. Wow! Wow! Vic hurriedly retreated, and actually squatted on the ground and began to gag. It was also thanks to Wu Yan that he did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, and he cultivated this time just to learn Vic's combat experience. For this decisive person, he still has a good impression. On the surface, although he is opposed to Sun Wukong, when Shinra Tianzhang is the most critical, he still saved Sun Wuhan. Zizi. Vic slowly put his fingers together and placed them on his forehead, and the nourishing golden current couldn't help but begin to hover. Magic light killing cannon. Ha! The majestic energy of that spiral instantly gushed out from the hand, the golden energy continued to roar, and the frozen ground of the path also roared. The world is buzzing and trembling. Wu Yan sneered, since you know that I can master repulsion, why do you still make these futile attacks? Not yet the slightest feint? Humph! Vic spat out the purple bruise in his mouth and took a cold bite. Ha! His eyes looked at the golden light, and he suddenly raised his hand at the moment he approached Wu Yan, and the demon Guan light killing cannon was instantly divided into two strands, one after the other, forming a pincer attack on Wu Yan. The two strands of energy that roared formed a 10-second time gap. When fighting Raditz, you use that repulsion one after another, but not once is it within 5 seconds. That kind of energy that leads to space, I believe that even with that strange eye, you will not be able to last long. I conservatively estimate him within 10 seconds. This time, didn't you still get the trick? Wu Yan was stunned for a moment, just secretly observing the battle between me and Raditz. I have already speculated about part of the ability to use the Eye of Reincarnation. Still have such a clear mind at a complete disadvantage. Vic, you're awesome. Even if the combat effectiveness is not as good as Wu Yan, he also sincerely admires Vic. Boom! Rumble! Two explosions sounded one after another on the ground, a mushroom cloud suddenly appeared, and the world fell into chaos. Ha! In the smoke, a figure suddenly rushed out, and the speed almost completely turned into a cold light. Punch hard and attack. Bang bang. There was a slight snort in the sky, the white ripples of the Deo continued to spread, and the 1,000-year-old frozen soil on the ground was constantly shattering. The whole sky seems to have become the curtain of battle. Wu Yan's reincarnation eyes flickered, constantly recording Bike's attacks. As the supreme pupil art law of the Hokage world, simple inscription can still be done. Even with a glance, the magic light-killing cannon can be completely imitated. Wu Yan was constantly sighing in his heart. Bike's moves were all attacking his dead hole, but the location of the dead cave was extremely scattered in the human body, but he was able to do it. This is definitely superb combat experience, completely different from Wu Yan forcibly crushing with combat power. Time passes in battle. 1 month. 2 months. Trimester. Bang bang. The two ghost lights collided continuously in the sky, the ground smashed, and the cold ice of the Deo was attracted into the air, and all of them suddenly shattered under the diffusion power. After a long time, the wind and waves calmed down. Woohoo! Vic lay on the ground, looking at the sky on his back, gasping heavily. Next to him, Wu Yan came with a crystal lotus flower in his hand. Uncle Bike, you are right, on the highest peak of the Yunzabit Heights, there is indeed a jade temple left by the ancients, and on the high watch stands a dew plate, and a white jade temple snow lotus grows below with pure dew. Because we absorb the heaven and earth spiritual chi to the maximum, it has a very good effect on the restoration of our chi. Gaku starts a fire on the ground and uses the skills in Radith's mind to start processing. It didn't take long for the smell to come to your nose. Vic glanced at his eyes, the corners of his mouth stood up, and then snorted coldly. This feeling, it seems to be good. Is this the Monkey King's usual life? After eating, the two patted their high bulging abdomen and lay comfortably on the ground. Wu Yan suddenly said, Uncle Bike, I have been cultivating for 3 months, and going down will not help my combat power growth. I'm going to go to the next place. Are you leaving? Vic muttered a few times. For some reason, the Vic Great Demon King, who was rampant in the world at the beginning and had nothing kindness to speak of, actually gave birth to a little bit of bitterness in his heart. Also, my combat effectiveness has also improved significantly during this time, but you quickly learned all my combat experience, and I actually dragged you down later. Vic stood up. You are a different person. It is also the first person who takes the initiative to make friends with my life. This feeling, I need to say thank you to you. His cheeks were a little red, and he was obviously a little embarrassed to say these words. Don't worry, Uncle Bike, I'll come back to you later. It's not a farewell again. I will definitely give you good training equipment, and I will definitely not let you lag behind Dad too much. Vic smiled slightly. Where are you going to go after that? Go find the gods. Tenjin? Cut. Vic's eyes were obviously disdainful. What? The thoughts of the Vic Great Demon King and the old heavenly god were common. The Vic Great Demon King left everything to me, and his experience and mine are completely common. What he can give you is only the rich knowledge obtained in the celestial god era, but your current combat effectiveness has long far surpassed him. That kind of chicken ribs, don't do it. Are you keeping me? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and said mockingly. Nonsense, how could I possibly have that thought? Just a suggestion for you. Vic hurriedly hid his abnormal face and retorted loudly. Don't worry, I'm just looking for a stronger person through the gods. You won't stay in the god realm for too long. Who cares about you? Vic said arrogantly. By the way, you have learned from me the art of air dance. Although the eye of reincarnation is powerful, it is still not as convenient as the air dance technique in terms of flying. Don't take those detours in the future. Wu Yan focused on the head. Goodbye, Uncle Bike. The new book sets sail. Favorites, attention. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 012. Wu Yan flew into the air and smiled slightly. He didn't expect that Vic would show such a reluctant expression. It seems that the effect of the life offensive during this period is still very good. Haha. A white glow appeared in an instant, and the blue sky and white clouds were also directly divided into two halves. Wu Yan's speed was so fast that it only took a few tens of minutes to reach the western rainforest, where a Maya-like race lived. Among them, a stone tower made entirely of marble rises into the sky and extends straight into the sky. Next to it, with a little ornament carved out of luxurious white jade, Wu Yan opened his eyes and looked at it. It seemed that all of them were the great achievements of previous generations of heavenly gods. Stone carving? It's really a luxurious building. Boom! Wu Yan tapped his feet, and a wisp of breath spiraled on the solace of his feet, and suddenly he rushed into the sky like an off-string bow and arrow. The scene around him is constantly changing, and Wu Yan thinks that he is flying fast enough. But 1 minute. 10 minutes. After flying at full strength for an hour, I still don't see the top of the tower. Wu Yan didn't understand in his heart. According to his own speed, he should have already surpassed the diameter of the earth. Could it be that the height of this current tower has far exceeded the earth? Impossible. Even the divine realm is within the earth's atmosphere. Really? It's because of the space. But shrouding such a large area of spatial distortion, how could those gods on earth alone do it? Wu Yan doesn't understand. After a short time, the air began to thin and the flight slowed down. Time is getting faster and faster. An hour. 2 hours. Such a long flight turned out to be still not seen the edge. Is this Karantas so amazing? After another hour, Reincarnation's eyes seemed to capture some strange light, and Wu Yan was just puzzled, only to see a tiny black dot slowly appear. Wu Yan spat out the turbid breath in his mouth, finally reached the top of the tower. He jumped lightly and jumped into the middle, and directly opposite was a fat white cat, standing and walking, holding 2 wooden canes that were his height in his hands. This scene is somewhat incongruous. The white cat said, "My name is Carlin, and I am an immortal on earth. I already know your intention to come here, but it's not so easy to meet the gods. Must pass my test." Test? Is it to catch you? Wu Yan asked strangely. A trace of consternation flashed in the Karan immortal's narrowed eyes, but finally shook his head. Your strength has far surpassed me, and this has no effect at all. He paused for a moment. Do you want to try super god water? It's an extremely dangerous thing, it has a poison inside. If you can't hear about that toxicity, it will inevitably be scattered on the spot, and once you survive, most of the potential in your body will be developed in an instant. Combat effectiveness will also be greatly improved. There seemed to be a little pride in the Karan immortal's tone, too. This is the most precious thing on the Karan tower. What are you talking about testing? Mind. Below the top of the tower, there is a different world, similar to the world in the mirror. It can completely arouse the malice in a person's heart. Only by passing this test will the chances of surviving by drinking the super god water increase greatly. Do you want to try it? Nope. Wu Yan flatly refused. He didn't want to expose all his secrets to others. Especially, why did you come to this world? Okay then. From a dilapidated ruin, the Karan immortal took out a tattered gooseneck bottle, and with his shaking, a little sound came out of it. This is the super god water. Have you thought clearly? If you don't carry that toxicity, you will definitely die, and there is no way to save you. Gaku nodded heavily. There is no way, just nominally. His own reincarnation eye can maintain a different kind of resurrection, and even Dragon Ball can be resurrected. The Karan immortals are a bit one-sided. Moreover, as a proud scion, Wu Yan never thought that he would fail on the road to gaining power. Boom! Boom! Swallow them all in quick bites. However, the thick liquid was all stuck in the throat, and a hot feeling flowed in the abdomen in an instant, and finally all gathered in the heart. The heart-wrenching pain came instantly. Ugh! Wu Yan screamed, spread directly to the ground, and kept tumbling. The cells all over the body are also constantly in severe pain, and the sour numbness that seems to be eaten by 10,000 ants is entangled together, which is the pain of lingling. It was as if a sharp knife was constantly slicing through the heart, slowly shaving the flesh on Wu Yan's body. This pain comes from the inside of the body, and can only be resisted by its own will. Ugh! Ugh! Bursts of sharp pain continued to invade like a tide, as if to completely disintegrate his last thoughts. Wu Yan knew that as long as he slept, he would definitely die without a place to be buried. Crunch! Crunch! Shunla's hands slowly clenched, and 10 blood stains were directly caught on the marble floor, and gurgling blood surged from his nails. An hour. 2 hours. He was immersed in pain all the time, his sharp voice was slowly hoarse, and finally he could hardly make a sound. Abominable. The heart is constantly entangled, the dizziness and pain caused by lack of oxygen are constantly intertwined, and the body is hot pain. A pool of sweat flows quickly. I don't know how long it took, Wu Yan finally lost all his strength, and the solid blocked in his throat finally turned into a warm current, slowly moisturizing his internal organs. This kid? Did you really get through it? Sure enough, he is worthy of being the son of Sun Wukong. I thought that the one who mastered that strange eye, which has the power of soul, must be an evil demon from hell. It seems that my estimation is wrong. Although he is arrogant and extremely ruthless, he is still kind in his heart. Karan Immortal sighed slightly. In fact, super divine water is a deadly poison for the evil guy in his heart. This is the real test, he said. Only after this level can you meet the gods. Slowly, a majestic aura was slowly released from Wu Yan's body, and his combat effectiveness was slowly rising. Feeling that comfortable feeling, Wu Yan went to sleep deeply. Child, after waking up, your strength will increase dramatically. It seems that I have found another guardian of the earth. Haha. The Karan Immortal touched his non-existent beard and laughed softly. New book sets sail. Collect it, pay attention. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 013. At night, under the dense river of stars hanging upside down, wisps of breeze are constantly blowing. That bone-piercing cold made Wu Yan suddenly shiver. Slowly, the closed eyelashes jumped, and a pair of bright eyes slowly opened. That purple reincarnation eye flashed with a different cold light. This. He gently pushed hard, stood up, felt the power of the explosion in his body, and the whole person shouted in surprise. Congratulations! The Karan Immortal was still the same harmless smile of the human and animal and said tactfully, you have passed my test, and your own strength has also risen by leaps and bounds. Everything I have here has already been scavenged by you, you can go to see the gods. An eviction order was issued? Wu Yan was a little confused, but he then shook his head. There is another thing, I care about it. What? Wu Yan began to pace above the top of the tower, and finally found the jar of fairy beans in a pile of waste garbage. At first glance, there are thousands of them. When Sun Wukong first boarded, there were originally tens of thousands, but that guy from Archirobe actually ate it as jelly beans, so that the portion was only 1/10 left. Thinking of this, Wu Yan gritted his teeth a little. Immortal beans, an artifact that can instantly restore all damage, was so ruined by a person that it must be used as a treasure when the Z warrior fights later. Gat! Wu Yan stuffed one into his mouth, and the immortal bean suddenly turned into a warm current and merged into the heart, and the empty body was all restored in an instant. Ha! He clenched his hands and suddenly burst out, and a majestic and fierce aura suddenly rushed out of his body. That manic energy instantly shattered the ground, and the entire top of the tower began to shake. What? This power? The Karan Immortal shouted anxiously, Wu Yan, stop quickly, otherwise Karen Ta will be damaged. Sorry. A little carried away. Wu Yan touched the back of his head, his face flushed. The first time he did this kind of thing, he was a little embarrassed. You fellow! Forget it. The Karan immortal waved his hand gently. It's just like a monster, just 4 years old, his own strength has broken through the sky and surpassed his father. After taking the super god water, the accumulated power will all burst out, and your combat power will definitely usher in an explosive period. I can't imagine what you'll end up at. Karan immortal said with emotion. At this moment, Wu Yan frowned suddenly remembered something, and asked in a high tone, Karan immortal, how tall is this Karan tower? Why did I fly for so long to reach the end? Haha. Karlan was clearly a little proud at the moment. Don't you feel it? What? The time you arrived at Karan Ta was noon, and if you really flew for 6 hours, shouldn't it already be late afternoon when you took the super god water? You slept for 6 hours, but it was only night when you woke up. The flow of time is clearly wrong. That's right. Wu Yan suddenly realized, no wonder, he always felt that his reincarnation I had some changes. It turns out to be an abnormal flow of time. Karlan walked to the edge and said, I don't know why this strange flow occurs at the exact time, but this strange force is only contained in a meter around the Karan tower. Maybe it was done by previous gods. This power that can affect time is truly impressive. Well, I don't have anything to entertain here. After you go up, don't forget to say hello to the gods. I know. Thanks, Karlan immortal. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Take this thing. The Karan immortal threw a bell from his arms. I believe that the gods already know that you are about to pass. But if you don't have the Ruyi stick that connects the divine realm and the Karan Tat, it is absolutely impossible for you to fly straight upwards. This bell, called the Qi Death Wind Chime, he is not influenced by the wind, no matter how you move, he will only point straight to the divine realm. I believe, this thing should help you. Oh! Wu Yan adjusted a few times, and the bell appeared pure gold, and it also emitted a radiant light in the night. Sure enough, wherever he went, the bell pointed straight in one direction of the sky. And this fetish? Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a little malice. It looks like Kalan Ta crouching tiger, hidden dragon. The Karan immortal suddenly felt a little hairy. It's just a simple use of gravity, for the gods, it's not a big deal at all. I don't have anything for you here, hurry up. Hey. Wu Yan laughed a few times, took out a pocket from his arms, and packed the immortal beans into a whole bag. Feeling the heavy weight, he finally smiled happily and disappeared. I said it wrong, this guy is still clearly different from Gaku. He's not kind. Woohoo! The fierce wind around him is constantly sweeping, and Wu Yan is constantly flying according to the instructions of the bell. Soon after, a deep black cloud appeared in the sky. The group touches together, giving people a depressing feeling. Zzz. Sky blue lightning continued to burst in it, and the moment Wu Yan entered, it directly boiled. Click! Dao lightning actually condensed into a hideous lightning dragon snake, slashing towards Wu Yan. Zzz. A black dot suddenly appeared on his arm, and Wu Yan's body also paused slightly, and a sour numbness came abruptly. Bastard! It really hurts. Hurrah! He constantly dodged in the ocean of lightning, like a dexterous ape, suddenly up, down, left, right, and like delicate flowing water, 4 or 2 pounds, dodging all the lightning that burst out. Zzz. Suddenly, in Wu Yan's stunned eyes, the booming lightning was actually intertwined in the air, a hideous dragon head, and a body composed of majestic energy. All the lightning turned out to form a majestic thunder dragon. Thunder after thunder floated around, and even the space was distorted. That thing! Wu Yan's pupils shrank. The lightning below the god realm actually generated an autonomous consciousness, which could integrate such a surging thunder dragon and autonomously expel those who invaded the god realm. Roar! The ancient beast roar came out of his mouth, and a trace of mania flashed in the shining eyes of the thunder dragon. Finally towards enlightenment. Plunged headlong. New book sets sail. Ask for collections, ask for flowers. If you think it looks good, the tip is also not refused. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 014. Some condensed stupid thunderbolt. Just because you want to drive me down, you are a little too arrogant. Wu Yan stretched out one hand, squeezed it heavily, and the bell-like voice in his mouth suddenly landed. Vientian heavenly lead. The white ripples of the road are constantly entangled in the world. Zizzy. The thunder erupted wildly in the sky, condensed together by gravity. Wu Yan rushed up to the sky, and directly and rudely probed his hand into it, and the manic electric volt jumped rapidly in Wu Yan's hand. Because of the action of gravity, there was no way to escape. Zizzy. Wu Yan's young arm showed the mighty power of the sky, and he actually squeezed the roaring thunder dragon into a mess. Bah! Wu Yan took a cold bite and smashed the thunder ball down like a volleyball. At this point, all the dark clouds have completely dispersed, and the clouds have opened and the fog has dispersed. The brilliant starry galaxy also reappeared in front of Wu Yan. Phew! He instantly turned into a ray of light and suddenly sprinted upwards. Karen Tat, the Karin immortal, looked at the sky stunned. There is such an interesting person in the world, I wonder what the gods will do to him. Is that mysterious eye of reincarnation also the product of chance? What is the reason why the power to seduce people's souls is controlled by a person in the Yang realm? He looked up, and a fairy bean suddenly fell down. Hey! That is. The slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened, and he was trembling with sweat. Gather the power of thunder and lightning. How is it possible to land here? The thunder and lightning that was thrown by Wu Yan actually smashed straight onto the head of the Karin immortal. Zizzy. Suddenly, a burning smell came from the air, and the white and beautiful hair also became extremely dark. The Karin immortal was stunned for a moment, and directly smashed to the ground. Hey! What a heavenly justice! Phew! A brilliant glow suddenly rushed into the air, and a semicircle divine realm with a diameter of several kilometers floated in front of Wu Yan. Intricate patterns, exquisite sculptures, red and white, but there is an atmosphere. Wu Yan floated up, and was greeted by a Shinto composed of 8 trees, and not far away, a shrine towered. Barth-esque architecture, simple but mixed with a little sonorous. A swarthy figure stood in front of Wu Yan, and in the dark night, just a pair of bright eyes and scarlet lips flashed with light. Dressed like an Indian, with a red vest, white pants, cloth shoes and an Arabic hat. Welcome! Hearing this figure, Wu Yan said in amazement. He knew his strength very well, but there was no slightest fluctuation in the tone of the person in front of him. He quietly revealed a little killing intent. Phew! That person actually flickered quickly and fled directly to dozens of meters away. Servant of God, Mr. Bobo. Distinguished guest, this temptation is not necessary, Bobo can feel the false killing intent in your body. Fake? Can you feel this? Bobo is able to judge your true intentions through the fluctuations of the heart. The black figure, the god servant Bobo said softly, his round eyes still did not have any light. Mind? Undulation? The complexity of human beings lies in his heart, can you actually see through it? It's really just a small use of breath. Your breath and the surrounding heaven and earth themselves are combined, and when you show killing intent, the surrounding trees do not react in the slightest. From these, it is enough to judge that everything you expose is an illusion. You? Wu Yan said in amazement, how should I obtain this ability? It's just that the accumulation is more, Bobo's combat power is far lower than yours, and it is relatively easy to connect your breath with heaven and earth. Moreover, this skill cannot enhance his own combat effectiveness, and your reincarnation eye can make people fall into illusion anytime and anywhere, and set everything in his heart. In comparison, what Bobo does is undoubtedly just scratching the surface. That's true. Wu Yan said with emotion, the eye of reincarnation is really a little too terrifying for the increase in his combat power. Distinguished guest. The gods are waiting for you inside. Please follow me. The temple looks tiny, not even comparable to the room of Bulma's house. However, the rooms in it are intricate, and there is even such a strange thing as the Spirit Time House, which is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Distinguished guest. Welcome. As soon as Wu Yan stepped into the room, a hoarse voice came out. A man slowly came out of the shadows, green skin, like a standing slug. The aura of the whole body has converged to the extreme, and the sharp gaze can't help but scan Wu Yan, which is completely different from Vic K. What is possessed in it is the atmosphere that contains the world. Tenjin. Wu Yan shouted softly. When you were born, I noticed you, those strange eyes. As its abilities continue to be exposed, my interest in it is also increasing. With the control of gravity and repulsion alone, it is said that the eye of God does not have any pressure. I don't know why there is such an eye that completely upsets the balance of the world, but I still hope that you can make full use of it to protect this beautiful planet. Of course. Wu Yan beat his chest and said loudly, the eye of reincarnation is just a tool, he has never planned to destroy the earth. Tian Shen nodded slightly, distinguished guest, I already know your intentions. Your strength is stronger than mine, and my so-called trick is not worth mentioning in your eyes. But I have the power to communicate with the underworld. I believe that you are planning to go to the Lord of the Realm King through me, right? Wu Yan did not hide it and nodded gently. It's frank. Tenjin said freely, I won't refuse, but I hope you can promise me one thing. Let's take it as a quid pro quo. Seeing Wu Yan's contemplative face, the heavenly god knew that he had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, distinguished guest, I don't have any intention of blackmailing, even if you don't agree, I will definitely send you to Hades. This matter is difficult for me to go to the sky, but for you, it is extremely simple. Wu Yan thought for a moment in his heart, is it about Uncle Bike? Smart kid. The god was surprised for a moment, and then praised, perfect body, plus strong wisdom, and excellent reincarnation eyes. I'm looking forward to what you can finally achieve. Yes. It's about Vic Bike. New book sets sale. Collection, attention. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 015. Yes. It's about Vic Bike. The god said categorically. 300 years ago, because of my bad thoughts, I transformed the darkness in my heart into an entity and expelled it, resulting in the emergence of a huge demon on the earth. Cholera world. My long-term wish is to get rid of him completely. Before, my idea was to cultivate more powerful humans and destroy them. However, after meeting your father's son Wukong, I underwent a transformation. Perhaps, I can directly influence Vic and increase the combat power for the earth again. And you are the only human being who can be at peace with him and actually live for so long. Even in the end, there was a feeling of reluctance. I'm a little incredible. Vic just inherited his father's evil, but he himself hid in the Yunzabit heights, and he had no way of knowing what evil was. Not even the concept of evil is clear. Perhaps, let him feel the warmth of humanity, he can completely reverse his twisted heart. It takes an introduction, and maybe only you can do it. The heavenly god looked at Wu Yan directly, with a slight emotion in his tone, only in this way can I be completely relieved, and I can entrust all my own strength to him in the future. Don't worry. Wu Yan nodded slightly, even if you don't say it, I will definitely do it. Good. A hearty smile appeared on Tenjin's wrinkled face. Then now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Take my hand and I will take you to Hades. Remember that although you are powerful, you cannot resist the laws of Lord Yan Demon. In that world, his power was almost absolute. You must not talk nonsense, you know. Tianjin's mind was constantly trembling, and in his impression, Sun Wukong was a straight-talking person. I hope Wuyan didn't inherit his unobtrusive trait. Phew! A golden light flashed instantly, and the two disappeared immediately. The netherworld is completely different from the eerie hell that people remember, and the entire space is even shrouded in a peaceful golden light. The clouds float in the air, like marshmallows, soft. It smells fresh. With the breeze floating into the body of the soul, this fragrance can calm the manic soul at once. A long path made of marble runs through it. Boom! There was a trace of noise in the sky, and the figures of Heavenly God and Wuyan suddenly appeared. Go! I'll take you to the Hades King, bring a living human here, and if you don't explain it to him, he can peel my skin. I don't know why, Wu Yan can hear that the Heavenly God doesn't want to see King Yan at all. Hades is still relatively prosperous, and even has some laws of Yang. For example, the soul must all line up, and finally drive on the right. A blue ghost with 2 horns and a panting scruffy vest is shouting loudly with a horn, "Attention! Ahead is Lord Hades' residence, where your lives will be judged and whether you will go to hell or heaven. Don't worry if you can go to heaven, you must not be able to escape. Those who go to hell should not give birth to non-judgmental thoughts. In the netherworld, no matter how strong your strength is, you will not be able to escape the palm of Lord Yan. Everyone must be obedient." Wu Yan was speechless. How could this sentence secretly have a bit of a threatening meaning? The God of Heaven said, "Old man Yan is very stingy, you know, as long as a very kind person has a word that cannot follow his will. He will go directly to hell. Be cautious when you get to him." At the end of Shinto, there is a palace on the top of a heavy eaves mountain, which is undoubtedly small compared to the Forbidden City in the Ming Dynasty. The Heavenly God walked in with Wuyan, a huge 4-corner wooden table with a rather large figure sitting on it. Wearing a blue suit, a pickled beard, and a sign at work in front of him. Quite a bit of leadership. The God of Heaven was like a rat seeing a cat, and tiptoed up, "Respected Lord Yan Devil, I am." Snap! Before he finished speaking, the giant directly slapped on the table. "What kind of person are you, dare to cut the queue?" He even disobeyed the order of the Lord of the Realm and brought the people of the Yang Realm here without permission. "Put your name on it, and I'll send you to hell." "No, no." The Heavenly God hurriedly shook his hand. "Lord Yan Demon King, I am the Heavenly God of the Earth, and this time I just brought one person to meet Lord King of the Realm. Earth Celestial." Yan Wang thought back, "It's really been a long time since I saw it. Even if we have a good relationship, it is definitely not a reason for you to violate the divine order. Besides, he is still a stinking child, Lord King of the Realm. No kidding, I'm afraid it will fall directly on the snake road." The god said, "No, don't look at him small, this child is the strongest figure on the earth, and the terrifying Sion Raditz before was defeated by this child. His merits are enough to meet the King of the Realm. Please be accommodating." The Heavenly God poked his hand obscenely, and Wu Yan swore that he never expected that the serious Heavenly God would actually show such an expression. "When it's done, I'll give you this number." The God of Heaven put out the word 5. The Demon King was a little moved. 7. Deal. The God of Heaven did not have any doubts, and said directly and categorically, "Okay, Blue Ghost. Take them to the snake path, the god you should know the rules, except for that child, you must not step on the snake path." "I know." Leaving the Demon King's dormitory, the Heavenly God immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "This guy is really difficult to get." "Earth's gods, I hear you." The voice of the Yan Demon King suddenly fell from the sky like Hong Zhong de Lu, making the heavenly god also have a ringing in his ears. I'm sorry. The god instantly fell to his knees and shouted loudly. Riding in a roaring sports car, Tenjin, Goyan, and Blue Ghost galloped down the gentle road. Wu Yan asked curiously, Heavenly God, what exactly are the 5 things you are talking about? Do you know that King Chu loves a thin waist, and the palace maids starve to death? The king of the realm likes those cold jokes, and the demon king also has to stammer. But he himself cannot leave Hades, but can only rely on our filial piety. The other planets are uncivilized, and they are too far behind Earth. So those things that are worthless in our eyes are of great use in the eyes of Hades. However, I also pretend to be miserable every day, saying that I don't have much. The total fine water is long, don't you say? Tenjin's face flashed with a hint of cunning, like a child. Oh! Wu Yan suddenly realized, there are bureaucrats in hell. New book sets sail. Attention, favorites. If you have any opinions, you can raise them in the book review area. I will definitely watch it. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 016. Hearing Wu Yan's complaint, Tian Shen just rolled his eyes angrily. However, he was indeed not wrong. This kind of deception and concealment is really the same as those officials in the feudal era. A few minutes later, after the speeding sports car, we finally reached the Snake Road. In front of him, a huge snake head opened his blood basin and mouth, and his sharp teeth were estimated to lose a layer of skin just by taking advantage of it. Behind, seemingly endless paths meandered into the golden auspicious clouds. Blue Ghost introduced, this is the snake path, and I can only reach here as far as the gods. You know, it is absolutely forbidden for lower-level gods to go to see the Realm King privately. The Snake Road stretches for about 1,000,000 kilometers, and below is hell, and after falling, you can really only reincarnate in it. Good luck then. The god suddenly came up shyly, that, Wu. He kept rubbing his hands, and his face was very lewd. I only stayed with this guy for less than an hour, but that majestic image of the heavenly god had already completely collapsed in Wu Yan's heart. When you go to see the king of the realm, it is best to mention me and make me grow a long face. Please. Okay, I know. Looking at the hopeful eyes of the heavenly god, Wu Yan could only gently cater and say, okay. Tenjin turned out to be so advanced than the word okay. Wu. The engine sounded, and the two of them suddenly left the dust. Phew! Wu Yan turned into a ray of light, and white ripples suddenly diverged around it, instantly rushing into that auspicious cloud. But Sun Wukong has been walking on the Snake Road for half a year, and even if he learns to fly, I am afraid that he will not arrive in a short time. Wu Yan already had this preparation in his heart, but when the boring time slowly passed, he still felt impatient. 1 day. 2 days. 10 days. 1 month. Flying at a super fast speed every day, and even using the power of heavenly hands to move space, I still didn't see the border for a whole month. He suddenly remembered, no wonder the blue ghost said it was supposed. The devil knows if it's 1,000,000 kilometers in the end. Wow wow! Wu Yan was gulping the auspicious clouds around him, and he was still vaguely saying in his mouth, damn, this tasteless thing can't fill my stomach at all, I miss the fragrant rice made by my mother a little. Although occasionally a little rat poop is it. Below the Snake Road, what the golden auspicious clouds hide is an infinite terrifying lightning. Those are all hellish barriers, and if you drop them unintentionally, you will enter hell directly. The whistling lightning will also completely shatter your flesh. Wu Yan continued to start his long journey, but because he often overdrew his breath, his own breath condensed a lot during this time. It's kind of a bonus. Time passed slowly again, and a full 2 days later, a black dot in the golden color was perfectly collected by Wu Yan's eyes. Looking at Xianjiun every day, he was already almost bored. No wonder the king of the northern realm, who has always been lonely, likes that kind of cold joke. Haha! Several screams of joy suddenly came out of his mouth, and Wu Yan walked to the end of the snake road and looked at the air. A quaint planet floats there, its diameter so small that you can take in almost all the buildings on it at a glance. There is only one domed house, a garage, and a classic car. Looking at the sudden appearance of the engine, the time is estimated to be not short. Drink! He jumped, and soon he was captured by the powerful gravity and fell directly onto the tiny planet. A sudden pressure is dispersed on the body, and cells and tissues are constantly being elongated. Is this what gravity feels like tenfold? Wu Yan slowly examined. There was an even pressure all over his body. It was definitely an excellent exercise area. He looked out along the planet, and all the golden auspicious clouds seemed to converge into a vortex here, and the infinite energy frantically focused on the planet. It's like the center of the world. Suddenly, the black smoking classic car quickly came back, a green insect, a brown monkey, and a sky blue figure sitting in the driver's seat. Like an insect, it has two antennae on the top of its head, wearing black ancient round sunglasses, wearing a very earthy robe, and a big boundary character in the middle. This is the titular ruler of the northern galaxy, the king of the realm. It is also the common leader of Hades and all their respective planets. The whole body exudes the breath of an upstart. Looking at the dress, it is obvious to tell others that he is a turtle. A few black lines drooped down Wu Yan's forehead. Hey! The king of the realm muttered and said strangely, "Oh, there are actually guests visiting. Last time was still in several. He suddenly lit his finger, and finally said helplessly loudly, "I can't remember how long someone came." Haha! Haha! In an instant, the king of the realm's face turned red and pouted. As he. Well, I can tell this joke. I'm really the joke king. Hey! Wu Yan just smiled and pandered a few times without laughing. Humph! The king of the realm was obviously unhappy. It's really a guy who doesn't talk about style. I didn't expect that after such a long time. It was actually an elm head. Hey, why are you looking for me? It's really realistic. It's obviously not as enthusiastic as before. Wu Yan thought speechlessly. In his mouth, he said, "Lord King of the Realm, I came to find you to learn martial arts." "Let's go, I'm just laughing at the king, I won't have any martial arts, let's go quickly." The king of the realm actually began to rush people directly, with some coldness in his face. "Don't worry, king of the realm, I can give you all the jokes I treasured. That's dozens of books. It's not worth much anyway. There are many on earth." That's what Wu Yan thought in his heart. What? The king of the realm was shocked. That little devil of Yan King only gives me 1 or 2 copies every time he comes, and the last time was a long time ago. There are such generous people. Tears suddenly flowed. "Give me all your treasures, you must also have colic in your heart, I am really moved." Colic, foot pain. Haha. Saying this, the realm king began to laugh again. Wu Yan really couldn't understand his unfathomable joke realm, and could only cater slightly. Hey! Alright. The realm king had a thought in his mind, and he immediately thought of the good life after that, but now, let's respond to this generous person first. What a cute child! The impression in his heart instantly increased by 100 points, and the king of the realm coughed lightly and said, "Learn martial arts. I can feel the explosive power in your body, and it has even far surpassed me. Since you are already so strong, I wonder what else you have to learn from me. New book sets sale. Ask for attention, ask for collection. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 017. Since you are so strong, what else do you have to learn from me? The corners of the Realm King's mouth raised slightly, and he asked mysteriously. Or, let me ask another way, what is your wish? The Realm King's eyes stared directly at him, and his clear water-like eyes flashed with a spiritual light, as if he wanted to see through all of Wu Yan's mind. Wish. Wu Yan muttered a few words. Yes, what is his wish? Whoever said that the crosser must become the strongest person in the entire world? Is there a system that issues hard tasks for itself? How tired this kind of life is! Even if you don't have yourself, Monkey King alone can let you through the crisis of the Dragon Ball world again and again. Since he was born, he has been following his heart, and there has always been a desire to become stronger in his heart, and if he has not been stronger, something terrible will happen. Even, whenever you slack, the eye of reincarnation will even hurt. Existence is reasonable. There must be some reason for my own crossing, and the existence of the eye of reincarnation also has its own unique factors. If you don't stay strong, you will definitely regret it in the future. Wu Yan clenched his fists and said firmly, my wish, just don't regret it. Oh? The king of the realm pulled into a tone, and said in a strange manner, this is not easy, this is not a strong force can decide, even if it is the highest god in the world, he has his own regrets. Jack Ma on earth, with so much money, doesn't he regret that he created that great company? When you go to the extreme of a field, you may not regret everything you do in the end. He said softly, well, even if you pass the level. Saying that, he suddenly trotted up with a cigarette. Hey, don't forget, what you promised to give me. Don't worry. Wu Yan was stunned and nodded dumbly. Then, as the strongest realm king in the 4 galaxy, I naturally have my own unique tricks. In my opinion, there are 2 tricks that are best for you and will best allow you to achieve your goals. First move, Realm King Fist. The Realm King Fist can multiply a person's strength in a short period of time. The king of the realm jumped on his classic car and stomped his foot slightly. Just like this car, the generation of such powerful kinetic energy relies on the power of boiling. The same is true of the Realm King Fist, allowing the static breath to flow in the body, and even boil. The power carried by that is earth-shattering. The result can be imagined by anyone, but the method was deduced by myself over a long period of time. Each acupuncture point in the human body carries the power of different attributes, allowing the breath to flow gradually, through which thermal attributes can boil, and finally through which can be cooled, through which can be released. This is not something that ordinary people can master. Let the breath pass through the wrong meridians, and if you make a slight mistake, you will completely die without a place to be buried. That's awesome! Wu Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Okay, low-key. The Realm King waved his hand, obviously very satisfied with Wu Yan's current performance. Then, I will start teaching you now how the breath of the Realm King Fist flows. Actually, the essence of the Realm King Fist is a cycle of boiling, doubling, release, cooling. The 5 elements of the human body can make the breath boil. In my years of practice, only the heart can do it. Hey, hey! The Realm King sneered. Now, you know the horror of the Realm King Fist. The smooth body and the manic Realm King Fist are simply 2 extremes. If it is on ordinary muscles, it can barely be supported after exercise, but once it is placed on the heart. Wu Yan was silent for a moment, although the turtle sect Qigong also had its own flow direction, but compared to the crazy move of the Realm King Fist, it was obviously just a big witch. Come on, let's go. Following the instructions of the Realm King, Wu Yan sat on a tattered mat. Close your eyes. Without distractions, little drops of water dripped into the crystal-like lake, rippling. Deep figures come from all around. Let the breath begin to flow, through the abdomen, walk the left lung and slowly enter the heart. Boom! An explosion of fluctuations came quickly, blood slowly appeared on Wu Yan's bronzed skin, and bursts of steam also appeared on the black crab's head. The face is flushed, and the huge heat makes the air twist too. Boom! The ground instantly shattered, and a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly appeared. "It's so hot," Wu Yan said softly. The Realm King explained, "Through the heart, your breath will completely boil, quickly, immediately all the breath will flow into the right cooling meridian. The cycle goes on." Feeling the terrifying heat in his body, Wu Yan swallowed and spat and nodded gently. It's like throwing into a cold pool on a hot summer day, and the body is suddenly refreshed, and the heat in the pores is gurgling. There was a little darkness condensed on the blood-colored skin, as terrifying and hideous as poisoning. The scarlet blood chi was fixed around the body, so that he could truly master the Realm King fist. "Sure enough," the King of the Realm said in amazement, "you are indeed a rare genius in 100 years, and you have succeeded in just this once." "You know," thousands of people exploded immediately. He kept spinning around Xia Yan rudely, "I seem to feel a trace of incredible power. Here." He instantly jumped high, his palm stretched out towards the wisp of bangs, and finally hit Wu Yan's knee. "What a shame!" The King of the Realm squatted directly on the ground, and the black lines on his head began to draw circles. "Realm King, what you want to see, is this it?" Wu Yan put his bangs up with his own care, revealing the deep and terrifying reincarnation eyes. "Gilai gilai!" The flying insect was directly frightened by its eyes and fled. The King of the Realm also jumped several times in a row, his lips trembled, and he said tremblingly, How is it possible? How can this kind of eyes, this kind of power appear? 6 reincarnations. How can someone in the Yang realm have the authority to master the power of the underworld? This." The King of the Realm fell into panic, and the whole person kept shouting, hiding behind the classic car, just watching from afar. "Lord Realm King, what's wrong with you? You actually acted so relaxed and asked me what's wrong? This kind of illegal cosmic existence appeared in my grasp of the North Galaxy, and once it attracted the most powerful." Wu. Saying this, he was suddenly covered tightly by Barbarous the monkey, and struggled for a moment to understand, "I can't say the name of that god, so as not to cause a terrible disaster in advance." "Lord Realm King, it's not a big deal. This eye of reincarnation is just a manifestation of strength, and it is evidence that I am different from others. It is also the most decisive evidence that I am about to reach the top." Fart. The King of the Realm directly broke his mouth and cursed. "The son of the extraordinary will be born by wonder, and if you have those eyes, the amount you have to pay to reach the peak will be much less, but correspondingly, you will take on a powerful task. There must be something that only you can do." "That's right." The King of the Realm suddenly understood. "So, your wish is to make yourself not regret. New book sets sail. Collect it, pay attention. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 018. So have you predicted your future?" He slapped his chest hard and gasped. "Let the old man worry and be afraid here." The Realm King seemed to be relieved, slumped on the ground, the sweat on his face was about to stain the lawn, you can imagine how scared he was just now. "Well, it's useless to worry about this kind of thing now, my North Galaxy has been completely tied to you, I don't know how long, you will definitely be with that monster. You must be prepared for danger in times of peace and frantically improve your strength in a short period of time." "Monster!" Wu Yan said softly, "What do you know about the King of the Realm?" "Nope." The Realm King shook his head, "The monster I mentioned is just the first stumbling block on your way forward, not the ultimate fate of your reincarnation but there may be nothing wrong with saying this." There he shook his head deprecatingly. "God of destruction, Beerus." Wu Yan chanted in his heart, he had already understood the panic of the Northern Realm King just now, but he couldn't show it. He's right, sooner or later that guy will have a fight with himself. Just because of the confusion of the reincarnation eye of yin and yang. Okay. The Realm King's tone was still a little trembling. Let's continue the previous topic. Just now you just rotated for a week, so it's just double the Realm King fist, because there is always a time when the boiling cools, so the Realm King fist has a time limit. And boiling only forcibly expands its combat strength, and also has a certain loss to the body. Twice the Realm King fist, it's 2 weeks of rotation, but now the problem comes. What a terrifying pressure it carries when the previously boiling breath passes through the heart again before it has cooled. Therefore, the higher the multiplier of the Realm King fist, the greater the damage to one's own body. The higher the danger. The Realm King said loudly behind his hands behind his back, and even the whole person had already been attached to Wu Yan's chest, staring straight at him. You must remember this. Scions have the worst stinky problem, they always like to fight with their lives, and don't let themselves explode first in the end when using the Realm King fist. Humph. The King of the Realm seems to be very cold to him, but he still cares about people. Wu Yan thought in his heart. Good. Let me try it. Realm King fist. A boom suddenly landed like a sonorous bell, and a circle of white sound waves continued to spread. Phew! The gurgling blood-colored steam instantly erupted in his body, which was the first time that Wu Yan had burst out his power with all his strength. Boom! It was as if it had been smashed by a meteorite. A huge deep pit appeared in the center, and all the surrounding lawns were completely damaged, and the soil was turned upside down to cover it, looking like a mess. Don't! As soon as the voice of the Realm King was heard, it was drowned in the storm, and the whole person was inadvertently blown away, and blows smashed heavily on the snake road. Twice. Majestic power burst out from the body in an instant, like a round of scorching sun slowly rising in the netherworld. Ah! Yes! In hell, ghosts suddenly cried and howled, and countless evil spirits disappeared in an instant under the scorching light. Boom! That infinite power made hell tremble a few times. Boom! In the palace where the Yan Demon King lived, an extremely strong earthquake suddenly came out, and he was timid and went directly under the table. Shouted at the blue ghost, "What is the reason for this? The netherworld will also earthquake. Could it be that the suppression left by Lord Realm King has become invalid?" The netherworld appeared with the universe when the world was opened, and the depth of the geological structure can be imagined. Now there is a vibration, which is absolutely impossible. Also, hurry up and protect the soul washing machine, don't let it have any problems. Yes. The blue ghost ran out in a hurry. The Yan Demon King looked in front of him in horror. Those snow-white souls like wisps of smoke quickly elongated like hanging ghosts, and disappeared without a trace under the light of that scorching light. The power to control the soul. This fluctuation is coming from Lord Realm King. He suddenly seemed to think of something. Could it be that little ghost from before? However, how long has it been? Has he already arrived at the Realm King? Ugh! Wu Yan was still roaring loudly, and there seemed to be a cry in the sun pattern on his chest, and the three-legged golden crow that had been golden all the time leaped and churned in it, and the scorching light exploded again. Combat effectiveness 10,000. 20,000. In the end, it actually reached the point of 100,000. Under the doubled Realm King fist, it was so terrifying, he had completely surpassed all current enemies. Quick, stop! Otherwise, Hades will collapse. The voice of the Realm King reached Wu Yan's ears intermittently, and he suddenly stopped the explosion of breath, and touched his head embarrassedly. Really? The Realm King jumped from the edge of the snake path to the planet, and in order to fight against the power of Wu Yan, his palm was already full of blood. He took out his handkerchief and said sharply, "You guy is also a little too chaotic," and he directly burst out his full strength. If Hades collapses, your life will come to an end. Not even souls remain. You know what? Hey! Wu Yan smiled bitterly, the structure of the earth is relatively fragile, and I have never burst out my full strength before, and I have long been depressed in my heart. I thought that the structure of Hades, who knows? Obviously, in Wuyan's heart, the netherworld is also the tofu dregs project. The structure of the netherworld is relative to those souls. How can it withstand the masculine power of your whole body? Moreover, there is a power against the soul in the eyes of the so-called reincarnation, which is also the biggest enemy of the netherworld, and you burst out all your strength, which easily shakes the existence of the netherworld. Just now, hundreds of millions of souls were completely erased by you. How can I, a small realm, withstand such a power as you? Maybe only the great realm king can do it. That's not right. Wu Yan said strangely, there are so many masters, there are countless stronger than me, have they never burst out their power since they came to the netherworld? I told you. The realm king was a little tired. Hades, it is for the soul. If you die, even if you break out 10,000 times the realm king fist, it will never be possible to cause any damage to the Hades. Oh, Wu Yan nodded thoughtfully. The king of the realm wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, then, now tell you the second trick. According to his role, it can be named breath realization. New book sets sale. Collect it, pay attention. 4 tips, I always refuse to come. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 019. The second move is just a deeper application of the breath, which can strengthen your strength to the maximum. I haven't named it yet, but from a functional point of view, it's called breath materialization. Click! Like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, it instantly hit the top of Wuyan's head, and he muttered, "Isn't it? Genki bomb? Genki bomb." The Realm King said, "It seems that you made full preparations before coming." Haha. After speaking, he explained with a smile, "The Yuan Qi bomb is not for you, because you have the blood of the Scions hidden in your body, and the fighting nation that is fighting for victory is 1 in 1,000 who can use the Yuan Qi bomb. What's more, your eyes still hold the power of the soul, and the eerie power is completely opposite to the peace of the Yuan Qi bomb, so you can't use the Yuan Qi bomb. But don't be sad. This trick I gave you, if really used well, is much stronger than the Yuan Qi bomb." The Realm King poked his face in front of Wu Yan. "The Genki bomb is suitable for adversity, gathering the power of all friends to launch a fatal blow against the enemy. With the arrogant appearance of you little ghost, you will never think that you will fall into adversity. I think so, teaching you the Genki bomb is no different from insulting you in person." He said in a strange manner, "Don't you think so?" Who said it?" Wu Yan suddenly screamed as if he had been stepped on the tail of a cat. "Just learn the second one." He immediately made up his mind. The king of the realm snickered next to him. "Sure enough, even if the strength is strong, it is just a child. A little agitation is a trick. However, I really didn't lie to you, you don't have the kind heart to condense everyone's life force." Ahem. The king of the realm coughed a few times and cleared his throat. "Don't be frustrated, how can I be bad to you? You have generously given me so many good things." Haha. The realization of breath means that there is no need to do any form of transformation, and you can use the breath in your body to directly attack. Here you go. The two slowly walked in front of a tall tree. "Release your breath. Knock it down." Hey! Wuyan really never did this thing. Just remember that in the original book, Vegeta once attacked Bu with his breath, and after that, there was no more. He raised his right hand, and his blue aura began to fluctuate. Burst out loud. Drink! A breeze streaked through the air, like a squib, and in the end not a single leaf fell. The king of the realm was pacing slowly. "A tree is vulnerable in front of you. You can only really launch an attack if you transform your breath into turtle sect Qigong, and Qigong bomb. These things can really attack. But in essence, they are already things that flow through the transformation of the acupuncture path. This also cannot be substantiated. If you cancel the breath release, they will disappear completely. Okay, let's train this during this time. Only when you succeed, can you proceed to the next step. Thereafter. Ha! Drink! Oh! Ugh! There was a constant shout from the planet, facing a tree. Increasing the amount of breath alone was naturally a way, but according to the situation that the breeze can't even blow the leaves, if you want to break the trees, you must at least have the strength of Super Saiyan 3. Time passed slowly. The tree in front of him is definitely what Wu Yan hates the most, and every day after training, he can't wait to use the turtle sect Qigong, and Shen Luo Tianzheng bombs him 100 times. What's more, a heavenly star will seal him directly. A fragile thing that has been blocked in front of it for so long. A whole month has passed. The small tree in front of him is more than 1 meter high, and the trunk has been bent to the limit, but that is caused by long-term accumulation. It's too far from the real breath materialization. The king of the world is wearing sunglasses, his nose is bubbling, and he is sleeping with saliva in his mouth. Ha! A boom woke him up from his dream. Embarrassed, he fell from the classic car to the ground, and seeing that Wu Yan was still training hard, he thought in his heart. This training, isn't it a little difficult for him now? Boom! An extremely powerful explosion instantly came from the front of him, and the broken branches kept flying in the sky. What? The Realm King said in surprise. Success! In the smoke, even Wu Yan looked at his hands in disbelief, which were already scarred. One more time. The gurgling blue aura turned into a whirlwind and rose from the solace of the feet, the hair stood upside down in the air, and the eyes of reincarnation also emitted a strange light. Ha! The extremely strong aura instantly burst out of the mouth, and continuously invaded from the gap in the trunk. In Wu Yan's stunned eyes, the trunk of the tree suddenly stretched out like a fat man, and finally exploded. Woohoo! He got on one knee and gasped. The release of the breath instantly sucked away nearly half of the energy from his body, which was even more laborious than a full-strength turtle sect Qigong. He really didn't know, in addition to being able to install B, can this kind of thing really be used in actual combat? Snap! The king of the realm applauded and walked slowly from the right. Although it is a bit tricky, you have finally succeeded. Now, it's time to move on to the second step. Buzz! He stretched out his right hand, and the golden light of the Dao instantly appeared on his right arm, and in an instant, a sharp air blade instantly appeared. The air around you is also buzzing. This is? Wu Yan asked in surprise. The breath is released, condensed into the first step of substance. It is also the easiest to use. The king of the world raised his eyebrows, as if a child showing off his toys, very proud. Put the simple Northern Realm King. Inadvertently installed a good B. Wu Yan pondered, Dad also used this trick before, but it was just a simple condensation, and it was only formed at the moment of attack. The duration is short. How could it be possible to play in the hands like the king of the realm? The theory is very simple. Through the fixed acupuncture channel, let the breath vibrate at the same frequency. But he paused slightly and looked at Xia Yan. It sounds very simple, but it's not so easy to do. You just mastered the preliminary release, and even the condensation may not be successful. Okay, now let's start training. Friendly reminder, it has only been 7 months since the arrival of the Scions. Don't underestimate me. Wu Yan said sharply and loudly. Good. Please start your show. The Realm King kept whispering in his heart, this kind of child, as long as he has a stimulating method, he will put all his energy into training. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something, and his little face was a little crying. Hurry up and get out of here, Scion, my appetite is too big, I spend almost half of my day in the kitchen. Little ghost, hurry up and finish learning, My happy life will come back. Ugh! A scream suddenly came out of Wu Yan's mouth, and in the pores of his right arm, Dao blood stains were constantly left, and a lawn was stained in an instant. Breath? Breath stormed? Wu Yan clenched his right hand and whispered. When passing through a meridian, the breath suddenly went crazy and uncontrollable. The king of the realm is right, even this simple external release can't do it, let alone condense what kind of air blade. He stood up slowly, and the azure aura slowly moved in his body. Ugh! Suddenly, a scream sounded again, and the body began to tremble violently. The gurgling light continued to gather in the fingertips, and the sharp breath was about to blur its flesh and blood. Abominable! Wu Yan shouted loudly in his heart, Reincarnation I. Perspective. In an instant, the flow in the meridians of the breath in the body could be seen clearly. He slowly mastered his energy and kept flowing. Zizi. Dao red lightning was released in front of his eyes, and the powerful aura made the Realm King suddenly dent. Buzz. The air finally began to vibrate at a frequency. The blue light slowly condensed on the fingertips, and with the help of the Eye of Reincarnation, Wu Yan finally reluctantly released his breath to the position of 1 centimeter on the tip of his index finger. Woohoo! In an instant, everything suddenly disintegrated, and the manic and sharp power instantly spread from the body, and several straight traces were staggered on the planet. And the king of the realm himself is right in the center of that sharp mark. Hee, of course on purpose. It's just a slight revenge. Snap! Goku fell heavily on the ground. Air Blade, this move is almost Veget's usual move in Dragon Ball, and it is also Zama's special move. The energy of the two of them is simply very different from their current selves. For a child who is just over 4 years old, it may indeed be a little difficult. Woohoo! Breath, pupil power loss is too great. Wu Yan actually fell into a deep sleep. Hey, hey! The Realm King's voice trembled, standing alone in the center of the interlaced traces. A sharp cross on the chest. Just now, that fierce aura even made him feel a wave of death fluctuations. All the breath passed by his face, and that feeling was really sour to him. Boom! As soon as the belt was loosened, the pants fell directly to the ground. The king of the realm was still trembling and shouted loudly, "Little ghost, boy, Wuyan, son Wuyan, hurry up and save me. I can't move. Maybe it's my bad description. This trick is very handsome. Very, very handsome. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 020. Sasa. A thin figure is like a dragonfly in water, like a floating water, fluttering lightly and quickly on the lawn. A ghost instantly streaked through the air, leaving no trace. Goyen! Look here! The king of the realm raised it high with one hand, and a 6-sided diamond like a crystal suddenly appeared. This is diamond, but it's the hardest thing in the North Galaxy. Can the breath you put out be compared to this? If you can't break it, it won't help your own battle. Humph! Wu Yan took a cold sip, and the buzzing voice began to fluctuate in the air again. The azure light instantly emerged, and with a gentle wave of his hand, it seemed that the whole world was about to be cut in half. After 2 months, can we finally do this? The king of the realm murmured in his heart. Go! With a heavy flick of one hand, the diamond with a diameter of 1 meter above his head quickly swept by, and the world passing through also emitted a gurgling sonic boom. Ha! Wu Yan went straight up, without any dodge in his eyes. When the two get closer, wave your hand suddenly. Click! Like lightning, it emitted a sudden roaring sound, and the intertwined light of gold and iron constantly flashed in the realm of King Star. Endless storms began to spread out in the world, the soil rolled up, and the lawn was completely destroyed. In the shocked eyes of the Realm King, the diamond was directly cut in half like tofu. It smashed to the ground. Awesome! He couldn't help but say, looking at Wu Yan's eyes with a trace of inexplicable light. As long as a person's breath expands, he only needs to pull out a little to be able to do this, but the large amount of waste of energy makes the originally sharp skill almost a chicken rib. But when the breath is weak, it is impossible to succeed, so no one has cared about it since I invented this skill. Unexpectedly, today Wu Yan actually succeeded. What a terrifying genius he is! The king of the realm smiled slightly. Wu Yan, all I can teach you has already been taught, and the rest is to figure it out yourself. Just wanted to issue an eviction order and restore his previous happy life. Wu Yan suddenly opened his mouth and said, Lord Realm King, this is the best place to cultivate because it has 10 times the gravity. For the next 5 months, I plan to practice here. Besides, I still have my own ideas about the skill of aura realization. What they? Wu Yan could almost see that the king of the realm was instantly petrified, and his heart was so distressed that he almost used a quick-acting heart-saving pill. There are even immediate signs of ascension. Wu Yan ignored him. I have to say that the food of the king of the realm is still good, but the cold jokes from time to time make him a little unguardable. He slowly stretched out his palm, and a little pink light continued to radiate from it, and a mysterious symbol seemed to be constantly flowing in it. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed again. 49,999. 50,000. In the center of the Realm King, Wu Yan tied a ton of weight conjured by the Realm King around his waist, and he was trying to do push-ups. On the young arms, however, there are terrifying muscles like dragons, and the infinite power seems to converge into a gurgling torrent roaring in it. Ugh! Finally! Wu Yan's hair was already soaked with sweat and stuck to his forehead, and the whole person collapsed to the ground weakly. It's terrible! The king of the realm wiped the cold sweat on his head next to him, and waved his hand to remove all 10 tons of weight. Even with the body of a scion and the genes and blood of a fighting nation in it, it is really too chaotic to carry out such a terrifying cultivation at just over 4 years old. Hey! Wu Yan argued, if you want to defeat the strongest enemy, you must work hard enough. You said it lightly, do you know that during this time, I am already about to go bankrupt? The Realm King was a little tired, and almost all of his energy was spent on cultivation. Could it be that I will end up being this guy's dedicated cultivation ground? No, no, no. This is really terrible. Realm King, I've been sparing 5 months, and now I'm planning to leave here. Before the arrival of the scions, I'll relax at home. The muscles collapse too tightly, if they break, it's not good. Haha. What? When the drought is long, the cave house spends candlelight night, and when the gold list is inscribed, he meets the old man in another country. The King of Realm's heart instantly felt like a flower, but on the surface he still pretended to be very reluctant. Wu Yan, my best friend, during this time, talk with me, chat with me, and generously give me so many treasures. I didn't expect to leave so soon. A devil in his heart was roaring loudly, hurry up. I'm going bankrupt. Oh. Wu Yan looked at him mockingly. If he hadn't promised hundreds of cold jokes during this time, he would have been swept away a long time ago. Now the king of the realm is crying here. A wonderful light flashed in his reincarnation eyes, the corners of his mouth hooked slightly, and he muttered, it's really slow to come. He pretended not to care and said to the Realm King, I really didn't expect that the Realm King would actually be so sentimental, and I would be a little hidden in the mountains and forests, so I am here to accompany your plan. Okay. All right. The King of the Realm was crying in his heart, don't. On the surface, he still pretends to be calm. However, I've stayed long enough to leave. Lord Realm King, don't worry. Although I am gone, I can feel that there is another person running madly on the Snake Road and is coming here soon. He is my father, very similar to my personality. I believe he can also talk to the King of the Realm. What? Wu Yan could see that the heart of the Realm King was broken. Hurrah! On the Snake Road, a figure is running frantically, and the black crab head is completely an amplified enlightenment. Looking at the tiny planet with a diameter of less than 1,000 meters in the sky, there was also a familiar figure on it. It was Wu Yan. Woohoo! It's been half a year, it's finally here. This Snake Road is really long. Hey! Goyan! The person who came was Sun Wukong, who jumped heavily and landed lightly on the planet with his feet. Wu Yan was a little surprised. Dad's strength has also increased a lot, but he has not been crushed by 10 times gravity. You know, in Dragon Ball Z, Goku came to the Realm King for the first time, but he couldn't even move when he was pressed. You are really ruthless. If it weren't for the Karin Immortal telling me that you went to the Divine Realm, I wouldn't have known that you came to such an excellent place for cultivation. You say my strength? During this time, I have gone through a lot of hard cultivation with Vic and I. Just to surpass you. Goku looks very sure. Lightning burst out from the clenched fists. The combat effectiveness actually reached 3,000. Wu Yan, come on, burst out all your strength, let's start the 50-second confrontation. New book sets sail. Collection, attention. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 021. Wu Yan, come, start our 50-second battle. Goku's eyes showed a strong fighting intent, flashing with a confident light. Humph! I've completely figured out how to crack your Eye of Reincarnation. Oh! Wu Yan showed a wave of curiosity. He was able to come up with a trick to crack the Eye of Reincarnation in such a short time? However, Goku is probably exaggerating a little, and even he has not figured out the tricks of the Eye of Reincarnation. Tenri can even move quickly over short distances. Goku wants to see through it in a short time, it is simply impossible. Moreover, with his small strength, the gap between him and Wu Yan has become larger and larger, and there is no need to use the Eye of Reincarnation, and Sun Wukong can't support his own move. Nope. Wu Yan flatly refused. Hey! Goku suddenly shrugged his face. Dad, my combat power has already far surpassed you, and now the battle is just a simple abuse. There is no need for this at all. Also, the Realm King will be handed over to you, and I will leave here soon. How so? Wukong's face was full of tears, and the Realm King next to him was suddenly unhappy. Jump straight in a hurry. Hey, boy, you're not happy anymore, I'm telling you, I'm not happy to let a scion live with me. Whatever benefit he can give me, I will never agree. 100 copies. Wu Yan said calmly. The king of the realm was stunned for a moment, as if a fierce battle was being made in his mind. You're called Goku. Welcome, welcome. No problem with how long you stay here. He rubbed his hands lewdly and said loudly. What a fragrance! Wu Yan said angrily in his heart. After only half a year of interacting with the gods, Wu Yan's outlook on life for the proud gods had collapsed in an instant. That's right. The king of the northern realm suddenly said mysteriously. Before leaving, I give you a gift. I know that you will definitely wander the universe in the future, and the vacuum environment is your worst enemy. As long as you accept the blessing of the Realm King, you can survive in a vacuum in a short time. I believe it should be of some help to you. Buzz. The king of the realm suddenly began to talk to himself, and that strange word Wu Yan couldn't understand at all. A multicolored light rushed into Wu Yan's body, and he spread his hands and did not notice any changes. Thank you, Lord Realm King. It's just a show of hands. Just as he was about to leave, Goku suddenly leaned over mysteriously and whispered next to him. Wu Yan, you have to be careful, knowing that you left without permission. Kiki is furious, threatening to let you know what is called the greatness of maternal love. Wu Yan suddenly trembled, thinking of that irascible tigress. not only was he covered in cold sweat. Haha! Gaku laughed loudly. Phew! Wu Yan turned into a ghost and suddenly rushed into the snake path. His combat power has reached 50,000, and he has already surpassed the current stage of human beings under the bonus of the Realm King Fist. Traverse the snake road effortlessly. 3 days later, the heavenly gods came to greet him, and Wu Yan finally returned to the Yang realm. Looking at the stretching mountains below like a crouching tiger, the verdant hurry, the green drops, and countless branches are blooming prosperously. The creek comes gracefully, beating the notes of joy. Wisps of cooking smoke rise. And the whole world is filled with the smell of happiness. Hey! Looking at the woman who was drying clothes, Wu Yanhun's body suddenly became smart. But if you don't go back, after such a long time of cultivation, the clothes you are wearing already stink. He kept floating in the air, looking at Gohan, who was studying at the window, suddenly fell from the sky and rushed directly through the window. Brother! Gohan shouted loudly, my breath perception is indeed correct, it is my brother who is hovering in the sky. Gohan is clearly happy. SHH. Wu Yan looked around nervously, in front of Kiki, all his tricks could not be used. Reincarnation the perception of breath has long been completely invalidated. The whole person is sweating. Don't argue, I don't want my mother to know I'm back. He started rummaging through the cabinets to find his clothes. However, Gohan next to him kept pointing and seemed to be saying something. Gohan, don't disturb brother, if your mother finds out. Oh? Am I a dominatrix in your eyes? Behind, a stream of gloomy tones suddenly spread, the temperature of the world dropped sharply, and Wu Yan's whole person was directly stunned there. After a few moments, the back was completely soaked. Gohan, why don't you remind your brother? Wu Yan complained. I've already reminded you. Just now I was constantly pouting. You didn't remind enough. He wiped his face, let his stiff expression soften, and turned around with a smile on his face and rushed directly to Kiki. Keep hammering with your hands on your shoulders. Mom, you must have auditory hallucinations, how can my lovely and gentle mother use violence against me? You know, my mother is the kindest person under the sun, and she also loves me the most. Hey! Kiki crossed her hands at her waist, a bang hung down in front of her eyes, her originally rosy face was full of darkness, and her body was constantly trembling, obviously trying her best to suppress her anger. Humph! She took a cold sip, go on. Wu Yan was stunned. Kiki seemed to be grasping Wu Yan's lifeline, go on, you've never been to school, I'm afraid you can't even say all the flattering words in the dictionary. That's a bit of a shock. Wu Yan was stunned. Kiki suddenly reached out and grabbed Wu Yan's ears, and a flush suddenly came from her face. It hurts. You are so bold that you dare not say goodbye and make raw rice for ripe rice. Ask your dad to give you a day off. Do you know that learning martial arts is a dangerous thing? But you have been strong since you were a child, and I can't manage to cultivate with my father. But, you know, my permission is to let your father stand in the way, everything will be solved by him, and you will just follow behind. Practicing martial arts is just to satisfy your hobbies and strengthen your body. After Kiki finished speaking, she actually began to cry. I heard Gohan say that you killed that powerful alien directly. If you are in danger or even die there, what will you let me do? Dad will be able to solve it together, even if the world falls, Goku will be able to withstand everything, and he doesn't need you at all. Did you know? Wu Yan was stunned for a moment, Kiki loved him very much, he could feel it. The hysterical roar at the moment is only the greatest concern for him. Wu Yan broke free from Kiki's clutches and said softly, Mom, do you know? My wish is never regret it. Maybe there is a father in this world who can maintain stability, but since I have obtained the eye of reincarnation, there must be a terrifying enemy that I am about to face. I have to be ready. How much power comes how much responsibility you have to bear. Don't worry, I'm like a small strong, on the road to absolute strength, I will definitely not die. Kiki's crystal eyes are still shining with tears. But, her body was constantly struggling, trembling, and gurgling tears poured down. Then, you have to promise your mother, Million. Don't die. Collect it, pay attention. New book sets sale. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 022. In 762, 3 months passed with just a wave of his hand. Gaku has already returned from the Realm King, and his strength has increased greatly again. It's still the same as the original. I learned the Realm King Fist and the Genki Bullet from the King of the Realm. I heard that Wuyan didn't learn the Genki Bomb, and Gaku laughed at him a few times, but after Wuyan suppressed it with his absolute strength, he finally shut up. In the west, in the vast desert area, tall and straight stones form a dense stone forest. The square circle is tens of thousands of miles away. Wu Yan was dressed in a black long-distance run, with an orange round of big sun embroidered on his chest, and was sitting on top of the stone pillar. The crab head is flying in the wind, and the eye of reincarnation is looming under the cover of thick bangs. Daoist purple cold glow continued to flow in the body, and the surrounding world began to distort under the extremely strong aura. Next to them, Gaku, Bike, Colon, and Leaping are like small towns, only promises. And Gohan also came here at his own insistence. According to the intelligence in Raditz mind, Gaku knows that there is absolutely no crisis in this battle. It's also a good thing to let Gohan see. However, he must have made some exchange with Kiki, and when he came out of the bedroom, Wuyan clearly saw that his legs were trembling slightly. Gohan? Are you sure? Those scions are said to kill without blinking, and I really don't have the courage to face them. Before the battle began, Leaping was instigated. Wu Yan just took a cold bite with disdain. This guy has long lost his original pride in the luxury of the Bulma family, and now, he is just a little white face suffering from gain and loss. If you are afraid, go back and sleep under the covers with Bulma in your arms. Vic said sarcastically. Coward. Idiot. Fighting side by side with this kind of person is simply detrimental to my Vic Great Devil demeanor. Hey. Leaping just smiled bitterly. Colin was also a little scared. Looking at these Z warriors like chickens and dogs, Wu Yan sneered, no wonder those Z warriors only had Vic after that, Wukong they carried the banner. Showing cowardice without a fight is useless. He stared at the air deadly, 2 brilliant rays of light quickly streaked through like meteors, and the scorching air actually crackled around him. Boom! 2 consecutive explosions, and a large pit of tens of meters instantly appeared in front of the stone forest. Wu Yan's eyes shone sharply, here it comes. Scion. Gaku jumped to the occasion. Humph. Vic snorted coldly, that Raditz before made me suffer enough, and defeated me directly with just one move. This time, I must take revenge. The group quickly flew into the air and looked at the 2 circular spaceships below. Poof! The scorching breath rushed out from it, and the 2 figures flew up leisurely, looking parallel to Wuyan and them. One of them had sky-high hair and was dressed in a blue tights covered with scion floppy combat uniforms. His eyes were full of fierceness, and the corners of his mouth were filled with a trace of disdain. And the other person gasped in a black and yellow combat suit, bald head, and explosive muscles full of endless energy. Humph! Is this the Earth? The little man rushed to the sky and said softly, the environment is not bad. It seems that killing everyone here will definitely sell it for a good price. Vegeta, after wandering in the universe for a month, my fists have long been hungry and thirsty. Blood, only blood is my scion favorite thing. The bald head next to him suddenly emitted a bloodthirsty dark color, and the killing intent in his body almost condensed into substance. Naba, these natives in front of you will be handed over to you. Kill them directly by the most brutal means. Listening to the names of the two, the little man who soared into the sky was the proud prince of the Scions in Radit's mouth, Vegeta. Bald head, named Naba. Also, Kakarot handed it over to me. Vegeta said disdainfully. Che, every time you pick the most interesting person, this time it's my turn. Naba was upset. You dare to disobey me? Vegeta was obviously unhappy. You don't have a light or heavy hand. If you kill Kakarot, how do we know what Raditz said? Scions who cross with Earthlings will produce atavism. Looking at the conversation between the two people, without putting the warrior in the eyes at all, Wu Yan also took a cold bite. You? Maybe it's a little too much to look down on. Oh. Vegeta glanced at it. This is a conversation within the Scion. You are an Earthling. Seeing Wu Yan's crab head, Vegeta was suddenly stunned. That rare hairstyle. You are also a Scion. That's right. He was suddenly startled, and suddenly realized, you are the same Earth half-blood who killed Raditz, the guy with strange eyes, right? It didn't take any effort. Vegeta's eyes flashed with a hint of greed. That eye is called the Eye of Reincarnation, right? Strange moves, the increase in combat effectiveness has simply reached the extreme. That thing should belong to me, the Prince of the Scion. Hey! I'm going to beat you to death, and finally cut out my eyes directly, leaving you to die in despair and pain. Although Raditz is a useless thing, he is also a Scion, and his final death sentence can only be pronounced by me. Hey! Vegeta, who watched no one, looked around, and Wu Yan sneered twice. Naba, take that thing out and entertain my opponents well. The bald head incongruously took out 3 green peas from his pocket and planted them on the ground. Click! On the solid ground, a pair of sharp hands suddenly broke out from the middle, and then 3 figures came out from the middle. Hey, hey! Those people were covered with stripes of vegetables, the top of their heads was like cabbage, parted in the middle, scarlet pupils, hoarse calls, short bodies, sharp claws shining sharply in the sunlight. Wu Yan slightly perceives everything. The combat power is only more than 1000, Uncle Colin, leaping, Uncle Bike, these weak things will be handed over to you. Naba, leave it to Dad to deal with. And that proud prince? A hint of amusement flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. Just leave it to me. Haha. Haha. Vegeta suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. Who do you think you are? Dare to challenge me single-handedly? How stupid. I'll still be a little interested if you rush up, now. One move, it can completely defeat you. Wu Yan crossed his hands in front of his chest. I will give you the same words. Do you want to give you some time to find a funeral team? I will tell you. Kill or bury. New book sets sale. Collection, attention. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 023. Ridiculous. Vegeta just sneered. Goku next to him cried and said, Wu Yan, every time you pick away the strongest opponent, I can only face those weak. Let me discuss, let me face Vegeta. Vic also retorted loudly, let me fight side by side with these 2 Earthlings? Wu Yan, your battle plan is really done too much. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control it and kill these 2 cowardly people directly. Looking at Bike's fierce gaze, Colin and Leaping directly retreated. Then no matter what Dad and Uncle Vic arrange, Vegeta handed it over to me anyway. Wu Yan immediately touched the ground with both feet, and the stone pillar under him suddenly shattered, and the whole person turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Vegeta quickly. Vegeta also roared, I'm not the goods you are competing to sell. You guys have really me off. He suddenly burst up, and his body suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yan. His hands were like two strange dragons that suddenly attacked, directly enveloping Wu Yan from various dead corners. Hurrah! The eye of reincarnation was turning wildly, seeing through all of Vegeta's dark attacks, and easily dodged the past. Humph! Wu Yan snorted coldly, just as a breeze blew through, the eye of reincarnation was exposed, and Vegeta's gaze suddenly met. Ugh! Vegeta exclaimed, and the surrounding world seemed to pause for a moment, the attacking fist seemed to be delayed by the power of time, and the clear blue sky turned red in the blink of an eye. That's what Raditz called the eye of reincarnation. But why is this world? How can it change suddenly? The Wuyan in front has long disappeared, and even Naba, Wukong has disappeared without a trace. Where? Only the lonely wind is blowing, and there is no sign of movement. Everything made Vegeta instantly fall into mania. Poof! There was a sudden pain in his chest, and the scene in front of him flipped instantly, and the heavy punch almost penetrated a few centimeters. All internal organs suddenly colic. A mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out like a blood arrow. Just now? What is that? Pang! Wu Yan rose up in the air, flying and kicking heavily. Vegeta's body was like being hit by a train, directly smashing through dozens of stone pillars, and finally smashed to the ground. Deep pits with a diameter of tens of meters instantly appeared. Ahem! In the smoke, Vegeta pressed his chest and stumbled to his feet, still thinking in his heart, what was that just now? I seem to have entered a different world, that half-race boy, even Kakarot has disappeared directly. Really? Just like Bardock once experienced, it plunged me into illusion. The rich experience in the universe made him make an instant judgment, the pain in his chest continued to gush out like a tide, and his own strength seemed to disintegrate. Just one blow caused such damage to himself, that little ghost is not an ordinary person. Hey, have you been to the universe too? Was that an illusion just now? Vegeta asked loudly. Humph! It's just a small hint to you with the eye of reincarnation. Blood-colored world, I didn't expect you to be tricked so easily. This is the strength of the Scion Prince, and it doesn't look good. Guyan's taunt made Vegeta completely embarrassed. No kidding, you're just a mongrel. Dare to bark in front of me? That hint. I'm afraid it can only be activated when the eyes are facing each other, as long as you don't look into your eyes. Vegeta was very arrogant, but didn't he think about it? Their own strength and enlightenment are not at the same level. If they limit the play of vision, they will finally usher in. Bang bang! There was a muffled snort in the air, and Guyan's fist attacked madly outward, attacking madly on Vegeta's various death holes. Infinite power penetrated into it, like 10,000 ants gnawing, and the pain of Ling Chi suddenly came from the chest. Boom! Wu Yan clasped his hands together and struck hard in the back. Vegeta's body could no longer hold on, and he smashed directly into the ground. How? How can it be? A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and Vegeta stumbled to his feet. The energy on the surface of his body was circulating wildly, and manic energy invaded the surrounding world like a tide. What? Naba, who was fighting Goku next to him, was shocked. Vegeta? Vegeta was defeated by the beating? Or even seriously injured in a short period of time? How is this possible? Goku next to him is also getting more and more courageous. Naba's combat power is similar to him, but the fine use of power is like the gap between earthworms and giant elephants. He didn't have any resistance at all. Good. I must completely defeat you before I realize it, otherwise I won't be able to fight him at all. Vegeta and Naba, who had come in high spirits, have become delicacy in the mouths of Z warriors. Vegeta also looked at the god of war figure in disbelief. You, what kind of monster are you? Hey! Wu Yan descended from the sky. Let you see what I learned from the Realm King. It may be a bit overkill against you. In the palm of the hand, a comma glows purple-red. Dao lightning flashed madly in Wu Yan's eyes, and his left hand was directly forced, and it was inserted into the palm of his right hand. This is a new move that I developed based on the original book. Vegeta, you are honored to be the first to taste it. Ha! He pulled suddenly, and the purple light of the Dao suddenly appeared, like sticky mud, whistling sharply behind him. Click! The sky was suddenly overcast, purple lightning spread out quickly like a spider's web, and the entire battlefield had fallen into mania. Condensation. Looking at that thick purple mass, Wu Yan opened his mouth and drank, and a sharp, meter 5 long scythe quickly appeared. The hideous appearance is exactly the same as that of the Grim Reaper in Hell. Hurrah! He just waved lightly twice, and the world seemed to be shredded, and a black crack appeared in front of him instantly. This is the Realm King's breath materialization, the real power. Wu Yan is like a proud god of war, holding a scythe that is 1 person high, and Dao lightning is raging around. Dark Holy Scythe. Collect. Please pay attention. New book set sale, Seedling. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 024. Dark Holy Scythe. Wu Yan's face was full of arrogance, and Taiyun stood high in the sky, his eyes full of contempt. Purple light shone around the perimeter, and the lightning of the Dao condensed in the air, suddenly flickering. Humph! This is the true power of the actual state of the breath, unlike the air blade, which can only rely on the palm of the hand to exist. As long as the breath released by itself does not disappear, this dark holy sickle will always exist. What? Vegeta looked terrified, and after coming to Earth, the direction of the battle was not at all his control. The 5-year-old child in front of him, is he a monster? The arrogant fighting nation actually retreated step by step under the oppression of the aura of enlightenment. Phew! The dark saint scythe suddenly flicked, and a round purple sharp chi wave suddenly appeared. It was extremely sharp, and the surrounding stone pillars all collapsed. Abominable! Vegeta jumped into the air in a panic, his scalp numb, and the attack just now made him desperate, and there was no strength to resist. As long as you are hit, you will definitely die. How handsome! Gohan's eyes were full of little stars, and next to Goku, Vic also gulped and swallowed. Vientiane heavenly lead. Wu Yan stretched out one hand, squeezed hard, and the collapsed stone pillar suddenly floated in the air, kneaded into a huge meteorite with a diameter of tens of meters by a gravitational force. Go! He swung hard with one hand, and the meteorite instantly shot up into the sky and smashed heavily on Vegeta. Ugh! Vegeta screamed, a large mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and his body smashed heavily to the ground. It looks like your journey to Earth is coming to an end. And this one-way spaceship ticket, the only bargaining chip, is your life. Wu Yan raised his hands high and rushed down into the sky. The dark saint scythe suddenly swung, and the 2 purple sword chi crossed into a cross, whistling quickly. The world of pathways also began to tremble. Abominable! Vegeta snorted coldly, just wanted to dodge, but the violent movement caused his wound, and a sharp pain suddenly came from his chest. Zizzy! Just a slight delay, 2 rays of light suddenly flashed instantly, directly streaked through Vegeta's chest. Poof! A cavity of hot blood gushed out, like a long refining of blood spilled over the heavens and the earth. Blood continued to ooze from the 2 deep scars crossed on his chest, instantly dyeing his whole body red. Vegeta's body was like a rag and gently smashed to the ground, and a pool of blood suddenly flowed. This? Has it been successful? Salty Fish said loudly. Vegeta's injury was already very serious, that miserable body, rolling blood, in his eyes, there was almost no possibility of survival. Next to it, Naba was stunned. He stretched out one hand and called softly, "Bay, Vegeta. How is this possible? In the universe, he has experienced many lives and deaths, Countless enemies have all become fertilizer for his growth. In his eyes, Vegeta belongs to Xiaoqiang who cannot be killed, and there has never been such a miserable scene. Vegeta. Tread. Wu Yan paced slowly in the clearing, and smiled gently. Hey, you don't have to pretend to die like this. I know my own moves. With your combat strength, it is absolutely impossible to die so easily. Oh. It really looks good. Ha. Ha ha. Strange laughter suddenly came from Vegeta's mouth, and he stood up directly with a gentle force, and the two hideous scars on his chest were still gurgling blood. Your power, haha, is this the strength of the half-blood scion? It's fun, it's so much fun. The swollen skin has blocked one eye, and bruises are everywhere on the body, but the voice is still hearty, as if a little relieved. Hey! Wu Yan spread his hands and said, stupid, it's just that he barely dodged my attack at the last moment with pain, although he is not dead, but the strength is estimated to have been almost consumed. Give you a chance to pretend to be resurrected, and what you have to face next is real death. Haha. Vegeta laughed softly, that's not necessarily, this traumatized body has long been accustomed to your attacks, and who wins and who loses is still unknown. Drink. Wu Yan clamped the dark saint scythe in his arm socket and suddenly raised it upwards. The erected sword chi suddenly erupted, and stone thorns rose one after another on the ground, spreading wildly towards Vegeta. Destruction energy cannon. Vegeta squeezed his hands, and golden air bombs emerged from his hands and flicked suddenly. Boom! Sword chi, stone thorns, and energy were suddenly intertwined and exploded suddenly. The gurgling smoke suddenly rises, completely enveloping the battlefield. Wu Yan turned into a ghost light that kept shuttling through the smoke, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Vegeta. The dark saint scythe held high suddenly fell. Snap! Vegeta actually caught him with both hands. Phew! The force of an explosion continued to spread on the ground, and the surrounding tens of meters suddenly collapsed. Eat yourself! Wu Yan sneered, his wrist was forceful, and he suddenly flipped. The spike-like energy spread wildly on the holy sickle, and Vegeta felt that the cells in his palm seemed to be directly disintegrated. A sharp pain came from the depths of the heart, and there was no defense at all. Ugh! He suddenly screamed, his eyes swept out Dao lightning, and the golden light suddenly roared towards Wu Yan in a very short distance. Go and die! Vegeta sneered. Naive! I still have the eye of reincarnation. Shinra heavenly sign. Like a judgment, the sound of the bell is sonorous. The majestic repulsion suddenly radiated around. Boom! Vegeta's body suddenly flew upside down like a meteorite. Go! The dark saint scythe instantly stepped on the ground, and a cluster of sharp stone thorns appeared on its back. The hard and sharp light flickered suddenly, and a chill suddenly flowed on Vegeta's body. Not good! Feeling that chill, Vegeta suddenly shouted in horror. Abominable! His heart was fierce, and he bit his lip fiercely. Free the body imprisoned by the attack. Both hands suddenly pressed towards the stone thorns. Ugh! Several blood holes appeared directly in the hands, and the pain of 10 fingers connecting the heart was suddenly used like a tide. The gurgling blood flowed wildly, and in an instant, the stone thorns were directly dyed red. With this power, Vegeta finally gained a little breathing space, tapped his feet, and rushed directly into the air. Woohoo! He looked at Wu Yan with red eyes, the sound of heavy breathing rising and falling, and his chest was constantly bulging. The trembling hands were even difficult to clench into fists. In the crazy battle, he was already scarred. Oh! Wu Yan said in surprise. This guy is really ruthless enough for himself. The stone thorn pierced the hand, but he also gained some help and got him out of the crisis of mortality. There are 2 strokes. Collection, attention! New book sets sale. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, Event Period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 025. Woohoo! Vegeta was gasping heavily, and the strength in his body was constantly draining like a tide. His pupils shrank, reflecting the figure dressed in red sun and black robes like a god of war, and the fierce attack did not allow him to have any room to fight back. "Bastard, you have completely angered me!" Vegeta shouted hoarsely. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment, and his eyes instantly erupted with infinite killing intent. "It seems that your father died too early and did not give you how to talk to the strong. An uncultured lackey can only show his might on a remote planet in the North Galaxy. Kneel in front of Frisia like a dead dog. Don't dare to complain at all. It's just a dog thing that bullies the soft and is afraid of the hard." Wu Yan showed no mercy under his mouth and scolded Vegeta. "What?" Vegeta was slightly stunned, and then all his thoughts were directly destroyed by anger. "How do you know that guy? No, I forbid you to precede him in front of me." "What's wrong? Did the proud Scion Prince get poked in pain?" Wagging his tail under Frisia's knees and begging for mercy, like a pug, being called around and drinking. Pretending to be Frisia's most loyal subordinate, but never being looked at by Sob. "I really feel sorry for you. Don't you believe that combat effectiveness is the key? Isn't it the most likely existence to become a Super Saiyan? Ridiculous dog thing. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Vegeta was already completely insane. "I forbid you to mention that name in front of me, absolutely not. Damn bastard, I don't know where you learned about Frisia and his men. My most painful place was announced by you grandly. I'm going to break all your limbs and keep you floating in the abyss of pain. Go and die." Dao's purple ripples spread around the perimeter, and the thick energy in the center of the palm was fluctuating wildly. Sky Cannon. Ha! Infinite energy gathered in the palm of the hand, as if it had found an inclination opening, and suddenly burst out. Die! Vegeta laughed wildly in the sky, his red eyes were full of killing intent. Crazy energy seduced heaven and earth, and infinite lightning completely flooded the battlefield. Colin looked at the sky and swallowed a mouthful of spit. Isn't that guy unbearable and already crazy? Wukong also shook his head. It may be that what Wuyan said poked his pain. Naba behind him has already been seriously injured, and Wukong's strength has reached 5,000 after returning from the Realm King Star, and the use of the Realm King Fist is a full 10,000. It has surpassed Naba by more than double. In front of Goku, he didn't have any power to fight back at all. "I'm afraid the battle will end soon." Ha! Feeling the power of the explosion, it seemed to have a majestic ability of black clouds to crush the city. The ground burst instantly like a spider's web, and countless stones floated into the air. Then be overwhelmed by crazy energy. Wu Yan raised his hands high and quickly began to spin the Dark Saint Scythe. The majestic energy was directly bounced out the moment it touched. Follow the original trajectory and rush towards Vegeta. "What?" Vegeta shouted in a lost voice. His body was forced to one side, the whistling energy still completely burned his waist, and a fleshy fragrance slowly drifted in the air. Actually, unexpectedly, relying on that scythe, it directly rebounded my all-out attack. He was stunned, and the terrifying power of Wuyan had completely destroyed his heart. Just like Shalo after that, even the pride in his heart was completely disintegrated. The pupils began to contract, and a little bit of power continued to surge around them. "Hey! It's really awesome." He pretended to be understated and said, "It seems that with my current strength, it is absolutely impossible to kill you. You're still a little self-aware." Wu Yan still said arrogantly. "You are proud enough to be able to support under the Dark Saint Scythe for so long." Haha! Vegeta's whole body began to tremble, and his eyes burst with crazy ferocity. I didn't want to use this trick, although the transformation is powerful, it will turn me into an ugly ape, and everyone I have seen must die. What about Frisia?" Gokuin opened his mouth and made Vegeta's heart block for a while. Is it easy to install AB? He finally knew another characteristic of Wuyan, poisonous tongue. Directly ignore Wuyan's words. If you care, I am afraid that you will be directly angry before transforming. Let you see. The pinnacle power of the Scion royal family. Zzz. Deo white lightning began to condense in Vegeta's hands, and a pale energy, from which a trace of decay actually transmitted, slowly began to squirm. Go! He immediately threw that spherical energy directly into the air, and the moment it touched the air, the entire spherical instantly expanded. A few seconds later, it floated steadily in the air like a moon. Haha! Scions can transform into giant apes, and their combat power instantly expands tenfold. I admit that I am not your opponent, but with 10 times the strength, my combat power has reached 200,000. How do you fight me? Next to him, Salted Fish interjected and said, I think you are a fool, you are also a scion, your strength can be expanded, can't Wuyan transform? The difference in combat effectiveness may increase tenfold in an instant. You're looking for your own death. Stupid. Only the royal family of scions would remain sane in the state of a giant ape. Moreover, the brew required for the transformation of royal and ordinary scions is completely different. Seeing this artificial moon, ordinary people can't transform. Haha! Like a crazy superstition, Vegeta embraces the sky with open arms as if praying. Zzz. Deo lightning filled madly, the ground suddenly shattered, and the deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters instantly collapsed. Ugh! The crunch of bones shattering continued to sound, and Vegeta's body expanded abruptly, covered in hair, the corners of his mouth protruded, his teeth were sharp, and his eyes were full of blood, and he actually exuded infinite tyrannical blood chi. Roar! A violent beast roar suddenly came out from his mouth, and the manic shock wave would make the surrounding stone pillars collapse instantly. See? This is the true power of the Scion royal family, a small mongrel. Die! The huge palm fell quickly, carrying the infinite mighty power, and the manic power suddenly left a slap print several meters large on the ground. It's like a palm move falling from the sky. Phew! Wuyan used the power of the heavenly hand to directly break away, and such a clumsy attack would not be able to hit himself in this life. Looking at the flying rebel in the sky, he sneered contemptuously. Do you think that only you can transform? New book sets sail. Collection, attention! Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 026. Do you think that only you can transform? Wuyan laughed softly, his eyes full of mockery. You mean to see the real moon transformation next to the earth? Manga said that now there is no moonlight during the day, and even if there is, it will become the kind of crazy giant ape that will only destroy, with power and uncontrollable. Your threat in my heart will be greatly reduced, and the final victory. I don't know who it will belong to. Haha! Ridiculous! Transform into a great ape? I didn't use it when I was born. If it weren't for the fact that this tale might have worked a little later, I would have abandoned him a long time ago. Wuyan's eyes emitted strange fluctuations. Have you heard of Super Scion? You say you can transform into a Super Scion? Haha, it's really funny, the only thing that can be in this world is the prince of my Scion. You, a mongrel, even dare to make a big fuss here? Haha. The great ape laughed hysterically and madly in the sky. It's the funniest joke of the year. I can't help but believe it. Woohoo! Scarlet rays of light continue to radiate from the periphery of the body. The ground began to shake, and gravel floated in the air, and then it was directly annihilated by the manic energy. When I was studying at Realm, I began to imagine ways to transform into a Super Scion, but no matter how much I increased my anger, I still failed. However, after learning the Realm King Fist, I suddenly thought of whether I could use the power of the Realm King Fist to perform the Mimicry Super Saiyan transformation. In the past 3 months, I have been constantly trying, and in the beautiful scenery, I have felt the true ethereal of nature, and I am also wandering in it. Finally, I succeeded. Ha! Wu Yan roared madly, and the infinite power suddenly exploded from his body, and the manic energy made the ground instantly sink. Lightning strikes back and forth around the body. Ha! The black pupil in Wu Yan's left eye slowly disappeared, his hair slowly stood on end, and the bursting green tendons kept squirming like earthworms. And in the eyes of reincarnation, a vague goo loomed and kept flickering in the haze. Ha! With a loud drink, the manic energy suddenly exploded completely, spreading wildly along the cracks in the ground. The ground exploded, and the energy storm swept the surrounding Gaku and the others in. What? What the? Vegeta froze. Wu Yan's power expanded in an instant, and the energy under the dragon-like muscles converged into a rolling torrent and flowed continuously. The pupil of his left eye disappeared, his hair stood upside down, and the vast power almost completely overwhelmed him. This? How is this possible? Mongrel, hurry up and tell me how the hell did you transform here? Vegeta was completely in a madness, a completely different transformation. Could it really be a Super Saiyan? Hey! Gaku was stunned for a moment. Realm King Fist? The direction of the breath flow seems to be a little different. It won't. Could it be that Wu Yan had changed the direction of the movement of the Realm King Fist by himself? Although he also wanted such thoughts in his heart, but how dangerous it was to change his breath privately. If you don't put your mind, you will completely explode in your body. The King of the Realm also developed such a big killing move of the King of the Realm Fist in a long period of time. In the past 3 months, Wu Yan has been studying this matter. He was already completely shocked. Ha! Wu Yan burst into a loud shout, his feet were a little heavier, the ground exploded, and he suddenly turned into a blood-red light and rushed into the sky. The speed is fast, and the world is twisted a little in an instant. Pang! A heavy punch directly hit the abdomen of the giant ape, and the small Wu Yan was like a firefly in front of the giant ape tens of meters tall, and it was also like a mayfly shaking a tree. I don't believe that you can really transform into a Super Saiyan, I absolutely don't believe it. However, the sharp pain in his abdomen made him take 3 steps backwards, and huge footprints appeared on the ground. Abominable! A gurgling power appeared in that huge monstrous palm, but the scarlet eyes were suddenly stunned. Everything fell apart in an instant. What? He stumbled and kept retreating, blood kept gushing out of his nostrils, ears, and the colic of his internal organs made it impossible for him to gather his strength at all. Pang! An ass squat actually sat directly on the ground. Wow! A mouthful of scarlet bruised blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Impossible! No way! The giant ape looked at his weak hands and shouted loudly. With just one punch, it caused such terrifying damage to me, and even completely disintegrated the fighting intent in my body. This is absolutely impossible. In the face of Wu Yan, he could hardly raise the desire to fight, and for the Prince of the Scion, this was not intended to be a great shame. Heavenly hand power. Wu Yan and the stone behind the giant ape exchanged positions, and their hands reached out like dragons, directly grabbing the tail of the giant ape. The green tendons burst, and the force was used instantly. The gurgling power turned into a torrent and exploded violently under the dragon-like muscles. Give it to me! The body tens of meters tall rose impressively. The small ant actually directly lifted the giant elephant high, and the visual impact caused can be imagined. Ha! Wu Yan grabbed his tail and instantly used force, the giant ape flipped abruptly in the air, and Peng's sound was directly smashed to the ground. Ugh! A scream came from the air. Wu Yan appeared in a spiral state and climbed up the sky, waving his tail, like a chain ball, and continuously smashed the giant ape to the ground. The ground suddenly shattered, trembling violently several times. The scenery in front of him stunned everyone. Wu Yan grabbed his tail and smashed the giant ape to the ground one after another, and after a few minutes, his body began to rotate in the air. Boom! Wu Yan let go, and the giant ape fell to the ground with inertia. Looking at such a violent scene, Gaku, Colin, and Leaping were already completely stunned. The giant ape's face was blue and purple, and the successive pimples were like sandbags. It was like a skeleton shattering to the ground, gasping violently. "Hey, Leaping, or you should run quickly, Wuyan is very bad for your senses." Colin gloated. Constantly smashing a giant ape on the ground, what a violent brat can do this? Leaping's performance before was too cowardly, and he even planned to retreat on the verge of retreating. In case he was remembered in a small book, and then settle the account later. "Hey!" Leaping suddenly trembled and shivered. "Ask for a tip." Collection. The new book sets sail. If you think this book is good, the flower evaluation ticket free thing, maybe you usually don't pay attention, but to me, that's baby. Kneel and beg. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 027. Ugh! The giant ape let out a miserable roar, and its huge body smashed heavily to the ground. The ground also trembled a few times. Abominable! How could you possibly have such great power? I'm a Scion Prince, how can I lose to a mongrel like you? Roar! The giant ape suddenly turned around on the ground, and from its mouth, a stream of energy quickly gushed out like a heavenly lady scattered flowers, completely enveloping Wuyan from 4 directions, up, down, left and right. Insect tricks. Intensive coverage bombing is just a desperate attack when you are already doomed to victory. It seems that you have some speculation about the fate of your failure. Ha! The eye of reincarnation is constantly rotating, and the powerful dynamic vision can see all the attacks clearly. He swung his hands at super speed and accurately shot all his attacks out. Roar! A brilliant flame erupted straight out of the mouth, and the air seemed to become fuel, and it began to burn in an instant. Completely surround the enlightenment time. Wuyan, be careful! Gaku shouted worriedly. Shinra heavenly sign. The manic repulsion fluctuated wildly, and the scorching flame turned directly into ashes in an instant. Wuyan stood proudly in the air, crossed his hands on his chest, and looked at Vegeta contemptuously. Return to the light, the final resistance looks like it should be over. Hey! His hands converged into a calyx shape and slowly placed them on his waist, and the energy under his arms was surging wildly. A little light began to sprinkle in the palm, and in an instant, a scorching blue light shone on the heavens and the earth. Turtle Pai Kigong! Ha! The hands suddenly pushed out, and all the energy condensed seemed to have found a catharsis, and it instantly gushed away. The majestic power fluctuated continuously in the sky, and in the scarlet eyes of the giant ape, it completely surrounded him at once. Ugh! A miserable roar suddenly came. But in the blink of an eye, it was drowned in a manic whirlwind of energy. Zizzy! All around, pitch-black lightning came from the void like a ghost. The world seemed to tremble under that manic power fluctuation. The ground burst with a bang, an endless rubble was attracted into the air, instantly annihilated under the intertwined energy. Intensive attacks at the nanoscale continue to destroy the cells of the great ape. Gurgling blood was left in the mouth, nose, ears, and even eyes. A little blood stain appeared in the blue energy, and a blood-red wind flew around. Gaku said in shock, "What a terrifying energy fluctuation this is! Wuyan, the breath of Wuyan has surpassed me far away, and it is even difficult to match it." Vic was also unwilling to clench his fists. After Wuyan left, he gave up his self-esteem and personally went to Bunzishan to practice with Sun Wukong, and his combat effectiveness increased greatly. Originally thought that he had surpassed that kid, who knows, the gap has never been exaggerated. Cut. He took a cold bite, and his heart was full of unwillingness to himself. Ugh! Finally, the howling energy swept into a violent wind, and actually rushed Vegeta's manic body directly into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. All the energy disappeared without a trace in an instant, and the world returned to calm. Abominable! Abominable! The giant ape's body was full of bruises. His hair was full of condensed blood scabs, and his scarlet eyes were full of confusion. He has lost the strength to resist the last. This trip to Earth has been a complete failure. Knock knock. His heart began to beat violently, his body was slowly shrinking, and finally he turned into the original little man with sky-high hair. Vegeta raised his hands trembling with difficulty, and the hideous scars on them were densely arranged. Hee, has I been beaten into this miserable appearance? That bastard, that majestic power! Is this what Raditz called a half-blood scion? I lost completely. Vegeta was completely defeated, and the cultivators next to him had already been killed, and Naba, who was covered in injuries, also stopped attacking. The invading scions no longer have any chance of winning. He sat dumbfounded. Greet yourself with impending death. Tread. Gohan, Goku, and Vic paced slowly, looking at the heavily damaged Vegeta below, and just sneered. Kill me. Vegeta was already grey, his eyes were full of grey, and even a little sluggish. He seems to have lost the meaning of life. Good. Wu Yan stretched out one hand, and the gurgling power slowly gathered in the palm of his hand. The world is also dyed with speckled blue. Snap! A person next to him suddenly grabbed Wu Yan's hand and stopped his behavior. Dad! Wu Yan said strangely, this guy is a murderous executioner, I don't know how many people have been killed in the universe. Isn't coming to Earth full of fierceness? To kill him is to eliminate harm to the world. Wukong shook his head slightly. Wu Yan, I can feel that this person is just because he has infinitely amplified his negative emotions in the universe of the jungle. I'm sure he'll get better one day. He said with a smile. Dad, don't have that pitiful mood of compassion. This is my enemy. Wu Yan was already a little angry, and it was the first time that the two father and son were so stiff. Next to him, Vic said loudly, Son Wukong, you have your own ideas, right? You are my opponent, although you were pedantic before, you have not reached the point of such empty wind. Let me go because you know me well, and I didn't kill anyone else. This Vegeta, he doesn't know how much blood is stained on his hands. Goku gave Vic a look or you know me. He touched his own heart, gripped slightly, and said softly, for some reason, as long as I mention killing Vegeta, my heart will clench slightly, and I even have a feeling that if I kill Vegeta, I will lose more. He stared at Wu Yan and said loudly, another more important thing, kill him, I will never be able to surpass you. I think so. Gokuin was silent. Vegeta, as the second eldest in the Dragon Ball world, played a good role in whipping Goku. And their own strength has far surpassed them, and it is absolutely impossible to replace Vegeta's position. Moreover, he also has his own ideas, and soon, he will wander in the universe. I know. Wu Yan nodded slightly, and Vegeta below seemed to feel humiliated, and said resentfully, if you want to kill, kill. Kakarot, and that little cub. Don't be pretentious there. Dad. Don't blame me for not reminding you, the next time Vegeta comes back, I won't help you. I understand. Goku nodded. New book sets sail. Collection, attention. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 028. Cut. Watching a group of people discussing their lives like goods, Vegeta felt humiliated like never before. Kakarot, don't be sorry. I will not give up revenge because of your misery. I will definitely repay the humiliation you gave me today. He stood up shakily and slowly moved forward, a drop of blood flowing down the gap, splashing all the way like an ink painting. Snap! He directly closed the door of the spaceship, looked at Gaku through the brown-red glass. Gohan. The dark eyes seemed to devour them completely. I remember you, everything today, I will remember for the rest of my life. Boom! A puff of smoke erupted, and Vegeta fled the sad earth in the eyes of several people. Naba next to him was indifferent, and seemed to have expected that he would be abandoned. Colin walked up and said mockingly, "Your boss has already abandoned you and run away, just by you, do you dare to be rampant? Bastard!" Hey! Naba just smiled slightly. Scions are like this, Raditz' death has no touch on us. If it weren't for the atavism of the half-race scions, even we wouldn't have come all the way here. I knew that one day the situation with Raditz would be repeated for me. In Vegeta's eyes, friendship, bondage is something that is abandoned. Naba sneered, "Of course, I think so too." "Well, so much for that. Kill me." Naba behaved quite calmly. Wu Yan's right hand was raised, and the eye of reincarnation flashed with the same light. The skill of Shura. Click! In the eyes of Gaku and Vic in amazement, Goku's arm turned out to be like a machine, constantly deforming, and finally became a thick cannon barrel. What? Seeing this strange phenomenon, Colin shouted loudly in surprise. Even the corners of Vic's mouths are constantly trembling. Zzzz! A laser erupted from the barrel, penetrating Naba's heart in an instant, completely taking away the last trace of his life. Vic was stunned for a few moments and asked, "Sun Wukong, is he sure it's your child? Isn't it the modified robots that the government is preparing to secretly destroy the world?" Even Gaku is a little confused. Could it be that Kiki really did something bad to Wu Yan? A group of people began to think cranky. Wu Yan said angrily, "Hey, don't be too surprised, it's just a relatively chicken use of the eye of reincarnation. I'm not a robot. Reincarnation eye." Gaku said in amazement, "Unexpectedly, there is such a strange move." Humph! It's just the preparation work done to form the 6 paths. The eye of reincarnation can transform a dead person and turn him into a slave puppet under the power of the pupil, which is also useful for himself. As long as the cancelled pupil power will directly become the original. Look! Wu Yan's arm once again heard the sound of Kaka, and it became that pair of delicate Royi again. Looking at Gohan's confused expression, Gaku and Big said in unison, "Hey! The way of the world." Wu Yan meditated in his mouth, put his palm on the top of Naba's head, and slowly, a condensed purple color slowly appeared. 3 empty clear displays. That's Naba's soul. Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes, and behind him, a purple mass suddenly emitted a dazzling light. It was as if the monster of King Yan Luo rose up, all composed of power, completely enveloping Wu Yan. The way of the world. Soul-devouring. Naba's memories suddenly turned into a torrent and drilled into Wu Yan's mind. He walked around and left something useful. The huge star map of the universe, the control method of the spaceship. Even, there are the locations of the conquered planets. However, the picture flashed in his mind, and a figure dressed in Scion combat uniform and covered in pitch black appeared. Wu Yan's pupils shrank slightly, and the corners of his mouth muttered, "He. How did he end up with Vegeta in them? They were all Scions, and then because of what? It's getting more and more interesting. Let me see." Wu Yan licked his lips and made bloodthirsty moves. "That guy, head towards the galactic center. There, but the place of death in Naba's mind. If something goes wrong, there will be a demon. It seems that I should also take a move." He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Goku's concerned look in front of him. "Wu Yan, what happened to you just now?" The gloomy face and the explosion breath made me feel the slightest palpitations. "It's okay, it's just that in Naba's memory, I found something interesting. What? Gaku asked curiously. 1. Something that can improve my strength tenfold and 100-fold. Saying that, Gaku obviously turned elsewhere, not planning to talk to Gaku about this again. Wukong also kept pacing in place, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. Wuyan, Dad has something to say to you. In the future, try not to use the eye of reincarnation to devour other people's souls. Although that is your unique power, but interfering with the two realms of yin and yang, and arbitrarily gaining people's souls, after all, it hurts the heavens and the peace. Dad, when did you become a fortune teller? Wu Yan turned around and asked, how could this kind of words be something that Gaku, a battle idiot, could say? Did the Realm King tell you that? Gaku nodded unabashedly. However, this is also what Dad wants to say. You know that Dad is stupid and can't fully express it. However, eating a person's soul is not like something that humans should do. Goku's eyes were full of sincerity, and his crystalline eyes like water droplets shone with a hint of hope. I know. Wu Yan nodded. Okay. Hearing Wu Yan's affirmative answer, Wukong was relieved and stretched his waist directly. Well, this time we just made a foil for Wu Yan. Playing soy sauce, in the fierce battle, you can't get your hands at all. It's a bit of a pity. Go back. Mom must have cooked a fragrant meal waiting for us. Speaking of this, Wu Yan suddenly thought. What about leaping? Doesn't seem to see Vegeta when I beat him. Escaped? That coward. Hey. Colin remembered the fierce scene before, and just laughed bitterly helplessly. Science, cultivators did not scare leaping away, but were frightened by Wuyan's fart urine. Gaku can only touch the back of his head, a little embarrassed. For leaping, everyone only had scolding left in their hearts, and the friendship between Z warriors together before had basically been consumed. Hey! That's all everyone can say. New book sets sale. Collection, attention! Free flowers and evaluation tickets every day. If you feel good looking, I hope you don't skimp on May Day reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 029. Hurrah! 4 rays of light streaked across the sky, and Colin returned to the turtle house, still a monk as a bachelor. There really is nowhere else to go. Vic returns to the Yunzabit Heights to continue his lonely training. In the fight against the Scion, Wuyan's strength had completely shocked him. If they don't practice hard, it is estimated that Wuyan will throw them off and they won't even see the exhaust gas. A few minutes later, the Bun Mountain that stretched across the world had clearly appeared in front of the two. The rich green is green, like a green ocean. The clear river divides him in the center. Everything is like in a fairy tale, a beautiful world, and a beautiful figure. The water wheel is creaking and turning, and the smoke is slowly rising. This situation in front of him, although Wu Yan has seen it many times, he still can't help but feel happy. All the exhaustion after the battle disappeared in an instant. Table. Gaku, Gohan pulled the rice mountain in front of him, but Gohan just devoured it in small bites. It's clear that something is in mind. What's wrong? Enlightenment? Was it injured during the battle? How can today's appetite be so small? Kiki asked with concern. Mom, I have something to say. What? I'm going to wander the universe and chase the figure in Naba's memory. In the center of the universe, that heaven and earth spirit object that can quickly enhance its combat power has definitely been discovered. If it is obtained by that person, the consequences are unimaginable. Hearing Wuyan's words, Kiki was silent. Universe. She looked up and saw that the vast deep space, the boundless planet was shining. A splendid river of stars emitted a scorching light, crossing the east and west, splitting the sky in half. You're like a kite, originally you just spun around your mother, but now, I can't catch it at all. Plunge headlong into the universe, like a dim planet, maybe mom will never see you again. Kiki murmured alone, feeling the inexplicable atmosphere, and Gaku and Gohan also quieted down. How long will it take? I don't know. If it goes well, maybe a month, if it doesn't go well, it may take a few years. Kiki swallowed alone, and her body trembled slightly. Is it dangerous? Wuyan didn't speak. It means that it has been admitted. Even with the memories of Naba and Raditz, Wuyan may not dare to say that there is no risk this time. Compared to the universe, there are too few places where the two have walked. Moreover, the center of the universe is clearly marked with the place of death in the star map. It is said that Vegeta once went and wanted to go deeper. But with just one touch, the flesh and blood on the arm instantly disintegrated, revealing pure white bones. Hit the spot. Go. But to promise mom, you must come back alive. Goyan nodded heavily. Perhaps feeling the comfort in her tone, Kiki walked out the door without looking back. Wuyan, what exactly is the heaven and earth Ling Bao you mentioned? Gaku asked curiously. I saw in Naba's memory a scion who looked a lot like his father, but with an evil aura. His name is Darens. Also a lower-level warrior among the scions. Maybe he can't stand Vegeta's arrogance. He left Vegeta some time ago and went to the center of the galaxy. And that heaven and earth spirit treasure is the spirit tree fruit that grows through the energy of a planet. Extract all the vitality of a planet, transform it into a thick vitality, and when a person eats it, his own strength will skyrocket without any side effects. Extracting the life of the planet. Gaku muttered, what an evil thing. Wu Yan nodded, indeed the growth of the spirit tree fruit was not very good. Wukong said, Wuyan, be careful in space, Dad will definitely go to you after cultivating. Understood. In the courtyard, Kiki squatted on the ground with her hands and legs, and a cool breeze blew to reveal a face with pear blossoms and rain. Her crystal eyes stared at the babbling stream, and the slowly beating flowing water seemed to be as if it was enlightened, and it seemed to be farther and farther away from her. Let him practice martial arts? Is it the most wrong choice in my life? Even, living with Sun Wukong, is it originally a bad fate? She really couldn't figure it out. Originally, as a virtuous wife, the family lived happily together, this was her dream. For ordinary people, it is within reach, but for themselves, it seems to be an unattainable fantasy. Mom. Next to him, Gohan tiptoed over and obediently did it. Gohan, you say, should I let your brother go to the universe? My brother's ambition is not on Earth at all, and his powerful combat power is not something that Earth can bind. Even if my mother doesn't agree today, my brother will definitely leave tomorrow. Gohan said softly. Wuyan, that kid, he has a strong personality since he was a child, and I know that I will not be able to control him. However, I didn't expect that this time would come so quickly. Even, he is still a smelly child. This year, I'm only 5 years old. I'm really a little reluctant. However, that child has liked to practice martial arts since he was a child, and with strong combat effectiveness comes ambition. My mind was so messed up that I really didn't know what to do. Psychologically, I want Wuyan to pursue his dreams. But emotionally, I didn't want him to leave my arms. Kiki has been struggling for a long time. This is the inevitable result of the union of Sun Wukong, a battle maniac, and a woman who yearns for a peaceful life. Even if there is no enlightenment, this situation will occur sooner or later. After a long time, Kiki suddenly opened her eyes full of determination. I intend to agree with Wuyan's idea. However, Gohan, Mom has a request for you too. Tomorrow, after Wuyan leaves, you will learn martial arts with your father. Dad said, the power contained in your body is not weak and enlightened. Once all of them are aroused, it is monstrous and terrifying. Promise Mom, stand in front of your brother in the future, and don't let him go forward alone. Perhaps, in times of danger, pull him back. Let your brother return to your mother's side safe and sound." The next day, Gaku stood in the front, while Gaku, Kiki, and Gohan stood behind, looking at his back as he went silently alone. Kiki's eyes were full of determination, and it looked like last night's conversation had completely changed her heart. Instead of struggling, go with the flow. Give Wuyan help to the fullest. Zizi. The spherical spaceship slowly closes, relying on the memories of Raditz and Naba. Wuyan can easily manipulate the spaceship. Poof! The manic voice sounded instantly, and suddenly rushed into the sky. Turn into a spot of light and disappear. Looking at Wu Yan's distant back, the three of them stood still for 10 minutes. Immediately, Gaku stretched out and said to Gohan. "Gohan, it's time to start too. New book sets sail." "Sorry, I slept." "Hey? It seems that I don't have a fixed time either. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 030. The vast universe, pitch black, a little starlight suddenly twinkled, the brilliant Milky Way fell into the sky. Across the east and west, the multicolored light was incomparably deep, as if to suck everything in. Above the mysterious dreamy color, like the road to the heavenly palace, the holy light is overflowing, and there is a sense of longing. Phew! A ray of light instantly rushed into the air, and the golden pattern seemed to cut the entire universe in half. At a closer look, it is a white Orcic spaceship. After running for a long time, slowly stop on a huge debris. A bronze-skinned, crab-headed, and black-robed child walked out lightly and stretched hard. Ugh! Gaga! The sound of bones twisting sounded instantly. Wu Yan sighed softly. "It's been 4 full days since I left the Earth, and I haven't even seen a hair in the universe. That small spaceship is too uncomfortable, so it should take away the big spaceship of the heavenly god. Every once in a while, he must come out to breathe, otherwise, the tiny environment, and the slight claustrophobia, all this can drive Wu Yan directly crazy. I kind of regret it. Originally, the long-distance universe across the galaxy should have gone into hibernation as a whole. However, Wu Yan did not dare, he was afraid that he would miss something. Naba is not very clear about where Dales is going. I knew that Vegeta's soul should really be devoured." "Hey!" Wu Yan looked up, but there was a little life strangely in the black and silent universe, and the reincarnation eye swayed slightly. Just now, there seemed to be some shaking in the universe. "Over there." He opened his eyes and looked. Hurrah! 4 spaceships in a row suddenly appeared, as if distorting space, and disappeared with just a sip in front of Wu Yan. The spaceship at the front is technologically advanced, but it does not carry extra attack equipment. And the 3 ships behind them are like broken copper and iron, and they are still nourishing the explosive lightning. 6 people stood on it, dressed in tattered and patched beggar suits and carrying simple space helmets, but with a black and brown combat suit on the periphery. Those people with machine guns in their hands are laughing wildly. The bearded boss in front of him took a cold bite, and a mouthful of smelly phlegm suddenly floated in the air, and it looked smooth under the action of gravity, and looked at Wu Yan with a pang of nausea. "Brothers, prepare me. After doing this ticket, we will be able to raise our heads in front of adults. Second and third, you two find a way to stop the spaceship for me. Old 4, Old 5 give me covered bombing." Old 6 rushed up and collected the corn. "Oh! A group of people are like monkeys, shouting loudly. The second and third elders have a lewd face, thief eyebrows, and a little fluff on the corner of their mouth, looking like a frivolous person. They held the flying claw rope in their hands, and the third man made a circle, and tried his best to go straight to the spaceship in front. Gat! I don't know what kind of mechanism there is, but at the moment of contact, it is completely combined with the guardrail around the spaceship in the front, and it is a dead trap. Second brother. Come on. Understood. The second elder raised the flying claw in his hand and made a state of aiming. Poof! The silver gold flying claw grabbed the planet next to it. Like a ground-grabbing machine, and the claw in front of it instantly rotated and drilled into the ground. Click! The flying claws and lasso are immediately engaged and locked. The spaceship in front was instantly firmly dragged and could no longer move. Hey! Wu Yan was stunned for a moment, looking at the thin silk thread in the air. Reflect a little light in the soft light. What the hell is this? It can withstand the huge thrust of a spaceship. If only it was used to bind people. Also, what is the origin of this group of people? Everything behaves like a robber. Crunch! The front spaceship cover finally opened, and a figure appeared instantly. When Wu Yan saw it clearly, his jaw almost dropped directly. Egg eyes, yellow glow, round head, purple and white skin. And that short body. Gark! At this moment, the man walked to the top of the spaceship, his legs were constantly shaking, and the tip of his nose became black. If it weren't for the weak gravitational force in the universe, it is estimated that it would be directly scared to pee. I tell you, I'm an elite constable Garker subordinate to the Galactic Patrol, responsible for law and order in the universe, and I will never give in to you bandits. You must know that if you dare to hurt me, you will offend the Space Patrol, and the consequences will be very serious. Very confident words, but when they came out of Gok's mouth, they were so intimidating. Haha. I know that you are a space patrolman, and Lao Tzu's target is you. As long as you are killed and help the adults complete the plan, isn't it delicious and spicy? There are as many women as you want. You are a stepping stone. Old 6. Above. I understand. Click. The energy cannon in his hand made a mechanical clicking sound, and streams of silver-white energy slowly gathered in the barrel. It's over. I'm going to die soon. Gok's crotch was cold, and a smell of urine came slowly. The sphincter just can't hold up. Phew. That silver-white energy suddenly swept up like an atmosphere, fluctuating violently. Instantly explode in front of Gark. Boom. Scorching waves of chi were generated in the universe, and the explosive light of Xian Red actually condensed and floated in the universe. Like an iron tree blooming, it is full of gorgeous beauty. Haha. It worked. Lord King Han is really overthinking, killing such a guy is not a bother at all. Shut up. Your duck's voice like laughter is a little too noisy. A solemn voice landed on the ground like a bell, full of endless killing intent. The smoke slowly dispersed, and I saw a young man in a black robe stretching out his right hand, holding the energy in it. Countless coldness shot out from the slightly narrowed gaze. Capture people's hearts, like a cold sword shot out abruptly. The world has also been restless a few times. Snap! He squeezed it heavily with one hand, and the crystal energy shattered like a glass ball. Turn into bits and pieces and disappear. The boss took a few steps back in shock, and asked in disbelief, "You, what the hell are you?" From now on, enter the chapter of Cosmic Wandering. Also, let's make a choice. I saw someone in the comment asking me to take Bulma. Goyan is only 5 years old, Bulma is 29. I really can't do it. Make a vote, if you want to let Wuyan take Bulma, just in the comment area, Wuyan. If you want Sun Wukong to take it away, write Sun Wukong. If it's Vegeta, write Vegeta. I'm very democratic. Soon, it's time to start writing by hand. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 031. Who the hell are you? The boss said loudly in disbelief. Directly crush the terrifying and lethal energy with bare hands, who can do this? Suddenly, looking at Wu Yan's strange hair, he was suddenly stunned. You? Are you Scion? Scion. Gok in the back just escaped with emotion, heard those 3 words, directly trembled and hid behind. The Scions have been exterminated. Knowing these 3 words, it seems that you are not a simple character. Wu Yan chuckled. Hey, the remnants of the Scions are all under King Frisia's hands. In essence, you and I have the same goals. You hurry up and get out of the way, I have to kill this guy. You must not let him ruin the adult's plan. Plan? Wu Yan was a little curious, what exactly was it that he had repeatedly mentioned? Forgive me, I can't tell you these things. The boss is pale, but he is still polite. Extreme incongruity. Humph. Wu Yan sneered, then keeping you guys will have no effect. Prepare to die. Rampant. Even Vegeta has to give me 3 points, and even you, a stinking child, dare to bark in front of me. The boss has obviously been enraged. Ha! He suddenly shouted, and the majestic energy suddenly began to circulate in his body. The torrent shook abruptly in the heavens and the earth. Oh! The combat effectiveness actually reached 10,000? It's incredible. Wu Yan chuckled, but there was no panic in his eyes. Boy, now I know, it's a little too late. I have been running amok in the universe for so many years, killing people like Num. A kid like you is still a chick, and it is estimated that it will taste good. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a muffled snort suddenly came out of his mouth. The heavy explosion sound clearly reached everyone's ears. The boss dreamed of a mouthful, and the mechanical bowed his head slightly. A white right hand smashed heavily into his body, and the surrounding exploding green tendons were constantly squirming like earthworms. Ugh! In an instant, endless sharp pain gushed out from the limbs, and the condensed power collapsed in an instant. A mouthful of blood spewed directly out of the mouth. With just one punch, Wu Yan directly pierced his body. Cut! A cat and a dog, pretending vulnerable. He threw the boss's body to the side in disgust and wiped the blood on his hands with his tattered clothes. Big brother! The 5 people next to him shouted in unison. The boss just glanced at Wu Yan blankly, and instantly swallowed his breath and died. Brothers, avenge the boss! Kill that guy directly! Phew! Wu Yan's hand flashed with a little purple light, and he suddenly swirled. A wave of chi swirled and rushed out, just hitting the necks of the remaining 5 people. The sprinting bandit suddenly felt the weakness of his body, and his head seemed to be unable to control his whole body. When they looked closely, they found that their bodies and heads had already been completely separated. After that, I don't know anything. Humph! Wu Yan snorted coldly. For you dirt chicken dogs, there is no need to summon the Dark Saint Scythe. The swirling wave of chi is enough to wipe your neck off. He looked at Gok who was hiding behind him. Hey, boy, shouldn't you come out to meet the lifesaver? Hearing the sound, Gok's body suddenly trembled. Step by step trembled and walked out. It's quite majestic. Just out of the mouth of the tiger. Into the wolves again. Gark thought to himself. Scion! I'm telling you, I'm an elite member of the Galaxy Patrol. Offend me, there is no good ending. Pulling tiger skins is really good. Wu Yan said angrily, I didn't plan to do anything to you. Nonsense! Since the destruction of the home planet, the Scions have become lackeys under Frisia, and they have simply become synonymous with blood. There are not a few Galaxy Patrolmen who died under them. I've never seen a Scion who doesn't love blood. Gok behaved tragically. Let Wu Yan be a little helpless. Gark? Are those guys dead? Unexpectedly, from the spaceship came another person, with short yellow hair and wearing a suspender from the 80s, like a farmer. The beautiful facial features, between the eyebrows seemed to be a little similar to Bulma. Tais, who let you out? Gark shouted loudly in panic. It's over, such a beautiful person fell into the hands of the Scions. Tais, what will be your fate next? Will it be divided into corpses? Will it be sold everywhere as a star prostitute, and finally die a miserable death? Will it directly become a slave of this Scion and suffer all kinds of grievances? Tais, you're in trouble. Wuyan has a black line. Vegeta, what the hell did you guy do in the universe to make the reputation of the Scions so stinky? It seems that it is not possible to start with Gark. Wuyan's eyes dripped and whirled, and he shouted loudly, Tais. Do you remember Bulma? Bulma? She's my sister. Tais said in amazement. Ugh! Gok suddenly cried with a sad face, unexpectedly, you have already extended your demon hand to Bulma. That's right, some time ago it was indeed monitored that the Scion spacecraft was heading to Earth. Really? Gok's face was dark, and he collapsed directly on the ground. Snap! Wu Yan flickered directly and directly gave Gark a brain melon. Bastard, if you talk nonsense again, I will kill you directly. With this guy, I really can't talk properly. I am a Scion from Earth, the son of the Monkey King. And Sun Wukong is a good friend of Bulma. Now that you figure it out, I'm just saving you, I won't do anything to you. Bulma's friend. Tais pondered for a moment. I did hear that I heard this person's name during a call with Bulma some time ago. Hey! She lengthened her tone, are you the son of Bulma? What brain circuitry are you? Wu Yan was almost about to explode, how could it be so difficult to talk to them? Isn't it? Tais touched her chin, no, Bulma's words are full of love for Sun Wukong, just like pity for a husband and wife. Isn't it a couple of two? Wu Yan was also silent. It's not. After chatting for so long, all the misunderstandings were finally solved, and Wu Yan suddenly remembered something, frowning and asking, Gok? Who are those guys and why are they chasing you? Favorites, attention! New book sets sale. Everyone, give me a vote for free evaluation votes and flowers. Kneel and beg. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 032. Cosmic Scavengers. That's how the Galaxy Patrol defines them. A group of robbers active in the universe who rob the past caravans for a living. They and our patrolmen are mortal enemies. Almost every month there will be a terrible battle. Originally, they were just scattered among the various star regions. But according to our intelligence, within the scavengers, it seems that a strong person has appeared, unifying millions of scavengers. Their strength instantly increased several times. This time, the Galactic King has given me a mission to help a planet get out of that galaxy that is about to be destroyed. But halfway through, he was suddenly attacked. Almost died. Garki spread his hands and said calmly, however, countless patrolmen have died among them, and the hatred between the scavengers and the Galaxy Patrolmen has been engraved, and I have long been ready to donate my life. Wu Yan was slightly stunned. You just said? What tasks are you ready to perform? Help a planet get out of its original galaxy. Gok said. Can this kind of thing be done? Why break away from the original galaxy? I don't understand the situation. It seems that in that galaxy, the energy of the stars that maintain existence suddenly decreased, causing the surface temperature of all the planets to drop sharply, and almost half of the intelligent life died. However, because the decay of stars is still not over, they must be greeted by a colder world. In order to survive, they can only escape from that galaxy. Wu Yan didn't understand. Isn't it more convenient and faster to use a spaceship? What do you want this galactic patrolman to do? Gok sighed lightly and explained, that planet is one of the most prosperous places in the universe. There are still tens of billions of people after half of the death, and if you use spaceships to migrate, it must be an extremely vast project. The leadership of the coalition government has made a huge plan to turn the entire planet into a spaceship. It will take 2,500 years to relocate the planet to another, more prosperous galaxy. However, not everyone is working hard for human reproduction. Some people, for their own glory and wealth, for their own survival, colluded with the cosmic scavengers to form a coalition of rebels. This time, I am here to solve this problem. Hearing this, Wu Yan chuckled. That's right, the universe scavenger must already know your actions, so he plans to kill you halfway. It wasn't an accident, it was premeditated murder. The sonorous sound suddenly landed, and Gark was also stunned there. But, he explained in a flustered manner, the universe is so big, my itinerary is only known by a few people such as the Galactic King, and it is impossible to leak it. Humph. It seems that within the Galaxy Patrol, there are also traitors. Your trip is estimated to be less fierce. The so-called scavengers may not necessarily arrange many ambush teams afterwards. This? What about this? Gok instantly panicked. His spaceship doesn't have any offensive equipment at all. Suddenly, looking at Wu Yan next to him, it was as if he had met a savior. Wu Yan, right. Can you help me and join me in this task? By what? Wu Yan said angrily, I have my own purpose in the universe, and I definitely can't delay it for a while. Gok was a little discouraged. Suddenly, a vicissitudes of voice entered the ears of Wu Yan and Garki. Wu Yan, can you hear me? Realm King. Wu Yan said in a deep voice. Lord Realm King. Gok suddenly shouted in horror, could it be the highest god Realm King in the North Galaxy? You're right. Great. Finally see hope. The King of the Realm's voice changed, Wu Yan, I hope you can go, with the power of Gok alone, and even the power of the Galaxy Patrol, it is impossible to confront the current cosmic scavengers. King of the Realm, you know my purpose, if the fruit is taken by Dales, it will be a monstrous disaster for me, or my father. It's okay, Goyan. I've observed that Darren's ship is still a month away from the center of the galaxy. And the ripening of the fruit also takes almost a month and a half, and you still have plenty of time. This. Wu Yan still didn't want to go. Besides, I promise that your harvest this time will far exceed your expectations. There is a bit of mystery in the voice of the King of the Realm. God is talking. Wu Yan muttered and looked back at Gark, then there is no way, I'll go with you. It doesn't matter what the benefits are, the key is that I want to see what kind of human being can think of the feat of turning an entire planet into a spaceship. Phew. Garki breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Wu Yan's circular spaceship. Then, I will give you the coordinates and perform space distortion, that is, it is only a 3-day journey. Good. Wu Yan agreed. Hurrah! 2 rays of light instantly shot up into the sky, and a little light suddenly appeared in the dead and silent universe ahead, and suddenly began to rotate, becoming a black hole. The universe rushed into it in an instant, and the black hole quickly closed, and finally disappeared. In the distant galaxy, 8 planets are constantly rotating around a hot star. Among them, the red fireball emitted a dazzling light, but when you saw it closely, there was an infinite black in the golden holy light, like a black dragon that was constantly roaring. It seems that there is a little silvery white light, mixed with a little gloomy coldness. Hurrah! A black hole suddenly rotated and appeared, and 2 ghosts suddenly burst out like a sword, directly slowing down the moment they rushed into the universe. The 3 of Gark, Tais, and Goyan stood one after another. The scenery in front of them stunned the 3 instantly. A water-blue planet, dotted with white, gurgling cyclones, land and ocean, it is a beautiful planet. It's somewhat similar to the appearance of the Earth. Wu Yan's reincarnation eye instantly captured, the entire galaxy, and the solar system seems to be the world in the mirror, the structure, exactly the same, but the direction of rotation is completely opposite. The back of that planet actually ejected raging blue flames, and endless energy fluctuations stirred wildly in the universe, slowly, like ants crawling, pushing the planet forward. Gok said excitedly, "Those blue lights should be planetary engines. What a majestic scene! This is Wandering Planet?" Tais murmured. "Traveling today, updates may be erratic. Rest assured, there is a save below. Collection. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 033. That is, Wandering Planet. Tais was stunned for a moment. Tens of thousands of planetary engines ejected tens of thousands of meters of blue flames, and the majestic impetus actually drove the entire planet forward slowly. This kind of thing is like a fantasy. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you can't believe it. Wu Yan was shocked for a moment, and a scorching light flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, there is a crouching tiger, hidden dragon in the universe, and technology has reached this point. Phew! Suddenly, a wisp of breeze appeared out of nothing, revealing the reincarnation eyes of Wu Yan. Knock knock! The heart suddenly contracted violently twice, and there was also a labor pain in Samsara's eyes. That star! He opened his eyes to the sun and saw carefully. The dazzling light of the golden holy was filled with cold, and a round of pitch-black ripples completely enveloped the entire star. That is, at the edge of the star, there seemed to be a little silvery white light, and Wu Yan poured his breath into the eyes of reincarnation. Little by little, the picture becomes clearer. The thick silver-white stripes, with streams of energy constantly bulging in them, were obviously transporting something. Hey! Wu Yan muttered, "Someone is absorbing the energy of the star. No wonder the temperature of the entire galaxy suddenly drops. Use technology to make stars decay and absorb energy in advance. Radiation to all parts of the world will naturally be much less. It seems that this is a man-made scourge." Gaki's words directly woke up Wu Yan. "Wu Yan, Tais, let's go down quickly. According to the news from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the planet will soon perform the most dangerous moves. Use the gravity of a huge planet to reduce the energy loss of the engine, so that it can burst out in an instant and escape directly from this galaxy. But if you are not careful, the planet will be lost in the huge gravitational pull." With a finger of his hand, a huge planet in front of him was shrouded in earthy yellow, and the circle of white light dotted on it, like a beautiful oil painting. "This is the planet. It's about to start." Phew! Wu Yan protected Tais, and the three of them rushed into the atmosphere together, relying on the Shinra heavenly sign, and did not suffer any burning. After entering the atmosphere, everything in front of him made Wu Yan stunned. Heaven and earth, all shrouded in ice. The towering and stacked buildings still show the original prosperity. However, the solid ice of the road covered everything, and the majestic buildings seemed to be frozen into icebergs. Many humans were frozen in it, still maintaining a state of consternation before death. The whole land is shrouded in a vast darkness, full of quaintness and despair. Disasters come so quickly that people don't have time to react. Gark sighed and said softly. Tais's face is livid. Although he and Gok have traveled a lot of planets during this time, they have also witnessed some deaths. However, nearly 10 billion people were frozen to death in an instant, and this miserable scene still made her shudder. The human voice and smile in the head are constantly circling. From it, you can even hear the howling of ghosts. Ugh! She couldn't bear it anymore, and directly screamed. Her chest was shaking violently, and her face was flushed. It is mixed with pitch-black livid blue. Panic has enveloped her heart. Tais? Take a deep breath, we are here to save these remaining people? Isn't it? Garker exhorted. It's useless. Suddenly seeing so many people dying in an instant, Tais's heart was almost shattered by the impact. Only time will smooth it all. We can only pray now that everything in front of us will not cause her mental scars. Boom! An earth-shattering roar instantly came from the ground, and even the sky shook several times. The planet is officially in contact with that planet's gravitational orbit. Gark said in a panic. Let's hurry up and fall from the sky, otherwise it will be bad if we are caught by gravity. However, Wu Yan next to him was indifferent. His pupils shrank slightly, and his fingers trembled and pointed forward. The situation in front of them made the two shudder. A tall planetary engine, the jet of flame suddenly disappeared. Even, under the control of majestic gravity, the solid steel structure collapsed with a bang. On the ground, the cracks in the Deo spread abruptly like spider webs, and the gurgling and vast energy rose abruptly from the cracks. A dazzling light rushed down into the sky and smashed directly to the ground with a boom. Boom! It seemed to be the last straw that crushed the camel, and the ground with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers actually collapsed directly, and the rumbling sound was like lightning and thunder. The whole world is also in the midst of noise. Poof! Endless blood immediately spurted out from the ruins, and the collapsed soil was directly contaminated with blood in an instant. Ugh! Garker shouted miserably, this? What is it? He actually roared hysterically regardless of his identity. Wu Yan's pupils shrank slightly, because of gravity, the engine directly extinguished. However, the ground temperature is no longer suitable for human survival. Humans can only carve out living space under the engine. This is a disaster without presumption. Due to the stalling of the engine and the change of gravity, the temperature suddenly decreased, resulting in a rapid contraction of the surface structure. Collapse directly. Hearing this, Gok swallowed a mouthful of spit and asked tremblingly, that? My reincarnation, I captured the soul in an instant, nearly 700,000 people. All crushed to death. Abominable! Gark roared madly, so many people died in front of him with their own eyes. The psychological impact can be imagined. Let's go. Wu Yan sighed softly, he was kind of able to understand the despair of the Z warrior in the original work. There are other people who are still waiting for us to come to the rescue. Wu Yan's mind has completely changed, and it was only because of the request of the Realm King before, and it could not be ignored. And now, he really wants to save these people. Let 10 billion people die in front of themselves, no matter what, they will definitely not be able to do it. In the southeast, there is still a moving human breath on the surface. However, a few strands are already very weak. Looks like we need to speed things up. Hurrah! 2 rays of light instantly cut through the sky, and a sonic boom ripple behind it instantly generated. Go waiting, this is the most prosperous place on the planet, and it is also the place where the ancient civilization has been handed down and the cultural heritage is deepest. However, the frozen Senbei ice had already completely surrounded the entire world. The blood-red Tower of Babel is only erected there alone. Among them, in the crack in the cold ice tens of meters, a clumsy car is passing quickly. Above, huge ice blocks that shattered one by one are collapsing. Not good. Gark has just arrived here, the gravitational pull of the planet increases again, and the world shakes abruptly. The whole world of ice and snow is in the hustle and bustle. A piece of solid ice with a diameter of tens of meters instantly fell into the sky. Gok has seen the desperate gaze of humans inside the car. Collection, attention! The Wandering Earth. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 034. Turtle Pai Qigong. Ha! A blue light shot up into the sky in an instant, rushing towards the huge broken ice in the crack. Boom! The infinite energy suddenly exploded, and the world suddenly fell into a hustle and bustle, and the dense energy instantly swallowed the solid ice, completely swallowing it little by little, leaving only a few fragments floating continuously. The sweeping storm rose into the sky, seducing a huge snow fog, and the cars below felt the joy of escaping death and accelerated out of the cracks. Phew! Garker breathed a sigh of relief, thinking in his heart, thanks to calling Wuyan here, with his own strength alone, I am afraid that he can only be unable to watch this time. That is. His pupils shrank suddenly, the advancing vehicle suddenly stopped, and a group of people in front of him were wearing tattered patch costumes and holding weapons like Luoyang shovels. The outside is wrapped in a brownish and white combat suit. Everyone has a beard and a face full of scars intertwined with wind and frost. Cosmic scavengers. Isn't that right? And the tangled coalition of rebels? Humph! Wu Yan sneered, in the midst of adversity, human beings can always exert powerful forces that people can't imagine, but there are always some bastards who eat inside and out, and do not care about the survival of others for the sake of their own lives. While seeing this huge wandering plan, I already knew that there would be a rebel army. Crunch! The car door slowly opened, and a group of people wrapped in exoskeleton mechs walked out tremblingly. 2 children, a boy and a girl. There is also a non-mainstream with yellowish hair. 3 warriors in army uniforms. The last guy who screamed seemed to be a scholar. They and the scavengers seem to be caught in an intertwined. Enlightenment is in the air, against the endless storm, and cannot hear anything. Tap-da-da. A sound of bullets firing came out, and a soldier fell to the ground instantly, dressed in a mecha, although he would not die, but the impact of the bullet still brought him great damage. The leading soldier was named Wang Lei, and there seemed to be a little extravagance in his clear eyes, as well as the emotion of mission failure. The man's child's name was Lu Lei, and he sighed and said, "Hey, I finally escaped from Death Canyon with luck. But I didn't expect it to come out and fall into the hands of the rebels. It's really dangerous on the ground." Everyone met their own death, except for the woman named Han Duoduo hiding in Lu Qi arms. Everyone was full of calmness. There was never much luck, and I understood this when the whole world made big changes. Oh? Gave up resistance? The leading scavenger is named Salhu, his face is full of fierceness, his body is full of blood, and his wrinkled hands have obviously killed too many people. Then, face your death. The Luoyang shovel-like weapon in his hand was raised, and the ripples of the Dao road quickly gathered in the barrel, and a scorching heat even rose up around the perimeter, making the cold ice also have a tendency to melt. Lovely army, full of hatred, these guys have stolen a lot of energy, resulting in less than half of the originally planned 300 planetary engines being built. Otherwise, why should we be so embarrassed now? The guy who has not achieved enough and has more than enough failure. Phew! The golden energy suddenly spewed out, swallowing them directly in an instant. Boom! A huge explosion sounded instantly, and it was especially harsh in the empty world. Zizzy! From the smoke, there was a sudden sound of electricity. Salhu's pair of eagle eyes narrowed slightly, and a killing intent suddenly emerged. What kind of person, don't you know what kind of terrifying existence you are facing? What a leopard gall! The smoke slowly cleared, and the world returned to light. A figure stands proudly on the strongest side, his palm stretched forward, and his majestic energy is like a docile child, constantly jumping in his hand. A golden flash comes out of it. Snap! The person who came was Wu Yan. His face was full of killing intent, he squeezed it heavily with one hand, and the beating crystal energy was directly shattered like glass. You are the powerful warrior who saved us before. Thanks a lot. The soldier Wang Lei stood up and said reverently and loudly. The feeling is still very sharp. Wu Yan said appreciatively. Behind, Gok also fell from the sky and explained, "Everyone, I am an elite police officer sent by the Galaxy Patrol Force to help you, named Gark. And this?" At the mention of Wuyan, Gark was awe-inspiring. "It's a friend of Lord Realm King, specially came to help you." "Lord Realm King?" Wang Lei whispered. Next to him, the scholar looked like a man named Li Yi leaned in to whisper in his ear, "It is recorded in the book that it is said to be the highest god of the galaxy." Gods. Wang Lei smiled bitterly. 10 billion human beings died in an instant. I was a devout believer before, but now, I don't believe those guys for a long time. Hey, you bastards, ignoring my self-conscious conversation. Salhu in front scolded sharply. Yes. Lord Salhu is powerful, and your end is coming. The dogleg in the back said sarcastically, quite a bit of the majesty of the star sect. Haha. Salhu laughed wildly. You. Wang Lei directly scolded, you, obviously the army of the planet, should have helped this planet escape from the galaxy. Why did you help the waste pickers instead? What do you know, idiot? Only a foolish person like you would believe in that stupid plan. Escape from the galaxy, a plan of 2,500 years, where does so much energy come from? So many human beings are all baggage. Only by following Lord Scavenger can you completely avoid the fate of destruction. You guys! Eat the bastards inside and out. Wang Lei was angry and corrupted, his face was full of black-blue, and he kept spewing spit. Hey! The one who knows the time is Junja. This boring plan, I was already against when it was proposed. The rebels behind it are exciting. Wu Yan said mockingly, it's just a bunch of selfish guys. Soldiers, don't care so much, there are such people on every planet. However, meeting me is their greatest sorrow. Because, today, everyone standing across from me must die. 700,000 people died directly in front of him, and the bloody scene had completely stimulated Wu Yan's killing intent. The most annoying are those self-proclaimed saviors, but full of selfish dog things. Go and die. Collection, attention. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 035. Pang. Wu Yan gently patted his feet, and a azure blue light suddenly extended on the surface of the ice block. Click. The surrounding area of the solid ice exploded inch by inch, and finally formed a huge ice pick. Vientiane heavenly lead. White gravitational ripples circled the world, and those few meters-long icicles instantly floated in the air. Wu Yan's eyes shot out fiercely, and he suddenly waved his hand. The majestic power of the assault icicle bearer bursts in an instant. Poof! Dozens of people were actually directly dressed into strings by Wu Yan. Hot blood dripped to the ground, and the white ice was stained black. Sure enough, the heart is black, and so is the blood. A bunch of scraps. Seeing that Wu Yan killed dozens of people in just one shot, the rest of the scavengers and rebels were a little scared. Don't care, that guy is just one person. Give it all to me and kill him. Humph! Wu Yan sneered, the ice pick slowly floated on his hand, and the sound of melting came abruptly. Ha! Wu Yan suddenly turned around and swept across, showing a fan-shaped arc. The sound of violent collision rose and fell one after another, and a scream spread wildly like a tide. Everyone in front was directly cut off by the block, even if they were standing on the side, the bones in their waists were instantly shattered. This is torture. Waist chop. Those who survived roared miserably, leaving only half of their bodies still twisting and crawling on the ground. Blood stains crisscrossed the road. The exposed intestines and internal organs made Lu Qi and Han Duoduo vomit out directly. Abominable! Damn it! Sal shouted loudly in anger, raised the gun in his hand, and a wave of energy gathered wildly in it. Humph! I'm going to gather all the remaining strength and smash you straight to pieces. Phew! Wu Yan's body flickered suddenly, leaving dozens of afterimages on the ground, and rushed to Salhu in less than a second. The white right hand went straight to the muzzle. Poof! The energy burst, but it was blocked by Wu Yan and could not be ejected, and the front of Wu Yang's shovel-like barrel instantly expanded, burning red. At last. Boom. A puff of smoke rises. Salhu was implicated in the explosion, and half of his face was completely burned. In the smoke, a hand rushed out instantly like a dexterous dragon. Snap! Choked his neck to death. Humph! Cosmic scavengers? Unscrupulous scum in the universe, one day, I will put you all to death. Wu Yan sneered. Ah! Yes! Salhu's face gradually flushed, mixed with a little dead grey. Constant moans came out of his throat and his legs fluttered on the ground. The hard cold ice was actually kicked out by the survival consciousness with several deep marks. A burst of white mist rushed out of the mouth. After a few minutes, the body stiffened and stopped moving. In the last moments of his life, he experienced the most tragic way to die. A few minutes of suffocation made him feel the pain of ascending to the sky. In order to repay his own slaughter, Wu Yan has no good feelings for the domineering scavengers, penetrating, slashing, and even suffocating. Every kind of torture, even in ancient times when imperial power broke out, is unique. Looking at the murderous Wu Yan, Han Duoduo couldn't help but drill a few times into Lu Qi's arms. Obviously, such a violent killing, she had never seen it at all. This group of guys. There is a remnant of death. Wang Lei said with relief. Diddy. Diddy. A sharp chirp suddenly came from the car, and an old man walked out on foot and said anxiously. You guys come in quickly, something has happened. The group hurriedly ran in, and Wu Yan stood against the wall, looking at what seemed to be broadcast in the car. This car is also much more advanced than the ones on Earth, but the furnishings inside are still a little quaint, and it seems that it should be the result of the recent explosion of technology. Zzzz. There was an electric sound on the radio, and a mechanical sound that was still a little stuttering suddenly came out. Now, give a final briefing to everyone. I am the Navigator Spacecraft Artificial Intelligence MOS. In the past time, 100% of the steering engines, 80% of the propulsion engines have all started. Unfortunately, the current thrust alone can no longer allow the planet to escape the shackles of gravity. In 7 days, the planets will collide directly. All rescue teams, in the last time, go home. Make a final reunion with your own family. This is MOS's last announcement. MOS has launched the Tinder program, and the Navigator space station holds the genes of all species on Earth, including humans. Pray for resurrection and survival in the coming time. Goodbye. Everyone was completely quiet. Snap. Syllable. Li Yi frantically slapped the machine in front of him, shouting hysterically, there are still 7 days, in one more day, the atmosphere of the planet will be fully captured, and we will not survive at all. Maybe it was something that happened, and an electronic sound sounded in front of it. Use who second traffic reminds you, there are thousands of roads, safety first. Irregular driving, 2 lines of tears for loved ones. The originally funny words could not make any waves in everyone's dead hearts. Lu Qi looked at the sky blankly, he was immersed in the thoughts of his father. He didn't burst out enough inspiration, because the planet captured was not Jupiter. There is no possibility of ignition. Everyone fell into despair in an instant. That old man, Han Xiang, looked at the crying Han Duoduo, and said hoarsely, my hometown is not far away, go back, being able to sync with it is my last wish. Grandpa, I miss Daddy. Han Duoduo said softly. Pang! The soldier Wang Lei suddenly shouted at Wu Yan, I beg you, save this planet. As a great deity, as a human being with high martial arts, you must have a method, right? Don't you believe in gods anymore? Wu Yan asked gently. On this planet, there are nearly 10 billion human beings, and if there is no way, they will die completely. The cry of a whole 10 billion human beings. I don't believe in gods, but I am willing to pin this last hope on you. I feel it, the dazzling light in your body. Poof! Poof! Hearing Wang Lei's words, Everyone knelt down one after another, crying loudly. Next to him, the shaky Tais turned her face directly at Wu Yan and whispered, "Save this planet. I beg you. Collection, attention. Ask for a wave of tips. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 036. Hey! Wu Yan sighed and said softly. Destruction is much easier than creation. With my power, I can easily destroy this planet, but without harming it, I really don't know if I can succeed. Lu Qi exclaimed, "Can't you directly blow up that planet in the sky?" Nope. A pitying expression appeared on Wu Yan's face. If I blow up that planet, the gravitational force will weaken rapidly, and it will have an even more terrible impact on your planet. Moreover, all the infinite debris has fallen. Even if this planet is not destroyed, it is estimated that it is not suitable for human survival. Phew! A whirlwind under Wu Yan's feet soared into the air and slowly floated in the sky. Create? It's really challenging. Hey, soldiers, hurry up and hide in a safe place. The ground is no longer safe. Little by little, he floated into the universe, looking at the two planets that were about to collide. The gurgling smoke is in the middle, like a passage. Wu Yan stretched out one hand and squeezed gently. Vientian heavenly lead. Boom! From the depths of the palm, dense white ripples burst out, entangled layer by layer, and seemed to form an invisible gravitational big hand in the dark universe. Slowly, little by little, he reached out to the planet in front of him. Boom! The moment that violent big hand touched, the ground collapsed. The huge slap print spans almost all over the front. Abominable! Too much force. The power required to push a planet out of its original orbit is incomparably great. But once you exert too much force, this happens. It's really difficult. Wu Yan's hand extended little by little, and the huge gravitational arm slowly retracted, driving the planet to start moving continuously. The surface of his arm was already bruised, and sweat was pouring down his face. Reincarnation I. Wu Yan muttered, and a burst of light on the surface of his body continued to flicker, moisturizing his dry eyes like a clear spring. He pushes lightly and gives full attention. I'm afraid that if I don't care, I will completely destroy this entire planet. Lu Qi, Wang Lei looked at the sky blankly. That big transparent hand covered the sky, and the majestic power made their hearts stir. This? Is it the power of the gods? Boom! Just in the blink of an eye, the ground exploded again, and a huge palm crossed the thing, like a god's palm falling from the sky, almost crushing the ground completely. Quick! Get down! The manic storm mixed with ice and snow swept the entire world in an instant. Endless cold frost and snow hit the vehicle in front of you. In the face of the crazy attacks like natural disasters, human beings have no strength to resist at all. Ugh! Wu Yan shouted, quickly extending with one hand. It seemed that a complete light suddenly flickered in the sky, and the planet in front of it rotated abruptly along the bending amplitude. Heavenly hand power! He gritted his teeth, his pupils dilated, and he stared at the galloping planet. Shout loud! Phew! He and the planet suddenly exchanged positions, and such a huge reincarnation eye was used, so that Wu Yan was instantly struck by lightning. Ugh! A trace of blood actually left from the eyes. Phew! Suddenly, the 30,000 planetary engines suddenly drove to the maximum horsepower, instantly broke away from the capture of gravity, and rushed out towards deep space. Woohoo! Goyan gasped heavily. This time, it was too much. Realm King, you guy, if there is not enough to compensate me, I will definitely make your Realm King a little smaller. Humph! He slowly landed on the ground. Everyone completely surrounded him in an instant. Han Duo actually threw herself directly into Wu Yan's arms, crying loudly and shouting, "Thank you! Thanks a lot!" She was very excited and said incoherently, me. The planet is finally out of mortal situation, thank you very much." Next to him, the soldier Wang Lei also nodded crying, and his sideburns were still a little red. Obviously, showing his weak side in front of everyone, he is still a little uncomfortable. Hula! Suddenly, the sky shook, and a huge plane suddenly fell from the sky, and the gushing steam made the billowing ice and snow rush to the face. An old man in a Zhongshan suit came excitedly on crutches, shouting at Wuyan, "Hello! Rescuers from the outside world! I am a university scholar in the coalition government, and I discovered your rescue of the planet through the navigator satellite. Hereby, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you." The old man bent down abruptly, and Wu Yan only bowed his head slightly. The gap in identity is a little too big, and the whole planet is as vulnerable as a child in front of itself. In this way, the planet can completely leave the galaxy and wander in the vast universe. The most dangerous time has passed. Wu Yan was a little puzzled. The entire planet, does it really have so much energy? Can it last 2,500 years? Distinguished guest, please allow me to explain slowly. This attitude is still good, not arrogant because of the nobility of his identity. We have already contacted the real space wandering forces, they have rich experience, and believe they can help us get through this difficult time. Space wandering force. Wuyan doesn't understand. Gark said, "I heard that it is a huge force wandering in the center of the North Galaxy, and the home planet of all their lives has undergone great changes and is on the verge of extinction. However, they relied on their sufficient wisdom to develop a spaceship that can accommodate the lives of 50 billion people, which is a real aircraft carrier. In order to find a suitable planet for survival, they are constantly wandering in the universe." Wu Yan nodded slightly. The old man added, "As long as we find them, we will be able to completely obtain a stable living space. Mankind will also usher in the hope of a new life. Rise slowly like the rising sun." Instead, Wu Yan asked, "Do you know why stars suddenly decay violently?" Hearing the dazzling, the old man suddenly became serious. We've detected some. A group of space scavengers seem to have developed a huge amount of technology that can perfectly store fusion energy. They are approaching the star with the power of a holy stone, and they are gradually devouring the power of the star. We also fought, but in the end we only attracted crazy retaliation from the scavengers. Even because of the consumption of energy, the Resistance Army Alliance was created. I also saw that there is indeed mechanical technology on the back of the star, and I guessed that it may be absorbing the energy of the star. However, what did those guys work so hard for?" Wu Yan asked in a low voice. Speaking of this, the old man glanced at Gok strangely. "I'm wondering that the Galaxy Patrol is coming here." "What do you mean?" Gark said strangely. "As far as we know, scavengers absorb more than just one star's energy. Their ultimate goal is to detonate it and bring the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Just blow it up. Collection, attention! New book sets sale. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 037. According to our intelligence, the Scavengers' top brass seems to have made a plan to start a full-scale war against the Galaxy Patrol, absorb enough energy, and it is estimated that they have now gone to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters." "What?" Gark shouted in horror. "Where did your intelligence come from?" "During the confrontation with the Scavengers, we also obtained a lot of intelligence. These Scavengers killed by the little brother may only be the last remnants. Everyone has been called up to the Galaxy headquarters. Qing Han personally attacked, be sure to destroy the Galaxy Patrol directly." "Abominable." Gark ran away quickly, directly got on his spaceship, and turned into a ray of ghostly light that cut through the sky. Wu Yan was stunned. "Little brother!" The old man next to him said. "Hey! Although your spaceship is advanced, it does not have a space jump device. And doing two people is obviously also impossible. This ship of mine is the most advanced product of the planet. Originally, it was created when the planet was about to be destroyed, in order to preserve a trace of fire. Now, little brother helped us solve such a big problem. It's really unrewarding. This spaceship is directly given to you." "Good. Thank you." Wuyan and Tais were ready to leave without looking back. "But, big brother!" A timid voice came instantly. Wu Yan looked back, but it was Han Duoduo. "Will I be able to meet again in the future?" Her face seemed a little flushed. Wu Yan shook his head slightly. "I don't know, maybe one day in the universe, if you wander in the universe, we can still meet. Also, although I look very big, I am actually only 5 years old today." "What?" Looking at Wu Yan's mature face, dragon-like muscles, nearly 1 meter and 7 meters tall, he looks like an adult. From the face, you can faintly see the baby fat, but I never thought that Wu Yan was just a child. Wu Yan waved with one hand, then. "See you in time." Phew! The huge spaceship was like a slug, and suddenly turned into a ray of glow and rushed into the universe. Ahead, the big black hole rotated instantly, and it directly enlarged in a moment. The spaceship plunged in like a beast, and finally disappeared. Han Duoduo was a little unfinished, and the old man next to him touched his head and said softly, "We are not in the same dimension as him at all. There won't even be any intertwining. Before, now, and in the future." The speed of the old man's spaceship was really fast, and in the tunnel that crossed the strange space, Wu Yan was a little bit. Using the power of heavenly hands to directly move a planet, I am still a little reluctant for my current self. However, it was also a little dragged on before, and did not transform into a mimicry super scion. Now my eyes are still a little sour. Tais next to him fidgeted. "Wuyan, it should be fine." Gok rushed back alone. "It is still the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol, it should not be attacked by those robbers." "Don't worry, the Galaxy Patrol is a regular institution under the King of Realm, and it is also powerful. It will definitely not be broken in a short time. And Gark, his ship may not be faster than us. Peace of mind." Looking at the radar ahead, there is also a day to go to the exit of the space tunnel. "Get some sleep. You have experienced a lot today. I guess I'm already frightened. From being robbed by scavengers, then witnessing the death of hundreds of thousands of people, the destruction of the planet. Even though it has been so long since she stepped into the universe, Tais has never had such a rich experience." There was a trace of inexplicable light in her eyes. She is inspired to become a science fiction writer, and for this reason she gave up the inheritance of the capsule company. "Wuyan, you said that I will also turn today's story into a novel, will there be readers?" "I've thought of the name, it's called Wandering Planet. 30,000 planetary engines, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, my mind would definitely not have conceived it. What a vast scene!" Tais spoke to herself alone and did not respond, as if a hot face touched a cold ass. "Hey, did you hear that?" But a whirring sound came from the side, and Wu Yan had already fallen asleep. Abominable! Unexpectedly, Miss Ben was left and fell asleep alone. Looking at Wu Yan's sweet smile, his cheeks that were a little baby fat were full of redness, the corners of his mouth flowed out of his mouth, and his nostrils were even bubbling. Only now he looks like a child. That guy is still quite handsome. A day later. The strange world has finally come to an end, and Tais has tied herself to a chair. Phew! The space was distorted for a while, and even the spaceship became twisted. A feeling of vomiting came instantly. Just for a moment, it disappears. Phew! Outside, there were suddenly some fluctuations in the dead silence of the world. A huge and deep black hole suddenly appeared, and a silver-white glow quickly rushed out, and colorful light surrounded it. Jizian is red, very beautiful. Like a fire tree and silver flower, it splendid the heaven and earth. Wuyan, Tai stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at a green planet in front of her. 7 points blue and 3 points yellow, white cyclones dot the sky, like a dreamy world. In the center is a huge square, hundreds of square kilometers in circumference. A tall tower towers proudly, and around the square, there are 4 silver-white minarets. In the middle is a Gothic building, which is supposed to be the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. Ahead, the water-spraying garden is gracefully dotted. However, a peaceful scene has already been broken by the roar at this moment. Hurrah! One spaceship after another descended from the sky, each one in tatters. The one at the front is particularly eye-catching, like a silver-white crouching tiger. Your eyes shine sharply. The huge teeth are all attack equipment, and in the blood basin, there are also majestic energy fluctuations hidden. It seems that the killer is in that place. One after another, lasers gushed out, all tilting onto the planet below. Boom! Hundreds of explosions suddenly appeared, and brilliant explosions rose and fell one after another, almost encompassing the entire planet. Scorching waves of air intertwined in the air, and scarlet flames swallowed everything. Below, those Ultraman-like patrolmen flee in embarrassment. Hold a pistol in your hand and fight back occasionally. However, compared to spaceships, it is definitely a confrontation of disparity in strength. It's just coming. Wu Yan said softly. The resistance of the Galaxy Patrol looks like it's about to collapse. Collection, attention! Everyone's free daily flowers. Drop them for me. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 038. Zizi. In the crouching tiger spaceship, 3 figures walked out. The 3 seemed to be triplets, wearing purple, red, and blue tights, respectively, and wearing cosmic combat uniforms on the periphery. The long hair of the white shawl, the hideous facial features, and the slightly squinted eyes exude a trace of ferocity. The 3 are the leaders of the cosmic scavengers. The purple man in the middle is named King Han. The red man on the left is named King Hao. The blue man on the right is named King Hui. King Han slightly protruded a figure, looking at the firelight in the sky below, the corners of his mouth slightly increased, showing a little bloodthirsty. Finally, all battles will end today, Galaxy Patrol, soon to become history. Let the main artillery fire immediately, and directly disintegrate the last defense of the patrolmen. As soon as the words fell, the crouching tiger spaceship slowly turned, and the blood basin opened its mouth and rushed to the spaceship on the ground. Woohoo! A little white and crystalline energy gathered at the cannon port, and the surrounding world also rolled up gusts of wind. A scorching heat actually rose in the gloomy and cold environment. A red light spread around the spacecraft, and the entire space seemed to be distorted by burning. Launch! Phew! A ray of light suddenly rushed out, and the world of passage also distorted for a moment. Boom! Like washing the floor, a ray of light sweeps directly from beginning to end. Space, time seemed to freeze for a moment, and endless explosions suddenly appeared. Boom! The continuous flames burned and completely enveloped the entire planet. The Gothic building completely collapsed, and the patrolman was killed and wounded in half in almost an instant. The tall tower in the middle emitted a gurgling current, connecting the silver-white small towers in the corners of the surroundings, and a bowl-shaped energy fell upside down, and finally barely saved the last trace of the building. This is also their last line of defense. Cut. Take a bite of the cold. Go, shoot me the guy who emitted energy, it took so much energy to let the Galactic King survive. Idiot. Hey! His pupils shrank suddenly, and when he saw the figure, the corners of his mouth muttered, "I actually came out by myself, I really sought my own death." In the square below, a green octopus, with a golden crown, was slowly walked out by several patrolmen. Seeing King Han's figure, his pure eyes suddenly turned red. Shouted and cursed, "Bastard! King Han, you dare to attack the headquarters of my patrol police!" I couldn't help but be angry with the Galaxy King. During this time, I don't know why, the patrolmen who went out were repeatedly attacked by scavengers, and suffered heavy losses. Many people have their heads cut off before they know what happened. Gok has not been traced until now, and it is estimated that he is also fierce. Now, that group of presumptuous guys dared to invade the headquarters. Knocked to the door, even about to die. This is an absolute shame. Haha. King Han smiled heartily, "Galaxy King, there is no need to talk so much nonsense now. You are already doomed to be unable to return to heaven, and today next year will be your festival day." "Humph!" the Galactic King said with disdain. "It's just a group of people picking up rags in the universe, even if I have reached the end of the road. I will definitely not admit defeat. Besides, Lord Realm King will definitely come back to help us. Against the cosmic law enforcement, you have no chance of winning at all." "Humph!" King Han just shook his head. "The premise of all this is that your protective shield can hold out until the arrival of the Realm King's reinforcements. Otherwise, kill you, I will directly escape into the universe, such a vast majestic world. If he can completely discover us, I am afraid it will be wiped out long ago." The Galactic King is well aware that the cosmic scavengers have always been haunted and have no trace. After the appearance, directly into those asteroid belts, thousands of planets have even been completely hollowed out by them. In this case, even if the Realm King has the authority of the world, it is a luxury to annihilate. "Humph! My shield is composed of the most advanced particles in the universe, and it will definitely not be a problem to resist you for a year." Seeing the bowl-shaped protective cover composed of blue electric rays, the Galaxy King put down his heart. It was just like the sea god needle in their hearts, there was nothing that could break him. "Hey!" Qing Lang laughed. "Let you see how prepared I am to defeat you." Zizzy. From the back of the crouching tiger spaceship, a huge robotic arm appeared, and a tiny particle in the arm actually emitted a brilliant orange light. The scorching energy gave goosebumps all over Wu Yan's body. "That is..." The Galactic King's pupils shrank, his blue wings unfolded, and a complex machine in the middle. "Satellite." "Haha." King Han laughed wildly, "Galaxy King, prepare to accept my gift to you. Also, shouldn't you start moving?" The strange sound smashed into the heart of the Galaxy King like a bell. "What? Who started the action?" Next to it, a man in a Galaxy patrolman suit suddenly took out a remote control and pressed the red button in the middle. Boom! With 4 consecutive explosions, the silver-white towers around the 4 corners collapsed directly in the desperate eyes of the Galaxy King. "What? Guan Ning? What are you doing?" Still unclear. Qing Han's great contempt for the Galactic King. "Guan Ning, but I've always been an undercover agent in the Galaxy Patrol. Only when it matters most, I will start him. Because of Lord Sob's attention, I successfully unified all the scavengers. When I ascend the throne again, I know that the decisive battle against you can begin." Guan Ning told me all the coordinates of the patrolmen who went out. "Let's cut them one by one. Finally, launch another attack on the patrol headquarters. Before that, we had already collected an incredible amount of energy. As long as someone works inside and outside and cracks that turtle shell directly, we win." Sure enough, everything comes out of the water. Haha. Stupid Galactic King still thinks that so many things are connected by accident. King Hao and King Hui next to them also laughed in pandering. The Galaxy King hated iron a little and steel. "Guan Ning, why did you betray me? Why? Just to seek higher development. In the decaying galactic organization, I am completely desperate. Do boring things every day to help people cross the planetary road. All this is about to wear out all my blood. So, for that reason, you chose to be a rag? Collect the rags. Haha. Guanning laughed hysterically. Do you know that Sabo, who supports Lord King Han, is a general under King Frisia? As long as I destroy you, and go to King Frisia as a sign of surrender, can't I still be called the Earth Overlord of a planet? The Galaxy King was stunned. This guy has been swept away by ambition, and there is no longer the slightest conditioning in his heart. Phew! King Hao waved his hand gently, and a silver cold light suddenly shuttled through the void, wrapped around Guanning's waist. Suddenly contracted forcefully, pulling him directly to the spaceship. Guanning knelt down on one knee. Lord King Han. Well done. Lived up to my trust. So. His eyes flashed with excitement. Everything ends today. Give me an attack. Collection, attention. Everyone cast my daily flowers and evaluation votes. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 039. Go and die. King Han's beautiful face suddenly turned blue, showing endless hideousness. The artificial satellite in the sky blue wings on both sides slowly opened, and on the shell of the silver iron in the middle, a scarlet light suddenly flashed. Phew! The majestic flames spread like a tide, completely sweeping the sky in an instant. The scorching waves of air made the world begin to distort as well. Sputnik is falling little by little. The surrounding air is burning red. Diddy! Diddy! The Galactic King, all the probes of the Space Patrol are crazy and explode in unison in an instant. The patrolman next to him shouted in horror, "Great, Big King, battle, combat effectiveness. It's already exceeded 1,000,000. They are roaring wildly in hysteria. 1,000,000. What a terrible number that is. In the intelligence of the Galaxy Patrol Organization, the combat power of the Universe Emperor Frisia is only more than 500,000. Deo cold sweat left from the corners of his eyes, and even the Galactic King left a little saliva from his mouth. His originally dead fish-eyed eyes were bloodshot, his face was pale, and his tentacles were constantly trembling. It's over. There really won't be any chances. The strongest defense, which is also the scale in the heart of the Galactic King, was actually destroyed by the internal traitor with ridiculous means. There is such a majestic power in the artificial satellite above. They don't have any strength to resist at all. He was paralyzed and sat directly on the ground. So give up. An ethereal sound is still so vivid in the noisy world. What? Just 1,000,000 combat power, you are deterred. Phew. A majestic voice flashed rapidly, and the crab head, dressed in a black robe, with its back like an Optimus pillar, pried a ray of light into the dark heart of the Galactic King. You are? Scion? Humph. The King of the Realm's reinforcements. Cut. Wu Yan took a cold sip in his heart. That guy from the Realm King must have known the cause and effect of the matter, and fooled me stupidly to the wandering planet. Finally, it is mixed into the decisive battle between the Space Scavenger and the Galactic Patrolman. Indirectly became the reinforcement of the Realm King. He was used by others, and he was slightly unhappy in his heart. Reinforcements. In the pupils of the Galaxy King, a little light of hope is reflected. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Wu Yan didn't care about the Galactic King at all. His hands converged into a calyx shaped, and his voice shouted slowly in a low voice. The gurgling energy converges into a rolling torrent in the dragon-like muscles, whistling and flowing in the arms. The light blue energy gathered dots, condensing in the center of the palm like a ball of fairy chi. Planets, galaxies, nebulae. There seem to be thousands of things in your hands. Ha! The azure light immediately rose into the sky and collided with the roaring and descending artificial satellite. Click! The majestic energy collided in an instant, and the golden lightning burst wildly, spreading wildly in the world like a spider's web. The hard silver iron shell has long withstood the powerful force of the collision, and it shattered directly with a click. Boom! The billowing smoke that was wrapped up spread out in an instant like a wild dog. Waves of madness are crashing into the universe. Like a phoenix in the fire. It fell from the sky. It was like a black cloud pressing down on the city, coming towards Wuyan. Ha! The turtle sect Qigong soared into the sky, and the majestic power produced a vortex in the center of the flame. The terrifying suction force came steeply from the air, like a heaven-swallowing beast with an open mouth, and directly devoured all the flames in the room. Humph! Wu Yan sneered. These flames were obtained by cosmic scavengers who roamed the universe and collected the energy of various stars. But Wu Yan's power was already extremely powerful, and a star was also wiped out in front of him. Not to mention some residual energy. But... hey! Wu Yan frowned slightly and looked at the sky. The majestic turtle sect Qigong suddenly froze, and although the time was short, his reincarnation eye was captured. That is. At the top, a small thing is like a firefly, emitting a cross-like silver light. Compared to the turtle sect Qigong, he is like the fire of fireflies. But... what? Wu Yan's pupils shrank and he was surprised for a moment. That thing actually hindered my turtle sect Qigong? How can it be? A terrified voice blurted out. Click! The galloping light seemed to be instantly solidified, and the manic aura turned into condensed icicles in an instant. Finally directly broken. A little ice flower floats in the universe. Impossible! Wu Yan's body was trembling slightly. In the sky, the silver point of light slowly fell, and the eyes of Wu Yan reincarnation took a closer look. That's a rock. Irregular oval, visible everywhere on the riverbank. But there is a symbol that looks like a breeze on it. After losing the turtle pi Qigong, the stone slowly fell. Wu Yan's strange right hand stretched out and wanted to catch it. Humph! A cold laugh in the sky. Don't! The Galactic King suddenly shouted loudly. Wu Yan also felt the dangerous aura at this moment, and goosebumps burst out all over his body. The approaching stone caused a pulling sensation on his body, and gurgling blood actually flowed out of his pores instantly. Abominable! Wu Yan clenched his teeth, his reincarnation eyes flashed with purple glow, and he bit hard and spurted out a stream of blood from his mouth. Heavenly hand power! Phew! Wu Yan's figure suddenly exchanged with King Hao in the sky. It's all happening in the electric flint. Ugh! King Hao didn't react at all, and his body collided with that fast stone. A sharp scream suddenly came out. In Wu Yan's stunned eyes, King Hao's face produced endless fragments of his body, like broken glass. The purple light emitted from the body like gravel and it was directly dispersed. Abominable! What the hell is this? Unexpectedly, a person was directly disintegrated in the void. Can't let him fall to the galactic headquarters, otherwise the entire planet will explode directly. This is the real killer tool of the cosmic scavengers. Boom! Wu Yan clenched his fists, and waves of scorching blood-red qi instantly erupted from his body. The golden light radiates from the body, like a holy angel, inviolable. Mimicry, Super Scion. Ha! A blood-red glow instantly cut through the sky, leaving hundreds of afterimages on the way. A heavy kick directly hit King Hao, who had not completely disintegrated. Finally, with this, the trajectory of the stone was changed. Ugh! Wu Yan also screamed loudly, and at the moment of contact, his right leg seemed to be penetrated by thousands of steel needles. The pain of gnawing is composed of pain like lingling. However, King Hao's body tissues had already been completely destroyed, and it would directly disintegrate the moment Wu Yan touched it. The whistling stones only moved a little bit and fell directly towards the planet. Not good. Poof. The stone is like a hard drill, and it goes straight deep the moment it hits the bottom. The world seems to have been quiet for a moment. What followed was a strange phenomenon. Collection, attention. Everybody cast flowers and evaluation votes for me. Also, don't you come with a wave of tips. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 040. Snap. As if a crystal ball had broken, a thick crack spread neatly from the center of the planet. Half of the planet is shattered in an instant. No explosions, no expected fires. Even half of the planet that remains after the explosion is still spinning with the star. It seems that there is an abrupt law that keeps the broken planet as it is. This? What a miracle! Qing Han was also stunned for a moment. The two warring sides stopped attacking in unison, both enjoying the scene that looked like a miracle. Ha ha! Ha ha! The Galactic King looked at the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol Police, which was only half left, and all the humans in that hemisphere had died just now. What a loss! However, his heart is only bitter, and he does not have any hatred. Or rather, he knew the true origin of that stone, that guy, so that he couldn't bear any hatred at all. For Wuyan, just gratitude. If there is no Wuyan, I am afraid that the planet has been completely destroyed. He said with a bitter smile. Ha ha! On the contrary, the cold in the sky was hysterical and crazy laughter. See no, this is the real power. In this battle, I have completely won. After laughing maniacally, he slowly looked at Wu Yan, and there was a slight coldness in his throbbing eyes. Crouching Tiger Cannon, fire, kill this spoiler guy for me. The spacecraft slowly turned, and some scarlet traces were reflected around the huge gun port. The majestic blue energy began to gather, and then soared into the sky. Phew! The majestic energy spanned heaven and earth in an instant, and suddenly came towards enlightenment. Feeling that scorching power, Wu Yan just sneered disdainfully. Without the strange power before, you dirt chickens and dogs want to cause harm to me. Woohoo! The right hand is open, and a wonderful symbol flashes with a lilac light. It seems to be blind to the energy that roars forward, and the body is slowly trembling. Dark Holy Scythe. With a sudden grip of his right hand, the lilac light squirmed rapidly, and a 1 meter 5 meter long nether scythe instantly froze. Crescent. Chop. With a sudden wave of his right hand, a lilac moon chi wave rushed rapidly. The sharp light flickers in the sky. Zizzy. The moment it collided with the crouching tiger cannon, the thick light blue energy was directly separated neatly from the middle, and infinite energy flashed in the smooth facet. Boom! In the last few hundred meters, the energy of the crouching tiger completely died down, like a squib emitting a muffled snort. What? How can it be? Qing Han was stunned. This is the most advanced spacecraft in the universe, absorbing the manic energy of stars, and it is Fu. Speaking of which, he came to an abrupt end. Wu Yan looked at him mockingly, playing with the dark holy scythe in his hand. King Han, King Hui saw this, he had already developed the heart to retreat. The headquarters of the Space Patrol Police was wiped out, and the patrol officers suffered heavy losses. The battle objective has been achieved. Although I don't know where to kill a roadblock halfway. Although that guy is powerful, as long as he escapes to a familiar environment and hides in the asteroid belt, he can't do anything. Withdraw! King Han ordered. Phew! A purple light instantly shot up into the sky, and as soon as King Han's voice landed, a drop of moist things fell on his face. This is blood? His eyes widened and he licked slightly. The mechanical click turned around, and King Hui next to him was full of shock. It seems to freeze there. At the neck, a thin line of blood crossed. Poof! Infinite blood suddenly rose up into the sky, like a fountain. The shocked head was also directly put into the air. In an instant, he was executed by Wuyan. Snap! A proud figure reached out, grabbed the head of the sky, and pressed it in front of Qing Han. The hideous and terrified eyes still maintain the appearance before death. The hollow light blue eyes, as well as the blood in the mouth, gave Qing Han an infinite impact. Ugh! He screamed maniacally. His mind was full of the moment when plasma spewed out, and the impactful killing side seemed to destroy his body and mind. Don't! No! Humph! Wu Yan raised his head and pressed step by step. It turns out that the universe scavengers who are rampant in the world, with nearly 1 million people under their hands, would have such a great fear of a dead person. Hey! There was a scent of stench in the air, and King Han's legs were completely soaked. You are my opponent, I feel that I am too cheap. Say! Where did that stone come from? Why are you able to preserve him intact and not be shocked by the force? Also, how did you manage to absorb stellar energy with stones? At this point, it seems that everything will be clear, and the masterminds behind the scenes will fully surface. Wu Yan pressed the sharp holy sickle against his neck, and with just a slight touch, the sharp breath cut a large mouth on his neck. Yes, it was given to me by Sob. Sob? Wu Yan muttered. Why, we can use it perfectly, yes, yes. Speaking of this, King Han's heart suddenly began to beat violently, his eyes stood out like a hanged ghost, his mouth was suffocated, and he couldn't say anything at all. Yes. He's whispering. But the body, limbs swelled irregularly, in front of Wu Yan. Boom! It actually exploded directly. Abominable! Obviously, only one step away, this guy was spelled in his body. As soon as this secret is involved, it will start automatically. Body explosion. He's just a puppet that's been pushed out. Who is it, who can make people grasp that thing perfectly? The majestic power completely disintegrated the turtle sect Qigong in an instant, and ignored the rules to destroy the planet. In his impression, only one person could do it. But it was precisely because of this that he did not dare to continue to speculate downward. It stands to reason that no one will be able to master his power. Wu Yan sighed. He seemed to be in the set of the king of the realm, seemingly simple things, behind it is definitely a pool of muddy water. Moreover, the strength of that person is not at all capable of resisting himself. Even if you truly transform into a Super Saiyan. It's in the black car. He was slightly upset in his heart. No wonder the king of the realm swore that he would have a great harvest, it turned out to be this reason. Humph! He looked at the scavengers behind him, the boss was dead, and they had already begun to panic. Heavenly hand power! Wu Yan snorted coldly, and his figure flashed rapidly in an instant, like a blood-red lightning bolt in the dense crowd. In an instant, a line of blood appeared on the necks of thousands of people. Died there without any reaction. Pang! In the end, the dark saint scythe in front of the extension was actually hindered. A figure wrapped in a black robe reached out and grabbed it. Collection, attention! New book. Well, it doesn't seem to count. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 041. The sharp energy of the holy sickle roared through the two halves of the figure, and the gravel behind it was smoothly split into two halves. Wu Yan was slightly stunned, and then suddenly realized. Hidden in the black robe, you're Sob, right? That's what I should have thought of. Give the stone to the cosmic scavengers and let them act as thugs to destroy the righteous galactic patrol. I know that if you care about the situation, you will definitely watch it secretly. Hey! The black-robed figure let out a hoarse laugh, and the hand wrapped in the glove slowly pulled the black robe down. Long green hair twisted into a ponytail behind his back, a beautiful face, a little fierceness in his eyes, wearing the combat uniform of the Frisia Legion, black briefs. No genitals. Scion. I already know it by looking at your hair. Back then, when meteorites hit the planet, this was just a so-called reason, a scion similar to you launched a mortal confrontation in the universe. A scion escaped from the planet of destruction in a spaceship. Those two have something to do with you. Earth, hey? Vegeta, Naba had been there before, but he was beaten all over his body. That's what you did, too. Although Sob was asking, the tone in his mouth was extremely affirmative. Wu Yan didn't speak, watching him perform alone. King Frisia already had the idea of destroying you after he found out. According to Vegeta, he is the only one who can transform into a Super Saiyan. You can actually defeat him. I can't help but make King Frisia not be vigilant. It's a pity, because of some things delayed. Today, I actually ran into it here, and I disrupted King Frisia's plan to eliminate the space patrolman. These two things are entangled together, enough to make you a thorn in the eye of King Frisia. This glory, this credit, it seems that I should take the lead. Haha. Wu Yan looked at him angrily. There is one biggest flaw under Frisia, pride and arrogance. I also destroyed Sputnik, which has a combat power of almost 1,000,000. Just by you? Those tens of thousands of combat power also want to destroy me? Hey! Sob just took a cold sip with disdain. That thing is just a dead thing after all. Besides, don't be fooled by the surface of things. My combat power is definitely not as weak as you see. Good. Wu Yan sighed. You should know better where that stone came from. Cut off your limbs, torture you, you can know. Zizi. A spike on the dark saint scythe suddenly extended, piercing into Sabo's hand like a thorn. Ugh! He screamed loudly. The attack of destroying cells did not have any resistance at all. He let go of his clenched right hand, spit out blood from his mouth, and staggered back a few steps. Die! Wu Yan suddenly provoked, raised the holy sickle high, and burst out with a fierce light in the black and silent universe. Fall in an instant. Sob's pupils contracted, and such a rapid attack had already made him have no time to dodge, and he could only raise his hands in place to defend. Pity! Wu Yan sneered. Exactly. Click! Facing the holy sickle, the originally hard arm was like tofu, and the right arm was directly split in half from the joint. The roaring holy sickle did not slow down and slammed into Sob's chest. Click! The ribs suddenly shattered, and the hideous scar extended from the left shoulder to tens of centimeters long. The green tendons that burst around are like earthworms, constantly squirming. Poof! A mouthful of blood arrows suddenly spat out from his mouth, and Sob's face turned pale, and he smashed directly onto the fragments behind him. Wow! A mouthful of bruised blood suddenly spurted out, and he covered his chest and said in shock. You, how could you be so strong? Seeing that your bone age is only 5 years old, even if you start cultivating from your mother's womb, it is definitely impossible to reach this level. He didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Wu Yan stepped on the clouds, holding the holy sickle, like a bloody god of war who returned from ancient times. He looked at Sob contemptuously. I'll give you another chance to tell the matter as it is. Who gives you the stone? Who tells you how to operate? Don't tell me Frisia, he can't do it. Hey, hey! The corners of Sabo's mouth were full of blood, and the look in his eyes was incomparably fierce. Ha! Transform! He instantly shouted, his chest and limbs instantly expanded, his head stretched out like a turtle, and his originally beautiful face had already turned into a fierce monster. Sharp teeth, like dinosaurs. The broken ribs have also been completely repaired. Hey, hey! Beat me? Torture me? You're a little naive. I am a transformed cosmic person, my strength will instantly increase tenfold, and my injuries will be completely repaired. Next, I will return to you the pain I have endured. This look is extremely ugly, everyone who has seen it must die. Humph! Wu Yan sneered, it seems that the severed hand has not been restored. Speak loudly. It seems that you are not willing to cooperate with me, Frisia's diehard loyalist. However, I guess you're just an enforcer. Esoteric secrets, you probably don't know anything. Ha! He dragged the holy sickle and slowly advanced step by step. The speed was very slow, but it left endless afterimages. It's not clear at all. Die! Wu Yan suddenly descended from the sky, and the holy sickle held high swung violently. Not good. Sob turned around instantly, and the donkey rolled and hid next to him. The gravel behind was shredded by chi brushes, and the remaining fragments were gradually annihilated under the whistling energy. Heavenly hand power. The corners of Wu Yan's mouth whispered softly, and the eyes of reincarnation flashed with a wonderful glow, and his body quickly exchanged with the fragments behind him. The holy sickle shook hands and waved suddenly. Ugh! Sob didn't have time to react at all, and just turned around in a daze in an instant, just seeing the enlightenment behind him. A piercing pain came instantly. The 5 fingers of the remaining left hand were actually cut off from the root. Several streams of blood suddenly spurted out. Ugh! Sob braced himself on the ground weakly, looking at his bloody left hand, just kept rolling and screaming hysterically. The usual fist battle can no longer satisfy Wu Yan at all. The attack of the holy sickle, as long as it touches a little, will definitely break the head and bleed. This is the powerful power of the realization of the breath handed over by the Realm King. Watching Sabo linger, Wu Yan walked step by step. I'm still more compassionate, and I don't want you to endure so much pain. Just let me finish you completely. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. Everyone give me free review votes and flowers. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 042. Megalomaniac Stinky Imp. Sob was like the Grim Reaper who returned from the abyss, and his blood-stained face roared viciously. Roar! Wu Yan was getting closer, and Sabo's eyes flashed with evil light, and he opened his mouth. Countless scarlet energies instantly erupted from the mouth. The huge amount of energy completely surrounded Wu Yan from above, down, left and right. Boom! The violent explosion was instantaneous, as if intensive bombing, and the world fell into a hustle and bustle. Stinky little devil, go and die. Ridiculous! Such a weak attack, even if you stand still and let you fight for 100 years, you can't cause any harm to me. It's a pity, I can't stand that humiliation. The holy sickle stretched forward and spun up quickly. Purple smoke clouded in the air, forming a huge protective shield. Hundreds of thousands of energies were directly bounced back, and in Sob's stunned pupils, it exploded directly. Ugh! The screams of despair came instantly. His own strength does not mean that he can master all the attacks. The raging explosion completely stirred him into it, like a boat in the rolling waves. The wind and rain were shaking, and there was water leaking everywhere. Phew! Wu Yan waved his hand and threw the dark saint scythe directly. The spiral encirclement also makes the world of the passage also have a slight sense of breaking. Like a galloping divine dragon, a sharp cold light shot backwards in Sabo's eyes. Abominable! I won't be killed directly by this kind of kid-like attack. Until now, it's ridiculous that he is still hard-mouthed. Snap! The cut right hand was directly inserted into the casual, and Sob's waist was forced, spinning rapidly. But the pain caused by friction made him hideous. The right hand is like a fountain, gushing blood. Humph! Phew! The holy sickle just passed by the ear, leaving a deep trace. Wu Yan's reincarnation eyes flashed with a strange light, and with a bang, it disappeared directly. Snap! There was a crisp sound behind him, and Sob just grew his mouth in horror, and a thin line quickly appeared on his neck. Phew! Wu Yan wielded the holy sickle, slowly wiping the blood like a warrior with a sword on his back. Real man, never look back. The holy sickle shattered and disappeared. Poof! Sob's head was full of hot blood instantly spurted out, and immediately blood spilled into the air. His face still maintained the previous shock, and his heart had stopped beating. Wu Yan whispered, "Heavenly hand power. The king of the realm is indeed a powerful fellow. The power of the heavenly hand allows him to have a strong mechanical power at any time, and the sharp dark holy sickle is extremely sharp after being stained with blood. As long as you use it well, it will definitely be able to create a powerful effect of one-hit kill." Tread. Wu Yan stepped into the air and walked in front of the Galaxy King. Everything, finally over. Yes, it's over. Looking at the devastated patrol headquarters, the Galaxy King sighed. He really didn't expect that the Cosmic Scavenger would come up with such a huge plan to destroy his organization. If there is no enlightenment, it will definitely succeed. Once successful, it must be a loud slap to all the gods. Lord Realm King has always paid attention to ruling without doing anything. And the Netherworld cannot interfere in the affairs of the Yang world at will, and the situation will definitely develop to the point of being out of control. At that time, even if he has 9 lives, it is estimated that he will not escape death. He walked on the rubble and looked at the dead, seriously injured space patrolmen. Although the home planet has not been destroyed, the reconstruction of the space patrol will inevitably play more time. During this time, it has already existed in name only. Hey! 1,000 words were blocked in the mouth of the Galactic King, but in the end it was just a sigh. Wu Yan felt the sadness of the Galactic King. He was not used to such a scene. He could only change his words and say, "So, that stone, do you know where it came from?" Ahem. The Galactic King sat on the rubble, and the smoke made him cough lightly. "If I'm not mistaken, it came from the place where the gods fell in the center of the galaxy. The land of gods." Wu Yan doesn't understand. Located in the center of the galaxy, it was once the place where Beerus, the god of destruction, fought with a mysterious deity. I don't know specifically, but from the data shown in the ancient books, the battle seems to be extremely fierce. Directly turned a star field into ruins. There is wreckage everywhere, and the manic energy has reduced the universe by 1/10. The result? Wu Yan hurriedly asked. The god of destruction wins, and that mysterious god has fallen. However, the energy accumulated by the warring sides has not been consumed for many years, and every 10 years or so, a tide will break out. That stone should be a stone contaminated with the energy of the god of destruction. God of destruction. Goyan muttered. In Wu Yan's memory, I still heard about it. That manic force is very similar. But, the biggest question is, how did Qing Han master the energy of the god of destruction? I don't know that. The tides formed by the energy aftermath alone wiped out all the surrounding planets within tens of light years, leaving only the last one. That terrifying energy is not something that humans can manipulate at all. Not to mention the stones that are directly contaminated with the energy of the destroying gods. Little brother, you should feel that at the moment of landing, when you are about to touch, your body seems to be directly disintegrated. You are so powerful and so, King Han. Cut. The Galactic King showed his disdain for Qing Han. Hey, a puddle of muddy water. That's right. Wu Yan seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, You say, there is only one planet at the center of the galaxy. The Galactic King nodded in affirmation. It's probably called Yang Ruxing. There is only one planet at the center of the entire galaxy, and there is a towering tree growing on it, but it never bears fruit. That's it. The sharp light in his eyes suddenly shot out like a sword, and there was also a little sonorous sound in the surrounding air. What Darren's is going to must be that planet. No wonder, that guy from the Realm King must have known that there is only one planet in the center of the galaxy. He also tricked me into wading into muddy waters. Humph! I can't spare him. The fruit of the spirit tree. Dales, I'm going to get it. Hearing those words, the Galactic King's face changed drastically, and he trembled and said, "Little brother! You say, the tree above is a spirit tree. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. If you think it looks good, give me free flowers and evaluation votes. Maybe you disdain it, it is very important to me. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 043. Hey! Looking at the strange appearance of the Galaxy King now, Wu Yan didn't understand. Isn't it a dead thing? Moreover, the spirit tree fruit that can increase the combat power of human beings without any side effects, even for them, is quite a powerful heaven and earth spirit treasure. Why, in the pupils of the Galaxy King, there is a little fear. Yes. Right. That's right. The Galactic King suddenly realized. It's exactly the same as recorded in the ancient book, why didn't I think of it before? What's wrong with you? Wu Yan asked softly. Little brother, you may not know the horror of the spirit tree fruit. In the notes of generations of Galactic Kings, the spirit tree, once discovered, must be eradicated. In front of the Galactic King, it was directly burned with fire. It must not exist in the world. Why? Wu Yan is very strange. Hey! The Galactic King slowly stood up, shook his sore legs, and said with a wry smile on his face. Spirit tree, an invasive alien species. In the entire 7th universe, it belongs to the gesture created out of nothing. He has no scruples about absorbing the energy in the universe, condensing fruits, and can make the combat effectiveness of human beings explode. This tempting thing is defined as a drug in our galactic patrol. Human beings, few can control their hearts, they revel in the spirit tree, planting everywhere. However, how much energy does the spirit tree absorb, and how much is it fed back to humans? Completely violate the law of conservation of energy. Before, our galactic patrol also had a period of hope and spirit tree, but that opium-like thing greatly reduced the energy of the universe. The Galactic King looked at the air and said with a solemn face. Therefore, in order to maintain the safety of the universe, all the spirit trees have been burned before. However, at that time, when the cosmic tides were exploding, the majestic destructive energy made it impossible for us to approach the galactic center. At first, we thought that under such terrifying energy, nothing could survive at all. It seems. It's a bit naive. Bastard. Boom. The tentacles of the Galactic King smashed heavily to the ground, and the ground exploded directly. Unexpectedly, that evil thing actually grew up in the center of the galaxy. Once someone is tempted to plant themselves in various parts of the universe, then the energy of the universe will be drastically reduced, and what will usher in is an unimaginable disaster. Wu Yan was silent. He felt his insignificance more and more, thinking that with the original memory of the Dragon Ball world, he would definitely be able to fish in water. However, it turned out that he was too young. How vast the universe is, and how much distance has Sun Wukong traveled? It has not been a month since he wandered in the universe, and his 3 views are about to completely collapse. Little brother, please agree to my request. After getting the fruit of the spirit tree, you must control yourself and don't get addicted. After that, destroy that tree directly, and you must not fall into the hands of extreme evil. Hearing this, Wu Yan's face also showed a thick weight. I understand. The Galactic King's narration, he chose to believe that the alien species with deception are as addictive as opium. Extract the energy of the universe. All of them prove that the spirit tree is definitely an evil thing. It is a terrible thing that has brought havoc before. Snap! Wu Yan held the tentacles of the Galaxy King and said loudly, Don't worry, I will definitely destroy such evil things. Besides, even if you leave the seeds and finally let Frisia get them, then don't you have to cry. This is something that can turn everything upside down. He simply could not exist out of his line of sight. I promise. This is the real domineering. The Galaxy King said speechlessly, you laugh so lewdly. Wu Yan was speechless and stopped abruptly. The Galactic King suddenly blushed inexplicably. What's wrong with you? He pointed down, what you hold is my second brother. Ugh! Wu Yan hurriedly let go. The Galactic King is an octopus, the 8 tentacles are exactly the same, and it is impossible to tell the difference. Wu Yan didn't know which was the foot and which was the hand. Phew! In the sky, a swirling dark vortex appeared instantly, and a ghostly light rushed out with a tail flame burning behind it. Boom! The tattered spaceship hit the ground directly and exploded instantly. Ugh! An Ultraman-style person was blown up directly and fell heavily to the ground. Gark! The Galactic King said strangely. Then rejoiced, you are still alive. That's nice. He also thought that after Guan Ning's betrayal, Gok had also fallen into the siege of the cosmic scavengers and died. Ah! Gok clutched his waist, his body ached, and his bones were almost falling apart. Even so, he shouted loudly. Elite Constable Gark, come and report. Wow! After speaking, he spit it out directly. What's wrong with you? The Galactic King said with concern. Continuous space jumps, finally caught up in the fastest time. But I was also wrapped in a space storm, and I almost couldn't get out. Space shift. It's too dangerous. You guy, why don't you know how to take care of yourself all the time? It's okay, it's okay. Seeing that the Galactic King was okay, and reprimanded himself as always, Gok laughed. However, looking at Wuyan next to him, Gark was stunned. How come? How could you possibly go faster than me? Thais, who had been staying in the sky, also walked down. Just now, Wu Yan's bold spirit has been completely imprinted into her heart. The Dark Holy Scythe is simply a weapon for the harvest of human life. One by one, the heads were directly removed. Countless little stars appeared in her eyes, and she thought of everything in an instant. Wandering planet, great earthling warriors, cosmic scavengers, and galactic patrolmen against each other. What a magnificent masterpiece! Science fiction writer, Thais, is about to rise to power. Gark, you're walking too fast. The old man gave us the fastest spaceship on his planet, big and fast, and a few soft beds. Thais was enchanted. Gok felt a thunderbolt. I, so desperately rushed back, why the hell? Wu Yan looked at Thais next to him and said, Thais, next I will go to the Galaxy Center to find the fruit of the spirit tree. You may encounter some strong people who you can't even fight yourself. Something unexpected happened. So, you should still stay at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters during this time. That's the end of our journey. Hey! Thais muttered, okay. She also knows that her strength to go to those dangerous places, fierce and few. It will even become a burden for Wuyan. Moreover, there are already many experiences, and the majestic masterpiece of the wandering planet is still waiting for her to complete. Okay. There will be a period later. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. Flowers and review votes go in waves. May Day reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 044. Farewell to Thais, Gok, and the Galactic King. How the headquarters is repaired after that has little to do with Wuyan. He is not a contract foreman. Phew. In the dark and deep universe, the stars twinkle, a galaxy descends from the sky, hanging upside down, like a crystal silver belt, and like a white jade ruby. Reflect an infinite gentle light. Wu Yan sat in the luxurious plane, looking at the stars through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Next to him, the king of the realm was chattering. Guoyan. You know, there is nothing alarmist about the galactic king. The terrifying disaster caused by the original spiritual defeat was no greater than the damage suffered by the god of destruction war. I hope you still don't take risks and try the power you have earned for nothing. Don't worry, Lord Realm. Absolutely no problem. Wu Yan said angrily. He has promised them that he will destroy the spirit after losing, but this guy is still nagging. This kind of heaven and earth spirit treasure, how can he give up? What an idiot! All right. Having said all the way, the king of the realm also gave up. However, at no time can you be fooled by your own great power. Stay true to your heart. I didn't hand you the Genki bomb in the first place, because of your soul problems. Realm King! Wu Yan shouted loudly, don't make an inch. I know. The Realm King was silent for a moment, and said helplessly. It stands to reason that for the sake of the stability of the world, he definitely doesn't want Wu Yan to try that evil thing. However, his own strength could not stop Wu Yan at all. Now, one can only pray that he succeeds. Suddenly, in the dark world in front of you, suddenly flashed the brilliance of the starting point. That is, a crystal-colored ring rushed quickly from the center, like a sheathed sword. The cold light was fierce, and it was breathtaking. The eye of reincarnation contracts quickly. What? Among them, the infinite crazy energy is beating, and the dense sharp power seems to be released in an instant. Hurrah! The surrounding planet cups are neatly and smoothly cut in half. The remaining debris was also directly submerged in it, and disappeared in a few seconds. So, there are no humans living on it. Goyan! Come on! It was a cosmic tide, and he exploded in advance. The king of the realm shouted anxiously. Cosmic tides! Phew! As soon as the words fell, the infinite energy slapped into the spaceship in an instant, and the sharp energy attacked madly, and the crackling sound was endless. The roar of gold and iron intertwined rose and fell one after another, and in a moment, the silver-white spaceship was hot red. Phew! Wu Yan pushed his feet hard and jumped into the air. Suddenly, the rolling torrent directly submerged him. No matter how much you stir up the breath, it has no effect. Abominable! His body was constantly flipping, blood was seeping through his skin, and his bronzed body began to turn red. Shhhhhh! Wu Yan's right hand grabbed the spaceship deadly, and 5 deep scratches instantly appeared, emitting countless sparks. The fingernails of the right hand have completely disappeared. Wave after wave of energy, making my stiff body unable to recover at all. Just in an instant, he was in trouble. Wu Yan, the power of the cosmic tides is strongest only on the periphery. Soon, it will weaken in less than a minute. Standing and talking without back pain. Wu Yan complained. He clenched his left hand and shouted. God! Gauze! Sky! Attack! Boom! Suddenly, the endless repulsion mixed with black ripples suddenly spread outward. The storm barely abated, and Wu Yan said that this opportunity finally stood firm. The manic storm blew up the bangs, and the eye of reincarnation kept flashing. Mimicry! Super Scion! The scarlet light suddenly emerged, and the irritable aura flowed into the eyes of reincarnation, and the sour eyes seemed to be injected into a clear spring, and they became clear again. But then came even greater pain. Ugh! Wu Yan screamed miserably, and the eyes of reincarnation burst out with Dao bloodshots, intertwined with purple ripples, and his face was extremely miserable. The outer whirlwind is still compressing the burst of repulsion, and in the rolling torrent, it seems that there is only this pure land. Tens of seconds seems to be as long as several years for Wu Yan. Finally, it's all gone. Phew! The whirlwind of the explosion rose backwards, but in the center was a field of light. Purple holy light radiated from it, bursting into the air, full of light. Beautiful and moving. Woohoo! Wu Yan fell on the spaceship, gasping heavily. Thanks to the blessing of the Realm King before leaving, he was able to survive in the vacuum, otherwise he would have died in the vortex long ago. However, the spacecraft below is already tattered, leaking everywhere, and the engines are humming. Zzzz. The golden electric glow streaked by for a moment, and it was obvious that it might not last long. Looking at the complex instrument, I was stunned. I really should have brought Tai Silk. I believe she definitely inherited Dr. Brive's scientific and technological talent. He kind of regretted it. The spaceship can no longer make space jumps, but reluctantly, braving black fog to shuttle through the universe. In this way, the original space travel time will be longer. Wu Yan said angrily, seeing the King of No Realm, you also said that there is more than enough time, what a pit. Just because I saved the Galaxy Patrolman, I made such a long detour for nothing. The Realm King was also a little embarrassed, and he said ruefully, it's almost at the Galaxy Center soon, just endure it for a while. Hearing this, Wu Yan bowed his head slightly, expressing affirmation. 1 day. 2 days. 15 days. 29 days. Wu Yan went from calm, to green tendons, to red eyes. Even the eye of reincarnation emits scarlet light. That's what you said, it's almost time. He immediately cursed. The Realm King hurriedly said, really, I really didn't lie to you. You see, isn't the vortex of the Silver Heart already becoming clearer? Ahead, there's only one planet. That's it, that's it. Hearing Wu Yan's poor voice, the Realm King hurriedly explained. He was right, in front of him, all the silver belts from all directions converged, and a vortex emitting silver light was slowly rotating. Among them, like fireflies, it flashes with a different kind of crystal light. Everything is like in a fairy tale. Around them, purple and flame-red energies were constantly intertwined, forming an inverted bowl. The majestic power roared continuously, and just a glance made Wu Yan's soul tremble. The periphery is an empty world, only one planet. On it, there is also a stout tree. That is? Wu Yan asked gently. That energy-wrapped is the so-called Sea of Godfall, which is also the center of the galaxy. And ahead, is Yang Ruxing. That towering tree is the spirit tree. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. Everyone give me free flowers and evaluation votes. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 045. The Milky Way in the distance is shimmering, and the silver-white vortex is beautiful, just like the operation of the Creator. 4 galaxies are rolling in from 4 directions, pouring into it continuously. The azure blue smoke makes the whole place like a smoky fairy palace, giving people a fantastic beauty. Is that the spirit tree? Ahead, only one planet survives because of the destructive energy. Towering trees rise strongly, and the dense canopy covers the average planet. Silky green vines hang from it, and the bright red fruit is shining with crystal light. Boom! Wu Yan couldn't help but swallow his spit. Evil items, today is finally seeing the light of day. Next to it, the King of the Realm is still talking to the gods. But, Wu Yan, I'll just say it's time. There should be more than a day before maturity. All right. Wu Yan said angrily. Everything you say is right. He floated slowly and stood on the canopy with his feet. Suddenly, a fresh aura rushed up to the heavenly spirit cover from the solace of his feet, and just standing on it, Wu Yan felt his aura expanding wildly. This is tempt. The King of the Realm said, the fruit of the spirit tree, it stands to reason that only gods can devour it, and only gods who have no desire and no desire can resist the outbreak of negative emotions in their hearts. Now you know why I defined him as a drug. Just standing on it makes people feel reluctant, if they really eat it, Wu Yan, I really don't know what the consequences will be. Wu Yan was slightly stunned. I don't think I'll be overwhelmed by this temptation. In this case, how to hit the highest position? For the cliché of the realm king, he did not pay attention to it. That is, the king of the realm taught him a lot of things, and if anyone else, it would be the dark saint scythe that greeted him. It seems that an uninvited guest is coming. Wu Yan looked at the dense canopy and whispered. After that, turn around slowly. A human being covered in darkness, as if shrouded in shadows, revealed his true face. Crab head, full of coldness, with the green combat effectiveness tester, looks very similar to Gaku. His eyes are full of killing intent. The bursting muscles made him almost twice as tall as Enlightenment, and the powerful energy also turned into a torrent in the muscles and continued to flow. Scion. The man said softly. Did Vegeta still discover my plan? No, he is arrogant and has no understanding of the spirit tree, and he also doesn't take my stay seriously at all. My race should be extinct. Hey! He was suddenly startled. Are you a descendant of Kakarot? Wu Yan was not the slightest surprised, since Raditz knew, there was nothing strange about Dale's knowing. Darren's. Wu Yan exhaled the turbid chi in his heart and said softly. Oh! Darren's raised his eyebrows slightly strangely. Did Raditz tell you? He is so generous, he says everything. Otherwise, why say it? I am afraid that a person will think blindly. Before Wu Yan could explain, Darren's had already come up with all the reasons for him. You should have come for the fruit of the spirit tree. Although I am also a scion, I have to say that this kind of thing is in my pocket. Now, if you kneel down, kowtow a few times, and finally swear allegiance to me, I will probably give you a few. This is my greatest favor to my kindred. Dals was talking to himself alone, constantly muttering. He used the darkness and arrogance of the scions almost to the extreme, and did not care about Wu Yan at all. Oh! Wu Yan was slightly unhappy, and a word that was extremely domineering blurted out directly. I'm sorry, Dales. This thing, the moment it enters my eyes, already belongs to me. Darren's was stunned for a moment, and then began to laugh. Ha ha! Ha ha! He looked up to the sky hysterically, and his mocking voice was already overflowing. It's worthy of being Bardock's descendants, it's still the same not to put people in the eyes. He tapped the combat effectiveness tester a few times, the numbers were flashing rapidly, and finally. 100. Only 100 combat effectiveness? Ha ha! What courage did you have to say such a thing? Stupid! When you were sent to Earth, the weak planet seemed to have completely stimulated your arrogance. I, who is rampant in the universe, can beat you to pieces in an instant. Cut! Wu Yan took a cold bite, spread his hands slightly, and was constantly smiling bitterly. In this world, no one believes the truth. How did you discover this spirit tree? Wu Yan asked. Humph! Your death sentence has already been completely pronounced in my heart. However, before you die, I can tell you everything. Old cliché, nothing new. Wu Yan pouted. Since a long time ago, I, and even my race, have been plotting to usurp King Vegeta's throne. It's a pity that the combat effectiveness of those high-level fighters has grown too rapidly, and I haven't seen any hope for a long time, a long time. Dal spread his hands slightly, expressing regret. However, after I was caught up in the tides of the universe because of a fortuitous mission, I thought I was dead. However, in the end, he reached the end alive and saw this incomparably majestic tree. After asking the Zephyr people, I knew that it was the spirit tree. It can increase the combat power of humans in an instant without any side effects. I finally see hope. There was a hint of ecstasy in Dale's eyes, and it seemed that he had indeed brought himself into it. However, because of the manic energy, it is not suitable for being absorbed by the spirit tree at all. The spirit tree grows very slowly. I also plan to transplant the spirit tree, but unfortunately, there are no extra seeds. Once it withers and dies, it will be a fatal blow to me. I don't dare to take this risk. Watching him grow slowly every day, I can only wait slowly. That's 10 years. In the eyes of Dares, there was a sense of luxury. Some time ago, I left Vegeta to cut off the contact in the combat effectiveness tester, ready to pick the fruits of 10 years of cultivation. Although King Vegeta is dead, but with such a fetish, what kind of throne does he care? My goal is to become a true emperor of the universe. Sitting on the delicious food, wife and concubine, this is the life of paradise. Haha. Oh. Wu Yan grinned, it's a grand plan, it went on for 10 years. I admire you. However, meeting me is your greatest misfortune. Tell you, this thing belongs to Uncle Ben. If you can't make do with it, give me free flowers and evaluation votes. Kneeling and begging. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 046. Arrogant. Dals was stunned for a moment, and then cursed. A little devil with a combat power of 100 actually said such a thing in front of the murderous Uncle Ben. What a living impatience! It seems that I should let you know what love from the elders is. Negotiations break down. Wu Yan acted very innocent, spread his hands, and said with a smile. Then smash the bones of your whole body and make you forced to accept. Ha! Dale suddenly burst out, and a majestic aura instantly burst out from his body. The ground trembled, the rebel was drawn into the air, and it was annihilated in an instant. Click! Deo cracks extend from the feet and spread rapidly like spider webs. Oh! Combat effectiveness has already reached 20,000? It seems that you are pretending to be a grandson under Vegeta. This doesn't meet the standards of Scion arrogance, right? Darren's looked at his hands intoxicatedly, feeling an incomparably powerful force. My fierceness has been completely worn out in the long years. However, all this, after getting the spirit tree fruit, will definitely get it all back. Hurrah! Darren stood on the ground with both feet, and the majestic power made the ground suddenly shattered. The figure was like a ghostly light, and it melted into the air in the blink of an eye. Insect tricks! Wu Yan burst up, and the eye of reincarnation flashed rapidly, capturing the figure in the air. Darren's is fast, but in the eyes of reincarnation, he is like an ant. Die! The fist was shrouded in a light blue brilliance, towards the empty world, suddenly forced. Boom! Darren suddenly appeared there, his fists colliding abruptly in the air. Zizzy! Thousands of lightning bolts swept quickly, and the whole world was in a mania. What? Dals was stunned. You? How could you possibly see my movement? It's like an ant, I'll be blind if I can't see. Wu Yan opened his mouth to refute, 1 foot on the ground, and his body sucked into the void. In an instant, 3 figures appeared in the air. After image. Dale's inky black pupils kept flickering, and the exact same aura made him confused, and the Wu Yan in front of him seemed to be all entities. Ha! The 3 after images crossed upwards, constantly moving in a Z shape, and the first figure swung his fist and smashed heavily on the bridge of Dale's nose. Ugh! Darren screamed, the bridge of his nose was red, a little blood flowed, and his body staggered straight back. Pang! The second figure attacked again, the whistling sharp energy swept across the face, from the corner of the mouth to the root of the nose, a deep scar appeared viciously, and gurgling blood flowed madly. Abominable! Dales kept retreating, his pupils contracted, and his face was full of panic. How is that possible? Could it be that all 3 people are entities? As soon as the words fell, the third figure suddenly rushed into the sky, directly grabbed Darren's face, and his body sank. Boom! Even the person with a face and smashed directly to the ground. The power of the diffusion made the surrounding 10 meters of environment all shatter. Wow! Dales vomited blood, his face was pale, mixed with a trace of dirt, and he looked bleak. Boom! Wu Yan's fists fell continuously, as if the fire cloud evil god beat Seeing, and the big fist of the casserole contained infinite power. A muffled snort came out, like an earthquake. And the ground was constantly shaking. Humph! Look at how embarrassed you look now? What's wrong, isn't it an arrogant scion? Isn't it going to sentence me to death? Wu Yan's left eye was full of madness, and the endless power all tilted to the ground. Dao cracks began to spread from Dale's head. Just the remnants of the diffusion force made the ground shatter. Wu Yan pinched a magic seal in his right hand, and the azure energy suddenly gathered, dyeing the sky, and also emitting dazzling light. Turtle Pai Qigong! Ha! The majestic energy suddenly pressed and exploded directly towards Dala's head. Boom! The majestic energy flooded him in an instant, and the nano-level attacks surged wildly. Click! Click! Dao azure blue pillars of light continued to rise from the cracks, and the endless light completely destroyed all living creatures on the ground. Phew! Wu Yan flickered quickly and hurriedly left the center of the energy explosion. In this way, will you still survive? In Dragon Ball, Goku fights as if he is enjoying the process. There is always a wave of time, and he ends up in an extremely dangerous situation. Wu Yan, after obtaining the Eye of Reincarnation, he always constantly uses the mobility of the heavenly hand power, as well as the Vientian heavenly guidance, Shinra Tianzhang, to give himself the opportunity to create attacks. Once successful, it will end up with a set of attacks until the enemy is completely destroyed. Boom! After a few seconds, all the accumulated energy exploded. A mushroom cloud slowly rises. Wu Yan crossed his hands and said softly, "My dear kindred, how do you feel about this gift I have given you?" Ha! Ha! The tattered rebel rolled in the smoke, and Darren's walked out step by step. The shape is extremely miserable. Half of the face has been burned, the hair is completely gone, and billowing blood is constantly pouring out of the skin. It's like a bloody man, hideous, terrifying. Abominable. Dales let out a hoarse cry, his throat had been completely burned, and just a few words made him feel unbearable pain. "You are just a stinking child, how is it possible, how can you have such power? Absolutely, definitely on drugs. Darren's really doesn't know what a 5-year-old child is for, if a 5-year-old child can surpass himself in an instant. I don't believe it." He actually made a desperate decisive attack, and swung a heavy punch towards Wu Yan. The manic fierce power was attached to it, and the sharp sword chi seemed to be going to directly penetrate Wu Yan. Phew! Wu Yan was covered in afterimages, turned around slightly, and cleverly dodged Dale's attack. Looking at Darren's, whose body was stiff and his defense was open, he showed a cruel smile. Click! The right hand stretched out, unfolded the hand knife, the purple aura buzzed, and swung towards the arm stretched forward by Darren's. Ugh! A stream of blood suddenly spurted out, as if full of hot blood, spilled into the air, and the sky was bloody, soaked with the smell of blood. The broken arm fell to the ground. Wu Yan actually cut off Dale's arm directly. Darren suddenly screamed, holding the smooth cut of his arm, and screamed hysterically on the ground. The hoarse voice, combined with the hideous face, shows an incomparable misery. Even Wu Yan was a little embarrassed. "How do you say it? Punching someone who looks a lot like Dad like this, I really am. Hey! Ask for flowers, ask for collections. Everyone give me free flowers and evaluation votes. May Day reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 047. Wu Yan stood in the air, looking at the bloody Dales, and his mouth was still constantly ridiculing. "You! Darren's actually stood up shakily, his arms, and the sharp pain all over his body continued to surge like a tide. The burning of energy, the broken arm, and this combination are no less than the most terrifying torture in ancient times. He pointed trembling with one hand and scolded loudly. You are just a descendant of the inferior warrior Kakarot. How is it possible to defeat me? Wu Yan covered his head and sighed, it's as if you are a high-level warrior. We have the same hairstyles, the same appearance, and naturally the same genes. It's ridiculous to laugh at 50 steps and 100 steps. He looked at Darren's, bleeding and pale, but he was actually able to stand up in this state. I really admire your vitality. As soon as the words fell, his right hand was raised high, and the scarlet energy continued to surge in his palm. From the hidden meridians, gurgling to the fingertips. 5 fingers in a row. Hurrah! Suddenly, the dense energy was like a heavenly lady scattering flowers, like raindrops falling down. As if a dense bombardment, the broken ground was thoroughly cleansed. Boom! The scorching flames began to extend, and the infinite energy intertwined in the air, shooting backwards into the pupils of Darren's. Everything is like a catastrophe of destruction. Abominable! He bit hard, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, forcing himself to wake up. This is completely killing me. Cruel guy! Shouldn't you stand in the air and give me a chance to fight back at the end? Phew! He suddenly turned into a ray of light and fled in the air. Wu Yan chased after him closely, and the energy in his right hand shot out like a machine gun. There is still blue fire in his hands. Boom! Endless explosions are heard and the world is plunged into a hustle. Haha! Is this a cat and mouse game? Interesting. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Wuyan's eyes. Since he was adrift in the universe, Wuyan seemed to have completely liberated his nature. Love this bloody game. Defeat your opponent, and your favorite is to take off your head directly. Dals watched as the explosion wave continued to extend towards him, and his speed was constantly decreasing because of his injuries. If you go on like this, you will definitely be involved in the explosion. Crushed bones on the spot. Abominable. Even if he thinks about it, the gap in combat effectiveness between the two is too big, and Wu Yan can suppress him steadily even if he does not change his body to mimic a Super Saiyan. What's more, he is still using the Realm King Fist continuously. Hey! Dale's eyes lit up, and he saw a hole in the ground instantly drilled in. Phew! Like the roar of a fighter jet, the dense energy exploded overhead, and even the fierce participation made his scalp tingle. Oh! The arrogant Scions have become drill rats? Wu Yan in the air said mockingly. Dals shouted, it's now. Counterattack. Wu Yan has just passed, and his body remains temporarily stiff because of inertia. This is the best time. Destruction energy bomb. The power of Dale's whole body condensed into his left hand, and the golden lightning burst wildly. The green tendons bulged, as if the oil pipe was transported, and there was a gurgling sound. Golden energy balls formed instantly. Directly threw it out. Haha! It's impossible to dodge this trick. Go to hell! Naive! Wu Yan had just turned around, and the energy was already roaring. Violent chattering rubs against the air, and the temperature keeps rising. The world of pathways distorted the sight from the scorching heat. His abdomen bulged slightly. Take a deep breath. Looking at the galloping energy, suddenly blow. Phew! That energy light was actually blown back directly by Wu Yan. What? Darren's couldn't believe that the gap in strength was just a brief outbreak of Wu Yan's use of the forbidden law in his eyes. A person who grew up on the earth and in the gentle country can never be his opponent. Boom! The energy exploded, and Dales rolled to the left donkey in embarrassment before he could barely get over. The explosion swept him up and smashed heavily on the stone. It's rude to come and go. Wu Yan grinned, showing his white teeth, and looked at the face with baby fat, as if humans and animals were harmless. However, Darren's felt the fierce light hidden behind, and his whole body tensed, like a great enemy. Wu Yan's right hand was opened and slightly raised to place it on his shoulder. Zizi. The deep purple energy continued to gather, and the moment that incomparably sharp power appeared, there was also a chance wailing in the air. "Don't be so nervous." He sneered, looked at Darren's and said. "Because even if you're nervous, it doesn't do anything. How it should be, how it should be." Phew! He fell heavily with one hand. A purple wave of chi suddenly rushed out, attacking madly in the shape of a crescent. The air, the stones, everything that stands in the way is neatly divided into two halves. Boom! The violent explosion raised dust in the sky. Darren's was caught up again, and the whole person was like a small boat in the sea. No matter how hard you try, you can't escape the energy package. Wow! A mouthful of blood spit out again, adding a little blood chi to the purple energy. Pang! That sharp wave of chi directly shattered after touching the spirit tree, leaving tens of centimeters of deep marks on the huge trunk. Pang! Dals also hit it hard. Abominable! This little ghost! He frowned and said fiercely. Sharp attack, treat the enemy directly to the death, continuous attack. It's like a murderous devil. Dals was a little depressed. How can he be more like a villain than me? The eye of reincarnation can instantly capture a person's movement trajectory and analyze his weakness and error in a moment. Use this to attack. In this way, it gives others the feeling of being fierce and merciless. Even a little bloodthirsty. All this is the result of getting the eye of reincarnation. For Wu Dales's body is full of flaws. Phew! Wu Yan flashed quickly, stood high in the air, crossed his hands, and said in a condensed voice. Look at your current appearance, covered in scaly wounds, your right arm has been cut off, and your strength has plummeted. I'm already tired of playing, I should send you on my way. Dallas's face was solemn. Abominable! The strength in my body is not as strong as before. Want to defeat this horrible guy? There is only one way. 1. He looked up and saw that those bright red fruits had gradually become full. Only eat the fruit of the spirit tree. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. If you feel okay, vote for me. Your daily review votes and flowers. Kneel and beg. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 048. As bright red as blood and the size of a fist. There are some barbs on it. Among the bright red, there seems to be a little bit of cyan. It's not fully mature yet, I can't take care of so much. Only by eating it will I have a chance to defeat this guy. Good. Darren's eyes twitched a few times, with smoke grenades. Confuse that damn guy. When I have eaten, I will return everything to you. Phew. A blue light suddenly shot up into the sky, and in an instant, Wu Yan was completely surrounded. Boom. It was like a flash of light exploding in the sky, and the splendor of the fire tree and silver flowers instantly spewed out. A strong light shrouded the entire earth. It's now. Darls took 3 steps and made 2 steps, and flew into the air with a rolling belt. His left hand stretched out, and the fruit was close at hand. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Soon, just around the corner. Unfortunately, a sonorous voice like a copper rock pronounced his death sentence. Vientian heavenly lead. Gokuyan was temporarily fascinated by the flash, but relied on his breath to accurately capture Dale's movements. Moreover, being beaten like that, he only had this last method. Wu Yan stretched out single, squeezed hard. Phew! Dao's white light waves spread in the world, slowly intertwined in the air, and seemed to form a pair of gravitational big hands in the void, grabbing Darren's deadly. What? Not good. Feeling the traction coming from behind, Darren's was terrified, and the tip of his middle finger was an inch away from the fruit of the spirit tree. Nope. No. He was bruised and roared hysterically. I must eat it. Be sure to eat it. Obsessed. Wu Yan sneered, you don't have any chance of winning. Dalles, just a point like that, this thing, does not belong to you. Wu Yan squeezed hard. A majestic gravitational pull suddenly emerged from the hand. Dale's body flew upside down like a train. Hey, hey! Wu Yan kept waving his fists, spinning like the wind, sneering and mocking. Pang! A heavy punch smashed directly into the back of Darren's. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking sounded, and Dale's whole body seemed to be directly broken from the middle, abnormal bending. Finally lost the last trace of resistance and floated in the air like that. Whoops! That miserable scene made Wu Yan's scalp tingle. I look so much like my father, I really don't want to kill you. However, as soon as the words changed, Wu Yan said loudly. However, seeing you in such pain, I can't bear it. Let me free you. Who calls me a kind young man? Wu Yan spread his hands innocently and showed extreme sincerity. That dumb gaze mixed with the baby's fat face definitely makes people feel pity. However, I didn't know that this tragic situation of Darren's was officially realized. Hey, hey! Dalles also knew at this moment that his life was imminent. Do you think this thing is your own? Just now, I secretly turned on the combat effectiveness tester. I believe that someone must have heard about the spirit tree fruit. Your enemy, soon. Before he finished speaking, a cold light instantly crossed, and the sky seemed to be split in half by a purple light. Wu Yan's body flickered and instantly appeared behind his back. Holding the dark holy scythe, the scythe is still dripping blood. No matter who comes, I will definitely let him die without a place to bury. Poof! A hot blood suddenly spurted out from behind, and Darren still maintained the expression of the last sneer, and his head gurgled and rolled on the ground a few times, covered with dust. Humph! Still waiting to see my jokes at the last minute? You bastard! Pang! With a heavy kick, he kicked the eye-catching thing directly into the air, hiding it in the debris generated by the battle. This damn guy actually passed the news here to others desperately. Give me any trouble. It's better for others to say, I'm afraid, that Universe Emperor. Frisia. Wu Yan looked up at the bright red fruit, I'm afraid it will take another day to ripen. Hopefully, don't come out with any forks. Boom. In the dead starry sky, a huge explosion suddenly sounded. Below, a planet actually smashed directly, and countless magma burst along the crack, cruelly devouring all desperate life. Lightning roars, and thunder flashes like fireflies. They smashed into the ground, and with just a small one, the ground collapsed. A few seconds later, the planet finally reached a critical point, like brilliant fireworks, directly exploding. The red flame condensed in the air, and the beautiful scene spread out for hundreds of miles. In the universe, a disk spaceship floats in the air, with countless small minions behind it. Directly above, a figure sat in a flying chair, his face full of evil. Two corners on the top of the head, white and pink. The movements are elegant, enjoying this beautiful scenery at the moment, gentleman's smile. The fierceness of the corners of his eyes, the combination of irritability and gentlemanly movements smoothly, it is difficult for people to see his true situation. He is the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. Haha! Haha! Doria, see it, what a beautiful scene! The wailing of mankind, the death of the planet, all mixed together, it turned out to be so beautiful. All life bursts out its accumulated energy at the last moment, desperately pleasing me. Haha! Terrible! The figure is hoarse, indifferent to the destruction of a planet, even appreciative. This is the cruel Frisia. Destruction is art, the final explosion of the planet, the most brilliant moment. Behind, a pink fat man with a sharp head and hundreds of bumps, extremely ugly, pandered and said, "Lord Frisia, this group of damn betrayers still played their last light. They should be forgiven." 2. Frisia nodded slightly. The tone of the two was full of sympathy, but all the human beings had already died. "Great King, something happened, a little accident." "Hey?" Frisia asked suspiciously. "The Scions, who have been watching, suddenly parted ways some time ago. Darren seems to have reached the center of the galaxy, while Vegeta and Naba go to a backward planet called Earth and seem to be badly damaged." "Earth?" Frisia muttered. "Don't worry about them, that group of fools who think they are fighting famous clans are actually breaking the sand in the backward barbaric wilderness. It seems that I need to carefully consider the positioning of the threat to them." Doria nodded, "But it's this guy named Darren's who needs attention." A holographic projection image appeared in front of Doria. Looking at that familiar face, Frisia was silent for a moment. "This guy is really similar to the Scions who resisted last when I destroyed Vegeta." "King. This guy went to the galactic center, and he didn't know what method to rely on to avoid the tides of the universe. According to my surveillance of him, just now, his combat effectiveness suddenly decreased." "Already dead?" "Cut." Frisia dismissed. "Doria, the one who has died, what do you say to me, like Vegeta, is a useless guy?" Doria looked at the coldness in Frisia's eyes and hurriedly explained, "Sir, that guy's words before he died made me feel interesting. He seems to have found the fruit of the spirit tree in the center of the galaxy. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. Everyone vote for free flowers and evaluation votes every day. May Day reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 049. Wu. Call. Inhale and breathe, your hands swing with your breath. This is the method of tuna that Wuyan learned from Vic and has a very good effect on adjusting his battle state. During the 2 months of wandering in the universe, Wuyan was all in battle and space navigation. There is hardly a moment of respite. However, the final reward is immediate. He looked up and looked, the fruit of the spirit tree seems to have doubled in just 1 day, and soon, it will ripen soon. How he wished this time would be safe. A few battles have already made him a little physically and mentally exhausted. There was blood everywhere, which made Wuyan, who was accustomed to killing, also want to rest. Hey! Suddenly, hundreds of breaths appeared in his perception. One of them, like the scorching sun, stands out from the crowd and looks particularly dazzling. Wu Yan sighed, "Those who should come, will still come." He can only transform into a mimic Super Saiyan now, and that last step is to break through the fruit of the spirit tree. It's a pity that the enemy did not give him this time at all. Looking at the white-brown spacecraft in the sky, a large disk hundreds of meters in diameter, he murmured, "Frisia." Crunch! The sound of machinery sounded, the spacecraft floated in the air, and the hatch above was wide open. Frisia is still sitting on his flying chair, followed by Dodoria, the dogleg, and hundreds of little minions. The majestic combat power almost overshadowed the heavens and the earth. A fierce wind surged instantly. "Oh!" A gentleman's voice suddenly sounded, and Frisia said, "Is this the central planet of the Milky Way? I really haven't been here before. The surface is quite hard. However, the environment is harsh and there is no value in occupation." He looked at the towering tree in front of him. He was as small as a drop in the ocean. "It's really unpleasant." "Did he?" The combat effectiveness tester in his ear constantly alarmed, and Frisia constantly looked around. It seems that the little mouse who killed Darren's and planned to monopolize the fruit of the spirit tree is hiding next to it. That spaceship, that's what he was riding on. Seeing Wuyan's super-large plane, even Frisia couldn't help but be stunned. "Phew! The index finger stretched out, and the pink light suddenly erupted. Breathe for a moment, and the powerful explosion sounded directly. Just a minute after coming, he blew up Wu Yan's spaceship. There are not many races that can survive in the universe. In this way, the mouse will be unable to escape. Do you say yes? Phew. The body suddenly flickered in the air, leaning against a stone, and said softly. That, Scion Rat. On the back of the stone, Wu Yan was hiding there, and he said softly, You, how did you find me? According to the intelligence of the Battle of Dales, it is easy to infer that you are a Scion. Although I don't know what you used to hide your breath. But there are only a few places to hide on this planet. I guess you won't be far away. Only in this way can the fruit of the spirit tree be perfectly controlled. Snap! Wu Yan applauded lightly, and couldn't help but praise, It's worthy of being the Universe Emperor Frisia, is it really a waste? Extraordinary wisdom, great strength. Your success is already inevitable. Thanks for the compliment. Frisia bowed gently, Gentleman's thanks. However, seeing Wu Yan's appearance, his pupils suddenly shrank. That look is exactly the same as the last resistor of planet Vegeta. The sneer at the corner of his mouth is not bad at all. No, except for Vegeta and them, there are no more Scions alive. Frisia muttered, but it doesn't matter. Today, you will be doomed to die here. The conversation between the two seems to be gentle and drizzling, but the manic energy in it has begun to gradually increase. The competition of momentum never ends. Lord Frisia, let me fix this guy. Dirty Scion monkey, let you shoot, it's really a loss of identity. Next to him, Dodoria said with disdain, his words full of contempt for the Scions. At least I have evolved into a human being, unlike you, people are not ghosts and ghosts. If I were a monkey, you would be a walking hedgehog at best. Cut! Wu Yan sneered and said mockingly. How daring! Doria was furious, no one dares to talk to me like this. I will crush you to pieces, torture you to death with the most cruel torture, and let you know that coming to this world is your biggest mistake. Frisia gently took a few steps back and gave up the battlefield to Doria. It's really confident. Wu Yan sneered a few times. Phew! His whole body flickered, and instantly turned into a cold light that melted into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Dodolia's pupils kept scanning in panic, but no matter where he was, he couldn't see Wu Yan's figure. Where are you, guy hiding his head and tail? He cursed sharply. His finger kept pointing at the combat effectiveness tester, but soon, his face was stunned. How is that possible? A person does not show any energy when fighting. Did he think it was beating by ordinary people? Frisia was also surprised, this speed? Is it really unbelievable? His combat strength should have reached 100,000. 100,000. Doria said in fear, this, absolutely impossible. He himself is only as many as 10,000, 100,000, which can already be compared with the Kainu special combat team. How can a Scion monkey be compared with the most elite army in the universe? Pang! Suddenly, a cold light flickered, and the young figure shuttled through the air, and finally smashed heavily into his abdomen. Wow! The abdomen was sunken a few inches, and together with the ribs, all the internal organs were impacted. Daria's eyes widened and she staggered back. The fists wanted to clench, but all the power seemed to collapse in an instant. Just one punch to completely hit me hard. Dodoria! High in the air, there was a sudden boom. Dodolia quickly raised his head, and saw that there was blue energy wrapped around Wu Yan, falling from the sky at a rapid speed, and the sharp aura seemed to be a sharp sword. Ugh! A punch fell directly from the top of the head, and the extremely strong impact force drove Wu Yan to fall quickly. The white shockwave of the road spreads. Daria's fat body continued to compress, and the terrifying power ran around in his body, shattering him in an instant. Boom! An orange explosion came out, and Wu Yan used the power of the heavenly hand to leave. Quietly looked at Frisia. Now, let's start the battle between the two of us. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. I heard that Dragon Ball Super has a new chapter. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period. April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 050. Frisia. It's time for the two of us to fight. Wu Yan said with a sneer. The little minions behind are terrified. It can't be. Just 2 punches killed Lord Dodoria directly. It's still the most cruel, running through from the beginning, too much power silting and directly self-detonating. This guy's strength is really terrifying. Frisia also looked at Wu Yan in surprise, pouting slightly. Dodoria next to him had exploded into a puddle of meat foam, and he couldn't die anymore. Oh, awesome! It can do this. Doesn't seem to be very sad. Wu Yan sneered. Haha. Frisia's index finger stretched out and swayed slightly. I have hundreds of thousands of powerful subordinates. Attacking the planet will inevitably have some casualties. If everyone, I am sad, then I simply call the Cosmic Tier King. Also, you have to remember that a weak person is not qualified to be my subordinate. Hey! Wu Yan looked at him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Let me tell you one more thing, Saab, who went to monitor the space scavengers attacking the Galactic Patrol headquarters, was also killed by me. Not long ago. Wu Yan raised his proud head and said with a rushing nature. He wants to see Frisia's frustrated, even angry gesture to satisfy his desires. However, Frisia only nodded slightly. Those stupid guys, I didn't count on them at all. Cosmic scavengers, a bunch of rags. If they can make such a big fuss, their residual value is all gone. As for Saab, death is death. Among my subordinates, he is not even in the top 10. Frisia chuckled. You think too much to see my sad emotions. With a ruthless leader like you, it's really their sorrow. Say whatever you want. Frisia glanced at Wu Yan lightly, and the sharp light seemed to completely see through his whole body. The combat power is more than 100,000, and fighting with you is not even a warm-up. However, Team Knut just happened to go on other missions today. Little flea, it can only be done by me personally. Frisia slowly jumped out of the flying chair, her hands open and drooping, and the corners of her mouth smiled evilly. The energy in his body suddenly exploded, and the circle of pink and black mixed together. Phew! On the ground, a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters collapsed abruptly. Ha! Wu Yan on the opposite side also burst out in an instant. The blue aura was suddenly replaced by blood red, the pupil of the left eye disappeared, the hair floated, and the corners of the eyes actually bulged with green tendons. The arms exploded several times thicker, and the body was also raised a little. Boom! All around, continuous explosions burst into mind, flames rose into the sky, spreading rapidly, and the whole world was imprinted in mania. Diddy! Diddy! Frisia's combat effectiveness tester is growing like crazy. 100,000. 500,000. 1 million. Pang! Explode directly after exceeding 1 million. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Frisia was only surprised for a moment, then sneered. If your whole card is this, then all I can say is that you are naive. Although the combat power exceeded my expectations, but you want to defeat me? It's also something that is impossible. Phew! Phew! The blood-red and pink figures burst up, their fists outstretched, and they collided abruptly in the air. Boom! The manic and fierce aura spread rapidly, and the ground collapsed instantly. Purple lightning came from the collision, and the Deo was pervasive, like a spider's web, enveloping the entire world. Bang bang! The two rotated upwards and constantly attacked each other from various dead angles. Wu Yan's hands were as weird as a dragon, and his power exploded, attacking abruptly from the left side. The rapid power actually made the attack completely appear as an afterimage. Ridiculous move. Little children's fighting tricks. Frisia opened his fists and was ready to greet. Humph! A purple light flashed in Wu Yan's reincarnation eyes, and Frisia's body suddenly stopped, and he was stunned there. Pang! A heavy group quickly bypassed all defenses and directly smashed Frisia out. The bridge of the nose was red, the corners of the mouth left a trace of blood, and the body was like a shooting star, directly smashed to the ground. Boom! The gurgling smoke rose from the sky, and the huge impact force made the ground collapse instantly. The spirit tree also trembled under the attacks of the two. Snap! The smoke cleared, and Frisia patted the dust on himself. What a capable, you're the only one besides my dad who keeps me in the dust. He carefully recalled, just now, I seemed to be caught in another environment. As a scion, you can even do magic. Frisia's analysis was correct. Wu Yan used the Eye of Reincarnation to make him fall into illusion, and there was a short period of stiffness, and then attacked. This guy's fighting nerves are not inferior to daddy. Wu Yan said silently. You've attacked enough. The warm-up is almost done. Next, be careful, I'm about to attack. It is absolutely foolish to inform the opponent of the time of your attack. But on Frisia, it is extremely arrogant. Wu Yan looked at it coldly. The current Frisia is still in the initial stage, and he has not transformed. He knows that his combat strength is no less than 1,000,000, but he is still so confident. Is that guy also hiding? Wu Yan really can't understand it. Phew! Suddenly, a pink cold light streaked across the sky like lightning, and Wu Yan's reincarnation eye only captured a vague trace. So fast! He shouted in surprise, and as soon as his body was about to move, a sharp pain came from his abdomen. What? Wu Yan looked down in a daze and found that Frisia had already come straight from below, hit him hard, and all the energy in his arms exploded. The clothes on the chest are also directly shattered. The wound is sunken, and the hideous green tendons are surging like earthworms, and they are still squirming. Abominable! At such a fast speed, he didn't even notice it. Pang! Wu Yan stepped on the air with both feet, endured the severe pain and flipped quickly in the air. Frisia obviously did not expect that after taking his own complete blow, Wu Yan still had the power to move. Stayed there. Behind Wu Yan, punch straight ahead. Pang! Smashed into Frisia, and white ripples appeared on his chest. The azure aura turned into a torrent on the dragon-like muscles, and all of them converged into Wu Yan's hands in an instant. It's what you just did. Frisia immediately turned around, and what he could see was Gu Yan's smile. Heavenly hand power. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. Give me your daily flowers and evaluation votes. Please, old irons. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period. April 29 to May 3. Chapter 051. Heavenly Hand Power. Phew! The figure instantly exchanged with the stone, and Wu Yan returned to Frisia's back again. Ha! Kicked it hard. Pang! A muffled snort came out, and Frisia also frowned slightly, and his body was like a train hit behind him, and he smashed directly to the ground. Boom! A stream of smoke stretched straight out, and the stone pillars, stones, and even mountains in front of it completely exploded in an instant. Light of dead silence. Ha! Wu Yan suddenly burst out coldly, and in the palm of his hand, the blue light of the Dao suddenly burst into flames. The whistling scorching energy made the air also twist for a moment. It's like raindrops, dense, but super fast like a laser. When the two come together, it's a covered bombing like a scrubbing floor. Boom! Explosions sounded one after another, and the flames in the sky burned in an instant. and the billowing smoke was like monstrous sand, completely enveloping the whole world. Drink! Wu Yan stretched out his hands, and the intensity of the energy doubled again. Hurrah! Dozens of rays of light rushed out in an instant, and directly exploded where Frisia fell. Endless rubble was continuously attracted into the air, and in an instant, it was completely annihilated by the energy of the explosion. The world is trembling, and the manic energy seems to be going to smash the planet directly into pieces. Woohoo! After 3 minutes in a row, Wu Yan finally stopped the pouring of energy completely. A mushroom cloud slowly floated. The ground was already devastated, there were divine pits left by explosions everywhere, and even the fruits of the spirit tree were implicated, and there were many stones embedded in the thick trunk. Wu Yan floated in the air, slowly sensing Frisia's breath. Although his attack just now was fierce, for Frisia, Wu Yan knew very well that it would not hurt too much. That terrifying guy was just the same fragile first form. Although the transformation inhibited his strength, his real combat experience was not weakened in the slightest. Cut! Wu Yan took a cold sip. Sure enough, a ghost flashed in Samsara's eyes, and Frisia's breath was accurately captured in his mind. It is expanding at an alarming rate. Here it comes! Boom! On the ground, a crystal white light rushed into the sky like a sonorous sword, and the clouds were split in half. Heaven and earth are intertwined with a roar of gold and iron. Like Hong Zhong de Lu, constant impact. Hey! Well done! Among them, a gentleman, humble voice suddenly came. Frisia slowly came out of the white light. The feet on the top of the head have disappeared, the sleek bald head, most of the whole body is purple, only the top of the head, chest, knees are dotted with a little purple. His hands were gently lowered, and the corners of his mouth were smiling evilly. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment, and his pupils contracted slightly, finally transformed into the final form. It's still in place all at once. A trace of surprise flashed in the corner of Frisia's eyes. It seems that you know me very well. This bee may not be able to pretend. Originally, I planned to introduce him to his explosive strength now. Unexpectedly, that guy actually understood. It shouldn't be. He said to himself. Apart from Sob, Kainu, and the others. It is impossible for anyone else to know my true face. You're really mysterious. Frisia couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Phew. The body is obviously still in place, but behind it, a cold wind suddenly arises. Snap! The white tail was directly rolled around Wu Yan's neck, and the power was still tightening. How? Wu Yan was terrified, and Frisia on the ground was still smiling, and even his hands were still shaking. How is that possible? The eye of reincarnation did not see his trajectory. The ground, how can the afterimage of the ground move? Could it be that he was moving at superspeed in the air and on the ground? Abominable! The power turned out to be so powerful. Ugh! The tail gradually tightened, and a little suffocation was created in the chest. He clasped his hands horizontally, pinched Frisia's tail, and kept pushing hard. But the bent hands did not have a point of focus, and they could not shake the tighter and tighter tail no matter what. How? No power. Already planning to throw in the towel? Don't underestimate me. Zizi. Wu Yan's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of golden light, and a little spark appeared in his pupils, just like electric welding, and the gurgling energy directly rushed out and burned on Frisia's tail. Whoops! Frisia gritted her teeth and screamed. Dark holy scythe! Chop! In an instant, Wu Yan had a pink light in his hand, suddenly stepped back, and waved his hands. Not good! Frisia was covered in goosebumps, his mind was constantly alarming, and his heart was beating violently, and he actually had the fear of death. Phew! He suddenly bent back. In an instant, a purple light rushed from the belly, and the fierce chi wave even rolled up the storm. Frisia was panting. If he was hit by that thing, even if it was himself, he would probably be directly taken off his head. What a cruel guy! Hey! In his pupils, a figure suddenly burst out, holding the holy sickle high with both hands, and descended from the sky. Click! Rumble! The heavy impact sound suddenly sounded, starting from the shoulders to the legs and feet. A hideous blood stain instantly appeared, and the ribs also shattered. Frisia's body was like a shooting star, falling from the sky and directly hitting the ground. Boom! The ground exploded with a bang, and the traces of the Deo continued to spread like spider webs. The whole ground, like a smooth mirror, is coldly broken. Humph! Wu Yan stretched out one hand, descended from the sky, and with infinite power, smashed towards the place where Frisia fell. Boom! On the ground, the majestic energy is like an inverted bowl, slowly expanding, completely swallowing everything around. After a few seconds, the smoke is gone. The clear blue sky revealed his original appearance. On the ground, a deep pit tens of meters and hundreds of meters in diameter suddenly appeared, and Wu Yan floated above. However, there was no Frisia below. After image. Did that guy, at the last moment, dodge with super speed? Wu Yan can't explain it. If a person is hit hard, he will definitely fall into a stiff state, and his body should also be unable to move. That guy actually dodged my attack from the sky at that time. Is the gap in strength really so big? Boom! Wow! Suddenly, there was a sharp pain behind him, and Wu Yan gritted his teeth and quickly flew upside down. The stagnant chest could no longer bear it. And blood gushed out instantly. The internal organs also seemed to have been violently trembled, and the condensed aura was directly dispersed in a short time. Hey! It's not polite to come and go. Frisia floated behind the person who had just stood on Goyan and said slowly. Ask for collections, ask for flowers. Everyone cast flowers and evaluation votes for me. May Day reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 052. Bang bang! Wu Yan's body flew upside down, dozens of stone pillars were directly smashed, the rumbling roar was endless, and the Deo smoke was instantly dispersed. The whole battlefield is a mess. Abominable! Wu Yan couldn't stop his upside-down body at all, no matter how he stirred up the breath. Frisia's manic energy seemed to disrupt the normal balance in Gohan's body, so much so that he couldn't gather energy for a short time. I can only use the Eye of Reincarnation. Snap! The 5 fingers of his right hand were heavily inserted into the ground, and a deep bloodstain suddenly appeared. The blood flowed like a pour, and it stopped the body hundreds of meters away. Wu Yan squeezed it with one hand, and a white ripple was released in the eyes of reincarnation, and he shouted loudly. Vientian heavenly lead! Boom! The ground suddenly burst, and the tattered rubble was condensed together to form a huge meteorite, and he suddenly waved his hand and smashed directly towards Frisia. Is it really violent, using meteorites to smash people? However, I say that a planet is destroyed, a tattered meteorite. Pang! His forward right hand instantly grabbed, like the devil's claw, and deep traces of martial arts instantly appeared, like a net of heaven and earth, neatly dividing the meteorite into hundreds of small pieces. In the smoke, there was a burst of enlightenment. Turtle Pai Qigong. The light blue energy slowly gathered in the palm like a firefly, and the majestic energy suddenly roared, and the scorching dazzling light surrounded the whole world. Ha! The hideous energy exuded a sonorous sound, suddenly shot into the sky, and soared into the sky. Like an unsheathed sword, there is an endless sonorous sound in the air. Insect tricks! Frisia ignored the huge energy, gently raised his right index finger, and in just a moment, a scorching fireball with a diameter of several hundred meters quickly formed. Death supernova! Such a huge amount of energy was gathered in 1 second. For the potential in Frisia's body, even Wien was shocked. The orange fireball supernova and the turtle school Qigong collided instantly in the air. Boom! The ground collapsed directly, and endless golden lightning began to spread in the world, turning into spider webs and completely enveloping the sky. The energy was roaring, and gravity attracted a lot of gravel into the air, and in an instant it was overwhelmed by manic energy. Ha! Wu Yan's arm was bruised, and the whole person roared loudly. In the dragon-like muscles, torrents of energy continued to burst, madly injected into the turtle sect Qigong. In the sky, the turtle pi Qigong formed a network of pouring, desperately impacting the supernova. Humph! Compared to the effort of enlightenment, Frisia's flaws are more than easy. He even swayed in the air, dancing like a butterfly. He looks evil on the outside, but acts like a gentleman. Even killing is an art. All right. After playing with you for so long, it is worthy of you. Scion, it's time to send you on your way. Ha! The purple light of the Deo Deo penetrated into the supernova, and the majestic energy expanded instantly, reaching a diameter of 500 meters. From afar, it looks like a planet. Compared to Vientiane heavenly introduction, it is much more powerful. Snap! The crystal pillar of light of Turtle Qigong seemed to have been impacted by absolute 0 degrees, and it was directly frozen in the air. At last! Snap! Like the powder of a diamond, it directly cracks and turns into a little light floating in the air. Phew! The supernova rushed towards Wien with almost unlimited power, like a black cloud pressing the city, shrouded in a haze in his heart. Shinra heavenly sign! Wu Yan's sonorous voice spit out from his mouth, like a heavenly woman scattering flowers, spitting out quicksuan in the air. The repulsion of the explosion instantly spread around. Direct collision with a supernova. In an instant, the repulsion seemed to condense into a solid entity, turning into a crystal ball, suddenly denting into a piece. Poof! Wu Yan was violently impacted, blood spurted out all the way, and the eye of reincarnation was extremely sore. Abominable! I will never lose to you. The majestic repulsive ball is like an elastic ball, and the supernova slowly presses down, and when it is about to reach enlightenment, all the impact power is exhausted. Finally, it was directly ejected into the air. Boom! A powerful light shone in the sky, a scorching fireball exploded, like a second sun, and the air was filled with smoke. The manic heat was touched at the moment, and all the stone pillars turned directly into magma, flowing continuously along the gap. Ugh! Manic waves of chi spread across the world, rolling up a whirlwind that wrapped Wien in it. Pang! Finally, it hit the ground hard. Abominable! Wu Yan stood up leisurely. Frisia's energy was indeed terrifying, and the super high temperature actually melted the ground directly. If you don't become a super scion, you are not destined to be his opponent. Moreover, its own combat effectiveness is still relatively low. Even if you transform, it will end up a miserable failure. Pang! In an instant, a figure appeared, slamming forward with his elbow and directly hitting Wu Yan's chin. Ugh! The body flew upside down and fell desperately to the ground. Hey! How, Scion, are you intoxicated by my proud figure? From the light of the explosion, Frisia walked out leisurely, like a god, and the light of the explosion roared behind him. Snap! Wu Yan slowly stood up and patted the dust on his body. Ah! I really envy the energy in your body. It was as if endless, incredibly fast and powerful, and in an instant it would take me tens of seconds to reach the point. It's worthy of being the emperor of the universe. Well deserved. Goku's hands drooped, and for so long, he had to admit that he was frustrated for the first time. In front of Frisia, he is like a weak child, and he is definitely not an opponent. However, I have one last way. Frisia was stunned for a moment. Are you talking about the fruit of the spirit tree? Haha! It's a pity, I won't give you this opportunity," he said mockingly. Although the Wuyan and the spirit tree are a stone's throw away, they are like the step of Darrens at the beginning, and the distance of a few seconds is like a heavenly graben, and it is impossible to surpass. Besides, the fruit of the spirit tree hasn't ripened yet. Your plan won't work from the start. Hey! Wu Yan sneered. Not necessarily. He looked at the doglegs behind Frisia, who was shaking the flag. Just ordinary absorption, the spirit tree takes a while. But if you use the life energy of these guys, it is completely impossible. In an instant, kill them all. He stretched out one hand and squeezed Frisia hard. Say loudly in your mouth. Earth burst sky star. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 053. Earth burst sky star. Wu Yan's words landed sonorously like Zhu Yu, shaking the world. Frisia looked at his chest blankly, and from the lilac ripples, a small black ball surged out. Boom! The ground began to tremble, and before he could react, countless stones had already leaned up and wrapped him directly. In an instant, it turned into a large boulder with a diameter of several meters. Ha! Wu Yan waved his hands into the air, and the huge stone suddenly rushed into the sky. Among the black balls, there is a dazzling light. That is, what? The little minions next to him shouted in unison. Suddenly, the surface of the earth cracked, an endless rubble was directly sucked into the air and attached to the stone. What? This gravity, what the hell is this move? Their bodies are not controlled at all and fly straight into the sky. Poof! The tattered stones were wrapped in a fierce light, piercing them directly. Dozens of sharp blood holes, the body was directly beaten into a sieve. In an instant, hundreds of people died. That's right. The eyes of reincarnation accurately captured the dead soul, and all the life energy accumulated completely exploded and floated in the air. Woohoo! The spirit tree began to shake, and the trees next to it were constantly extending, as if greedily absorbing something in the sky. All the fruits began to fill up slowly, and the darkness intertwined in the red began to recede. In a moment, just a few seconds, finally ripe. Exactly as I planned. A slight smile appeared on Wuyan's embarrassed face. Boom! Suddenly, a majestic force made the sky suddenly tremble several times, and endless cracks appeared on the surface of that huge meteorite. Not good. My breath is not as good as Frisia, and the earth explosion star that urged it is only sudden. At most, in a minute, that guy will break the seal. What a misfortune! Wu Yan used the power of his heavenly hand to flicker, and his hands continued to capture like a dragon, directly picking away all the red and plump fruits on the treetops. That guy blew up my spaceship too. How do I get out of here? Boom! A ray of light rushed out from the surface of the meteorite, and the infinite power completely exploded in an instant. Half of the meteorite was blown to pieces. Not good. Wu Yan instantly turned into a ghostly light, retreated into the void, and disappeared. This is the first time. In the cosmic wandering, Wu Yan was defeated, and in the end he could only flee in embarrassment. Pang! A few seconds later, a majestic light suddenly erupted on the surface of the meteorite. Cracks spread, and orange light intertwined in it, turning the meteorite into magma in an instant. Tick! Tick! All of them dripped on the ground, burning the ground into big holes. Frisia's face was hideous, floating in the air, seeing that all his minions had been killed, an endless killing intent surged in his heart. Diddy! There are no coordinates of Wuyan on the combat effectiveness tester at all. Snap! The angry Frisia crushed it directly with force. Bastard! With both hands stretched forward, hundreds of pink energies all tilted to the ground like heavenly flowers. Endless explosions surged directly, and gusts of wind stirred in the world. The entire planet is almost in a state of disintegration. Looking at the bare spirit tree, Frisia was furious. That bastard dares to tease me like this. The gentleman's face finally disappeared completely, replaced by infinite fear. Science, it's really a scourge. A child has such power. Could it be that the legendary Super Scion will really appear soon? Frisia calmed down, stood in the air, and thought, his spaceship was blown up by me, and he must not run too far. But he thought about it carefully, that Scion seems to be able to survive in the universe. Could it be that he has gained some strange power? Even so, he definitely won't be able to run far. The universe is so big, trying to find someone is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. The little minions are dead. Looks like I had to do it myself. Did he? The combat effectiveness tester suddenly alarmed. Frisia looked lightly. Kainu. What's wrong? King Frisia, I'm on a mission in the North Galaxy and I found something interesting. What? Genu, you know, disturb me at will, and the last thing I will meet is endless anger. King, I know. However, this matter, I am sure you will be interested. Don't sell it. Say it. Frisia was originally unhappy when he was tricked by Wien. Genu's tone was obviously much more impatient. In the Northern Galaxy, there is a planet called Namek, and the humans on it seem to be named dragons. They made a Dragon Ball thing that seems to be able to grant any wish. What? Frisia's breathing also became rapid. Really? He blushed and said, Genu, have you already confirmed this information? I've heard about it all from the planets that have just been captured. The whole does not come from the wind, it is estimated that 8 or 9 are not far from 10. Good. Frisia was elated, and the anger of being teased by Wien suddenly dissipated. But he thought about it, and let Wu Yan go like this, it was a little too cheap for him. The fruit of the spirit tree was taken away, and only this trunk belonged to the chicken ribs, which was of no use at all. He thought for a moment. Kainu, in this way, you immediately lead the special combat team to Nameker and get the Dragon Balls for me. I'll be there soon. Also, find someone to tell Gula the news of the appearance of the spirit tree fruit in the center of the galaxy. Remember, this thing is done for me beautifully, don't let him find any clues. I understand. King Frisia. In Gula's team, there are many people who secretly defected to us. Good. Over to you. Cutting off the communication, Frisia looked at the devastated planet and said with disdain. Little bug, if you can escape Gula's pursuit, then we'll meet later. Tell Gula about the matter, and see that the fruit of the spirit tree has been plucked. Gula is bound to launch a big search. In this way, he can use the power of Gula to kill Wien. Or is the Dragon Ball thing more important? Little bug, this shame I will not forget, ever. He took the spaceship, floated in the air, kept spinning, and finally disappeared with a bang. Chapter 054. In the deep space of black silence, countless neat planetary fragments float. That was what remained after the original planet was neatly cut off by the destruction divine power. Wu Yan was panting, hiding next to him, looking at the huge planet not far away. Said to be an asteroid belt, in fact, it is more like the star ring of Yang Ruxing. There are countless fragments on the periphery, and even if Frisia comes, it is impossible to find them. Buzz. Wu Yan's body surface emitted a little light, which was the blessing of the Realm King, and he could survive in the universe for a short time. Outside, the disk spacecraft flew up instantly, and a black hole appeared in the universe, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Phew! I don't know why, Frisia actually left. But it's lucky. He gently exhaled the turbid breath in his mouth, but then came a wave of shame. In the fight against Frisia, he has already been defeated. The moves were all out, but they were played on top of the applause. How pitiful! One day, I will use the holy sickle to cut off your head. Wu Yan secretly swore in his heart. He looked at the fruits of dozens of spirit trees in his arms. All right. Let's go back to that planet first. Take it, Breakthrough Super Scion. 690. I'm all set. Just use this eye of reincarnation. Leaning against the stone, sitting on the ground, Wu Yan gently exhaled the sulking in his chest. Slide his hands towards the sky, exhale and breathe in and out to adjust his breathing. Looking at the spirit tree, he suddenly felt salivating. It seemed to be the most delicious thing in the world. The body is unconsciously moving. Sure enough, what the King of Realm said still has a little merit. This thing, for people who have no resistance, is simply a deadly drug. Gat. In an instant, Wu Yan ate 5. This is his own gain after the battle, and it is extremely dangerous. A warm current stirred in the chest, and in a blink of an eye, it gathered to the heart. The dark wounds in his body because of the battle seemed to have been smoothed out a lot. The breath in the abdomen began to swell. The red blood seems to be boiling too. Boom! The ground suddenly shattered, and all the surrounding stones were directly sublimated under the action of energy. It seems that the boundless breath is constantly flowing in the body, and the pores, blood, muscles, and even the eyes are constantly spraying essence. It's not yet, BDCA, time. If you let it explode like this, my combat power can skyrocket, but I can't transform into a Super Scion. Wu Yan took out a mirror from his arms and stared at his reincarnation eyes deadly. Illusion. Pang. A wave of desperate memories suddenly passed through his mind, and the huge one almost made his head ache. From the nearly 700,000 human souls of the wandering planet, write their last despair with the eye of reincarnation. All emotions explode in an instant. Despair, despair like the abyss. The bright blue sky, like an ink painting, infinite darkness descended, and the world turned grey in an instant. I'm not married yet, I don't want to die yet. Even if it is destroyed today, I will try the taste of a woman. Burn all, kill all, rob all, destroy everything. Since the world is about to disappear, what can I do if I kill someone? A huge world appeared in an instant, and when the linen dungeon was about to be destroyed, the order of the human world was completely out of balance. Burning, looting, looting. Not only how many innocent people have died at the hands of their fellow human beings. The grey world was slowly dyed blood. Pain, despair, destruction abound with everything. Watch the sky slowly collapse above, the cracks are getting bigger and bigger, the soil is pouring from it, and the debris, tiles will directly smash tens of thousands of people to death. A little girl, wearing a bright dress, stood dumbfounded in front of a pile of debris. Today is my birthday. Mom, I want to go home. Boom! In an instant, a huge piece of energy directly submerged the entire world. Wu Yan slowly stood up, and the lightning bolts in the sky also began to burst up. Click! Click! Deo lightning swept over, condensing into an infinite thunder dragon churning in the deep sea of clouds. Thunder after thunder flashed with crystal light, and the terrifying energy distorted the surrounding space. Ah! Yes! Wu Yan raised his head to the sky and roared. The pitch-black crab head slowly stood up, gradually transformed into gold, and all the baby fat receded, replaced by infinite strength. Humph! The left eye turned turquoise, and the condensed sharp gaze almost killed everyone directly. Boom! The surrounding area exploded directly, and cracks tens of meters on the ground suddenly appeared, and the overflowing golden energy spread in all directions, completely melting all the rubble. Ha! There was a sudden sharp pain in Samsara's eyes, which made Wu Yan's face flush. A black guyu is like a gluttony, slowly outlined, he is like a gluttonous frantically devouring the energy of enlightenment. Gaga! The fruits of several spirit trees fell again, and the majestic power turned into a rolling torrent, all of which were injected into the guyu in an instant, and the purple reincarnation eyes appeared even deeper. Energy, gaze, also sharper. Ha! The last roar raised, and the sharp golden light suddenly rose up like an unsheathed Excalibur, piercing the world. In the sky, there was a roar, like a triumphant song of victory, holy. The golden light swirled on the ground, and the black and purple clouds also shot out golden light. The ground showed a spiral fall, and a divine pit of tens of meters suddenly appeared. Ugh! In the turquoise pupils, a giant ape, like a giant beast returning from ancient times, roared up to the sky. All the power accumulated in the body exploded, and the body seemed to double in size. Hurrah! The golden flame burned in the body, upside-down golden hair, turquoise pupils, a hook of jade reincarnation eyes, standing there, like a god of war. Standing tall. Woohoo! The sweat on his face was constantly flowing, dripping on the ground. Goyen reveled in his power, Super Scion, finally achieved. Taking so many spirit tree fruits, the usual combat power has reached 1000W. And transforming into a Super Scion is a full 500 million. Has far surpassed the past. Haha. Haha. Wu Yan looked at his hands, and there seemed to be infinite energy surging in his spread palms, and a comma was constantly flashing. He seems to have caught heaven and earth in his hands. Frisia. You wait, I will definitely seek revenge on you. The sound rose to the sky, like the long roar of an ape, sharp neighing. I still have to be proficient, the energy of the explosion in the body. The spirit tree fruit that has been precipitated, I haven't fully mastered it yet. It only takes a few days, Frisia, your end is here. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 055. For 3 whole days, Wu Yan sat there quietly, hungry, so he ate a fairy bean, thirsty, no move. There is no water in the place. Wu Yan was like a hermit at the moment, but a hermit who was dying of thirst. Gat! The sound of bones rattling kept sounding, and Wu Yan slowly stood up and stretched. At the moment, he still maintains the status of a Super Scion. After 3 days of pondering, he had completely dug out all the precipitated energy. Although the combat power is still 10 million, there is no feeling of floating breath. In more figurative terms, now, he can directly blast his newly transformed self with one punch. It's time to leave. Frisia doesn't know why he left in a hurry hurriedly. He was suddenly stunned. Did you go to Namexen? Also, the time has been delayed compared to the original book almost a month. Once the Dragon Ball of Namex is obtained by him, the consequences will be unimaginable. It seems that I also need to run a long journey. Since entering the universe, it has been a hard life. But Wu Yan was suddenly stunned, his face full of embarrassment. My spaceship has been blown up by Frisia. How do I get out of this place? The center of the galaxy, because of the land where the gods fall, the shocking name, no one will come at all. Ah! He suddenly thought of such a question. Suddenly, there was a pain in the eye of reincarnation, and Wu Yan burst into goosebumps all over his body, and suddenly turned sideways. Phew! A purple sharp light passed by at an extremely fast speed, exploding directly behind it. Who? Wu Yan shouted loudly. In the smoke, an equally gentlemanly voice sounded. Sorry. Almost killed you. I want to ask, was the fruit of the spirit tree taken away by you? Earth, Goku and Gohan are practicing in one move. Gohan is wearing a purple practice suit shaped like what Vic had prepared for him. And Goku actually fought with sound and color. Pang! The two collided in the air, and finally turned over abruptly and landed on both sides. Not bad, Gohan, he was able to catch a few moves from his father. Compared to my brother, it's still far behind. At the mention of Gohan, Goku was silent for a moment. It's been almost 2 months since Goyen left Earth, but the good news is that Bulma came specifically to tell Wuyan and her sister Tais to meet in the universe. There is no danger yet. However, that was also a month ago. Stir up the wind and rain in the universe, destroy the conspiracy of the universe, and go to rob the fruit of the spirit tree. That kid seems to have released his nature in the universe. Gaku muttered. Gohan also looked at the sky with adoration. Since Kiki agreed to his martial arts practice, Gohan had nearly 3 hours a day to study with Gaku. The advantages of the half-blood scions were immediately revealed. Although the moves are still a little immature, but the combat power has indeed caught up with Gaku. Makes Gaku irritated for a while. The two of them beautifully washed off the smell of sweat on their bodies, looked at the food on the table, and were about to eat it happily. A strong voice suddenly came into the ears. Gaku! Gaku, can you hear me? Lord Realm King! Gaku said in surprise. I have something to ask you. A short explanation. Cosmic Emperor Frieza, send his most elite army to Namex, it will arrive soon. I hope you also run, you know. There is a Dragon Ball on the Namek, and even the gods of the earth are also Namex people. Dragon Ball. Gaku looked at Gohan's 4 planets and murmured. You know how scary Dragon Ball is. Once the evil man gets it, the mystery of fantasizing about eternal life must be a terrible disaster for the whole world. Gaku pondered for a moment and said, why not call Gohan, he must be more sure. Wu Yan is already at war with more powerful people, and the distance of the earth is much closer than Wu Yan. I'll inform him. Now, you need to rush over immediately to stop Frieza's plot. Hearing that Wu Yan was targeted by a powerful enemy, Wukong hurriedly said, Wu Yan is being targeted? Dangerous or not? Don't worry, the current Wu Yan is a veritable number 1 in the universe. He's been transformed, that Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Gaku touched his head, this name is familiar, but I can't remember it. Ask for Flowers 0. The king of the realm was a little impatient. Regarding this matter, I will explain it to you later, now I need you to leave immediately. Stop this cosmic catastrophe. Wu Yan has already succeeded once, I believe you will not lag behind. Gaku nodded. Dad, I'm going to. Gohan next to him said sharply. Gohan? You go to the universe and need Kiki. I agree. Before Gohan finished speaking, Kiki, who was haunted behind him, said directly. I only have one request, bring your brother back to me. That child, obviously only took a few days off, actually postponed for such a long time. Kiki's heart was full of resentment, and black smoke could be seen gradually rolling up behind her. 0. Whoops! Gaku and Gohan next to them suddenly shook, producing bursts of malice. But, Lord Realm, I don't have a spaceship. Gaku. Gaku. I have. You are. The Realm King and Gaku said at the same time. I am the god of the earth, and on the Yunzabit Heights, there is a spaceship that has been placed for a long time. It's just that only I can start. I need someone to learn that weird language with me. The earthly god interjected and said softly. Study? Language? Gaku suddenly pulled his mouth down, this is what I'm least good at. Gohan next to him also shook his head, learning a language in a short time, even a child prodigy will definitely not be able to do it. Suddenly, Goku's eyes lit up, I thought of it, Bulma will definitely be. She's a genius girl. Good. The king of the realm suddenly clapped his hands. All difficulties have been completely solved. Gaku, Frieza's dogleg is only 6 days away from naming. Hurry up and get ready to go. If the Dragon Ball is obtained by Frieza, almost everyone in the universe will become his slave. I know. Gaku nodded heavily. Kiki's crystal eyes next to her flashed with a different light. Traveling alone with Bulma? What a worrying move. There wasn't a wave of tips. It's sad. Force, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, Recommendations. Chapter 056. Yang Ruxing. Did you take all the spirit tree fruits next to you? Wu Yan was stunned for a moment and looked back. I saw a white and purple figure floating proudly in the sky. Round head, white head, face all purple. The proud eyes do not put anyone in the eyes, and the complex pupils that flicker and flicker seem to be able to see everything completely. Slightly grinning lips with complete contempt. Cross your hands, and a gentlemanly demeanor suddenly comes. The perfect combination of fierceness and gentleman, people can't believe it. Gura. Come, it is none other than Frisia's brother, Gura. Hey? I didn't expect that my prestige had already spread to this barren world. It's a bit of an honor. Looking at Wuyan's familiar face, Gula also pondered for a moment. Scion. That's right. He suddenly realized, when Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta, I saw a scion exactly like you flee the planet, you should be his child. Gula's eyes were full of disgust, as if the existence of Wuyan was originally a mistake. Frisia, that bastard, there will always be such omissions, let me wipe his ass. My subordinates suddenly told me that the spirit tree fruit that can enhance combat effectiveness without side effects has appeared here, let's not talk about it, was it taken by you? Hearing this, Wu Yan already understood. Frisia leaves here, but at the end he puts a trap on himself and deliberately leaks the information to Gula so that he can solve himself. What a good calculation! Although Gula's strength is stronger than Frisia, he has been tricked. It's just the courage of a reckless man. Wu Yan patted his stomach and chuckled, it's all already here. Gula's smiling face also turned cold. Just because I get ahead doesn't mean I can tolerate it. What originally belonged to me was taken by you. It seems that a lesson needs to be taught to you. You should not have digested it yet, kill you, take it out of your stomach, and squeeze it into juice to drink. Exactly. Wu Yan was also full of unhappiness, I also have a stomach that has no place to send it. The anger of 700,000 people is all concentrated on me alone, and I am now panicking in my heart. You should be a good punching bag. Arrogant. Gula also put down his gentlemanly disguise and roared loudly. Hey! Wu Yan sneered and said. Gura, have you heard, Super Scion? Super Scion? That boring legend has long been forgotten after such a long time, and I heard that the most likely Vegeta is still a lackey under Frisia. Scions, wild monkeys, there is no climate after all. Besides, even if you become a Super Scion, you won't be my opponent. Ridiculous. Wu Yan pointed with one hand and looked at him coldly. Ha! He suddenly began to roar. The clear blue sky was instantly shrouded in clouds, and Dao lightning poured madly, tangled in the air like spider webs. Heaven and earth, soaring dragon, crouching tiger, the breath emanating from Wu Yan's body is the kind of domineering spirit that is self-respecting. Ugh! Golden vortexes surged from the soles of the feet, the pupils suddenly transformed into turquoise, and there was not a trace of emotion in the cold eyes. It seems to be calm to the extreme. The angular face is half shrouded in gloom, giving people infinite cold. The hair instantly rose upside down and suddenly turned blonde. Boom! The ground was suddenly sunken. And the previous battle with Frisia was already devastated. Humph! Wu Yan looked at Gula quietly, and the manic energy around his body and the calmness in the corners of his eyes were perfectly concentrated. This is Super Scion. Zizi. Purple lightning completely surrounded Wu Yan, like a god of war from thunder and lightning, standing there proudly. Gula was stunned. The combat effectiveness tester has already completely exploded in the transformation. The manic breath caused the gravel to crackle on his body, and he stood there dumbfounded. Wu Yan's energy seemed to be far beyond his expectations. Phew! Wu Yan flashed instantly, his fist was shrouded in golden light, and he suddenly attacked. Pang! One punch hit the bridge of the nose and directly knocked Gula flying. Ugh! Gula flew out upside down, leaving a trail of blood in his nostrils, and his purple face was already red. I'm so angry now. Heavenly hand power! Wu Yan shouted loudly, his body moving rapidly in the air. Pang! A punch came from behind the upside-down Gura, and the sound of rattling bones shattering was also generated in the body. The whole person is abnormally distorted. Ugh! Two opposing impact forces erupted in Gula's body, and the severe pain produced made him also can't help but scream loudly. Hurrah! Bang bang! With the continuous power of the heavenly hand, the planet that was about to be shattered was full of rubble, and he could almost instantly move to any place he wanted to go. Bang bang! Constantly attacking Gula from up and down, left and right, Gula's body seemed to be stationary in the air, and the force of the attack completely controlled him, unable to move at all. Abominable! Wow! Gula left a little blood at the corner of his mouth, and his pupils kept flowing. The sharp pain kept coming like a tide, and the white body was full of bruises. A full 5 minutes of violent beating, so that he stayed in the air without any possibility of movement at all. Power, condensed power seems to have been dispersed. This damn guy! Final blow! Wu Yan's hideous face used the power of the heavenly hand to appear directly in front of Gula. The torrent of gurgling on the dragon-like muscles was surging wildly, and the fist was wrapped in infinite golden light. Between the waves, gold and iron are intertwined, and the surrounding air seems to play a symphony. Die! Pang! A heavy punch smashed into Gula's chest, and the white abdomen was directly sunken, and the earthworm-like green tendons kept squirming around the surroundings. A sharp pain was like the roar of the waves, and suddenly struck. Wow! Gula spat out blood directly, and his body seemed to have been hit by a train, falling from the sky and hitting the ground directly. Pang! A deep imprint suddenly appeared, and the surrounding ground also burst directly, sinking down a few points. Gaku stood in the air, his fists stretched forward like Ultraman, his body facing the ground, and one foot volleyed gently. Meteor destruction! There was an instant sonic boom in the air behind him, and Wu Yan was like a superb shooting star, burning with scorching light. Red and gold are intertwined, and the sky is as brilliant as the sunset. Chapter 057. Abominable! Gula, who was lying on the ground, was covered in injuries and looked at the sky unyieldingly. A ray of light surrounded by endless flames, like a shooting star, smashed towards him. The orange energy is simply like a gluttony, and it wants to devour him directly. Frisia, that bastard always makes such a mistake, he should have killed all the scions in the first place. It also put me in danger. Phew! He raised his hands high, and in his flat, triangular eyes, a sharp light shot out. The gurgling destructive energy continues to flow through the gaps in the muscles, and finally pours into the hands in an instant. Death supernova! Pang! Just for a moment, the energy in his hands surged high, like a solidified piece of magma, endless heat came out, and the surrounding world was also distorted for a moment. Wu Yan's pupils shrank slightly in the sky. That guy is worthy of being Frisia's brother, and the speed of energy condensation is faster than him. But... boom! The golden light in Wu Yan's body flowed, like a round of holy sun slowly descending. All this, in front of the super scion, is like a chicken and a dog, vulnerable. Scion! Gula's eyes were hideous, his face was pale, his muscles were violent, and he was panting and shouting. Annihilation in infinite energy. Ha! He waved his hands suddenly, and the energy with a diameter of several hundred meters instantly soared into the sky and exploded towards Wu Yan. Humph! Wu Yan sneered, his body twisted straight and spun in the air. Stretched out with one hand and squeezed hard, Shinra Tianzheng. From the pure white lips, the words and sentences are like sonorous sounds through the earth. Boom! White and black were mixed together, and the majestic repulsion was like a young child, turning into a rolling torrent around Wu Yan and roaring continuously. As the body rotates, it turns into a hard drill. Instantly collide with a death supernova. Boom! The infinite white shockwave suddenly spread towards the world in an instant, and the fierce storm directly cut off the skin of the planet. Abominable! At the moment of impact, Gula felt a monstrous force sweeping towards him in an instant. Gah! Arms, shoulders were directly fractured. The legs sank deep into the ground, and the overflowing power directly evaporated the surroundings, and a deep pit of tens of meters appeared in an instant. Humph! Wu Yan was at ease, his body was still spinning rapidly, and he saw that the orange energy in front of him had gradually begun to disintegrate. Sneer! It seems that, Gula, you are also about to usher in your own death. Bang bang! With his feet continuously borrowing power in the air, Gula's supernova only supported for a moment, like a planet pierced by a meteorite, countless debris was launched into the air. Ha! Wu Yan suddenly increased his speed, and a golden glow emitted a sonorous sound, fell from the sky, and smashed heavily on Gula. Boom! The majestic repulsion, as well as the energy stored in the body, all exploded in an instant. That infinite energy is like an inverted bowl, constantly expanding, and everything around it seems to be completely swallowed by it. Gula had already been submerged in the vast and dense energy attack. Wu Yan clearly saw that the pure white energy was mixed with a little red. That's Gura's flesh. Boom! A minute later, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the entire planet seemed to be completely destroyed as if it had been washed on the ground, leaving only rugged rubble and a towering tree. A mushroom cloud slowly rises, and after a few seconds, the smoke dissipates. Sasa! The bleak breeze blows the devastated world, the tattered rubble rolls back and forth, and the whole world is not the slightest bit angry. Phew! It was like a leaf falling to the ground, and the space rippled a little. Wu Yan used the power of the heavenly hand to break away from the attack that seemed to be suicide, and stood quietly on the towering stone pillar. Cut! He took a cold sip. The trick was used early. I forgot that guy had another transformation. What bad luck! Be all pretended to go out, as if the autumn wind swept away the leaves, and finally did not kill. In front of Guyan, Gula is just a venting barrel used to experiment with the power of Super Saiyan. Being played by Frisia, based on this, it is impossible for Wuyan to put him in his eyes. Humph! Here it comes! Phew! As soon as the words fell, a hideous purple light instantly shot up into the sky, cutting through the clouds like a divine sword, and the surrounding world also emitted a roar intertwined with gold and iron. Snap! The footsteps came slowly. Hearing that steady voice, Wuyan sneered, Gula, that guy, has never experienced failure. Even the Kurdish king broke the halberd and sank in front of the Gula. The last stage transformation, that whole card, it seems, made him return to his original calmness. I have to admit that you did a good job before, and it made me feel the shame of defeat, and even the fear of death. As a scion, you're doing too well. As my enemy, you are qualified. Gula's body slowly walked out of the smoke, and Wuyan could hardly tell that it was him. The white surface is also densely covered with purple bruises, and the whole person seems to be all purple. One eye was swollen and closed, blood was left in his nostrils, and a large piece of the top of his head was even cut off. The 3 fingers of the left hand were cut off, and only a blood hole was left in the tail that was constantly bleeding. In this case, he was actually able to stand up and pretend to be nothing. How? Feel the power that belongs to Super Saiyan. Wu Yan said in a deep voice, intoxicated. The frozen demon clan will soon usher in the end that belongs to you. Let me tell you the news, Frisia has already been here before. I was not transformed at that time, and I was beaten by him miserably. Maybe that guy was going to use you to trick you here, intending to get rid of me. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Haha. The group that was played by others is still pretentious. I've never seen someone as stupid as you. Wu Yan stood in the sky and laughed. Gula's face gradually darkened. The one who let himself get to this point is that flung thing Frisia. After that, he must be executed by the most brutal means. However, although Frisia is hateful, the most damn thing is the super scion in front of him. Humph! He sneered. I now know why there is such a sentence left in the ancient book, the golden-flamed scion is really terrible. And then Wu Yan crossed his hands at his waist and said loudly, are you planning to kneel in front of me, cry bitterly, and tell about your sins? Humph! Gula said contemptuously. If you think you've won the battle, you're mistaken. I still have my whole cards. Chapter 058. Ha! Gula suddenly bent over and roared loudly. How to say, there is a feeling of constipation. The pupils slowly disappeared, transforming into scarlet, and the top of the sleek head gradually bulged into sharp horns like bones. Pang! The muscles of the body suddenly doubled in an instant, and the body grew a lot taller. An iron plate covers the mouth. Ah! Gula roared angrily up to the sky, and the majestic aura was frantically released around like a tide. The ground instantly collapsed, and the stone pillar under Wu Yan's feet also exploded suddenly. Wu Yan floated gently in the air and looked at it with a disdainful sneer. The golden light circulating around the body, coupled with the contemptuous eyes, made Wu Yan like a god of war who had returned from ancient times. A great sun shines on the earth in the sky. The light of Gula is just the fire of the firefly, destined to disappear in the monstrous roar. Woo-hoo! Finally, the aura fluctuations ended, and Gula's face also underwent earth-shaking changes, and the explosive dragon muscles seemed to be filled with infinite energy. With a wave of your fist, the space trembles several times. The air vibrates, forming a sharp whistling sound, like a ghost crying wolf. Again, as if the whole planet, in like Gula begging for mercy. How about it, Super Scion, look at my heroic appearance. The swelling power will pour into your body little by little, and finally torture you to death. Humph! Wu Yan hooked his hand slightly. Come here. Both have absolute self-confidence, but there is always a person's strength is the flower in the mirror, and it is not vulnerable at all. Phew! Gula stepped on both feet low, and the ground exploded directly, and the rising scorching aura made the ground directly sublimate. He circulates rapidly in the air, his body constantly turns into an afterimage, and there is no trace of movement in the air. Ugh! The king of the realm was directly shaken by that majestic force to the point of falling, and a green figure next to him quickly walked up. What's wrong? It turned out to be Vic Bike. After Wu Yan left, Vic also continued to train along his powerful trajectory in order to follow Wu Yan's footsteps, pulled down his face to find the heavenly god, and also came to the realm king. 10 times the gravity, train yourself. In just a few months, the combat effectiveness has greatly increased. The monster that fought against Wu Yan actually had an unknown last transformation, and its strength and speed had increased to a terrifying stage. Quick, let me see. Vic put his hand on the shoulder of the realm king, and the first thing that caught his eye was the golden figure. That is enlightenment? The realm king nodded. He has completely succeeded through the fruit of the spirit tree, completed the sublimation of his own bloodline, and transformed into a true Super Scion. Super Scion? The legendary ultimate warrior of the Scions, and also the strongest powerhouse in the universe. Vic was stunned. He is still running on the road with a combat power of 10,000, and Wu Yan has become the most powerful person in the universe. What a gap is this? Looking at the white figure attacking towards Wu Yan, Vic wiped his eyes in disbelief. What? That guy's speed? How can it be? That's the enemy of enlightenment, so fast that we can't even see it. You know. This is my speed after slowing down with the authority of the realm king. This is already my limit. Wu Yan, is this the enemy he faces in the universe? Phew! Gula constantly flashes and shouts hysterically in the sky. The abominable Super Saiyan shows no signs of moving. It seems that I have indeed become too strong, he simply does not see through my movement. One punch, completely defeat him. Pang! A heavy punch smashed into Wu Yan's heart. Hit! Gula shouted in surprise. I don't know when his mind has changed from defeating Wu Yan to fighting Wu Yan. It's strange if you can't hit it. Wu Yan shook his head mechanically. I didn't move at all. You? Can you see? I said that in the eyes of my reincarnation, there is no difference between you and a snail, and after transformation, you will become an earthworm at most. He looked at Gula's fist with contempt in his eyes. That kind of attack without strength, there is no need to dodge at all. Bang bang! Hearing this, Gula fell directly into madness. The fists flashed in the air, like hundreds of afterimages, desperately attacking Wu Yan. I don't believe it, it can't be. You are absolutely bluffing. The majestic power was mixed in the fist, and in just a few seconds, Wu Yan received nearly 1,000 attacks. There were bruises on his chest, but his body didn't retreat at all. Snap! The eyes of reincarnation flickered, and Wu Yan stretched out his hands and held Gula in his hands. How is it a bit like flirting with a beautiful couple? It's useless. My combat power has surpassed you too much, even if I stand still, you can't break through my breath defense. The winner and loser are already clear. Moreover, only such an attack can cause harm to people. Wu Yan's right hand was like a strange dragon, gently touching Gula's heart. Poof! Behind, 3 circles of white chi waves appeared instantly, and Gula widened his eyes and vomited blood. What? Before the words were finished, Wu Yan's right hand was directly pressed on his face, and his feet were forceful, holding Gula and flying in the sky. Pang! Bang bang! Gula's body penetrated dozens of stone pillars, and finally he was smashed into a mountain. A horn on the top of the head was actually broken in the collision. Wow! A stream of purple bruised blood instantly spurted out of his mouth. Wu Yan smiled gently, holding Gula's hand and slowly emerging golden energy, forming a tiny air bomb, like a firefly, slightly flashing with light. However, in the eyes of Gula, it is the death scythe that demands his life. Boom! The entire mountain was actually turned into ashes during Wu Yan's attack. Smoke surrounded the battlefield, and there was lapping rubble everywhere, and Gula seemed to avoid the past in that moment. Interesting. Wu Yan floated into the air and said in a deep voice. Vic of the Realm King Star was already completely stunned. The swift dragon-like attack just now is the current enlightenment. If you are on the opposite side, you will not be vulnerable at all. No, maybe myself, there is no possibility for Wu Yan to use the transformation at all. Vic smiled bitterly, he really couldn't believe it, the gap was obviously not big when Raditz arrived. In just over a year, Wu Yan became the #1 powerhouse in the universe. Realm King, hurry up and start my cultivation. Otherwise, it will be pulled further by enlightenment. Hey? Aren't you watching? The competition of the strongest in the universe, this is the most exciting battle. Mediocrity is just bothering themselves. Look, also sad. I think it's pretty cool. How can it not respond? Could it be that this is my one-man show? Chapter 059. Yang Ruxing. The smoke slowly disappeared, and a mountain was directly blown into ashes by a little energy of enlightenment. He floated into the air and said softly. That guy from Gula seems to have fled at super speed at the moment of energy attack. Xiao Qiang who can't die. It's abominable. On the ground, there is no trace of him at all. Planning to hide and regain your energy? Peekaboo? It's a pity that your evil and fluctuating aura is inferior to the entire world. Even if I don't use my eyes, I know it clearly. In the right hand, the purple comma keeps beating like a cheerful elf. A stream of liquid slowly squirms, and the sharp breath makes the world also sound sonorous. Wu Yan held his right hand, and the purple energy suddenly froze. Dark Holy Sickle! Ha! Wu Yan clasped his hands and waved abruptly, like a fluttering roar, and his hands suddenly slashed forward. Heaven and earth! Chop! In an instant, hundreds of chi waves formed a dense network and rushed towards a hidden part of the ground in an instant. Phew! The moment the chi wave touched, the solid ground was also split in an instant, neatly like a go board. Phew! Streams of magma suddenly rushed up from the cracks, and in the front, there was a figure. Woo-hoo! He stood panting in front of Wu Yan. On the chest, several neat scars were constantly spilling blood at this moment, and the fingers of the right hand were actually cut together. 013. The smooth wound made Wu Yan feel a little mad too. Why don't you hide? He said teasingly. Why would you know my location? Gula roared loudly. It's ridiculous, the secret method from the earth, I can sense a person's breath, and I don't need a combat effectiveness tester at all. Hearing this, Gula actually stumbled back a few steps. Your own movements will be accurately grasped by others, this unfair battle. He has already retreated. All the hatred was poured out on Frisia. It can even be said that for the current Wu Yan, he does not dare to hate at all. Oh! Wu Yan teased, it seems that your last will to fight has also been completely destroyed. Then keeping you will do nothing. To witness the birth of a super scion, you always need to fire a salute. It's a perfect fit. Ha! Wu Yan raised his hands high, and the dark saint scythe fell instantly, and the speed was extremely fast. Gula didn't have time to react at all, so he could only raise his hands in a hurry. Pang! Extremely powerful power came from the arm, and the body was shot down directly from the sky like a shooting star. Boom! It hit the ground hard, and his feet sank deeply. Gat! Arms and shoulders were all fractured in an instant. The dark saint scythe of enlightenment simply became his most perfect attack, combining strength and sharpness perfectly. Ha! Wu Yan instantly exerted force, and there was a rattling sound in Gula's knees, and he knelt on the ground in humiliation. Abominable! If you want to kill, kill! Humiliate me like this! Green tendons surged on his forehead, and his scarlet eyes flashed with madness. Since you want to die, you are definitely not happy. Pang! He unexpectedly sank, and a sweeping leg beat Wu Yan back. Pang! Taking advantage of Wu Yan's stumbling, he hurriedly caught up and kicked Wu Yan directly into the air. Humph! To face Wu Yan snorted coldly in the air. Gula laughed, did you see it? This is my hidden power. In this world, am invincible. Phew! He actually gave up his defense and attacked directly towards Wu Yan. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Cut! Wu Yan snorted coldly, and's high-phase body aimed at Gula with one hand and squeezed it heavily. Vientian heavenly lead. Poof! Stone thorns suddenly surged on the way forward, and the sharp penetrated the cold light. Only by slowing down can you avoid a catastrophe. But... Poof! Gula actually pressed his hands on it, poofed several blood holes in a row, and jumped hard and flew into the air. What pain, I have already given up. Boom! The infinite energy in his hand surged, blowing up the stone thorn straight, gag, on the ground, and continued to fly towards Wu Yan without slowing down. Do you think that ridiculous attack will be able to stop me? Amusing. I bet on everything, I must give you a taste. What is the taste of failure? Gula had almost fallen into madness, and from that moment on, victory had already bid him farewell. Hey! Wu Yan chuckled. Just now, that's enough. Galloping stone thorns spread across the sky. Gura, I don't know how to dodge. Phew! A purple cold light instantly cut through the sky, and the entire space seemed to be directly shattered under this blow. Clouds, stone pillars, and even distant peaks are neatly cut into two. Gula's advancing body suddenly stopped, and he snorted in his mouth. Because, just now, he lost the trace of enlightenment. What fell in place was only a piece of rubble. Snap! Behind, the dark saint scythe was directly shattered, and drops of blood continued to flow in Wian's hands. Heavenly hand power! He whispered. Without looking at Gula behind him, he walked straight ahead. You, how could it be, suddenly, came to my back? Really? Gula suddenly understood something, that eye that allows you to move directly in the line of sight. He was still analyzing something, begging to defeat Goyan. However, the vision suddenly blurred for a moment, and the world suddenly split into two halves. This is... Gula was terrified. In his body, there was a sudden sharp pain, and he looked down stunned, and found a straight purple trace emitting a crystal light. His left and right bodies are actually slowly slipping down. What? Time. He couldn't believe that in the moment he didn't know, he was directly cut in half. That's right. Suddenly thought of the purple cold light, is that his attack? Ah! In the chest, the heart had a sharp pain, the energy in the body could no longer be suppressed, the body began to be irregularly large, edema, and the bulge surrounded Gula completely, directly devouring. Infinite power is in it. Finally, Gula screamed, and a second later, it exploded directly. Boom! A mushroom cloud slowly rises, and the orange light radiates towards the surroundings, full of light, and the fixed fireworks are like fireworks and silver flowers. Incomparably gorgeous. That is, a huge firework created using the remnants of Gura's life energy. It's so beautiful. Wu Yan said in a low voice. Sending the rich boy Gura not only solved the problem that Wu Yan did not have a spaceship, but even gave a salute for the birth of the Super Scion. I thank you. Hey! Gura! Die! Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 060. Gura. He's dead. Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and the golden light retreated directly like a tide. The pupils turn deep black again, and the hair and muscles will also reach their original state. The only difference is that the eye of reincarnation seems to have an extra jade. He gently stroked everything, except for the increased effect of the eye of reincarnation. It seems that there are no superfluous redundant skills. However, being a Super Scion is exciting enough. Having defeated Gura, he has become the cosmic on the surface, the first human powerhouse. Okay. Wuyan, I didn't expect that you would be able to kill Gula. The cheerful voice of the Realm King came from the side. In this way, the Frozen Demon clan will lose one of its most important minions. The universe can also breathe a little relieved in the destruction of them. Wu Yan could think that the Realm King must be bouncing now. He floated up gently, turned out his palm, and a little azure light was only the size of a grain of rice, and gently fell into Yang Ruxing. Boom! The surface of the earth suddenly expanded sharply, and cracks of tens of meters crisscrossed in front. Endless magma gushes out, and the world has almost become a paradise of flames. The spirit tree was swallowed in the magma. Poof! Hundreds of rays of light rushed up from the ground into the sky, and golden lightning surged high in the sky. Yang Ruxing was completely out of order, and after a few seconds, it turned into brilliant fireworks in the universe and disappeared. Sure enough, when the planet explodes, it is the most beautiful view in the universe. Wu Yan muttered, the shattered stone wrapped in magma, launched downwards, plus the vacuum universe, everything seemed to solidify. The iron tree blooms. Colorful. Everything, just like in a fairy tale. Wu Yan couldn't help but revel in it. The towering spirit tree was burned to death by magma and then dissipated in the light of the explosion. In this way, the Realm King, your series of tasks have been completed. Wu Yan said with a deep groan. The Realm King was also a little embarrassed. Wuyan, I really didn't expect so much to happen. Originally, I just let you deal with the wandering planet, and through him I knew about the space scavenger attacking the Space Patrol headquarters. Similarly, the Space Patrolman knows the fruit of the spirit tree, so that it can be connected. However, I really don't know, Dales, Frisia also intends to do something to the spirit tree fruit. It even attracted Gura. I'm sorry. The Realm King's voice was a little aggrieved, and he murmured. I know you didn't mean to. But one thing you are not wrong about, I did gain a lot, transformed into a Super Scion and became the #1 human powerhouse in the universe. It's also smoothed out. Phew. Wu Yan obviously heard the Realm King's relieved voice, and his own strength was enough to take Frisia's place. The original intention of the Realm King was just to cultivate a good person, and if another guy who was stronger than Frisia and more evil than him appeared, he would really cry. King of the Realm, Uncle Bike, where are you? The Realm King nodded. Hey, Bike, Wuyan wants to talk to you. After a moment of silence, Vic suddenly spoke. Wuyan, you, really powerful, have left me far behind. The legendary Super Scion. The wish of the Scion clan from ancient times to the present, I didn't expect to be fulfilled by you. Hey. Wu Yan smiled slightly. Uncle Vic, have you given up chasing me? You know. Of course. The relationship between the Heavenly God, the Realm King and me seems to be very good. I already knew it when Uncle Vic went to find the Realm King through the Celestial God. Similarly, Uncle Vic broke my record with my father and crossed the Snake Road in just 1 month, which is something to be proud of. Hey! Vic smiled wryly. Compared to you, it's really not worth mentioning. Wu Yan pondered for a while. Uncle Vic hasn't answered my question yet. Are you already planning to give up chasing me? How is it possible? I am the proud Vic Great Devil. Even if you become stronger, I will definitely surpass you. Vic was full of firmness in his tone, and seemed to be proud. Wu Yan smiled, laughing happily. This is the Uncle Vic I know. A haughty nemesis. Never get frustrated by your failures. What about Miji? Vic muttered. Gaku seemed to have gone to that planet. He looked at the Realm King. Could it be that this little dwarf, everything was done by him on purpose? This is definitely thinking too much. The Realm King does not have that ability at all, and even if he does not dare to secretly calculate Wuyan. Uncle Bike, there's your chance on that buster. I'm sure you know that the nemesis can become stronger through assimilation. Ask for flowers. Just convince a Namex to assimilate you, and the power will surely skyrocket by hundreds. Vic was silent for a moment. Wu Yan immediately said, however, now you can't target the Heavenly God. It stands to reason that as long as you and the Celestial God are combined, the power can definitely surpass me now, but the Celestial God has his own considerations, and he has long planned to entrust the power to you. The arrival of Raditz the Scion is the beginning of a great change, and what the Earth needs is a qualified guardian, not a weak god. That's why he sent you to the Realm King. Vic was silent, and he was one with the Heavenly God. Naturally he was already able to guess through. It's just because you still have an evil part in your body now that the gods can't make the final decision. Everything, you can only wait for the water to come to fruition. Vic said excitedly, then I will go to Namex immediately now. I already knew, I went with Sun Wukong. Dad. Wu Yan, who was confident, was also stunned. King of the realm, what's going on? That, Guyan, listen to my explanation. Frisia may have received the news that Namex has Dragon Balls, so he let you go and gave Gula a trap to let him kill you. He has already sent Team Kainut to Namek, and he is about to arrive. Earth, less than 7 days away from Namek. I can only ask Gaku for help to defeat Kainu, or even Frisia. Wu Yan was silent, but he didn't expect that after going around in circles, things actually returned to the beginning. Goku's hope of transforming into a Super Saiyan may lie in this trip to Name's star. He looked at the huge spaceship of Gula next to him, even more advanced than Frisia's. Even if Frisia leaves a few days before me, he will definitely be able to catch up on Gula's spaceship. This classic scene in the original book, I must not miss. If I, the #1 powerhouse in the universe, sits. Dad should be a little more sure. Wu Yan quickly ran into it and pressed the red start button. The disk spaceship spun rapidly, and a black vortex appeared in the sky, which was the passage of space. Wu Yan disappeared directly, and before leaving the air, only one sentence kept echoing. Uncle Bike, you are cultivating in the realm King Star now, wait for my news, I will teleport you directly to the name X star. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 061. North Galaxy, Frisia Planet Z172 Stronghold. Some dinosaur people, as if they were researchers under the Frisia Legion, like women in the 50s, whispered. Hey, have you heard? It seems that Vegeta did not have King Frisia's consent and went to attack Earth privately. Your intelligence is already lagging behind. Yesterday Chuyi returned, and his purpose seemed to be to secretly execute Vegeta. These scions are acting more and more presumptuously, and King Frisia has already seen them unhappy. Hey! People are a proud fighting people. There is no comparison. Diddy. Suddenly, the combat effectiveness tester alarmed. The researcher suddenly turned around and squinted into the sky. A scorching red fireball descended from the sky, and the scorching aura distorted the sky for a moment. Boom! The spacecraft smashed firmly into the cushion on the ground, and all the impact disappeared in an instant. Is it Vegeta? 663 Why don't you come out? He seems to be using a life support device. Quick, help, put him in the healing liquid. The hatch opened, feeling the thick blood chi, everyone was almost stunned. He had never seen someone so badly injured that he could travel across the universe. His eyes were closed, he had been completely blocked by the blood scab, and his body was like a piece of red armor. It's really dangerous, if it weren't for the coagulated blood scab, I'm afraid I would have lost too much blood and died in the spaceship. Guru. Vegeta sat in a huge white machine, slowly absorbing the healing liquid. Half a day has passed. The researcher's name was Ning Yuan, and he said softly, Okay, the time is almost up. Your injuries are healed and you can open your eyes. As soon as the words fell, Vegeta's eyes suddenly opened, and the ghost that swirled around was like a sky-rushing sword, suddenly bursting away. Boom! The hatch of the recuperation machine was directly exploded by a look. Tread. Vegeta walked out slowly and looked at Ning Yuan. Thank you, if it weren't for you today, I would have died a long time ago. It's okay, I'm just carrying out King Frisia's orders. And Vegeta? Looking at Vegeta, who had been fully restored, Ning Yuan paused and said. After Chuyi let you recover, go to the training ground. He seems to have something to talk to you. Humph. Chuyi? Vegeta took a cold bite, his eyes clearly filled with disdain. I'm so sorry that you told him that I have nothing to say with him. The whole person threw down this sentence, and he gradually drifted away. A few minutes later, in the long corridor, the surrounding firefly-like wall lamps emitted a dim light, and the road was gloomy, which brought Vegeta's heart down. Stop! A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. Vegeta pouted, the ghost is not gone. Chuyi, what's the matter with you? Hey! The man slowly walked out under the light, his face was gloomy and very ugly. Fierce eyes full of greed. The most obvious are the two hollows above the head. Dressed all in blue and dressed in the Frisia Legion uniform. Disobeying King Frisia's orders, you went to attack the land privately, without any explanation, and fooled you like this. Chuyi began to attack. I'm sorry, I'll be Xiangfu, I don't have this obligation to you. Vegeta turned around contemptuously and looked at Chu Yi. That look again. Scion. Chu Yi's face was bruised. His yin face was flushed, and his body was constantly trembling. Vegeta, it seems that others have not told you how to interact with people who are stronger in combat than you. Your father died early, and some etiquette doesn't seem to have been handed over to you. Treat the strong with respect. The strong. Vegeta looked at Chu Yi, just you. The language is full of disdain. Good dogs don't get in the way. I'm going to go to Frisia to get a quest to exercise myself. Seek your own death. Chu Yi said, however, King Frisia has no time to pay attention to you now, he has already gone to Namex, intending to collect Dragon Balls and fulfill his dream of immortality. What about Miji? Vegeta was stunned suddenly. I seem to have heard of this place, Dragon Ball. Able to live forever? His whole body began to tremble, so wouldn't he have a chance to defeat Wien? No. Even a chance to beat Frisia. He was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface, there was no wave, and this duplicitous power was vividly exerted. Hey! Stop holding back, just burst out. Chu Yi said. This matter, even if you know, is not of the slightest use. Because my task is to find an appropriate time to execute you. Why, you want to tell me about Dragon Ball? Vegeta asked in a deep voice. Haha! Science! Chu Yi said hysterically loudly. I have to make you endure it, hope is stifled, dreams are destroyed. The last shimmer of light, disappearing before your eyes, what the hell does it feel like? Ha! Chu Yi stepped heavily on both feet, turning into a straight trace, flashing quickly in the air. The fist was shrouded in purple light, and it suddenly attacked Vegeta's chest. Snap! All attacks are held to death. What? Chu Yi was terrified. Vegeta sneered, thank you for telling me about this, my plan also needs to be started. In order to repay you, I will use the fastest way to send you to hell, guaranteeing that there is no pain. Pang! He instantly turned his fist into a palm and plunged directly into Chu Yi's chest. A stream of hot blood seeped out of it. Chu Yi was struck by lightning and vomited blood. Bang bang! Vegeta pinched Chu Yi's head with his hand, lifted him into the air, and attacked hard with his right hand towards his abdomen. Without the slightest mercy. A muffled snort continued to be generated in the air. Like Hong Zhong de Lu, it plays a symphony with the vibration of the air. Wow! Wow! Chu Yi vomited blood, his face turned pale, and under Vegeta's attack, he didn't have any ability to resist at all. Pang! Vegeta suddenly pushed hard, pinched his head and pressed Chu Yi in the aisle next to him. It just so happened that a deep figure was embedded in it, and he shrugged his head, and he had already lost any arrogance. In front of Vegeta, there was no resistance at all. Abominable! Damn it! Chu Yi's body trembled, and the pain continued to surge like a tide. The 5.1 pupils of both eyes emitted thunder and lightning, and suddenly roared into the sky, and endless energy poured towards Vegeta. Ridiculous! Who knows, Vegeta didn't dodge at all, pressed his hands up, and knocked the gurgling energy back to Chu Yi. Ugh! Hysterical screams suddenly came. Chu Yi's eyes were directly blown up. In the two dark holes, blood flowed. Hey! Vegeta said with an evil smile. You're in pain now. Let me finish it for you. Pang! He lightly clicked on Chu Yi's heart, and a stream of azure energy rushed into it. Chu Yi's body actually began to expand irregularly, and finally exploded directly. Humph! According to the combat effectiveness tester, the first to arrive should be the Kinnet team. I should be right away. I'm just going to blast. The next chapter is in the wee hours of the morning, no wait. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 062. That Mixus. Located on the edge of the North Milky Way, less than 7 days from Earth. It was originally a picturesque migration planet with 4 seasons like spring, and in the desolate northern galaxy, it was like a brilliant pearl. A super civilization was also born. Unfortunately, I don't know how many years ago, the climate change occurred on Namex, and almost all human beings went extinct. Tenjin also escaped from Namenex at that time. The surviving planet is covered with moss and is not suitable for human survival at all. There is very little land suitable for farming, so the number of nemesis has always been low. They are divided into living and combative. Although the life-type nemesis does not have strong combat power, it has all kinds of magic. That evolved gradually in the law of natural selection. There is currently only one battle-type Namex, and he acts as the last protector. His combat strength has reached 40,000, which has surpassed 90% of the small minions of the Frisia Legion. In the center, on a towering stone pillar. The surrounding area is covered with pink frozen soil and green moss. The cold cuts people's faces like knives. At the top of that stone pillar, there is a huge house. A man who looked like Vic stood next to him, looking at the tall and old nemesis on the seat. Great Elder, you called me. Niru, I feel that the existence of Dragon Ball has been exposed, and there are 4 groups of people coming towards my planet. Are they trying to snatch the Dragon Ball? Niru hurriedly asked. Evil and justice come at the same time. I'm afraid that Miji will usher in a catastrophe. Great Elder, please rest assured, I will use my own strength to repel them all. Naruton pounded his chest and said loudly. The Great Elder glanced at him slightly, gave him a look, and you yourself experienced what happened next. What kind of guts makes you have such thoughts? Niru, don't act rashly, among those uninvited guests, you can defeat only a weak earthling. Salted fish colon. Niru was stunned. The number 1 powerhouse in the universe has also come one after another, and their battle is enough to destroy Namex. Havoc, the greatest catastrophe has come. After speaking, the Great Elder and Niru all fell silent. Niru, you are also about to usher in your own destiny. At the same time, take responsibility for yourself. Hey! I felt, that child, that darkness in my heart would disappear completely under your purification. O child of Kadaz! Haha! A few days later, 5 circular spaceships suddenly passed through the atmosphere, and the scorching flames were like 5 meteors, smashing to the ground. Zizzy! Whoosh! The scorching air rushed abruptly from the spaceship, and 5 figures with strong combat effectiveness quickly turned into afterimages and set up pause in the clearing. A huge figure, orange pineapple head, tall, looks like a silly big man. He put one foot on the ground and put a word in the state of ballet. Likum. At this time, a sonorous rock sound sounded from the spacecraft. Then, the red-skinned figure, with long white hair, squatted fiercely on the ground, and his hands naturally landed on the ground. Keys. Then the 2, one dark blue, with a head like a snake, no pupils, emitted a sharp light, as if to directly kill their enemies in an instant. And the one next to the 4 eyeballs, a dwarf, a fat man. The 2 stood next to each other, posing as space warriors, and shouted loudly. Vart! Gerdo! Finally, a purple figure with blue tendons on his head burst out, and the exploding muscles were full of combat power. He turned his body upside down and looked ahead from under his crotch. Kainu! Dang dang dang! The music entered its final climax, and the 5 shouted in unison. Team Kinnett! Sortie! Croak! Silly! Silly! The crows flying in the sky seemed to say so. Kainu stood up and said intoxicatedly. Hey, such a beautiful movement, no one appreciates it, let us rehearse for a long time. Captain Kainu, this music is really inspiring. Jis shouted. Okay, let's let the nemesis appreciate our art later. First of all, hold all the Dragon Balls in our hands. Before King Frisia arrives, the collection of Dragon Balls must be completed. Kainu said sternly. Don't worry. Jizzy pressed the combat effectiveness tester and said with disdain, Humph, the strongest combat power is only more than 40,000, and it is absolutely impossible for this planet to stop our steps. Kainu nodded, don't be careless, Guldo's combat effectiveness is relatively low, Bart, he will leave it to you. We divided our troops into 4 ways and went to the village of the Nemesis. I believe that something as important as Dragon Ball can never be discarded in the wild. You've never been to Earth. Bart was a little upset. I'm the fastest in the universe, with Guldo, he is a tow oil bottle. Don't be distressed. Kainu said, this is the order. Yes. I know. Bart nodded slowly and angrily. Go. As soon as the words fell, the 4 people except for Chalkiness had already rushed into the sky and rushed towards the 3 villages. Poof! Kainu sat down, let me see how they fight. In less than an hour, 2 villages have already been destroyed. Kainu smiled slightly, good job, everyone in the 2 villages has been completely killed. It seems that Likum and Jis have already obtained 2 Dragon Balls. In the center of the planet, there is that powerful person with 40,000 combat power. My goal is him. Boom! A majestic energy instantly exploded from the body, and the scorching wave of chi caused the ground to suddenly shatter, and several inches of deep pits appeared. He suddenly turned into a ghostly light and rushed towards the place of the Great Elder. Not long after, from both directions of Namex, 2 spaceships slowly landed. One of them, like a crab, has 8 legs, and the face of the entire spaceship is like a caterpillar. The hatch opened, and a crab head dressed in orange clothes was clean, and his eyes were full of coldness. A child, dressed in purple. The other one, it's a bald head. Finally, in the spaceship, there is also a blue-haired woman peeking out. She said softly, Gaku, how is the situation outside? It's cold. The air is fresh, much better than on Earth. But the people who come are Gaku, Gohan, Kulin, and Bulma. At the invitation of the King of Realms, go to Namex to solve the Frisia Legion. Gaku used the gravity chamber to cultivate madly on the spaceship, and his combat power has increased several times. However, there is still a sense of frustration compared to enlightenment. He already knew from the King of the Realm, the new strongest in the universe. Listening to it makes people feel safe. Hey! Gaku frowned slightly. What's wrong? Bulma said softly with lipstick. There was a large breath that disappeared in an instant. Brutally killed. It seems that the Kinnit team mentioned by Lord Realm King arrived before us. And he looked to the side of the planet, and a spaceship came almost at the same time as himself. That familiar breath. Vegeta. Gaku murmured. Done. Go to bed. Hehe, it's actually a timed release. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 063. Phew. A scorching flame figure instantly cut through the void, and the sky was also dyed scarlet by the endless flames. Boom! A violent explosion sounded on the ground, and short men with sky-haired hair paced from it. From the slightly squinted eyes, a murderous aura was revealed, and the corners of the eyes flashed with endless hideousness. The corners of his mouth hooked slightly. Is this the Miji star? The environment is really bad. Even if this planet is sold, no one cares. Dragon Ball. A fetish that can grant any wish. He looked at the sky. Frisia, Uncle Ben will definitely get it. Vegeta muttered, thinking of his humiliation on Earth, that damn half-blood mongrel, as long as Uncle Ben gets the immortal body, he must let you taste the taste of life is better than death. He closed his eyes and said silently. Has Team Keynotes arrived? They split into 4 directions and are plundering the Dragon Balls. Those guys are powerful in combat, although they are heavily injured and dying on the earth. But in the face of Kainu, it is still vulnerable. Humph, bypass them first. He suddenly looked to the east of himself, this breath. Hey, hey! Vegeta laughed viciously, it's Kakarot. That bastard, I can finally take revenge. Wait, after I get the 7 Dragon Balls, I will definitely crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Phew! He suddenly turned into a ghostly light, sprinted into the air, and rushed towards the position of the 5th Dragon Ball. The Dragon Balls of Namex were created by the Great Elder, scattering the 7 Dragon Balls into 7 villages and being protected by various elders. If you find the village, you will find the Dragon Ball. Goku stood in place dumbfounded, the aura of the big swath is disappearing, and Vegeta has also begun to act. There are actually so many strong people. The battle blood that had been hidden in his heart for many years began to boil again. Dad? Gohan asked timidly, now where do we go first? Looking for the remaining Dragon Balls? No need. Goku cut to the chase and pointed at it with one finger. Over there, hundreds of auras disappeared in an instant. I am afraid that they have been attacked by the enemy. Let's go and rescue them first. Hurrah! 3 rays of light rushed into the air. Kainu, Goku, and Vegeta, the 3 forces have already begun to act. In this battle to collect Dragon Balls, who will die? Boom! A small village with hundreds of nemesis. But now, it's a mess. Countless explosions roared continuously, pouring on the ground, and all the houses were blown to pieces in an instant. Phew! A ray of light instantly penetrated the heart of a nemesis person, and that person died directly. The old elder Mu Li shouted loudly, "Bastard, I have already handed over the Dragon Ball to you, why do you want to kill innocents?" On the opposite side, there is a big man with a pineapple head, it is none other than Likum. He, with an evil face, his hands kept moving forward, and the roaring energy was harvesting human life one by one. Haha! Who can guarantee that these guys will not play any tricks behind their backs? Moreover, the fetish of Dragon Ball, those who have the ability to live, and those who are eliminated can only meet death. Boom! The right hand stretched out, and pink energy erupted from the hand, suddenly devouring a person. The man was burned into char in an instant, and when the energy disappeared, it was scattered on the ground. Haha! It's ridiculous that cowardly humans don't even have the guts to resist. Likum gently blew the smoke in his hand, perhaps, it was the soul blood chi on his hand. Bastard! Mu Li gritted his teeth and desperately protected the nemesis child behind him. Looking at Likum's evil expression, he staggered back and said loudly, You have already killed so many people. Why kill? At the time of the Likum massacre, Mu Li could only stand idly by and try to satisfy his desire to kill with human life. But, finally... Hey! Ridiculous idea! Likum waved his hand lightly, squeezed slightly, and a young child behind him was actually controlled to fly into the air. Elder! Save me! The man kept fluttering his body in the air, shouting for help. Mu Zhen! Likum's evil one-handed pinch. Orange flames are generated in the air. Boom! Mu Zhen's body actually exploded in front of Mu Li. Ugh! Mu Li, and the remaining kid dandy couldn't bear to look at it directly, and cried directly. Abominable! Mu Li couldn't bear it anymore, kept moving forward in a Z shape, and quietly approached Likum with a wooden staff. In an instant, both hands were raised horizontally, and suddenly poked. Poof! Likum's body was like hard steel, and the wooden staff was directly broken like decaying wood. Pang! Likum turned around, struck hard, and with one hand like an unsheathed divine sword, it was directly inserted into Mu Li's abdomen. In an instant, the blood flowed. Ugh! One hand actually pierced him directly. Mu Li suddenly screamed, rolled his eyes, spat purple blood in his mouth, and smashed heavily to the ground. Hey! With that, there's one last person left. Likum looked at Dandy cruelly, pressing step by step. The whistling energy around him turned into a sweeping wind, and the ground burst. Prepare to meet your death like everyone else. Good boy, don't worry, it will just hurt slightly, and in the end you won't know anything. You, don't come here. Dandy said timidly, looking at Likum's huge body. He actually fell to the ground. Who will save me? Phew. Suddenly, an afterimage roared from the side and hit Likum hard. Likum muttered, his body bent, and his eyeballs suddenly burst out. As if hit by a rushing train, it smashed directly into the mountain peak behind, and the gurgling clouds spit out from it, and a figure was just carved on the mountain wall. Hurrah! Two figures appeared instantly, blocking Dandy's front like a god of war. Hey! Dandy didn't feel pain for a long time, and his eyes slowly opened. A person with a watermelon head, purple clothes. Another bald, strange costume of orange. Gohan! Your power is really powerful. Scions, all perverts. Next to him said with a wry smile. He never expected that Gohan had only been cultivating with Goku for more than a month, and his combat power would have completely surpassed him. Could this be another demon who is no less than Wien? It's really good to have Scion blood. Since the first martial arts conference in the world seems to have changed. At the time of Colon, leaping has gradually withdrawn from the historical stage. I don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. Phew! A tall figure flashed in front of the two in an instant, and he said softly, Gohan. Well done. Ask for a wave of subscriptions. Chapter 064. Dad. Gohan Honey blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. Every time Goku just praises Goku, he plans to become a scholar under the compulsion of his mother, which is already a person from two worlds with his father. Ha! There was a sudden boom from the collapsed rubble ahead. The majestic power surged rapidly, and the endless scorching aura flowed in the air, unexpectedly shattering the gravel directly. Covered in dust, Likum stood up angrily and said in a low voice, "Which little sluggish sneaked up on me just now, stand out." He looked at Goku in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Scion! I can't believe there are other living Scions in this world. You attacked me. Goku looked around, corpses in one place, billowing blood almost washed the entire village in blood. You killed all these people. He whispered that such a brutal act had completely aroused the anger in his heart. Hey! Of course. As a scion of the fighting nation, shouldn't you be interested in killing anomalously? Likum said indifferently. Oh? Looking at the righteous face on your face, combined with the slaughtering scion, it simply makes me sick. Bastard! Goku clenched his fists and shouted. For the sake of one's own selfish desires, so many innocent lives are in vain. I'm already completely furious. Haha! It's ridiculous, I don't know how many times more blood in the hands of the Scions than me, is it even here to speak out and act as a defender of the peace of the universe? Likum! Fly kick! Likum made a strange pose, and a big man actually hit the ground with one foot with ballet, and Goku was also stunned. Ha! He instantly turned into a wisp of ghostly light, rushed into the air, and came straight towards Goku. Without any feints, are you so confident in your own strength? Looking at the figure that gradually came, the corners of Goku's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body swayed slightly. Snap! In the moment of approaching, his hands rushed out like a dragon, and instantly grabbed Likum's outstretched feet. What? When training with Wien, his reincarnation I can see through all attacks, so I have to think of ways to cultivate myself, in an attempt to shorten the distance between the two. Your ridiculous attack, even if it is twice as fast, I can see it clearly. Ha! Goku used both hands so hard that he actually smashed Likum to the ground in the face. Pang! The surface of the earth is deeply embedded, and the world has shaken several times. Goku flew into the sky, his body spinning rapidly, and even Likam's body was in the midst of a huge centrifugal force. The power of pain lingered in his body, and looking at the scion who was close at hand in front of him, he even stretched out his mind to retreat. Ha! Goku suddenly let go, and Likam didn't have time to think and was thrown out directly. Hurrah! Dozens of afterimages appeared, and Goku's body instantly came to the back of the upside-down Likam. He smiled softly and snorted coldly. Likam's eyes widened and he looked back blankly. Pang! His feet swirled and smashed into his back like a chain of legs. Likam vomited blood and flew into the sky. A little bit of blood stirred in the air, like a withering rose. Final blow. Goku's hands are like the wings of Kunpeng spreading, swinging thousands of miles and spinning up, and the gurgling exhaust gas behind him continues to hover. Like a rocket straight into the sky. Snap! He suddenly locked Likam with both hands and suddenly fell backwards. The howling cold wind scraped through the skin of the two like steel knives, and there was a shivering feeling. Looking at the ground within a stone's throw away, Goku chuckled, "Have you ever eaten a turnip?" Ha! With both hands, he suddenly smashed Likam upside down into the ground, spun himself quickly, and landed steadily next to him. Phew! Goku gently exhaled the turbid breath in his mouth and looked at the figure in front of him. The head smashed directly to the ground, only the legs were constantly fluttering, and the exposed chest was also densely covered with wounds. It was when I was howling in the air, hurt by the icy north wind. Dad! You're amazing! Gohan was stunned. Such a swift attack, is this Daddy's strength? Hey, hey! Goku wiped his nostrils like a child. In this way, it is still a lot worse than your brother. A series of attacks almost knocked Likam unconscious, and Colin next to him was also stunned. I'd better go back and find a job, and prepare to get married with peace of mind. Fighting, it may not be quite for me. Poof! Likam supported the ground with both hands, and a torrent of energy flowed under his dragon-like muscles, and with instant force, his body flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground. However, compared to the light and breezy appearance of the cloud before, he was panting at this time, his nose was blue and his face was swollen, like the funny clown at the beginning. Ha! He suddenly put his hands on the ground, and the scarlet energy overflowed from his hands, actually freezing the ground in front of him a little. His hands burst out directly, the ground shattered, the thick stone pillar suddenly appeared, and the sharp tip also flashed with sharp light. Die! Likam hugged his hands and waved instantly. Goku couldn't dodge for a while, was hit in the face, his body was like being hit by a fast-moving train, his chest was in severe pain, and he flew out directly. Scratch a few hundred meters of marks on the ground. Tread! Likam was beating like a giant, and the huge weight made the ground tremble. Looking at Goku on the ground, he smashed the stone pillar down with both hands. Pang! The ground immediately collapsed, and Goku's whole person was buried in the smoke. Scion! You have completely angered me, and I will let you taste what eternal pain is. Likam said with a fierce face. Tap! The sound of rubble falling sounded, and Goku's strong figure stood out from the smoke. Hey! Hee hee! Ha ha! He suddenly started laughing maniacally. What's wrong? Lost your heart and crazy? Likam said warily. I can't believe that my strength has reached such a point. After finishing this book, I was attacked by you, and I was unharmed. This hard body, I can't believe it, actually belongs to me. Goku clenched his fists and reveled in his infinite power. Even the air seemed to make a cracking sound. Phew! Colin gasped heavily. Just for a moment, he thought that Goku had been hit hard. But I didn't expect such a peak turn. This roller coaster-like psychological pressure is really scary for Colin. Fighting, definitely not for yourself. Gohan next to him is at ease. The face is quite relaxed. Colin couldn't help but think, is it true that he is already outdated? Subscribe please. Tip me. The explosive event has started. Oh. Chapter 065. Impossible. Likam's eyes widened, and he said loudly, your combat power is only a mere 5,000, how can you fight with me to this point? Gohan knew it, in the instant just now, Dad's power expanded tenfold, and then suddenly disappeared. In a short moment, the combat effectiveness tester cannot detect it. Can he already have such precise control over power? Gohan was full of thoughts. Then, what level has the brother who is stronger than his father reached? When training with the gravity room in the spaceship, Dad said more than once that his strength was not worth mentioning in front of his brother. This, too, is terrible. Likam was already manic, and he roared hysterically, but the elite Kinnit team under King Frieza. He continuously put on his ridiculous ballet pose, opened his blood basin and shouted. Likam! Energy cannon! Poof! A flash of pink energy instantly erupted from his mouth and squirmed towards Goku. Hurrah! For that majestic power, Goku disdained, constantly flashing on the left and right in a Z shape, quickly approaching. Pang! The knee was kicked sharply upwards. Likam couldn't see clearly at all, there was a sharp pain in his jaw, and his head was raised to the sky. The sprinting and whistling light also rushed into the sky like a sword, and there was a sonorous roar around it. The white smoke of the road is wrapped around it like the stars holding the moon. Pang! Goku's heavy punch smashed directly into his chest, and the moment of the attack flickered, coming to the back. A sneer on the corner of his mouth. The hands converged into a calyx, and the sky blue light instantly imprinted the world. Likam turned around mechanically, his eyes full of disbelief. The speed just now, he didn't see it at all. The combat effectiveness tester also exploded directly in an instant. Turtle Pi Kigong! Ha! Manic energy instantly enveloped him directly, and nano-level attacks raged around him, constantly destroying Likam's cells. Ugh! He screamed a few times, but his vocal cords had been burned and destroyed, and his body was covered in burns. After a few seconds, the energy disappears. Likam smashed to the ground, splashing a puff of smoke. He was pitch black, like a charred corpse, and his body smelled rancid. The slightly shrugging chest shows that he is still alive. Dad? Why not kill him? Wukong shook his head and said, I still can't get my hands off, and I reduced the output of Turtle Pi Kigong at the last moment. The intelligence of the combat effectiveness tester must have reached the eyes of his teammates, so I am afraid that there is still a glimmer of life. But he is our enemy. Gohan didn't understand, what if you get us in trouble after you recover? Then defeat him again, anyway, his strength is not my opponent at all. Goku said arrogantly. Well, this guy is no longer the slightest threat. Next to it, an orange Dragon Ball shimmered with crystal light, but the remaining Namex was already in the middle of the battle and quietly fled. In his eyes, Wukong, these outsiders, are also untrustworthy. Goku picked up the Dragon Ball and sensed the breath of that buster. One finger pointed to the middle and said, in that direction, there is a pure neutralizing chi. But a powerful evil man is approaching. I'm afraid, that's the last stronghold of Name-Seeing. Gohan, Colin. Listen up to the two of you, from now on. We will be divided into 3 ways. Those evil people split into 4 groups to find the Dragon Ball, and we got this one. Together with the Action Vegeta, a total of 5 Dragon Balls have been discovered. You two go find the last 2 Dragon Balls and get them in your hands. Remember, when encountering powerful enemies, hold your breath tightly and don't engage them. Including Vegeta. Everything, put life safety first, waiting for me and you to make peace. Goku, what about you? Colin asked puzzled. I go to meet the most powerful evil person, his terrifying aura, I am afraid that no one in the entire Nemesis can stop it. I didn't expect that in the universe, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, there are so many powerful humans. My fighting blood has been completely ignited. Fighting is Goku's fate, and it is also the thing he is most interested in. All right. Gohan looked at Likum, who was shrugging in his chest next to him, and finally nodded helplessly. Hurrah! The two soared into the sky and disappeared. Goku tightened the belt on his martial arts suit, the strongest subordinate of the universe Emperor Frieza. I'm coming! Boom! With both feet on the ground suddenly exploded, and the whole person instantly went from the air to the middle, there. It's the place of the Great Elder. Diddy! Kinyu flew in the air, looking at the combat effectiveness tester, and after everyone dispersed, he flew towards the strongest nemesis. What was originally a hand-to-hand seems to have changed a little bit. Likum died suddenly, but there were only a few tiny breaths on the tester. The situation was changing rapidly, leaving him with no way to start. Bart, Guldo, did you hear that? The fastest serpentine Bart and the four-eyed dwarf Guldo looked at the corpse at their feet and were slightly stunned. Captain? What's wrong? Bart shook the Dragon Ball in his hand. We've got it. There seem to be a few uninvited guests on the planet, and Likum has been killed. 2 lines of combat power went towards the last village of the Namekians, and I am afraid that their purpose is also for Dragon Ball. Find them and kill them. Ah! Got it. That strongest combat force seems to be coming towards me without self-determination. It seems that he intends to provoke me. A cruel smile appeared on Kinnick's face. I'll let him know what pain is. After the call ended, Kainu used his fastest speed and flew towards the distance. In the place where Goku had fought, not long after, a figure emerged from the water and looked at the charred Likum. Sure enough, Kakaroto's aura is expanding rapidly, and his combat power has completely surpassed me. The figure came out of the shadows, and the small man rushed to the sky. It was Vegeta. Feeling Goku's breath, he directly closed his breath and came in the direction of Kakaroto. Along the way, just walk on foot. Goku, who was fighting, also subconsciously ignored Vegeta's tracks. Humph! He snorted coldly, and a mouthful of thick phlegm spat on Likum's face. The proud Kainu special combat team was actually crippled by a scion, to this point. Let me give you a ride. He stomped heavily on his right foot, and suddenly countless tofu brains burst into the air, blood flowed all over the ground, and the last breath of Likum disappeared directly. It seems that you need to plan a bit. Cheekily begging for a wave of subscriptions. Chapter 066. It's getting closer. Purple-skinned, full of green tendons, Kainu looked at the combat effectiveness tester, and he had absolute confidence in his strength in his heart. Those crawlers that are secretly active will definitely not be the opponents of the world's first Kinnet team. As long as you defeat the roadblock in front of you, the ownership of the Dragon Ball has basically been decided. That's it. In the middle of the desolate Namekians, a peak stands proudly, from which a gurgling holy light spreads. Tread. As soon as he landed, a resolute nemesis walked out. Go back. Intruders, you are not welcome here. Don't let your filthy blood tarnish the Great Elder's sacred soul. Kainu was stunned for a moment. Oh? With such a big breath, I thought you were the king of this planet. It turned out to be just a follower. There is no powerful energy in it. Who gave you such courage to dare to talk to me in the tone you just had? Kainu was upset. Go back. You are not welcome at Namekians. If you don't cling to it, I don't rule out solving this problem by force. This Namekians is none other than Niru, who has been accompanying the Great Elder, and is also the only combat-type human in Namekians. Before the rise of Wukongwian, the strength can definitely be said to be the overlord of the Northern Galaxy. It's a pity that in front of Kainu, he simply doesn't have enough to see. The more you say that, the more I want to see, what's in there. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Nero acted lightly. Dragon Ball? That holy thing is not something that your blood-stained hands can touch. I'm warning once, hurry up. Kainu squinted slightly, and a gurgling murderous aura burst out from it, and the surging energy suddenly exploded. Boom! Blowing Nero's back directly to pieces. The slug-shaped roof also collapsed suddenly, revealing a huge and old Great Elder. Oh? Just an old ghost. Don't be rude to the Great Elder. Nero smashed out a punch, and Peng's sound smashed the defenseless Kainu directly into the air, and he fell to the ground with a grey face. Hey! He stood up lightly. Little bug, I must let you see my true strength. Let you know what attitude you should have towards the strong. Humph! Nero took a cold sip, but thought of the Great Elder's previous instructions. Try to delay time, a friend of the earth is coming soon. He was able to defeat Kainu. The two stood in the clearing, looking at each other. Ha! Nero suddenly burst into laughter, endless breath fluctuated wildly from his body, a rolling whirlwind rose into the sky, and the surrounding world also trembled. Oh! Combat effectiveness is steadily rising. He gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. Don't underestimate the nemesis. Ha! The ground tens of meters around it directly exploded and collapsed deeply. Combat effectiveness, 42,000. Not bad. Ji Niuyun commented lightly. Nialu's feet suddenly touched the ground, like a wisp of fierce wind, his left hand stretched out, suddenly clenched his fist, and the majestic power turned into a wave of qi. The Kainu in front of him is like a boat in the waves of the sea, standing on the broken ground. It seems that it is in danger of capsizing in an instant. It's a pity, just it seems. Snap! 2 punches in a row, all easily caught by Kainu. He commented, although you are powerful, this planet has not fought for a long time. And you have forgotten how to use it. There is no feint, a weak person comes from the front, it is simply seeking his own death. Card. Kainu suddenly bent down hard, and Nero's 2 arms were directly broken from the wrist, and endless blood sprayed out, like a cavity of blood, without stars gradually on the ground. Ugh! Nero's eyes burst out, full of blood, and he stumbled back and forth. Have you lost the desire to fight? It's really not interesting, I thought it was a bronze, who knew it was a plastic? Kainu commented. Ha! Nero shook his hand, his face was bruised, and the broken wound was constantly squirming. Poof! A pair of hands suddenly erupted from it, returning to its original clothes. Woohoo! Nero's whole person was panting, and his strength had dropped badly. Oh! Kainu said in amazement, is it actually a restorative life? However, your combat effectiveness has already been greatly reduced, and you are no longer as sharp as before. Abominable! Don't be proud. I will definitely not lose to you. Ha! His feet quickly alternated, and the ground suddenly exploded, and the majestic power stirred in his chest. Like an eagle hitting the sky, like a kunpeng spreading its wings, it decisively rushed towards Kainu. In the moment of approaching, there was a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Boom! All the power poured directly to the ground. Nero shouted in disbelief. After image. That's right. Kainu stood right in front of him, raised his hand slightly, and lightly touched the tip of his nose. Pang! It's just like a dragonfly touching water, but the infinite power erupts on Nero's body, and he flies upside down like a shooting star. Phew! Kainu flashes fast, flies in parallel, stretches his legs from the side and kicks sideways. Click! Nero's wrist was directly fractured even with the belt flesh, and he bent inward viciously. Huge pain swept over, mixed with the face. For Nialu, it was like Ling Qi. Behind the upside-down flight, the figure of Kainu suddenly appeared. The arm is bent and seems to be accumulating. In the moment when Nero approached, he suddenly reached out. Poof! Niru stopped, also stunned. He stared blankly at his chest, where a purple arm wrapped in sharp energy was shining. Kainu, from the heart, knocked Niru into pairs. Wow! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and gurgling blood also flowed down his arm to Kainu. He said disgustingly, "My body is actually stained with dirty blood, how can it be compatible with the beautiful human dance?" Snap! He flicked his hand lightly and threw Niru to the ground. It seems like a few more tricks, but it doesn't matter. In this way, this Dragon Ball belongs to me. Kainu slowly flew towards the Great Elder, and Niru's eyes flashed with pain. He is the only combative type Namex man, and he is naturally proud in his bones. Just now, the Great Elder asked him to persevere until the arrival of the Earthlings. He still disdained. Now, everything is understood, he does not even have the ability to wait for reinforcements. Sorry. Great Elder. Kainu slowly flies forward and gets closer to the Dragon Ball step by step. Hurrah! Suddenly, a figure suddenly crossed the void like thunderbolts and lightning, standing horizontally in front of him. Kainu was on guard, looking at the human being shrouded in blood-red light, and his figure slowly became clear. He blurted out. Scion! Cheeky begging for a wave of subscriptions. In this state, you will really starve to death. Chapter 067. In the distance, Colin and Gohan are bouncing along the peak, happily holding 2 Dragon Balls in their hands. Uncle Colin, are the Mexicians really kind? After taking a look at our hearts, we will hand over the Dragon Balls directly. Gohan said happily. Yes. Colin didn't expect this mission to go so smoothly, and originally thought that he needed to use force against humans. In this way, we have 3 Dragon Balls in our hands. Gohan said, almost halfway there, although he hadn't come up with any wishes so far. However, being able to grab food from the tiger is the best result. Let's go. Let's go to Daddy. The 2 just wanted to fly, but suddenly turned around. Sharp light erupted in his eyes. Not good. 2 breaths are coming here at a super fast speed. Colin said loudly, I forgot. Without a tight breath just now, those evil guys must have discovered our location. Let's go. Boom. 2 rays of light in a row, like a jet, suddenly rushed into the air and quickly went in the direction of Goku. Unfortunately, the red figure behind him turned and flickered in the air, bending over the 2 at an abnormal speed and blocking in front of him. Team Kinnett. Bart. Gerdo. Join. Looking at the 2, Gohan and Colin swallowed their spit involuntarily. That big fellow, what a terrifying evil aura there is. Among them, there is also endless bloody chi, how many people he has killed. Colin said. That dwarf. Colin was suddenly stunned. The breath is weak, this can also get along freely with them. Colin quietly moved and whispered to Gohan, Gohan, do you see it? Guldo's strength is very weak, if we suddenly kill him, maybe face Bart together, there is a glimmer of life. Finally, after leaving Goku, they are in crisis. Gerdo stood up with a chuckle, it's just the 2 of you? Turned us around, and even killed Likum? It doesn't look like there's anything scary. Looking at his contemptuous eyes, the 2 of them were determined in their hearts. Gohan said silently, Brother, bless me. Gohan. Begin. Colin suddenly shouted loudly. Ha! Ha! 2 consecutive bursts came out of the mouth, and Gohan and Colin's breath rose rapidly, and in a short period of time, the 2 of them actually broke through 10,000 together. Hurrah! The 2 of them stepped on the ground with their feet on the ground, flashed crossed, and approached Guldo at an extremely strong speed. Hey, hey! Superpowers! Decide! Guldo said with an evil smile. Hurrah! Before the time and space paused, Gohan and Colin made one last shift. It has long since disappeared from front of him. Where? Where is it? Guldo said in panic. He staggered back 2 steps, and Peng felt a hard object. It won't. He turned around slightly, but the sight in front of him made him afraid for a while. Gohan's fist is less than a centimeter away from his neck. If you shout late, I'm afraid you will be directly burst. Hiss. Guldo fled here with a puff of smoke and stood in the distance. Shake your hand to the ground. Boom. The raised ground actually formed a sharp stone thorn and floated above Guldo. Slowly, aim at Gohan and Colin. Let me find a position to be able to string them through in one fell swoop. Damn it! Colin struggled in the sky, only to find that his body was numb and his breath fell silent. Is this a superpower? Damn, I didn't expect the little man to have such a trick. Finished. It's all over. Gohan next to him gritted his teeth and kept pushing harder. Brother, I'm restrained physically, what should I do now? Brother. It seems that in front of Gohan's eyes, the appearance of Gohan appeared. The dangerous scene outside also changes color abruptly. Brother. Gohan couldn't believe that his body could start moving. This is, why? Wu Yan had his backhand behind him, like a god of war, standing proudly. I already predicted it when you embarked on the path of cultivation. Strange dangers await you, but I can't be with you all the time. I used the eye of reincarnation to seal a wisp of my thoughts in your eyes. Whenever you encounter desperate danger, it will appear instantly. This is just a wisp of thought, don't think that I can help you escape danger. Hey? How so? Gohan shrugged his face. Like Dad said, you have a huge amount of energy in your body, but only anger can trigger it. If you can burst them all, you will instantly get the power of rage. Brother. I can only give you that introduction. Gohan, remember, this is the first and last time. The Wuyan in front of him instantly turned into wisps of smoke and burrowed into Gohan's body, and suddenly, a wave of scenes rushed into his mind. Is this an illusion carved by my brother with the eye of reincarnation? I won't let you down. His gaze returned to his eyes, and the image of despair in his mind rushed into Gohan's mind, and he was instantly overwhelmed by anger. Guldo is still aiming, like an obsessive-compulsive disorder. It's not good here, it's not good here. Ha! Gohan suddenly shouted viciously, an infinite majestic power burst out in an instant, sweeping the world up like a windswept cloud. A gust of wind rose up, turning into 6 portals that completely surrounded Gitter. Ugh! Guldo, he just has superpowers, how can he resist the violent wind explosion formed by the breath? Instantly swept into the storm and roared loudly. This energy! Bart shouted in amazement, this energy is enough to kill him with one blow. Pang! Gohan in the air abruptly got rid of his superpower, inserted diagonally from the side, and his feet were like whip legs, smashing heavily on Guldo's body. Poof! Guldo suddenly vomited blood. The body flew upside down. Don't forget me! Behind him, Colin roared viciously, despicable guy, use superpowers to plunge us to death. He opened his hand with one hand, and the rolling cyclone quickly rushed out, and the golden light spun abruptly in the air, and the hissing energy instantly cut through the air. Chi-Yuan slash! The whistling disc suddenly shuttled through Guldo's panicked eyes, starting from his head, and suddenly split him in half. Beheading! Boom! Guldo's head kept rolling on the ground, and Gohan, who fell from the sky, was so hard that blood flowed all over the ground, directly exploding like a tofu brain. The winner is decided. Brazenly asking for a wave of tips. Chapter 068. Cut. Bart didn't feel much about Guldo's death. That foolish thing, tell him to improve his strength, relying on superpower flaws alone is too big. The fragile body was directly split in half by one attack. It seems that after the battle, it is necessary to ask Captain Kaina to reorganize a formation. He looked at Gohan in front of him, the erupting aura was still burning, and the infinite power turned into light and soared into the air, surging all around. You? That power? Is it a descendant of Scions? Bart touched his head and said softly, there were Scions other than Vegeta who survived back then. What an unexpected. Kid. Don't you know if you heard the story of King Yan Luo in your sleep? Today, let you go for a real look. Bart's smiling face suddenly turned into a fierce and rushed out towards Wien. His body turned into a straight blue cold light, like a thunderbolt that instantly streaked across the sky. Continuous Chi-Yuan slash. Hundreds of sharp discs instantly floated from Colin's hands, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. However, Bart kept twisting in the air, like a dexterous ape, and every time he jumped in dangerously. As if dancing on a steel knife, such a dangerous situation, Bart is at ease. Uncle Colin. I know. But that guy's speed is so fast that I can't aim at it. Colin was sweating, his breath was consumed in large quantities, and it didn't take long to be out of breath. Boom! Just stunned, the acid in his abdomen suddenly burst out, and the sharp pain was like a tide hitting Colin's already fragile nerves. What the hell? Yes, what time? Colin looked at the fist in his abdomen, his chest was sunken, and his hideous green tendons were wrapped around him like earthworms. In a moment, I passed out directly. Uncle Colin! Gohan shouted loudly. Abominable! You oily snake, I must kill you! The anger in his heart had almost filled the substance, and his body was covered with blood-colored energy. Ha! With his feet on the ground, the surrounding meters instantly sank in. Gohan's whole body burst up, his hands like dragons going out to sea, from all corners, constantly attacking Bart. Bart is like a beautiful ballet dancer, without any blocking at all, floating in the air, and in a moment all attacks are completely dodged. Looking at Gohan's gap, his knees suddenly lifted up. Pang! Behind Gohan, there was even a shockwave. Wow! A burst of spit suddenly erupted, Gohan frowned slightly, and the pain in his body made him tortured. Now, what rings in his mind is the warm bed at home. Poof! Gohan bit his tongue hard to sober himself up, looked at Bart in front of him, and waved it out with one hand instantly. Pang! Hit! He couldn't even believe it. The tiny Royi is on Bart's face like that, and the distinction between young children and monsters is particularly ridiculous. Pang! Bart was stunned for a moment, feeling the sting, and suddenly became angry, swinging his huge fist, and slammed a blow in Gohan's face. Pang! Gohan's body was hit hard and he retreated abruptly. Bart turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Gohan, clasping his hands together, intending to attack violently. However, the heavy blow actually fell in the air. Go and die! I want to avenge Uncle Colin! Gohan seemed to come from the void, his body twisted, and his small fist smashed directly into Bart. Poof! Bart never expected that a mouthful of blood would spurt out of his mouth. It's not over yet! Gohan below roared madly. Bang bang! Attacking one after another, Bart was hit into the sky by a huge fist force like that. Final blow! Gohan's whole body sky blue energy burst, and the power was concentrated at one point, and it was released in an instant. At this time, 2 rays of light burst out from Bart's empty eyes, and Gohan burst into goosebumps, and his head was instantly tilted. That crazy power grazed his head and swirled abruptly, taking away a few of Gohan's hairs. Abominable! When Gohan turned around, Bart in front of him had already disappeared. Boom! A muffled snort came from the air, and Gohan was smashed directly to the ground. The body flipped and swayed in the air, the limbs landed on the ground, and the infinite power made the ground sink too. Looking at Bart in the sky, he said softly, I, no longer that weak and powerless son Gohan. I, the one who followed my brother's footsteps, the proud scion. The hands converge into a calyx-like shape, slowly converge on the waist, and the particles are like fireflies, emitting a warm light. In an instant, the world filled. Turtle Pai Kigong. Ha! The majestic power rushed out and swept towards Bart in the air. Hurrah! Bart smiled slightly, flashed rapidly, and suddenly disappeared. Boom! A mountain peak behind was directly blown to pieces, and the rebel was seduced into the air by the breath, and it was submerged by the majestic power in the blink of an eye. Abominable! Gohan scanned the surroundings and muttered, "Where the hell did that bastard go?" Bart was so fast that he couldn't capture his evil energy with the naked eye, not even his breath. "I'm behind you." A gloomy voice suddenly came. Ugh! Gohan was stunned for a moment, then turned around abruptly. "My brother told me before, don't expose your back to the enemy, then you have already declared your defeat in advance. Not good. It's over." Pang! Bart smashed a heavy punch on Gohan, his spine suddenly shattered, and the whole person actually bent backwards, as if the waist was broken. Ugh! Gohan's eyes suddenly hollowed, and the whole person flew upside down and smashed into the mountain, salivating, and gurgling blood gushed out of his mouth. Abominable! The spine is broken, and even the body cannot be controlled. Abominable! Damn it! Gohan shouted loudly in his heart, the life energy in his body was constantly fading, and his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Tread! Bart stepped forward step by step, his palm aligned, and there was scarlet energy. "Little ghost, don't you know that you have seen King Yan Luo now? You should be in pain, I'll help you finish it." "No thanks, when you take revenge in the next life, don't choose the wrong opponent." Gohan's eyes were blurred, and he could only see a terrifying figure approaching. "Dad! Brother! Anyone else, hurry up and save me! Me! It's really dying!" Gohan kept meditating in his heart and roared loudly. "I'm sorry, but now this kid has a little effect on me. Can't let you kill." From the tattered rubble, a figure slowly appeared. Bart! Brazenly begging for a wave of subscriptions. Chapter 069. "I'm sorry, these two guys have a little effect on me, I can't let you kill them." Bart! A whispered sound came from the side, and the sound of footsteps was endless. A figure slowly came from the rubble next to it. This voice! Colin was stunned for a moment, and then his body began to tremble wildly. Soaring to the sky, small man, with infinite coldness on his face. Wearing a blue tights, the Scion's standard combat uniform. "Vegeta!" Bart muttered twice, slightly stunned, but then looked greedily into his hand. "Orange light, that's a Dragon Ball. It's really hard to find a place to step on iron shoes. I didn't expect that in our place, we actually gathered 4 Dragon Balls. What a rarity! Vegeta, I heard that he betrayed King Frieza and fled after being defeated by the natives on a planet, and almost lost his life. This time, are you here to ask King Frieza again for forgiveness?" Bart clasped his arms in his arms and said loudly. "Hey!" Vegeta just sneered twice. Colin staggered back, not sensing Vegeta's breath at all just now. That guy sneaked up here, maybe already here when Gohan and Gerdo fought. The purpose is obvious, it is the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. Not good. I didn't feel it at all. Colin's eyes narrowed slightly towards Vegeta, but in the end, he suddenly felt like a lightning strike. That majestic breath is completely different from on Earth. Vegeta, how much has he become stronger during this time? In the slightest, it's not inferior to Goku. Bart. Vegeta said, "I'm here to take your Dragon Ball, and as for these 2 guys, you can use them to blackmail Kakarot. Get the final Dragon Ball. In order to save you from the pain of flesh and skin, you better hand it over quickly." Haha. Bart seemed to have heard some big joke, and laughed wildly up to the sky. "Who do you think you are, son of heaven? Such a loud statement." In the past, in front of my Kainu's special combat team, you were not even qualified to speak. Now, you actually dare to pretend to bark wildly? Vegeta just took a cold sip. Indulge in the glory of the past, it means that you are now outdated. After walking on the earth, my combat power is too strong. Arrogant. I am the most powerful warrior under King Frieza, and the fastest warrior in the universe, just because you, a scion monkey, dare to bark so wildly in front of me. It just so happens that you have betrayed King Frieza. Take your head with the Dragon Balls, the king will be very happy. Haha. Bart's eyes were full of contempt, and he didn't put Vegeta in his eyes at all. Or, from beginning to end, the fighting people who worked under Frieza never had self-respect. This is my first battle to regain myself. Vegeta clenched his fists and said softly, the fastest person in the universe may not be. Ha! Bart suddenly laughed maniacally, all his evil energy suddenly exploded, the ground immediately sank, 3 concentric circles appeared, and the world seemed to be wrapped in manic energy, and began to tremble. The howling wind suddenly rolled out the standing Colin and smashed the stone behind him. Wow! Colin couldn't believe it. Did that guy always be joking just now? Breath alone defeated me completely. He ran to Gohan, whose spine was broken, and he was already dying. Gohan, Sendu. Unable to control his body, Colin can only gently support his chin with both hands to help Gohan bite. Sendu enters the stomach, and Gohan recovers instantly. Uncle Colin? Great, Gohan, you're finally alive. Vegeta quietly approached while we were fighting, and now the situation has become more complicated. Colin's eyes were fierce, and he whispered, these 2 guys are monsters. Ha! A cyan light shot up into the sky, like a sonorous sound that completely pierced the clouds. Combat power, 60,000. Vegeta said tremblingly, not bad. Hurrah! His body suddenly flickered, and Bart behind him shouted loudly, don't run. In the sky, Bart's figure appeared first, but ahead, it was empty. Haha! Bart hissed and laughed maniacally, that guy, he still wants to compete with me for speed, it's really self-defeating. It seems that I have already dumped me to the point that I don't know where. Hey, what are you laughing at? Behind, that familiar gloomy voice came. Bart was stunned. Hurrah! He disappeared again and came to the sea. The light in front of his eyes had just retreated, and the crystal sea in front of him was like a mirror, and a figure soaring into the sky embraced his fists and looked at him with a smile. Impossible! No way! Phew! Bart disappeared again, leaning against a rock. Did he? The combat effectiveness tester constantly alarms. Bart roars viciously, Vegeta, is on the back of his own stone. Hey! Fastest! That's it! Vegeta suddenly turned around, and with infinite energy in his fist, he suddenly hit Bart. A Daoist afterimage appeared next to it, hiding its fist in it like 100 birds towards a phoenix. Densely packed so that Bart can't see anything at all. Breath! Colin said in horror. That's right. Vegeta had only fought with Goku once on Earth and had completely mastered the laws of breath. Therefore, he can perfectly understand our movements. Damn, I didn't expect this step. Looking at the fist in front of him, Bart was in a hurry, left and right, and then the bridge of his nose hurt. Pang! A muffled snort came, and he was instantly smashed out heavily, and his body cut a straight mark in the air, flying upside down at a rapid speed. Cut! Vegeta took a cold sip, and chased after him with an explosive breath, his sharp eyes bursting with killing intent, obviously not intending to let Bart go. Phew! Looking at the approaching Vegeta, Bart's eyes were scarlet, his mouth opened, and a majestic energy gushed out from his mouth. Thick energy surged in the air, and he sneered, there is no borrowing force in the air, and it is impossible to dodge because of inertia. Vegeta, hit head-on with my full strength, I don't believe you can survive. Dodge? There is no need for that at all. Boom! The scarlet aura suddenly gushed out from Vegeta's body, and his whole person was like a missile, crashing straight towards the energy. Be duty-bound not to turn back. Find death. Bart's eyes burst with a dangerous light, and instantly increased the energy output. 1 second. 2 seconds. The straight figure cuts through the sky, and the back cuts a straight arc like a jet. Finally, collide abruptly with the brilliant light. Boom. Chapter 070. Boom. Vegeta was like a sharp drill, and he actually inserted it directly from the energy center. The thick energy was directly divided into 8 strands and rushed in 8 directions. What? Bart watched in horror, that Vegeta's body was getting closer and closer. Abominable. Increase energy output. The chest and abdomen swelled abruptly, and in the gaps of the dragon-like muscles, endless energy gathered into a gurgling torrent, all poured into the light. Ha! The roaring energy has suddenly doubled. Vegeta's eyes flashed with a dazzling light, his feet stepped on it, and his speed increased instantly. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was generated in the sky, and Bart's thick energy was directly solidified, and finally turned into glass stardust and exploded in the sky. Bastard! How could Vegeta become so powerful? Bart gritted his teeth, turned around abruptly, turned into a ray of glow and fled into the air. Oh! Vegeta was also stunned. He never expected that the arrogant Kainyu special combat team would directly choose to run away when it was exhausted. Phew! He suddenly soared into the sky, and the perfect arc suddenly rushed out in the air, and rushed to the top of Bart's head in an instant. He laughed maniacally. Bart! Die! Put your hands together and slam down from the top of your head. Bart heard the whistling and looked down, but what he saw was Vegeta's swift hands. Pang! The eyeballs were almost smashed into pieces. The body suddenly turned into a meteor, fell from the sky, and smashed heavily into the ground. Ugh! A puff of smoke rose, and Bart lay embarrassed in the rubble. His eyes were sluggish, and his breath was like a gossamer. It was obvious that he had completely failed. Colin was taken aback. Vegeta was able to defeat that terrifying guy. How much did he learn after fighting Wien? Snap! Tread! Vegeta landed on the ground, looked at the embarrassed Bart, and said softly, "Fighting Nation Scion, every cell is born for fighting. I suffered a crushing defeat on Earth, but the cell also remembered the fighting method of that little ghost. Rebirth after a desperate situation, the combat effectiveness will skyrocket. But at the beginning, I didn't expect that I would be so strong. Haha! That shame, that helplessness, I will definitely give it back." Vegeta grabbed the top of Bart's head and lifted his tattered body up. Boom! The right hand continued to smash into the chest one after another, and Bart suddenly felt like a lightning strike. Blood continued to spit out from his mouth, his breath became weaker and weaker, and his eyes rolled his eyes. Wow! A large mouthful of blood suddenly spat out of his mouth, and Vegeta was now like a god of war bathed in blood. You! Bart raised his hand trembling and whispered. Humph! Vegeta put one hand on Bart's chest, and the corners of Bart's mouth moved slightly at this moment. Row! Spare your life! I'm different from Kakarot, that guy is soft-hearted, although he has strong fighting power, he still spared Likam's life in the end, and I have to wipe his ass. For me, only dead enemies are good enemies. Phew! A ray of light instantly penetrated Bart's heart, and his body suddenly fluttered twice in Vegeta's hands, and finally spit out blood in his mouth and died completely. Cut! Vegeta threw the body to the side and said disdainfully, "Dirty blood! Defiled my noble body! What a shame!" Gohan saw the bloody and cruel scene, and even directly scared stupid. Although Gohan trampled Gerdo directly to death before, that was done under the anger of Gohan illusion. The usual Gohan is a kind and good boy. Unexpectedly, he killed Bart so easily. And, as strong as Daddy. But on the surface, Vegeta and Son Goku are not much different, but maybe when it comes to fighting against the Kainu special team, neither of them exerts their full strength. Finally, who knows? Not good. He's coming. Colin stepped back, and finally squatted on the ground. Gohan was also stunned there, trembling with fear. Just came back to life, are you going to be half dead again? Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and slowly approached. Tell me, didn't that mongrel named Gohan come? I only feel the breath of the two of you in Kakarot. That guy, where the hell did he go? If my brother comes here, do you dare to be so presumptuous? Gohan retorted loudly, he's the most powerful man in the universe. The most powerful person in the universe? Haha. It's you who call it yourself, there are actually people who are arrogant than me. I can't believe it. In front of him, there is a man named Frieza blocking the way, the strongest in the universe, only the legendary Super Saiyan can do it. And this person, definitely himself. Vegeta spontaneously believes that this is caused by Gohan's adoration of his brother. But I never expected that this sentence was true. Good. If that mongrel hadn't come, my plan would have been better implemented. Don't worry, I'll beat you all to death and go exchange with Kakarot. I believe that with the two of you, Kakarot will definitely tie his hands. Over there. Vegeta pointed to the center, Kakarot is fighting Kainu. How can that idiot of Kainu be compared with an arrogant Saiyan? As long as Kakarot wins, the 7 Dragon Balls are in my pocket. Colin did not expect that Vegeta had such a grand plan, after the Mantis Cicada catcher, the Yellow Finch. Kakarot only has strong combat power, who told him to be the first to gnaw the hard bones of Kainu. Haha. Vegeta clenched his fists, laughed loudly and maniacally, his body was constantly shaking, dreams were about to come true. Don't move. Looking at Gohan in front of him, Vegeta stretched out his right hand and said contemptuously, soon. Soon. Phew. A ray of light suddenly erupted, Gohan suddenly waved his hand, and a nourishing electric spark burst into the air, and Gohan directly knocked Vegeta's attack away. Boom! Brilliant light burst out in the sky, and the world was imprinted in scarlet. The solidified sparks bloomed instantly, like fireworks and silver flowers, brilliant and colorful. I am Sun Wuyan's younger brother, absolutely, I will never kneel and beg for mercy. Definitely not in vain waiting for death. Me. I'm a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. Boom. Infinite power suddenly burst out of Gohan's body, the sky shook, the ground hundreds of meters around instantly sunken, white chi waves rushed into the sky, and the circle of black clouds shrouded the world. I will definitely not admit defeat easily. Colin next to him also walked up and stood side by side. Prepare for a showdown with Vegeta. Brazenly asking for a wave of tips. Chapter 071. It's a Saiyan. After being seriously injured and dying, the combat effectiveness has indeed been greatly improved. It's a pity, this bit of strength, if you want to hit me, it's still far from enough. Vegeta seemed to suddenly think of something, seriously injured and dying? It was actually restored in an instant without side effects, and it seems that the Earth is even more mysterious than I thought. Hey! But it doesn't matter. As long as I beat you to death and kill Kakarot, all your secrets must belong to me. Nonsense! Gohan's feet exploded, the ground behind him shattered, and he suddenly rushed out, and his body turned into an afterimage and came to Vegeta in an instant. The fist was filled with incomparably manic power, and it was getting closer and closer to Vegeta's chest. Just hit him once and get him injured, and our win rate will improve a lot. Cut. Amusing. Gohan has used all his strength, but in Vegeta's eyes, he is as fast as a snail crawling. Snap. Vegeta grabbed Gohan completely in his hands with both hands, and his knees suddenly went up. Pang! A muffled snort came out. Gohan's eyes were lost, the cramping in his abdomen almost made him collapse, and he involuntarily planned to cover his abdomen with both hands, but unfortunately, Vegeta's hands firmly imprisoned him. Pang! Kicking a roundhouse from the side, Vegeta kicked Gohan directly into the air. Like a shooting star, it instantly cut through the sky, and only slowly stopped in the clouds. Wow! A mouthful of sour water instantly spit out from his mouth, and Gohan actually knelt directly into the void, and his body was numb and weak. Abominable! Vegeta, he turned out to be so strong. After arriving at Namekashi, Gohan discovers his powerlessness. In the past, under the protection of Goku and Goyen, he lived a carefree life. However, after the two left, he found that he was useless at all. Gohan stood up tremblingly, making Vegeta look sideways. "Oh? Can you even stand up?" I said, "I won't throw in the towel easily." Gohan raised his hands high, golden flames burned in his hands, and incomparably terrifying fluctuations spread in the sky. Zzzz. Deo lightning whistles like spider webs, like an inverted bowl, completely enveloping the entire battlefield. Magic flash! In an instant, the golden energy seemed to have found a catharsis, bursting towards Vegeta, carrying incomparable pressure, and the ground suddenly exploded. Uncle Colin! Gohan roared up to the sky. "Ah! I know!" Colin quickly flew into the air, his palms open in front of his eyes, and shouted, "Sun Fist!" In an instant, a dazzling light shrouded the heavens and the earth, and Vegeta did not check for a while, and it was right in the middle of it. The sore eyes can't be opened at all. Abominable! Those two guys actually played such a trick. Not good. The breath in his heart became stronger and stronger, and the magic flash was about to land. I can only resist hard. However, the magic flash spun abruptly in front of Vegeta, and it actually exploded next to it. Boom! The powerful energy pierced the Earth's crust, and the underground sea water instantly burst. "Now!" Gohan shouted loudly, and while Vegeta was shrouded in the Sun Fist, he burrowed into the hole and disappeared in an instant. After a few minutes, Vegeta slowly regained his vision. Looking at the empty world. The sea water in front of you is constantly rising in the cave like a fountain. Those two dog things! Pang! The heavy punch smashed directly to the ground, and Vegeta shouted angrily. The fat meat to the mouth actually flew. Without the people who contain Kakarot, his plans will inevitably be greatly affected. He carefully scanned the entire world, but found that Gohan Colin's breath had long disappeared. They hold their breath, this movement is much stronger than mine. Vegeta floated in the air, his body trembling, obviously trying to suppress his anger. Ah! Tap tap! With your hands crossed, endless energy poured into the sea like a heavenly lady scattering flowers, stirring up a wave of monstrous waves. It's a pity, it's just a divergence of self-anger, and it doesn't work at all. He looked at the Dragon Balls next to him, it was still a bit of a gain, at least, Gohan's 2 Dragon Balls plus Bart's, and found it himself. Now I have 4 in my hand. That kid used his mighty power after being seriously injured and rushed into the sea to find his own death. I keep scanning, can they hold their breath for the rest of their lives? Guys is ahead, it's really slow. Vegeta thought for a moment, snatch his Dragon Ball, and finally it will be in the hands of Kakarot and Kainu. At that time, I will plan again. Boom! Suddenly, the ground burst and turned into a ray of light and disappeared instantly. A few minutes later, Guys was lying at Vegeta's feet like a dead dog, blood gushing from the huge blood hole in his chest, and his face was pale and miserable. It seems that it has experienced an extremely inhuman devastation. His chest collapsed, his spine ruptured, and the energy in his body overflowed on the surface of his body, filled with holy light, but it was constantly destroying his cells. Ahem. Guys spat out bruised blood. Vegeta, how did you become so powerful? Humph. You look down on the scions and are silent in the glory of the past, but you don't know that the training I do every day is better than death in order to trample you under your feet and look down on you high. Zizi. Vegeta's feet kept twisting and trampling on Gaiza's face. You know what? How long have I been imagining this picture? Yes. He shouted hysterically from above, take revenge and kill those who look down on him one by one. This was already the second most obsession in his heart to kill Wuyan. Ahem. Frisia, King Frisia, is absolutely, will not let you go. Guys. Vegeta smiled coldly, haven't you found out yet? With such a strong force, I have already become a legendary Super Saiyan, and Frisia is definitely not my opponent. Hey! Sit in the well and watch the sky. Pang! Like an egg, Vegeta suddenly stomped on Gaiza's head with force. Tofu brains are constantly floating in the sky, a little blood condenses around, and the originally peaceful world is full of blood and death. Guys, and the nemesis he killed, lie here forever. That's kind of irony. With this, I've already got 5 Dragon Balls. Only the last 2 remain. I promise, eternal life, the Emperor of the Universe, is all my Vegetas. Chapter 072. Namexian, Central. Neera's chest rises and falls slightly, proving that he is still alive. Ahead, Goku, dressed in an orange martial arts suit and a crab head, is confronting Kainu. Scion. Kainu was slightly stunned. It seems to have seen you somewhere. Kainu pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized, I remember, you are Bardock's son. The Scion warrior who fought bravely against Planet Vegeta when Planet Vegeta was destroyed. I have to say that I look down on the Scion, but I still have some respect for Bardock. Kainu kept saying to himself, after destroying the planet, Gula once sent the news that the Scions fled, and we disdained it. Some time ago, Raditz died on Earth, and Vegeta returned with a crushing defeat. You are the Scion who defeated them. That's awesome. Kainu pouted, constantly examining. It's clear that he just sees Goku as a strange human, but doesn't take him to heart. Goku didn't look at Kainu at all, looked at Neera on the ground, and said strangely, Vic. Vic. Neera whispered. On other planets, have you ever seen a nemesis like me? Haha. Neera was relieved, it seems that there are still Artinder on other planets. In this way, that Mizing can't die. Frisia, Kainu, you miscalculated. Haha. Neera was obviously already weak, but he laughed quite heartily. Stop laughing. Your body has been seriously injured, but you can barely survive with the strong vitality of the nemesis. Goku said with concern. It doesn't matter. Neera shook his head. The Great Elder said that as long as you hold out until your reinforcements arrive, then the crisis of Mizing will naturally disappear. My task has been completed. Dragon Ball, Great Elder, it's over to you. After speaking, Neera gently closed his eyes. If I want to rest for a while, just for a while. Goku hugged Neera's body and gently placed him next to him. Sendu put Gohan there, hold on, soon, you will be rescued. He stood up and looked at the executioner in front of him. Because of the invitation of the King of Realm, he came to Namex. Along the way, I really saw the cruelty of the universe, a planet, directly exterminated by these 5 people, and its hands were stained with the innocent blood of others. All this made Goku angry. He clenched his fists, pointed at Kainu, and shouted, slaughter life, maim innocent executioners. I will definitely not let you go. Hey! Genu spread his hands and smiled indifferently, you won't let me go. Who do you think you are? A Scion monkey who also wants to be the righteous hero who single-handedly kills through the armies. That's what I hate the most. It just so happens that the Dragon Ball is in your hands, and he belongs to me. Let you see, it belongs to my Kainu, the strongest force. Ha! Kainu roared madly, gurgling energy circulated around his body, and a lilac light imprinted the world. The ground began to explode, and countless gravel was attracted into the air, but it was instantly crushed into smithereens by the manic intertwined energy. Deo light burst into the sky from the body, piercing the clouds, and a little sonorous sound came from the surrounding air. The breath is constantly expanding. 50,000. 80,000. 120000. A full 120,000 combat strength. Goku whispered, "Sure enough, he is the most powerful person on the planet right now." The blood in Goku's heart began to stir. And when he separated from Gohan, he was there to verify his strength. He doesn't want Wuyin to wander alone in the lonely universe, he hopes that he can shelter from the wind and rain, all of which can only be obtained by recognizing his identity as a scion. Realm King Fist. Wukong whispered silently, the breath in his body began to expand rapidly, the surface was gurgling red, and with the yin face, the whole person was like the god of war who returned from the abyss. Majestic, stirring, an upright body supports half of the sky. Is my body longing? He felt the greed of his cells, the heat of his body, everything telling a purpose. Kill the guy on the other side. In this way, you can get the recognition of the body. Phew! Phew! The two suddenly sprinted and stood opposite each other, one blue and one red. Two rays quickly rushed into the sky, colliding sharply on the ground. Boom! The ground suddenly shattered. The roaring energy actually seduced the heavens and the earth to change, and the raging flames rose up into the sky, and the cascading black clouds suddenly enveloped the entire world. Zzzz! Golden lightning began to intertwine, enveloping the world completely like a spider's web. Bang bang! Countless muffled snorts came out in the air, and the white collision sound wave appeared in the air. The entire dark world has become the curtain of the battle between Goku and Kainu. From east to west, the two stretch for thousands of miles, and the peaks in the path are shattered everywhere, directly exploded into pieces. Phew! The red glow suddenly flickered and stopped, revealing Goku's true face. Smash towards the void space rights. Boom! Ki-Nu actually appeared there just now, and without checking for a while, he received a heavy punch in the face and was directly smashed out. Boom! The body is like a shooting star, directly embedded in the ground. Ha! Energy missile! Goku squeezed a seal with both hands, and in an instant, gurgling energy burst up, and sky blue light was around him. Ha! Stretching his hands back and forth, the dense oval-shaped energy suddenly spread abruptly like a heavenly lady scattered flowers, and the dense bombardment continued. Boom! The ground, a radius of several miles, was all wrapped in flames, the majestic energy continued to stir, the broken ground collapsed, and the manic energy instantly turned into nothingness. Goku has never used such a extravagant attack since contacting martial arts. For a full minute, the ground was devastated, and a dark deep hole appeared in the center, hundreds of meters in diameter, and Kainu, which seemed to be buried in it. The smoke is slowly spreading. Phew! A figure suddenly burst out of the smoke and rushed towards Goku instantly. Scarlet light glowed from his dark eyes, and a burst of energy shot straight out like a laser. Goku was too close, but he barely turned around, and a deep bloodstain appeared on his face. The body jumps in the air. Without checking for a while, Kainu flashed quickly and appeared directly behind Goku. His face showed a hideous smile, and his hands suddenly strained. Pang! Goku was hit hard in the back and suddenly landed like a shooting star. The rumbling roar is endless, and the slightest cracks are constantly spreading like spider webs. A mushroom cloud slowly rises. Humph! It's not polite to come and go. Brazenly asking for a wave of tips. Chapter 073. Tap. Goku's body spun rapidly in the air, and finally stood firmly on the ground on all 4 feet. Pang! The surrounding tens of meters collapsed under the majestic force. Hey, hey! Gaku put on his symbolic smile and narrowed his face, touched his nose, and looked at Kainu stunned. The warm-up exercise should be over. Ah! You're right. Kainu has a rare pandering. But I enjoyed this battle. Gaku shouted, I really don't want to defeat you quickly if I can meet someone who is evenly matched. This is Gaku, a fighting idiot. Maintain their goodness a lot of the time, and it is difficult to start with the wicked. In the original book, Frisia was still left alive in name seeing. Even when Frisia betrayed and fought back, his subordinates remained merciful. And Vegeta are two people with completely opposite personalities. Qigong wave. Ha! In his right hand, a golden light shot up into the sky and burst towards Kainu. Kainu also fought back, and a scarlet light descended from his hand, hitting Gaku with a sky-rushing pressure. Boom! The two collided abruptly in the air, and the world shook twice. In the center, the golden and red rays of light actually slowly reunited and condensed into a huge orb. Gaku pressed forward step by step, slowly rising. Unexpectedly, he pushed up with his own energy in his hand. What? Looking at this situation, Kainu's face also changed greatly, which was a naked humiliation. You actually look down on me. Ha! The energy gushing in his hand suddenly thickened a little, but no matter how hard he tried, the Gaku in front of him had already returned the same energy and moved forward steadily. Slowly, the distance between the two turned out to be only more than 1 meter. Boom! The huge energy condensed in the middle finally reached the extreme, and the thick energy almost turned into flowing water and slowly flowed in it. The aura also makes the space lightning. Except for the battle between Guyan and Gula, this is definitely the pinnacle battle of the highest level in the world. Boom! The orb exploded suddenly, and Kainu, Goku's body was completely wrapped in an energy vortex. The two are like boats rolling in waves, leaking water everywhere. Abominable! That maniac! Kainu gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. No matter how you burst your breath, you can't turn your bumpy body around at all. Snap! A pair of hands actually rushed out of the smoke and pinched his neck accurately. What? Kainu was shocked. Why, you can easily move in the energy vortex. Goku's deep voice came sharply, because I'm better than you. The clenched right hand suddenly strained, and Kainu's body sank, and he was actually pressed to the ground abruptly. An orange ring imprisoned his neck directly. What is this? Kainu gritted his teeth and struggled and shouted loudly. Hurrah! The other 4 rings came from the sky, accurately imprisoning Kainu's limbs to the ground. Abominable! What the hell is this trick? Kainu was a little panicked. When I studied with the Realm King, I also knew the aura realization, but it's a pity that I can't summon the Dark Saint scythe like Wuyan. But it's effortless to imprison you. Jack Pendant. Gaku fell from the sky, with 1 foot force, with the majestic power that soared into the sky, and smashed into Kainu. Wow! Kainu suddenly bent his waist and abdomen and vomited blood. Unfortunately, his imprisoned body made it impossible for him to alleviate his pain. It seems that the victory has been decided. In the smoke, Gaku said softly. Wow! Wow! Gaku jumped up and down, gathering crazy energy every time on his toes, giving Kainu heavy blows again and again. The combat suit on Kainu's abdomen has all been cracked, a cloud of bruises is shrouded in bruises, and the raised green tendons around it are constantly wriggling like earthworms. It also makes people's scalps numb to watch. What? That's it. I'm not having enough fun yet. What, the most powerful human under Frisia? What a ridiculous! Gaku pretended to be disappointed, and that contemptuous look made Kainu's anger suddenly burst out from his eyes. You! A small scion! Dare to look down on me! Ha! Kainu suddenly shouted loudly, and the majestic power burst out from his body, and his limbs suddenly became nearly twice as thick. Boom! Rumble! With 4 roaring sounds in succession, he actually broke the ground abruptly with his own strength and broke free from the shackles of the ring. Don't underestimate me! Pang! The stone he was carrying on his arm smashed directly into Gaku, and Gaku was forced and flew out upside down in an instant. Kainu's feet were like 8 steps to chase cicadas, and he instantly rushed up and smashed the boulder in his right hand onto Gaku. Pang! In the distance, the ground immediately sunk, and Goku's embarrassed body lay in the rubble, quietly looking at Kainu, who was pressing step by step. Haha! Sure enough, there is still a powerful unused power in your body. If it is over before the force is applied, I will not be happy. Gaku Carp straightened, stood on the ground, and quietly looked at Kainu. Realm King Fist. 10 times. The blood-red power was like a neat rush next to the body, and the majestic scorching power made the space begin to distort. Diddy! Kainu's combat effectiveness tester is crazy alarm. Goku's stats keep climbing. 60,000. 80,000. 150000. 180000. 240000. Kainu was stunned and stunned. He felt that the tip of his tongue was also trembling, and his fearful body retreated step by step. His maximum combat strength is around 130,000, and this guy actually has a full 240,000. You use your strongest strength, as an opponent. If you hide, it is disrespectful to you. Tenfold Realm King Fist is my strongest strength, and this long-delayed battle should also be completely over. This is Gaku, who always likes to defeat the strong with weakness, and even deliberately hides when the strength is strong, so that others feel that their hopes are expanded. In the end, he fully stimulated the power of others, and was able to fight him completely, and he used all his strength. Every time, I will make myself bruised. On Earth, against Bike, Naba is like this. He also brought this habit to the universe. If Wu Yan saw it, he would definitely scold him. In the universe, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, even Wu Yan may not dare to say that he is rampant when he uses all his power. He even has this temptation feint, it's just a fool. However, for a fighting idiot, Wu Yan is also deeply powerless. Then, I'm going to make a move. Be careful. Brazenly begging for a wave of subscriptions. Chapter 074. Kakarot. You idiot, you actually let the situation come to this point. Vegeta was a little angry, thinking that Kakarot was losing both. Unexpectedly, that huge power was actually obtained by Kainu. Hey! Kainu is constantly adapting to this body in front, and his fist speed is super fast, like a whirlwind. Endless afterimages roared in the air, and the remaining power made the ground explode. Now, you say, what should I do? Vegeta was completely speechless. How could such a guy appear in the Scion? He had countless spits in his heart and wanted to drown Sun Wukong directly. Hey, hey! Gaku was lying on the ground, unable to move his body, and could only chuckle softly. Vegeta, don't worry, that guy is definitely not your opponent. What you said is simple, 240,000 combat strength. Until now, I am still talking about the wind and cool. You believe me, he is definitely not your opponent. Kainu pressed the combat effectiveness tester with his own care, drink. Except for the weak name X people, the combat effectiveness of the rest of the people has completely disappeared. It seems that guys they have been killed. Cut. Useless guys. The remaining 5 Dragon Balls have all fallen into your hands. Vegeta. Kainu's eyes are full of killing intent, aggressive. Humph. That's nature. As for Gohan and Colin escaping, he didn't have the heart to tell the two, just let Kakarot fall silent in sadness, which can be regarded as punishment for him. Hey! As long as I kill you, King Frisia's mission is completely completed. Although there were twists and turns, but it didn't matter, it was finally done. And you? If you betray the great king, you will also be executed. As soon as the words fell, Kainu's feet tapped, like a fresh breeze, crisscrossing the world, and the figure quickly approached Vegeta. Pang! Punch! Attack! Vegeta crossed his hands in embarrassment and was smashed out with a heavy punch. Hey! However, looking at his hands, he groaned strangely. The power just now! Vegeta's eyes erupted with excitement. Goku whispered, "That guy, feel it." Kainu was still laughing loudly to himself, see no, my super speed, super strength. It will crush you to pieces. Hurrah! Vegeta flickered abruptly, hovering in the sky, obviously like a snail's speed, but in Kainu's eyes, there were endless afterimages. That is, the performance of extreme speed. How is that possible? Could it be that your combat effectiveness has actually reached this point? In front of him, countless afterimages suddenly appeared, like 100 birds flattering the stars. Fundamental. Can't see at all. This, why the hell is this? Pang! There was a sudden sharp pain in the bridge of the nose, and Kainu flew out abruptly. Abominable! Kainu gritted his teeth and smashed ahead of time. Vegeta's figure had already disappeared, and a whirlwind was shouting from behind. Pang! Kainu was messy and turned around abruptly, but there was a sharp pain behind him again. He was like a kite, constantly hanging by Vegeta, and attacking strangely from the front and back, left and right. Yourself, you can't see anything. How is it possible? He can only block his eyes with both hands, embarrassed to defend. In less than a moment, he was covered in scaly wounds. Abominable! Damn it! Teasing me like that? Phew! Kinyu suddenly waved his hand. A fan-shaped energy roared forward from his hand, and within a few hundred meters ahead, it exploded in unison, and a flame completely swallowed the battlefield. Woohoo! Kainu was panting, and all this made him stunned. Simply impossible. Sun Wukong obviously spent such a huge amount of strength and still managed to maneuver with ease. He just attacked like this, and he actually felt the emptiness of energy. He shouted loudly, "Damn Scion, what have you done to your body?" Pang! Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky and smashed heavily overhead. Kainu was hit the top of his head, and his eyes appeared on Venus, and he fell directly from the sky like a meteorite. The body is embedded to the ground. At this moment, this originally strong body seemed to disintegrate, and severe pain continued to come from the tissues and muscles. Waves are like a tide, so that Kainu can't believe it. With just these two moves, he has completely lost his combat effectiveness. Step! Vegeta landed on the ground and said softly, "Kakarot, you already know, right?" Ugh! Although he has obtained the body, every cell is an Earthman named Sun Wukong. That sense of incongruity, I feel very clearly. He can't use the Realm King Fist, naturally he can't expand his strength to 240,000. Using the original body may still be able to deal with you, but it's a pity, it's self-defeating. Kainu was stunned. You say I can't master this body? Tread! Vegeta stepped forward. This body is the lower warrior Scion Kakarot. How can you, a scum who runs rampant in the air, master the arrogant cells in his body? I didn't understand it until now. He walked backwards to Goku, who just smirked. Is it the complete opposite? Last time, you lay on the ground, my high judgment. Now. Haha. Creation and man. Ugh. Vegeta suddenly stepped on the wound on Goku's leg and kept squirming. A sharp pain made Goku scream heartbreakingly. Vegeta asked fiercely, "What about the mongrel? Why didn't he come to Namixing?" Gohan? Hee hee. Goku gasped, "Gohan, still wandering in the universe. However, the king of the realm will definitely reveal the news to him, perhaps, it is already on the way to come. Look at your disgusting hypocritical smile, show mercy to your enemies, you will definitely not be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. It's still a little useful to keep you. From behind the rubble, Vegeta moved the 5 Dragon Balls and put them together with the last 2. After a fierce battle and endless deception, the final winner has been decided. Vegeta. Dragon Ball. You can fulfill all your wishes, right? Then please let me, immortality. Brazenly asking for flowers, asking for collections, asking for tips. Chapter 075. That Messi's, far away. Ahem. The two knelt on the ground, constantly coughing up blood in their mouths. One dressed in a purple combat suit with a watermelon head, another orange martial arts suit, bald head. It was Gohan and Kulin. Behind, a short nemesis had green light in his hands, crystal clear energy penetrated into the bodies of the two, and the sore skin, and even the lungs that entered the water gradually settled down. Thank you. Gohan said softly, regaining all his strength after a few seconds. Standing up, he felt his strength grow stronger again, and said to the nemesis. No thanks, if you hadn't saved me, I would have died a long time ago. That's right. Kulin suddenly asked, where did you run after that? After victory over Calm, you're gone. The nemesis touched his head and said embarrassedly, at that time, my whole body was occupied by fear, afraid that you are also bad people. Just when he was fighting, he felt the water and fled. My name is Dandy. It is a human being who survived in the village of Elder Muley. Gohan. Kulin. The two introduced themselves separately. Why are you floating on the sea? If it weren't for me, I guess I would really freeze to death on it. It's hard to say enough. Kulin smiled bitterly. We were defeated by a powerful guy and forced to flee from the sea, but our own breath had already been consumed in the previous battle, and we were only silent in the sea for a moment, and we couldn't hold our breath. Gohan said. Boom. Suddenly, the entire Namex also trembled a few times. Gohan, Kulin turned around at the same time and looked behind him, where the two breaths declined at the same time. That? Is it Daddy? Gohan said. There are others, Vegeta. Kainu. Kulin frowned and shouted loudly. It won't. Dad, actually lost? And the final winner, is Vegeta? Gohan couldn't believe that the guy who ran away from the earth had the last laugh. Uncle Kulin, quick, look at the Dragon Ball radar. Kulin hurriedly took out the radar, and the 7 Dragon Balls kept flashing together. It's over. The 7 Dragon Balls have fallen into Vegeta's hands, that evil wish, that immortality, has he really been fulfilled? Kulin knelt on his legs, covered his face with his hands, and said loudly. Dandy next to him leaned in, is this light Dragon Ball? Wish granted, don't worry. There is no darkness in the entire world, which means that the divine dragon Bolunga has not yet been summoned. Besides, those troublemakers have almost killed the entire Namex star. Palunga needs Nemesis to make a wish. That evil Vegeta should not have fulfilled his wish by now. That means we still have a chance. Peak loop turn. Kulin was elated. It turns out that the Dragon Balls of the Nemesis also need the black sky to summon the divine dragon. Now Namexing language, there should be only Dandy you can do it. Nope. Dandy flatly denied, there is another person. Great Elder. However, I believe that the Great Elder will never reveal it. The Great Elder is already extremely old, even if he suffers a small injury, he will become ancient. Once he becomes ancient, the Dragon Balls will turn into stone. Dandy is pretty sure. Now Vegeta is absolutely helpless. Gohan said happily, great. But we can't get it at all. What if Vegeta is angry and plans to kill his dying father? Even Dad loses, even if we rush up. It will be a dead end. Gohan frowned. Now, if only my brother were there. In a desperate situation, Gohan thought of Gohan again. Kulin also sighed, if Sun Wien that kid, I'm afraid he will directly push it over with his majestic strength. Guys, do you want to use Dragon Balls to grant your wishes? I can help you guys. Dandy said softly. The Namex language and the Earth language are completely different and don't even have anything in common. There is only one way. Gohan, Kulin suddenly realized. Hide from the sky. However, this means that we still have to face Vegeta head-on. Thinking of Vegeta's hateful eyes after being defeated by Wien, and the endless killing intent that he couldn't wait to extinguish, Kulin was terrified. We don't have a choice now. Uncle Kulin. Let's go. Gohan said categorically, don't be afraid of being exposed and bursting out your full strength. Fight Vegeta to the death. Over there, Vegeta, who collected 7 Dragon Balls, encountered the embarrassing scene that Dandy said. He raised his hands high and shouted like a cult believer, Dragon Ball. Please let me, immortality. The face is filled with endless ecstasy. Kainu was stunned, while Goku kept laughing. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Except for the crows, the voice of the fool, nothing happened. Could it be that I have become an immortal body? Vegeta was a little skeptical of life. No. Nothing has changed in my body. Damn it. He suddenly thought back to the village he had killed, the last words of that elder. Even if you get all the Dragon Balls, you won't be able to fulfill your wish. Is there any code word? Or gestures? Damn it. He closed his eyes tightly, and there was almost no other breath on that nemesis. That Miji people have all been killed. Vegeta shouted anxiously. At this moment, he suddenly heard Goku's whispered joy. He roared furiously, Kakarot, you must know something. Right. Vegeta, you are dead. If I'm not mistaken, the Dragon Balls of Namex also need to summon dragons, but all this, only Namex can do it. You, me, are just trying in vain. Ugh! Vegeta roared madly, and a scarlet aura erupted from his body. The ground suddenly shattered, dozens of meters of deep pits appeared instantly, and the lightning roared to completely surround the world. The entire battlefield was also completely caught in the noise. Is what I'm doing completely useless? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is mania after the dream is shattered, and Vegeta is already going crazy. Hey! Suddenly, 3 breaths appeared in the perception of Vegeta and Goku. This is Gohan.